your weekend been doing?
Yeah.
Who you hassling today?
I'm not. I'm defending myself against Theo's flat Earth attacks. He's saying mad stuff like the UN uses the flat Earth map, and the AE map is correct, but Earth isn't a circle of water surrounded by ice. So he says the ice wall is a psyop, and that makes me immediately think that some places around the edge there's no ice, and there's just like a lovely beach, palm trees.
I pictured it well, okay. Yeah. I don't think there's any, well, not one solid ice wall. I definitely think there are
What about
other places beyond it.
What about if it's all ice around the edge, but it's not a wall? Some of it's just a shore, so you could just go up, straight up to it and walk up.
Oh, look, I suppose that could be a possibility. Make it a bit more accessible, I suppose.
Or there's actually a valley of New Swarbenland where it comes down to the coast, and you can actually, if you sail past the right bit of the edge of the circular lake, you can go past and you see this beautiful green valley, and it's got like a proper harbour and everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And then you moor up your ship and you think, oh my god, I found the exit. And they say, sorry, now it's just a city. That way it's still all ice forever.
Oh, don't know. I do have my own thoughts, but they're only thoughts.
Then you go, you meet the king and he says, we are the Lemurians. You found our secret hideout.
I reckon it would be pretty cool finding a population of other like people. Compare how they've been living. Oh,
yeah, it'll be fun. Meet them. Even though they live at the edge, some of them don't know what Earth is still as well.
Well, yeah, you have this. Well, you have this divide also too of potential globe earthers, flat earthers, in a totally different realm to what we are. Yeah, that'd be bizarre, wouldn't it? That's honestly where I think UFOs come from though, from these other places, rather than the universes beyond. To me, it just seems far more likely. Hold on, I'll fix it. Oh.
Do we do it at the same time?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. He's double verified.
He's double. Well, hey, Gio, how you going, mate?
I had the screen glitch.
Pretty good. How about you? How about you, Ben?
Yeah, good, mate. Good, mate. Had a good weekend, so all recharged, ready to go, ready to take on the world. And,
Oh, it's Sunday morning here.
it's Sunday evening. I've been to the Church of the Holy Beaches, had my beautiful service. I got offered fish, so I accepted them. Dawn has some issues with the map by the looks of things.
Just got an issue with every flat earth argument. It's nothing
With it.
specific about the map.
Oh, just all of them in general.
Yeah.
I don't know why they just don't sit so logically well with you, Dawn.
Because, yeah, I don't know. Why do I think they're made up? You think they're good arguments? I don't know. We've just got different brains.
I'm just surprised that you seem to have like in my viewpoint, an accurate truth radar in a lot of categories, a lot of things.
Yeah, no, that's also a thing that can't be explained. I think we've just got different brains. I know people are really smart and then they're a Christian and they believe the Bible explains the true history of Jesus Christ and that's the way to save yourself. And I just think, oh my God, their brain must be different to mine.
Well, yeah, everyone's definitely unique in all of our perspectives and different. I'm just saying there's so much that, and it's not, I'm not saying that I just have all the truth or anything, but I'm just saying from my viewpoint, there's a lot of things you and I agree on, lots of things. So, but definitely the Earth is one that we probably are not on the same page on.
It is convincing. I know there's a lot of the whole idea that space is fake. We've been lied to by religious science men. It's very convincing and exciting.
Yeah.
Just doesn't quite ring true for me, even though it's very exciting and convincing.
You don't think all the spacemen, all that stuff's not? I mean, that seems legit.
No, I definitely think they lied to us about space, and they pretend.
I guess I'm just a little surprised that you assert the globe. Like I know you've said before that it's a belief, and you don't necessarily say that you have like 100% proof for it. I'm always a little bit surprised how much you're like it's a globe, and you'll kind of do the sort of troll attacks. And I mean, I'm not calling you a troll, but I'm just saying you'll get kind of into it with people and get a little nasty here and there and stuff. I'm just surprised that you're not a little bit more like, guys, I don't know. I would think that you would be a little bit more like, yeah, I believe it's a globe. I'm not really sure. I'm not really convinced that it is, flat, in that sense. So I'm just gonna kind of stick with the globe. But yeah, it very well may be flat. It probably is. These Jesuits,
I get that position
and all that.
For a sort of happy-go-lucky, I need friends type of guy, I get that position, but that's not me. Because I'm
just a little more on
99% sure. I'm 99% sure it's a globe. And when I assert it's a globe, it's always reacting to a flat earther trying to say that it isn't a globe. That's where my reaction comes from, because I'm reacting to one of you saying, haha, look at that boat behind the thing. It can't be a globe. Even though I'm looking at evidence right now, it can't be a globe. So I come along and say, yes, it can. This is great evidence to explain it's a globe because there's no other way to explain water in the way of the bottom of the boat. but I'm reacting to other people.
Well, I was just saying, I wasn't trying to say you do it to make friends. I'm just surprised you're not a little bit more on the fence, let's say, at least to some degree.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you don't understand it's a globe.
I I have heard you, Dawn, say that all the evidence that best fits the explanation of the globe suits you to go with with what you believe it is. And I do actually too hear you kind of not react, or someone will type something in which triggers you, so you then have to go on this hunt to try and trigger them back somehow, or get a reaction.
Yeah, I joined the
Like,
cycle. Join the
yeah, but you
cycle
don't.
as a
Yeah,
truther that I think
yeah.
I'm explaining the
I don't.
truth.
Yeah, yeah. I don't necessarily hear you being on the front foot with anything, so to speak. Um, but
I mean,
but
I am
Gio, what do you?
very cocky with it. That's what
Yeah.
Geo maybe
Oh
means.
yeah, yeah. You definitely are. You definitely are cocky. I'll grant you that one. Overly cocky with little to back it up. But what do you think the best defense for the globe is, Gio? Their best defensive argument?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, yeah, mate. Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy. That's a big topic, I guess. The best, the best globe argument in general, or
Well,
the best defensive.
yeah, or the best defensive argument, I suppose.
You mean defending against a claim, or just?
No, against the flat Earth itself. So they're the best one that they've got to say, ha ha ha, this is it. This is the only thing that we need to defend our position.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I guess the first thing that comes to my mind, I don't know if I could. I'd have to probably like hash it out more to maybe try to come up with the best, as it were. But I think
Hmm.
the I think the one of the things that comes to my mind is just the good old appeal to the authority. You know, the NASA, the satellites, the pictures, the Elon Musk. You know, all these people and all this money and all these intelligent people that are bought into it. They can't all be fooled. You know, that kind of thing. And then just some of those agencies that claim to have their sort of data and pictures and that kind of as that's a kind of just that presentation that they've put forth.
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
I, can
yeah,
I,
yeah.
yeah, I wanted to say, just to like wrap that up for him, because a lot of these people do say that. I think it's the, what's the phrase? One sec.
You mean the evidence that we went to space and stuff?
Oh yeah, the question that these people always ask is like, what is they's motivation? Like, they don't believe there's a real reason to cover shit like that up.
Yeah.
Did you say you find some of the space evidence, the whole story of going to space and having satellites and orbits, is the best globe argument?
No, I'm not really. I'm just sort of starting to think of some. No, I'm not saying it's the best one. I mean, I think. I don't know. I guess when it comes to,
if not the best defense, it's the main defense used.
well, there's so many different like categories and ways of. I was just kind of saying like that one, like the presentation that they put forth is obviously pretty well thought out in terms of what you Google when you find is the Earth, the globe, and then like Electric was just saying, how could they all be how could they all be sort of hiding that, or how could that many people be either convinced of it or
I mean,
is it such a big thing in that way?
silly question, but could we go through that, what Electric said? Why do you think they are making up a globe and hiding the non-globe?
I think it's obvious. There's evidence that they're hiding everything, and these people are in denial of everything. Like they just believe everything they're being told.
But so why this thing? Why does this need to be included? Why not lie about everything, but let some people work out it's a planet? I mean, it's a flat Earth.
Mm.
How does it help them if they manage to convince 5 out of 8 billion that it's a globe? What do they gain?
Yeah, that's the big question that these people ask, right? Is like, what do they gain from doing this? What's the point of lying to everybody? How do they even get away with such a big lie? These are the kind of questions they feel like makes this situation impossible.
Well, I'm not asking how they could get away with it. That would be another question I would ask. I was just sort of saying, what is the main reason?
I've been getting lied to on all levels my whole life. They distort current events as they're happening, so people to believe that they're not twisting history. That's crazy. So and this is more psychological. These people don't know that this is more just manipulation of how you think. This is like terraforming human thought.
I totally understand if you hide the real truth and tell someone a slightly different idea, you're stopping them having truth, which means you're stopping them having power. But I'm wondering if the Earth has its own specific qualities when you lie about this type of thing. Does it have extra gains?
Right.
I guess the more land thing. So if you believe there's more land with paradises and gold and free energy, that's a good reason.
Well, just any additional land would be a huge reason.
Well, let's say it's one continent.
It's a ball.
What if it's all desert? Why would they need to hide that?
What's that? What'd you say?
If it's just an extra bit of land and it's only 100 miles long with all desert, you know what I mean? That wouldn't be enough to make up a globe model to hide just a small desert, would it?
Well, what if it's an entire continent or 2 continents or 3 or 4?
Well, that's what I mean by paradise, you know, actual loads of nice places with stuff to get. I'm saying there's a possibility there could be more land and it's just useless. So that it would only be a good explanation if there is lots of more valuable land.
Well, and just resources alone. If they want to keep in power, like let's say there's another continent that has as much gold on it as the United States had or more, then now they would have a huge upper hand in terms of being able to try to take over the world's financial systems when they just have that much more gold.
Yeah, it would make sense then.
And then making the globe is like a limited thing. Like you can't see the other land. So you've tricked everybody into thinking that that's all there is. Meanwhile, these people are just buying everything out over.
Yeah, I think that might even make more sense than the God thing, hiding gold. Or resources.
Resources, yeah.
I don't know if the reason they do this is as much to hide resources as much as it is to make people just feel like that they need to be rationing everything that they have. Because there's plenty of water. It's evident that there's tons of water everywhere, and there's no reason that there should be water shortages. But they just got everybody thinking that there's not enough water. You know, I don't know.
By the way, speaking of water, because Bandsaw, you had asked like what was sort of one of the best globe defenses or globe arguments. Yeah, I mean, I sort of said the first one just because that idea of sort of just the presentation of all this data that seems to point towards a globe, and it's all over Google, and you got a lot of people, and a lot of people are intelligent, well-educated people that are believing it. Now they haven't gone out and measured curvature; they're just sort of going with it. But nonetheless, I mean, it's a big thing. So I think that's a big one. But I think on a little bit more of a technical level, because he said water and it reminded me of that. I think the fact that things, obstruct, as they would say, I would say obscure from the bottom up. I think that's, I mean, I can understand why some of these globe earthers are like, yeah, there it is. There's the curve, So, I'm not saying it's like the best argument in the world, but I think in terms of like, if someone were to do a PowerPoint presentation on why the Earth is a globe, and they're going to go through it, a lot of those things are going to be very weak. Eratosthenes, sticks in the ground could just be shredded in seconds, and even all the pictures and stuff is obviously unverifiable and whatnot. But to show, like, if they did a bunch of slides showing things being cut off from the bottom up, and really presented that as Earth curve, I mean, I think that's at least a decent one. I can see why it kind of gets some of them.
Yeah, definitely. Sunsets and boats and stuff would be definitely up there high on the list when it comes to a PowerPoint presentation. Definitely. I can see that.
Let's say if you watched the PowerPoint presentation and you hadn't yet heard the flat Earth reasons for this. So we don't understand light, we don't understand the atmosphere, we've been lied to about our eyes. These types of things, mirages happen, light bending is nuanced, all of this. If you've not yet heard that, you'd be well convinced by seeing boats disappear from the bottom. But you have to hear the opposite. You have to hear the opposite defense, don't you, to be able to think in your head, which is true.
It is a strange realm anyway, really, because the whole globe thing you are introduced to by your parents, like the most trusted authority in your life. All right, they're the ones that introduce you to this realm of the globe itself.
Teaches you it, but the parents just agree, don't they? They never say anything else.
Yeah, exactly right. So now all of a sudden without having to do any work whatsoever, you've got them in a system that you can pretty much introduce anything into their minds that coincides with this globe narrative, and you don't have to do any work whatsoever. It is now just accepted fact. Doesn't matter what you talk about in regards to the globe. It is just accepted fact.
Can I say something to that? Yeah. I really.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go electric. Go over it.
Yeah, I call it, like, I don't know what the real word is, but I'm thinking like, oh man, lost my train of thought. So sorry.
Indoctrination.
That's what happens when you smoke weed.
I have a point on what you just said. I've got a question. Like, for me, let me just think of it in my head. Okay. Yeah, for me, when I think to myself, why does the Earth appear flat-ish? Yeah, I can answer that with my globe model knowledge by saying it's because we're just humans, we're quite stupid, and we're really close to it, and it's big. And this explains to me why it appears flat. But I wonder how a glober, how a flat earther, how you guys explain to yourself that it appears as a globe sometimes. It's like with sunsets. Why does this evidence happen to coincidentally fit the globe model?
It doesn't really have to do. You could convince anybody that the shape of the Earth is a donut or a fucking like a triangle. It's the fact that you're making somebody believe in something that they can't prove. Like, at a young age, kids are being told things that, like, it's basically just really high levels of deception, right in the beginning. Like, somebody's coming to your house, they're going to slide down your chimney, they're going to do it every year on this day. Like, that's crazy, but they're just going to believe that until someone tells them otherwise.
Yes, it happens a lot.
It's the idea of, like, being able to manipulate someone psychologically. That's all it is. You're just making somebody believe in something that they can't see, prove.
Yeah,
And that makes
indoctrination.
you the provider of all their information. Now you can give them any piece of information and they might believe it. Whether there's a globe, whether Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are actually at trial, whether there's actually climate change, like all that kind of stuff. You can just convince these people all that shit now.
I wasn't going to say it's based on a globe how they managed to lie about everything. I was going to say the same way they lie about everything, they just could slip the globe in. As a kid, you wouldn't know until you tried to check. By the time you're ready to check, you won't be checking because it's a fact now in your head. So you watch an Eric DeBay video in 2015. Want to hear my observations from the basement club where I played last night?
Yeah, go for it. This is your is this the music that you've sent me to listen to? This is what you were playing?
Yeah, all the drum and bass stuff that I've shown you.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
it's a basement. The floor's sticky with alcohol. It's not much lights. One barman, a little bar in the corner. It's a house upstairs, but the main customer is sort of hippie that's ready to go out again in the city and party, but takes one pill or too many vodkas, and they're then sort of wobbling along through this club. And I could see in their face that they're now even more confused about who they are and what reality is than they were before. But they've also got this weird desire to be sociable all of a sudden. I'm looking at these people and I'm thinking, you poor people. This is supposed to be my audience that loves my music, but I'm looking at them and thinking, they've just done drugs because they're confused, and now they're more confused. And I just feel sorry for the human race.
About what?
In the club where I played, I see the type of confusion and desire for connection in people's faces as they're wandering around on drink and drugs. And it kind of depresses me a bit. You know, celebration and society has been pulled out of their lives, and now they don't know how to socialize.
Okay. That social interaction has really been affected, you think, Dawn?
Yes, but I'm also seeing the standard social interaction in clubs in a new light. Seeing them as confused and needing love, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
I've still not heard from Merle at all.
Yeah, they be harvesting our souls.
He's
bro.
back.
They literally got us like walking and talking their way. Like humans don't got to be doing all this shit, seeking love in like dark nightclubs and shit. Like we don't. These are things that we find to be like normal. This is the high life. These are high end lifestyles.
It's wrong.
Yeah, that's all altering perception. That's like making people really not able to find their own happiness. It's just controlling how much fucking dopamine you think you're getting. What's really satisfying you. It's like, oh no, you're not winning until you're having sex with someone that you found in a dark nightclub.
That's exactly it, mate. That was what I was trying to express.
Yeah. Basically,
but I mean that
people have these like placebo effects where they don't find satisfaction from regular things that could find you satisfaction.
Yeah.
Like something as simple as like looking out your window or smelling a flower or feeding or walking your dog. People don't find joy in these things. Like they only find joy in like drinking and doing drugs, like you said.
And I even believe that if the world was right, people could drink and do drugs and have good music ceremonies and not look lost and confused. Just go and dance until they're worn out and then go home. I just see this lost confusion on people's faces.
Yep.
There was a. I'll just segue back to flat Earth. There was a drum and bass producer in Norwich that turned into a flat earther.
Oh, really? Boom.
Yeah, I never spoke to him since, but still says it on Facebook.
Oh, you never spoke to him. Why? Why have you ostracised him like that, Dawn?
No, I didn't do it on purpose. I just mean I haven't ever got round to speaking to him ever since I heard.
Okay.
You look at that meme I sent you.
My mate upstaged me with a necklace, so I wear a cheap 20 quid pentagram under my shirt. My mate went ahead and wore a £5,000 gold and diamond crucifix. It looks great on him. I love it, but it's just a funny concept. Hello, Ryan.
You saw that meme I sent you, right, Don?
Yes, I saw it.
So what do you think about that? Did it strike? Did it make you think at all?
My quick answer is it's dishonest meme presented by a flat earther trying to convince people that we should see a different sun reflection on a globe, which I think even the person that made it knows is false. If you've set up a white bit of plastic sheeting in your house, try and convince someone Earth isn't a globe, you've got issues.
I'm not sure I'm the one with the issues, but okay.
Yeah, what's this really
You didn't make it,
racist
man.
titled article this dude posted
You make that meme
2 days ago in Livestream 2? Is that here?
Can you repost it?
Drama N-word plays bringing a gun, gets his Africa ass kicked. Next time, light it on fire? Who posted this? What's wrong with this person?
See who posted it just above where it's posted.
Well, if it's questionable, don't be reposting it in live stream.
Yeah, I thought it was relevant.
But yeah, look, I just go with the practical things, Dawn.
No, yeah.
Hmm?
I know you do.
You know I do.
Yeah. Well, I guess what you mean is you base your non-globe belief on things that you think are practical, even if you've not done the full science method yourself. The way it would work is a practical thought experiment for you.
Well, not only a practical thought experiment, just the practicality of it. Period is what I go.
You see water looking flat, so you believe it looks flat. I mean, that's practical, right?
No. Well, it's not that I see it looking flat at all, because very rarely do you see water flat, Dawn. Very rarely do you actually see it in that static state, say in a fish tank or a bath or these sorts of things. You know, you're always viewing water with movement in it.
Yeah, I agree. Totally still water. A bit of an oddity.
But yeah, so you know, I don't go with the whole water is flat.
I'd ask, do you more go with the reasoning that you believe water is flat because that's how you've seen it behave by flowing, or would you more go with the reasoning that you trust people that have measured water to be flat over a longer distance?
Well, I trust myself that water will always, right, try to get to its horizontal equilibrium, right?
Yeah,
In
I do think
whatever
that's practical.
in whatever container it's in. Now, now I go with that, and I can trust that, right? From all my peers, from all my work colleagues, and from myself. Right? That's why I go. That's why I go with that. And that is the number one for me, without question, without doubt, and without hesitation whatsoever. I can measure it. I can demonstrate it, and I can repeat it every day of the week. Now, I have also too measured the not water directly itself, Dawn, but the boundaries at which will contain water. Okay. And so I've measured that. I've been personally responsible for those boundaries to hold in large bodies of water.
You've had your hands on containers before, and mined round containers.
Sorry,
Like,
mate.
you've had your hands
Reckon?
on some containers that hold water before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a practical thing in your head about how water behaves. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not just talking about little containers. I'm talking about huge containers like dams.
That's the
Dawn.
point where I say you'd need to measure it then, not just assume.
That's why I say. That's why I just said I haven't directly measured water myself, but I have directly measured the walls of that container, right, and the containing barrier, right. So the top surface level of that container, which had to be level all the way around it. Okay.
Did it?
Yeah, it did actually. Yeah, it had to be pretty spot on.
I mean, what do you mean by level? Do you mean 90 degrees wall to the water?
No. The top rim of the dam.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
The
yeah,
top
to
rim.
stop it overflowing, you've got to have
Exactly.
a container
Exactly
higher than
right.
the water level. Right.
Yes. And we're with one particular dam that I did work on, we had very limited material to work with.
But
We had to truck in a lot of material. So you want to use that material as economically as you
yeah,
possibly can.
I mean, I'd give
Now,
you that you managed to make the container higher than the water level and safe all the way around.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
that, to me, that doesn't tell you anything about if the water's curved going across it or
No.
not.
And I would agree that I haven't directly measured the water itself. Right? I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. With that point,
About
right?
looking across
And
it and seeing
in
obstructed
Yeah,
things.
and in your model, right, that water can be the same level at all the edges, right, but higher in the middle. That's what your model
Yeah.
dictates, right? Which to me, knowing how water uh, moves and acts and reacts and whatnot, that doesn't happen. Right? It doesn't happen at all.
Yeah. I
Now,
get it. So it's practical for you, even though you've not done the science method on the water surface.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
And
I
I
get it.
think very few people have actually, done that or
Yeah.
measured water directly itself. Now I know
I think
Ruckia
it's really hard to do. That's
has
why.
done. Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, Ruckia says that he has measured static water. It took him a day to do it, and it was one of the hardest days' work that he has ever done
Yeah, I
personally
believe he
himself.
did it. I just don't
Yeah.
believe he got good results. I don't think his method was good because
Well, look,
I
yeah.
believe he did it.
I am not going to question his results because well, the results that he got are within the working tolerances of the tools that he did use.
Do you trust that?
Okay.
Do you trust that it's extra information towards your idea that water is flat?
I think what he did is definitely extra data because he has
Fair enough.
personally done it. So it is definitely extra data for me now to had that to my knowledge.
What if I told you?
What days.
What if I told you there's a chance he fudged his data? Would you add that into your possibilities?
Well, I personally don't believe he has fudged his data, and
Okay, yeah,
you
that's
would
fair
have
enough.
and you would have to provide evidence to me where he has either fudged that data or other data in the past for that to even be a valid claim of.
I would say I don't have
speaking.
time to prove that to you, but if you concentrated your efforts and studied the man, you should find out, being honest yourself, that he is dishonest.
No, I wouldn't.
I managed to, and I think you're capable of that too.
Wow, you're a real ass. You know that?
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't
Just honest,
say that.
mate. I'm just honest.
Yeah, no. Well, I have seen no evidence myself of Rukia being dishonest at all.
I think that makes you dishonest when you say that.
You think that makes me dishonest?
Yeah.
No. Well, look, you can think that I'm dishonest, but I am being honest with my outlook. Now I may have
I
other
said he was just an
opinions
ass.
on him. Right? I've heard him get riled up. I've heard him get mad, and stuff. But I've never heard him being blatantly dishonest on anything.
What is the supposed data that is so not compelling to the other guy? Like, what is this data that's being fabricated? What is the
Don is claiming that Rukia's Life did an experiment to test the levity of the water, and he's claiming that he did it wrong.
Yeah,
even
Rukia
though
claims,
I don't even know.
Explain it quick. Rukia claims that he made a perfect horizontal, and there was no deviation of the water. But I believe he made a series of separate horizontals, and they must have been bent each time on the intersection.
Well, I've done the same thing, and I come up with the same thing. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So you're saying, so your evidence is that you believe that he made a series of horizontals, thus Rukia is lying. Is that your claim?
Yes.
No, not at all. Now you believe what he has done is a series of horizontals. Now I don't think that you have used these machines yourself, Dawn, in the way that he used them. You may have listened to other people that have made the same claim about what he did. But I don't know how much research you've done into what he did and how he checked it and how he made it so it was all the same horizontal plane.
I'm basing this off him explaining it to me 3 times.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Well,
basing
have you done any research whatsoever into trying to work out that he has done multiple horizontal planes? Have you done any research at all?
The research I did was asking him about it 3 times.
So making the claim.
So the answer is no.
That he made multiple horizontals, not the same horizontal, is just from you listening to him, not knowing about the procedure itself and how he ensured that it was the same.
When he explained to me how he ensured it was the same horizontal, that's the moment I knew that it wasn't the same horizontal. 3 times.
Right. Well, look, you know what? I'm going to I'm sure maybe Rukia will probably be in today or tomorrow when you're around, and I think that I will let him speak for himself on the rest of this.
I was going to ask, is there anyone else that's measured fat water that you trust that you could add on to Rukia?
I have, but I don't have any data for it. I just did it with my own eyes.
Apart from myself, like I said, I've only measured the walls of a container.
Which doesn't tell you anything about the surface of the water.
Well, I have yet to see water being self-supporting, Dawn.
Well, that's why you need to measure. That's why you need to measure across to check.
Well, I know. Can you show me how water self-supports itself?
I can show you water making lots of different shapes on its surface from forces interacting with it.
Don, just admit it. You're a shill, bro.
Yeah.
Well, if you admit that you're a shill for the Earth, I'll admit I'm a shill for the globe.
it's kind of like saying, you know, mountains are all kinds of shapes. If a mountain, the water surface is always changing. We know it's not a 3D perfect flat surface, right? But the bottom line is everyone knows what standing water is. That's that annoying thing that mosquitoes breed in. We all know that still or standing water is flat. So to say that we would have to measure this to know this is kind of, I mean, the only thing we would need to measure is for the curvature that they claim, because we already know that water is flat.
Well, I would say you only know about flat water on a small scale. You need to measure it on a big scale to check it's the same.
But when you measure on a big scale, if you include presuppositions, then you're not really doing anything other than interpreting what was just flat.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. When you do science, you've got to be careful not to follow your preconceived notions. Of course.
Well, it's not science. It's just a measurement and then the lack of a measurement. There's a measurement, and then there's calculations with presuppositions. None of that is science.
What's the biggest area of flat water you've ever seen?
Exactly.
Well, I've been fishing as a kid. Can't even remember there, but here in New York, I'm surrounded by water. So
well, you've seen an ocean. You believe
I've been to the beach. Yeah, I've been to the ocean.
I mean, standing water. What you were saying. What's the biggest area of standing water you've ever seen?
Probably not a huge amount myself.
So let's say it's quite small compared to an ocean, yeah.
How about the Pacific Ocean, Asma?
Yeah. So, but we're talking about water. We're not talking about. It doesn't really matter whether.
So, Elijah, my point is, if you've only seen a small bit of standing water, you can't assume that a small bit of standing water is the same as a huge ocean.
And an ocean, all three have the fact that water is involved. That's the only thing that's common about it. They all include water. Here's the thing. Only one of them aren't subject to, well, not subject to, but due to the fact that it's still and standing, there's no undulation. So, with that being said, we know that water is flat. We know that when perturbed, water on the surface is perturbed, but it is basically level.
You're just saying it again. You didn't listen to my reaction.
Well, you said, how do I know that the ocean is not, how do I know that the ocean is flat? I mean, because water is flat. That's why.
No, yes. That's the key bit. How do you know, if you've only seen a small section of standing water, that
water is flat?
Hang on,
There's
dude.
Nothing...
Hang on.
Well,
how do you know that? Oh, fuck me.
Fuck you.
There's no point in me asking you. Just go
John,
ahead and believe
you're in denial. You're in denial, bro.
Of what?
Yeah.
Obviously, of the truth.
What's to say that the amount of water that is impossible to measure by any human being, what's to say that that's not curving? Okay, I don't know, but there's some crazies who think it do. I'm sure. Wouldn't you agree?
I can't really hear you that well because you're just preaching and you didn't listen to me.
No, I did listen. I mean, I know that you're saying, how do I know that the ocean is flat?
No, you didn't let me finish my full point, so you don't understand it.
Well, is it a question or is it a point? I'm confused.
It's a question with a point, with a point to it. You want to hear it?
$5 says he goes nowhere.
I think it's more about
other than where I was already at.
Do you want to hear it or not?
$5 says he doesn't introduce any.
He's talking about me in the third person. It's weird.
You got to let him. You got to let Dawn finish his point.
That's why I'm saying $5 before he goes. Did he take it?
Well,
$5. No, I tell you my point, and you have no decent response. $5.
Look, you didn't make your point yet. I'm trying to get the bet in before you go because I'm willing to bet that you have nothing extra to add.
You have no decent response.
Go on.
If all you've seen is small sections of standing water, how would that tell you anything about the surface of an ocean?
You asked exactly what I thought you asked.
Yeah.
$5. I wish I had locked that in. Yeah, I said, I guess I would have to say, I guess I would have to say is I don't know because no human being can measure the entire
That's the correct
surface of the
answer.
ocean.
You don't know how bendy the oceans are from looking at small sections of standing water. That's the correct answer.
Based on what?
And however, some people have this religious belief that it's curving out there on a massive scale, a scale in which we can't measure.
Definitely, yeah, they do.
Yeah, there you go.
But some people.
Problem is that when you measure the surface of the ocean, it's not curved like you claim it is. So therefore, you're wrong.
You need to bring your data, Ryan, or else we're not going to believe you, probably, are we?
No, I don't think that's.
I mean, honestly, your approach is so lazy. Like, what are you crediting your belief to at all? Like, why is you just denying everything? All these people are giving you evidence. Just deny. That's what you're doing.
I'm denying a thing I don't believe in. Yes.
But you're not providing.
Well,
any
that's
real
the problem. You're trying to
believe.
Believing is being lied to.
Experiments that disprove your model. That's all you're doing.
If I'm telling you, I don't think that proves a flat Earth. That's not my time to prove my model.
That's your personal opinion, though. See, that's a personal opinion. That's not actual, proof of anything. That's just your opinion that you don't believe it. What's that got to do with
you both want some proof from me? What do you want proof?
And all you want to do is say no, 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 no.
We don't need to prove it to you. You need to prove it to yourself.
What proof do you want from me, if that's what you want?
Show me proof of curve, show me proof of spin, show me proof of...
I told
when does your water start to curve? At what distance?
No, but look, here's the problem. Here's the problem, guys. Here's the problem, Don. Here's the problem, Don.
Hello.
And flat earthers often forget where they come from. Who are you? Who are you for us to be asking these questions? And I don't mean that in a derogatory way.
Elijah, your mic is pretty fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. It's like it's a new mic. Let me just get this out and I'll be quiet for the rest of this. So when I say who are you for us to be asking these questions legitimately, no one should really be asking you anything unless you're authority telling us, well, this is this and that is that. Because again, you're not making any claims to knowledge. You're just asking questions, same as us. But we woke up asking.
I just said what proof do you want to see?
We woke up asking specific questions, actually, toward the people who keep propagating this message. Because the message was received, then we looked to validate the message, and it is invalid, like the previous guy just told you. So that being the case, we wouldn't really be asking you or telling you how anything works. Because we set out asking questions. That's how we all got here.
What is your question? Maybe I can answer.
No thanks.
Okay, then why did you preach about it for 2 minutes?
What?
Like he completely didn't hear what I just said about.
You just mumbled into a crap cheap mic that you are here to ask questions of people that promote the globe. So I said, what's your question? And suddenly you say, no, you don't have one.
I just said you are not. And I don't think anyone here is. You're not listening.
You're not making any points.
Can I make a point to you, bro? I don't think it's just the globe model that you're not ready to give up. It's the concept of space and outer space.
You're
and
correct.
planetary bodies, galaxies, and all that shit too. Like, I had to get over that shit. I was where you were, bro. Like, I know what it's like to just think that all that is nonsense. But you gotta be willing to really open every can of worms. Look at all this shit separately. It's not just a globe problem. It's an outer space problem too. Like, everything is fucked up, bro.
How long have you been looking into this?
5, 6, 7 years maybe.
All right, well, give me
since 2015. Give me 4
years. Give me 4 years, and trust that I've already looked
40
into
years, bro.
I've already opened the can of worms, as you call it, 4 years ago.
Oh wait, you're just above.
You haven't done anything except
you're not even presenting anything, though.
What do you want to see? I'll ask
your
again.
denial.
What do you want me to present?
That's all you do is just deny right
Would
now.
you
I
like
haven't
me
heard
to
you present anything.
something?
Sorry. I'm
Would you
listening,
like me
bro.
to
I listened to everything
something?
you said, bro.
If
You don't
why
provide no
mention it?
evidence.
I mentioned I'm not presenting anything. If when I offer to present something, you ignore me.
All right, so your argument is
Don,
just based in
listen,
nothing.
bro.
Man.
Listen, science
I
requires
got one for you.
evidence, not
I'm trying
argument.
to listen to you, Ryan.
I got one for you, Don. You know what I want to know since you're asking? Where the validation for the Earth curve calculators are in nature.
Good luck with that one.
Sorry, I didn't hear you well because your mic's so cheap and you interrupted Ryan.
Where the validation for the Earth curve calculators are in nature. That's what I would like.
You would like real measurements in nature that validate 8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah, we would like to
That
see
would validate the geometric horizon and the hidden behind therein.
Okay.
Have fun with that one, buddy.
I would say I can't present that offhand to you.
You can't just say you have to
I'm
present.
fucking talking. I can't present that offhand to you because I'm not an expert in geodesy or these types of things.
Wow.
But I'm sure you can Google it if you're interested.
Yep, there it comes. It's always Google.
I'm telling you, man, this is not what science really is. What you're doing, that's not science, bro.
That tells me you don't have nothing. All you have is Google. Sorry.
Well, if you can't Google it yourself and you expect me to be better than Google, you have issues.
No, I don't expect.
And
I
if
expect
you really
you to
have
just
been a part
accept
of
what's
this
reality,
topic,
bro. That's all.
If you really do research this topic for 40 years, then goddamn, bro, where have you been researching?
You want a random man
40 years of what?
To confirm someone else's Earth curve calculator for you instead of Googling it. That's your
Wait,
problem.
who's talking? I missed who was talking. Who's mouthing off?
Come on.
No, it wasn't Don. It was somebody else who chipped in.
I'm not sure.
And just to mention, anything about geodesy wouldn't validate anything in the Earth curve calculator.
Of course
Elijah,
it would.
Hold on, Elijah, your mic is absolutely crappy, mate. I don't know where you are or what it is, but it's terrible.
Yeah, he knows. He knows. He's just trying to get his conversation in anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, confirming the Earth curve calculator is a little bit above my pay grade. I don't have the information or articles. If I gave
So
you
why are you here? So why are you here? If you have no evidence to show us, why are you here arguing?
Read them properly anyway.
Because you're bored, right? You're just bored. You ain't got nothing better to do.
I mean, you ended up in a pretty interesting place to not believe what is being told to you. Like, how do you even end up here? To just want to deny this stuff.
Like I said, there's only one explanation for it. He's either a shill or he's just bored and he just likes to come in here and bug
Honestly,
people.
I found my way here
for the globe. If you admit you're a shill for the flat Earth.
I don't know, man. I don't know. You're playing devil's advocate for fun. I feel like.
That is true.
I must be.
I don't know. I could never even argue for that shit anymore. It makes no sense.
Or maybe it's you playing devil's advocate and I'm playing Jesus.
See, I told y'all. All right, it's over then.
Who's to decide?
Where does your water start?
Oh, now you're going to blame Jesus? Oh, boy.
What distance does your water start to curve?
He blamed the devil.
What
so
distance?
I made a joke and said, no, I'm Jesus.
Okay, Jesus.
Well,
where does your water start to curve?
Right on the beach, mate.
Right on the beach, mate? So
yes,
right from your feet,
mate.
from where you're standing on the beach, starts to curve.
Straight away, mate, as it goes out.
Straight away, mate. Okay. And when I'm standing at the beach, I'm 6 foot high. Let's see if I can get a sentence out without you interrupting or getting triggered. If I'm on the beach, I'm standing 6 foot high. Where does your boat start to disappear? At what distance?
Oh, 3 miles.
3 miles. Now, if I was to tell you I have observations of boats 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles, and that doesn't happen, would you say that would kill your sphere?
No, that would just be explained by refraction.
See, there you go. That's where you go into denial and your mind just goes, no, I'm not going to listen to you.
That's it. That's what
that would be explained by refraction. That's not a denial. That's me telling you I have an explanation.
But that's an explanation. I'm talking about evidence, not just your mind telling you, oh, well, this doesn't make sense.
My explanation includes evidence, thank you, or it wouldn't be very good, would it?
Where is that explanation? We still haven't heard it.
The explanation is light bends, and that makes things behind the horizon come up a bit.
Okay,
sometimes.
now show us an example of light bending and you being able to see something perfectly in the background without that refraction changing it into just a blurry mess.
I'm
you
sorry,
can't
no,
do
I
it.
don't have refraction videos, especially for you.
Okay, so if you don't have any evidence, then why are you here arguing about it?
Same reason you are, shilling.
To be fair.
Very good. See, he admitted it. There you go.
He admitted. Nicely done. Nicely done.
To be fair, he said
wow, 5 minutes and I got him to admit.
We'll keep shilling.
That says it all right there. Yeah.
He said carry on with your shill.
He said the evidence.
You're a shill, bro. We know you're a shill.
See, carry on with your shill.
And then he began to say that it moves things with respect to the horizon. He didn't say that verbatim, but when he was talking about things, it was separate from the horizon. Well, just give us an example of the horizon moving from one location to another. Or something physical to parallel that with, like a car moving from one location to another without actually having moved.
Elijah, the black swan.
And something parallel to that claim, like any other object, real object, that would obstruct you at the given distance that thing is in your line of sight, like the supposed Earth curvature.
I didn't hear you probably, sorry.
You're hard to hear, bro, man. You're really hard to hear, Elijah. You gotta understand, man.
This is a globe troller.
Well,
you're a flat
Harlem,
troller.
globe trotter.
You're a flat earth troll.
Who is this talking? This mouthy person? Can I get his? Oh, it's SE. Oh, hi, SE.
What's up, bro?
So you're going to defend him even though he doesn't have nothing?
I'm going to defend him?
No, I'm asking
you sure
if you
you're
were
talking
the one
to
that
the right
was...
person?
No, I might be talking to the wrong person. My bad. Oh, it was electric. I'm sorry. That's the mouth.
Why is it so
Trust me,
confusing?
I will never defend them. They talk
Wait,
nonsense.
you think I'm defending Globe Earth? No, you don't.
When they bring up water, it's game over for them. I mean, it doesn't get any simpler than that.
And we bring up water. What?
Yeah, water. Water is your Achilles heel. Water is your death nail of a globe.
You brought it up, not me.
Actually, yeah, I did bring it up, but that's why I bring it up, because it is the Achilles heel, SE. It is.
Why did SE say when they bring it up? Like, what?
No, well, SE. No, in fairness, SE wasn't here when it was just you and I.
No, didn't you hear him just now, Mansour? He said, "So when does the water start curving?" He brought it up.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite subjects. Whatever.
Yeah,
Kills your...
you
it's like game over.
Mention that it's we bringing it up. If you brought it up, do you? Just
okay, my bad. Then
Bandy
brought it up. Yeah. You got me there. You got me done.
It's because you misspeak so often, SE.
Oh, don't worry about it. Come on.
He's gonna harp on that now. He got something to hook onto.
I said my point. I don't need to hook on it. I'm just telling you. You misspoke again about Globus. Just like really easily.
You see that? He's gonna hook his anchor on that. He got a win there.
Let's go back to your explanation, SE. You've told me you've got boats at 7 miles, and I've told you no, that doesn't debunk the globe. Sorry. So now what?
Well, one of us is seeing what they see. They see a boat and they still see it, and the other one is in a fantasy where he thinks
no, that's not
because
fair.
his boat. Let me finish.
I told you my explanation was refraction and it had evidence. That doesn't mean fantasy. That means I have an explanation and I think I have evidence for it. Two different things.
Right, fantasy, and we can go to the
I have an explanation.
Fantasy is different.
Right, we can go to the beach any day of the week and we can look out, right, and we're going to see these boats do the exact same thing. They're going to surpass your 3 mile every time,
And then you're
unless
going
it's
to
like
ignore
foggy and
refraction
raining.
every time.
Yeah. So you're
Why do you ignore
it's over
refraction
for
every
you.
time?
I mean, right there.
Why do you ignore refraction, Essie, in this?
You're gonna tell me that refraction every single time causes you to see something beyond the horizon,
I'm not going to tell
beyond
you
the water.
that.
You're gonna
I
tell
have
me
already
every
told
time.
you that. I have already told you that sometimes refraction makes things further than the geometric horizon appear at the horizon. Yeah. I'm not going to try and tell you. I already did tell you.
Well, then you're delusional. You have to prove
Well,
this.
that's another insult that's completely unfair.
Well, it is. Well, it is delusion because I'm
Is that the end of
telling
your
you
argument
every
now?
time
Calling
I
me
go to the
delusional?
beach,
Is that
I
the end of
see
your reasoning?
boats with my eye going further than 3 miles every single time, unless it's foggy or raining. So I never see the water, your sphere, your hump. I never see that happening. So either I'm crazy, or
I'm glad you added that. So now it could be me or it could be you that's delusional. One of us.
No, it's absolutely not.
No,
me.
it's absolutely.
You've
I think
gone
it's
back on it.
It's
absolutely you, Don.
absolutely you.
You misspoke twice. God damn it.
Okay, and what's that got to do?
I lived in Florida, bro, near the ocean, standing on the beach, 6 foot tall. My eyes are somewhere around like 5'9" or so, right? Because we all have foreheads. Dude, boats 5, 10, 20, 30 miles away. I'm standing in the water, feet in the water. I can see the damn boats going along the coastline.
Oops, busted again, Don. Damn.
Is it possible, do you think, Dawn? Is it possible to show how water can be self-supporting? Do you think that's possible?
I told you what is possible. Look, you can show the surface of water making many curved shapes under the influence of different forces.
Yeah. Okay. So apart
And I'll have
from
to tell you, water isn't self-supporting. It's just
not
falling
self-supporting.
towards the center.
It's just falling towards the center.
Yeah, and that happens to make a curve.
So the center being the center of the Earth. I'm gathering. You mean by
Or
by
you
the
can
center.
just think of it as down deep in Earth. You don't have to think of it as the exact center.
Yeah, no. I'm happy to go with your down or your center, but you can't show where water can be self-supporting in any way,
No,
shape,
we wouldn't
shape,
need
or
to. We wouldn't need
in
to.
in a static form. So when the
No,
water
we
is
would never
pretty
need
much,
to do that.
you never do it. So
No, we would never
you don't
need to.
need. Well, you don't need to do it, or you couldn't do it.
We couldn't, so we wouldn't need to, so we wouldn't want to.
Why do you think you couldn't show that?
Because water isn't self-supporting.
Because he's in complete denial, bro.
Okay, so if water isn't self-supporting, right, and I know why it's not self-supporting, and I think you know why water isn't self-supporting too, right? Because
gravity exists on Earth. That's why.
No. Hold on, right? Just calm your farm a little bit there, my friend.
I'm going to catch you out at every single point in your reasoning,
You
every single time, and you know this.
You know what? I tried to give you the courtesy of trying to let people have you finish your point, Dawn. So let me finish mine, please. I would appreciate that. So if you can't demonstrate the water is self-supporting, because you just think you can't because of gravity, and what you also said that water isn't self-supporting, right? You did say those words, that water isn't self-supporting. So then in a dam, for argument's sake, where those dam walls, right, and that dam lip is all at exactly the same height, right, and that water is filled up in that dam. Okay,
I believe you
so
from the water level.
Sorry?
I believe you that the edges of the dam are higher than the water level.
The edges of the dam are higher than the water level, did you say?
Yeah, I'll take your word on that.
No. The edges of the dam, or the edges of the dam will be higher than the water level. Exactly. right? Because otherwise it's all going to spill out. But the center of that dam, right, will be higher than the dam edges, right? So if water isn't self-supporting, right, and has to seek its horizontal equilibrium, right, water then by nature, right, has to seek its horizontal equilibrium and cannot have a hump in the middle whatsoever, because you just said, right, that water is self-supporting, and water has to be self-supporting in that situation, and water just
That's the
ain't
wrong bit.
self-supporting.
That's the bit that's wrong. Water doesn't have to be self-supporting to curve on its surface.
It most definitely does have to be
No,
self-supporting. If you have a larger body of water in the center than out to the edges, water has to be self-supporting. It can't be anything else other than self-supporting.
no, the gravity is just pulling it to the center. That's not self-supporting. Gravity is holding it in that position.
Well, if gravity is pulling it to the center, how is the dam center of that dam higher than the edges of that dam? If gravity is pulling that water down to the center, Dawn,
Because Earth's a
that
globe.
doesn't make sense. Earth's a globe.
Yeah, it's curved.
Right.
So the most balanced shape for the surface of the water is curved, like Earth.
Well, no.
Sphere of influence.
I've made this dam perfectly flat and level and horizontal in
I'm not
every
sure about that.
way.
Are you sure this isn't Nathan Oakley?
You even admitted you haven't measured it if it's flat yet.
No, no. The water is what I admitted to, right? The dam itself, Dawn, we went to great lengths in surveying the dams that I've been privileged to work on, great lengths to make sure that they were true and correct in every direction
I
possible.
believe you, it's above the water level and it's a good wall, but I don't believe you that it has to be level on the whole wall all the way around the dam. I just believe you that it has to be higher than the water level to keep water in.
It pretty much had to be pretty much dead on, like I said.
If you got me a picture of the dam, I could find a section where that wall is a bit lower than other parts of the wall.
So when you're saying
sorry, what makes you think the water is higher in the middle of the area of the hydroelectric?
The globe. That's why.
No, but what does he mean by higher in the middle?
It means a water hump.
It's called a hump.
Curved surface.
But it's only. But the whole point is it's only, you know, if you had a curved surface and you raise all the water on that curved surface, and at every point on that curved surface it's being pulled in a vector to the middle of the circle, the water will consistently be the height of everywhere, the same height in that container.
Yes, he got it wrong by saying height. He did get that wrong. I just let him get away with it.
Just because you
what
look
are you
out,
talking about?
He means
if you look out,
it doesn't make any sense at all.
Horizontal of the flat bit of the edge. That's what he means.
How do you even debate someone that can't be honest with themselves? I don't get it. Like, what's the point?
What I'm saying is, if you're on a sphere,
because they want to play word semantics in games and
okay.
stuff when they know exactly what people are talking about.
Yeah, after what he sent me in my DM, I just blocked him. I'm not wasting my time anymore.
Without not having to have an honest conversation, you want to get into a word semantic game, right? When you know exactly what people mean, which just goes to prove the level of your honesty in a conversation when you want to get stuck in these word semantic games.
No, what I'm saying is, if on a sphere, okay, if at any point on a sphere, if you go perpendicularly to a height of 1 meter, okay, and you mark out every possible combination of positions on that sphere, you end up with a slightly larger sphere, a sphere with a radius of 1 meter bigger. So, by definition, you've got a surface which is slightly higher than that of the original sphere by 1 meter. Now, if that's a consequence of, if the water at any given point is the height it is because it's equal, there's an equal force at every point pointing to the center of the sphere, then you would have a curve. I'm not saying that's just categorically what's happening, but just because you perceive a hump, if you're on a curve, then that is the line of equilibrium across that surface.
No, my friend, the dam construction was that the walls and the lip of those dam walls had to all be at a equal altitude, plus the actual dam, plus the dam itself, right, was built in a horizontal construction Right, that was all
My issue-
level as well.
My
Well,
issue
we're
with their
talking-
denial is that we
we're
build
talking-
everything based on level.
Yeah, we are talking multi-million-dollar dams here, not your regular run-of-the-mill little farmed dam in the corner of a paddock. We're talking multi-million-dollar dams, all right? And the construction of these things took months and months to build, all right?
You're not talking about a beaver dam here.
We're not just building, you know, some walls around a circle, all right, and then filling it up with water whatsoever. The construction that have to go into these things are quite complex, actually.
Okay, sure, I get that. What's the height of the dam above the water level?
Above the
Just
water
the-
level?
I'm just
So are we debating this guy now instead of Don? I thought Don we were talking about.
Yeah.
not the
So
point.
now you want to get into all the technical
That's kind of your
Just
fault.
curious,
aspect
but-
of the exact dam, right?
You
What you're
gave
trying to
specifics on the wall at the edge.
get
That's
a
your
plan.
fault.
Yeah. Well, I did a little bit there, Dawn. Well, probably when this dam was full, I would say it was probably anywhere between, I would say 600 mil to 750 mil below the top of it, thereabouts, 600 to 700 when it was full, or at its fullest when we first filled it up. From the Murray River, or the Darling River, I must say.
Where are you at? Are you in the UK somewhere? Or is that where I'm trying to? Not you don't have to give me exact.
I'm in Australia, mate.
Oh, that's right. That's right. My bad. So Don, you have nothing to say, huh? You're just done. Give up.
Ryan, I showed you curve, and then you pretended I didn't show you and asked me again, and that's really rude of you.
Well, you never sent me anything about curve.
I
don't know what
showed
you
you
mean by that.
two types of curve. A
Then you
sunset
admitted you were a shill,
and
so I don't know why I would even waste
literal
my time.
planet Earth in the shape of a sphere. Two types of curve. I've shown
Right,
you.
you say literal
what I
like it
have.
means something.
I've shown you what I have. So when you asked me for it again, that was rude of you.
Oh, excuse me. Well, I never got anything from you though. All you did just say,
Oh, you're
well,
lying
this is that.
again. Please never lie about me again, or I'll just ignore you.
Well, I've already blocked you, so you don't have to worry about it.
If you're gonna pretend you didn't see something,
And just
asking for it,
so you know, I've never
your own
blocked
fault, mate.
anyone before. You're the only person that I've ever blocked.
That's because I'm the cleverest person you've ever spoken to on Discord so far.
Wow, really? Okay.
And the most honest.
That's great. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to record that. I'm going to keep that as a joke.
Why else would it be only me?
I wonder. You're the only one left. I wonder.
Why did
They
you
get
need to
very
block me,
triggered
but I
when you
didn't need to
question
block
their
you?
globe. Especially Don, he gets very, very triggered.
Well, he already admitted he was a shill, so if you want to go back and hear that, you can.
Yeah. We should tape that. We should make a little short.
My work is done.
Nicely done, bro.
Fraction, Essie. Consider a fraction, and then you've got nothing.
You can say
there we go.
refraction all you want, bro. I go to the beach. I see the boats. They pass 3 miles. There's no hump there. Now you can fantasize all day long, buddy.
What happens after
Ain't
the
gonna
7
change
mile?
reality.
What happens after the 7 mile point? They get obstructed from the bottom again.
What happens after the 7 mile, you said?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that what he said?
I'm going to give you credit, bro. You got a lot of balls.
To the boats
What do you mean by
after
that,
you've zoomed in?
What do you mean by what happened after 7 miles?
He
Like,
says
do you
he can
expect, what are
see
you
boats.
expecting
Dude, he
to
says he
see or
can
what?
see boats at 7 miles. So I'm saying, what happens after that?
Yeah, though you start losing resolution slowly.
Oh, you start losing resolution. Yeah.
Do they get
Sorry.
obstructed
Oh my God.
a little bit as you're losing resolution?
Have you
Wait,
ever
what?
went to the beach?
Or the water?
Have you ever witnessed this, what I'm telling you on the beach with a camera? Have you ever done it?
I've been to the beach, yes.
He already admitted he hasn't done.
Exactly. So
Also, I've
why are
been
you
to
even
the beach.
talking?
I'm 40.
And I'm 48. What's that got to do with anything?
Have you been to the beach? Silly question, right?
I've
With the
lived
camera,
next
I
to the
said.
beach
With
for
the
There you
years,
camera.
go.
bro.
So it was a silly question, wasn't it?
Huh?
Obviously, you've
Yeah,
been
that's
to
what
the
he's
beach.
gonna focus on now.
Obviously, we've all been to the beach.
This is called spiraling, just so you guys know. Just pay attention, because this is what happens when somebody's a liar. Oh, excuse me, when they're not telling the truth,
When
and they
you
just
blocked
can't
me,
cover.
and now you have
And
to
he gets
talk
called
about
out.
me.
Yeah, yeah.
That's called spiraling. Yeah, I know, mate.
Sorry, I can't call him a liar because I can't prove he's a liar, but he sure sounds like one.
What was the lie?
You just gotta remember, bro. In their worldview, there's no proof of anything. So might as well just call him a liar.
Don't tell me my
Well,
world.
And if he asks for proof, just tell him there's no proof for anything.
So after 7 miles,
Everything's
you lose
relative, bro.
resolution. Maybe you need a bad camera. Or if you're losing resolution and you're not seeing
Are you really still trying to like hang in there? Why don't you
what's
just
happening,
like let up or something? Take a break, bro.
I reckon if you're not seeing enough resolution, you should start researching refraction so that you can get a better idea of what's happening closer to you.
Okay, yeah. Let's go study refraction. That's got nothing to do with it, right? Okay, that makes.
Yeah, right.
it's a here we go. Sorry about that, but that's better, right?
No, it's terrible, mate.
Not really, Elijah. Sorry.
I can hear what you're saying though, so if you speak up a little bit, we'll probably hear everything you're saying.
Oh wait, you know what? With these Bluetooths, you gotta leave and come back sometimes.
Try that, mate.
I thought it sounded way better than it did before, so that's my opinion. You sound good.
That should be better. Is that better?
I can hear you, so I don't know if it's better, but I can understand you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, it sucks. Yeah. So it's a non sequitur. And it's the indictment of your words because when you said, well, there's refraction, and that's the answer, and that's the evidence. But the evidence is there in the explanation. When you gave the explanation, you talked about how refraction can lift things so that you can see things behind the horizon.
Yep.
But obviously, that can't apply to the horizon itself if your example is what things do with respect to the horizon.
Yeah, a bit. It applies to the horizon as well, a bit.
Sorry?
Yes, it does apply to the horizon as well, a bit.
Well, but you didn't give an example for that, though.
Well, the example is all of the flat earthers and all of the globers that have ever showed you across the horizon before. So you take in all of that, that's your evidence for refraction.
Well, like I said, like you gave the example of something being seen because of refraction, but it's being seen beyond the physical blockage of the ground, that being the Earth curve in the distance. That's an example. Okay, can't be evidence, but all right. But then you say, okay, well, that replies to the horizon too. Well, then what is obstructing things?
The horizon is still obstructing things, even though it moves up and down a little bit, depending on refraction.
Yeah, but it's not obstructing things with respect to the Earth curve calculator.
No, not quite, but nearly.
Not nearly.
Once you factor in refraction,
with the black swan, it's 10 orders of magnitude off, at least. That's
you haven't factored in refraction, dude. That's why it's not
no,
totally
what I'm saying is it's 10 orders of magnitude off. You said with refraction, it's fairly close.
It can be sometimes. It can be big magnitudes off, but most of the time, it's close to the math of the globe Earth.
Yeah, but you haven't validated that particular statement. You keep saying it, and I keep saying, well, what's your evidence of that? And you keep saying the horizon. Don't you think that's begging the question?
No, I didn't. I said all of the research that's gone into pictures along the horizon and along the water
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go into details? Since I said,
everything
well,
that studies refraction. If you haven't worked
okay,
out yet, you haven't
what
looked
about
properly.
it?
That's my
Okay,
answer.
so when you Google refraction as a person on YouTube listening to this right now, and you click images, you see what refraction is. You might read up on Snell's law. Now, my challenge to anyone out there listening is, okay, how do you apply that to the argument against the black swan? Because if you go to Andrew Thomas Young, oh, I'll kill you right there.
Right.
Doesn't matter where you want to die.
I'm afraid it's not up for
I'll
debate,
take that as a
Elijah.
you don't have an answer for that.
I'm afraid it's not up for debate. You're just wrong, Elijah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that works.
I mean,
Okay.
look, I got people that I'm gonna play this recording back to later. By the way, I need the channel, guys, so I can go back and listen and clip it up.
That's great.
Yeah,
Much
somebody post
appreciated.
that because I don't know where you guys put. I don't know where you broadcasted to.
Well, I like this place. I'm glad Globus told. I'd already been around a couple times, but Globus had asked, why don't I come out over here that often? So I started to, and sometimes it's fun. It's definitely fun having these conversations again because when people are privy to the conversation, they kind of shy away from it because they know that you're right, but they don't want to talk about it at all.
I don't know that you're right. I know that you're wrong.
I'm not talking to you or about you, obviously. I'm talking about people that I know to be people that I won't have speculations about who they are. I know these are people that I've come up with, grew up with, I've went to school with, have shared ideas with for years, and I'm talking about those people, not you strangers. And it's like when you go online, it's funny because the troll factor is so high, especially like in Facebook, because people will literally say things like, what is it? People will say things like, oh, there are literally 0 flat earthers that have an education. That's obviously not true. I don't even know why they like that. Just the absurdity of their responses to the conversation in general would turn any person who's paying enough attention into a skeptic. At the very least.
Did you have a good education?
Sorry?
Did you have a good education?
No.
Well, there you go. Proves the point.
But I've educated myself because
maybe that's why they say it.
Because as long as you can read and you have reading comprehension skills, you can pretty much educate yourself. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of guys that I know that are millionaires that dropped out of high school because they've educated themselves in a particular thing.
But check this reasoning out.
So I'm not talking about me. I know you asked me, but then if I was gospel bearer who has multiple degrees, this argument wouldn't stand.
Check out this reasoning. I had a good education, and I know it's a globe. You didn't have a good education, and you think Earth's flat. What does that tell you?
Nothing, because if I was gospel bearer, then don't talk over me. Because if I was gospel bearer for one example only, because I will afford you no more. If I was gospel bearer, you wouldn't be able to say the same thing to this audience.
Well, let's ask the next flat earther how his education was. Add the data on the study.
Just so you guys know the level of absurdity people like Dawn would go through.
Well, explain it. Which absurdity did I go to?
Well, like I said, I made a point about people thinking that no flat earthers have actually gotten any, some classical education, and all you did was ask me if I had one.
I made a joke about the generalization, proving that some flat earthers don't have a good education.
See, this is where you interrupt when someone's not finished, and it's very
Prove your own point.
So clearly, the moment I point to a flat earther that does have an education, that moves your argument into absurdity to ask me, well, what's your level of education? It's quite simple.
Oh, that's classic. I'm gonna have to listen to that over and over and over again.
How was your education, Ryan, on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being good.
0.
There you go. Boom. Stats, baby.
What's that got to do with anything?
2 flat earthers in a row who admit to having a bad education, proving Elijah's point.
Did I say I had a bad education?
You said 0 out of 10.
Well, yeah, that's about what I learned in school.
Clearly told you, 10 being good. How good was your education? You said 0. As bad as
Considering
possible.
I already knew how to read and write
Makes
and
sense
add and
since you're a
subtract
flat
before
earther.
I went to school.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh, you're just joking. Oh, I'm sorry.
When people realized that 500 years ago, these theists decided to propagate in schools that we were moving around the sun, and they made a calendar, and 500 years later, here we are. I mean, sure, I wouldn't want to go to some religious indoctrination camp and expect that I learned, but all of the atheists are birthed from Catholicism. All of them.
Okay. It's quite a lot with Europe, but it's not really Europeans. It's more.
No, it's all of them. Like, because you can see the reach just by who accepts the Gregorian calendar.
Hold on. Did you just say that?
Look. Don't talk through me when I'm making pertinent points.
Right. I just wanted to ask clarity on
my
a point
bad, not
you said.
you. I was talking to him. But go ahead.
Right. I wanted you said all atheists are ex-Catholics?
No, that's not what I said. I said atheists are birthed from Catholicism. I'm saying that specifically because
that's the stupidest thing ever.
It's true.
So I was in the middle of saying what I was saying, right? And instead of saying, let me understand your reasoning, you're saying it's stupid. Well, everything you haven't heard before is going to sound quite.
No. Hold on, Elijah. What I'm saying is stupid. Is atheists have existed for as long as we have recorded history. They exist in every society.
No. The term atheism and people attempting to define it came about in the 1700s. What are you talking about?
So it's like saying dinosaurs aren't real because they.
Here it is.
Hello, that was my rebuttal. What's the response?
There's been people in Plato's Republic that talked about not believing in God. So that's actually wrong.
Okay. Produce something.
Can you name a couple though?
Yes, the characters in Plato's Republic.
Was that a fiction? Wasn't that a fiction?
Wow.
Look. See, these are two incoherent historical pieces of knowledge from the same sources. You realize that, right?
Are you saying that human beings only generated their mechanical ability to deny the existence of God in the 1700s? Is that what you're saying? Are you suggesting that people that lived 1,000 years ago?
Our history tells the story. That's all I'm saying. Now,
our history tells us.
For people to say, well, this place hasn't been created, I would need to dig into the epistemology.
Sure, but that doesn't mean to say that people have been denying the existence of God for a finite period of time.
I would have to look at the Plato's Republic people's epistemology and what they're saying exactly. I need to specifically know their claims to knowledge, not their claims to knowledge, but what their methods are, and I need to see them specifically saying that this isn't a creation and why it isn't. Then I'll say, okay, I was wrong, but then I can go on and add to my knowledge, and that would be perfectly fine for me.
Right.
And I would definitely change my rhetoric if that was the case.
Okay, so the first atheist generally acknowledged is Diagoras, Diagoras, a 5th century Greek philosopher.
Spell that one more time. D-I-A-G.
Diagoras.
Okay, I'm gonna look him up.
So way before Catholicism was even a thing.
Oh, but here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. Regardless, and point proven. Okay, I'll research later. The bottom line is the atheists of today, the atheists who hinge that on the sciences of today, was birthed from the Catholics 500 years ago. Because these same people, they deny the existence of creation with the evidence of knowledge about the cosmos that was really birthed and kind of reworked and remastered literally less than 100 years ago. So people's idea about galaxies coming from like what, Hubble and all of that, that's really new. So these atheists who their explanation for why it's not creation is for this particular knowledge. That particular knowledge was birthed 100 years ago, and they're the people that they're learning from are the Catholics from 500 years ago. So that's what I'm saying. So when I say I want to go into the epistemology of the whoever you were talking about back then, that's an entirely different worldview, and I would have to dig into all of that, which actually I've been trying to do because it's kind of hard to find information that far back.
Okay, Elijah, can I give you a hint? As you dig into this, realize that atheists just don't believe in God. That's it.
No.
Everything else about us is we don't agree on shit.
Not
the
true.
only thing we agree on.
Atheism is a system of beliefs. It's not just the disbelief in a few God concepts. It's a system of beliefs where you think nature doesn't have divinity. There's no meaningful creation, and you came from slime and the Big Bang. This came from the Catholic Church. Elijah's right. Even though there was atheists before that, it's promoted by the Catholic Church.
I disagree, Don, and
that's because you're an atheist, and you need.
Actually, I'm not. I'm a theist. But
then you're an apologist for something, and you're getting it wrong.
Right. What I'm saying is the definition of the word, and it doesn't have it to do with any of the rest of that. It
but that definition is fake.
No. But the definition of the word atheist came the 18th century. Now, what atheism is, obviously, because it's an idea, something someone can think, and who knows, it depends on who's recorded some person's idea, right? So the idea that there is no God could have existed for however long, but the term specifically starts to pop up in the 1700s. That's not incorrect.
Wait, okay, so with the way you're defining it, I agree. And a dinosaur didn't exist before the 1700s because the word didn't exist. Like 1900s.
I think you're both correct in some way.
So maybe we don't stick to such rigid definitions that go, oh, the word didn't exist, so the thing didn't exist because obviously
that wasn't my argument. I wasn't doing that.
But it was. You said it doesn't crop up until then, even though I've showed you papers from the 5th century BCE.
Yeah, because we were talking about people's belief in the cosmos and where that originates from. What you're talking about is actually wholly irrelevant. Even though, like Don said, like I agree, someone who would have called themselves an atheist had that term existed, might have existed or definitely existed before the term existed. So what?
Right. So why are we saying that it didn't exist and they weren't there when they literally have writing?
I didn't say that.
Why are you talking over me?
Because you keep asking me why I said something I didn't say. That's why I keep stopping you.
Okay. So do we agree that people were atheists before the word existed?
Sure.
Cool. So why do we give a shit when the word came into existence if people were that before the word?
Because atheists, depending on the different times, had a different epistemological approach to that notion. What do you mean, no?
All it means is you don't believe in God. That's it.
Oh, that's not all it means.
That is all it means, Don.
It
Anyway,
means
I don't
you
want to argue,
actively
brother.
deny God
Argue.
at every
I don't
opportunity
want to argue. I
of
think
philosophical speech. It means you're denying God all the time to your friends.
I don't. Let me just end my bit of the conversation by saying this. I only made the point that I made. I think we have enough common ground to not turn this into an argument. And I'm not saying what you thought I was saying. That's all there is to say.
Can I just ask, see when you say that an atheist does not believe in God, is that Christianity's God or is that all God?
All God. This place was created somehow. Who cares?
A God.
It's all.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which God, but a God, a entity.
Technically speaking, an atheist rejects all claims of a God. An atheist doesn't say there is no God. He rejects all claims there is one. There's a subtle difference. Someone who says, I know there is no gods, is an anti-theist.
I think atheism is a soft version of anti-theism. If you're voicing your opinion there is no God, you're now an anti-theist, denying the idea that other people have.
If you're making an assertion there's no God, if I'm rejecting your claim about your
do whenever they talk.
Well, not all of them.
Well,
but again,
Phil just did it now, even though he's not a full atheist.
He's not all atheists. He's not all atheists. Most Christians reject the notion of other gods from other religions, even the contemporary ones. Yeah,
let me ask you about it. Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. What if my concept of God is the Big Bang, the universe expanding, and now here you are? If that's God, are you an atheist now?
If that's your religious claim.
That's my concept of God. I'm asking, do you believe in it?
I'm not rejecting a religious claim.
So you believe
know that
in my
you don't
God
have
now?
to be religious
You're
to
now a
believe in
theist.
God, right?
Welcome to theism, Pazza. Yeah, because you believe in this God concept that I've just told you about.
No, because I don't believe that. I don't believe there's a God construct in what you just described.
Well, that's my God concept, and if you believe
you could say that
to be true, that's you being a theist now.
That's a completely shallow gotcha. If someone said, you could say, listen, you could say to me, are you an atheist? You could say to me, are you an atheist? I'd say yes. I said, well, I'm claiming that God made ice cream. Do you like ice cream? That makes you a theist.
No, that's literally nothing to do with what I said. Sorry.
Yes, it is. You're
let me break it down to you slower. Calm down a bit. Let me break it down to you. You are an atheist to the Christian God, yeah? You don't believe in a father in the sky that judges you, that Moses told us about with laws,
don't believe their claims of a God.
You don't believe Vishnu is an actual
I
being.
reject their claims of a God.
Yeah? But you do believe there was a Big Bang, a universe expanding, and you exist now.
Yeah.
So you do believe in that. You do believe in that God concept.
No.
Yes. I decide if it's a God concept. You tell me if you believe in it or not.
I don't believe in your way you phrase it. No.
Yeah, you do.
You characterize. You listen. Stop.
Okay. Do you believe there was a Big Bang?
I believe that is the model that I've got the most confidence in at the moment. I can't prove it.
You're quite sure there might have been a Big Bang. Yeah.
I have all the confidence of that. I do. I've listened to any other experts in any other field.
And the universe expanding, you believe that happened and is happening?
I have all the confidence that happened, as much as I can do about any claim by any expert in any field. Are you listening?
Yes.
Not belief.
I get it.
Do I have
confidence? The last bit now is: do you believe you exist inside this expanding universe?
I believe that to be the case. Yes.
So there you go. That's my.
What do you mean? There you go.
God concept. And there's you believing in every part of it.
You have prescribed a God concept.
You're no longer an atheist. You're only an atheist to some gods, not every god, as we've just discovered.
There is no God in what they're prescribing, as far as I'm aware.
That's you denying a God concept. That's your own issues.
what
you can't
asinine wordplay.
say this God concept isn't a real God concept because you're an atheist. You don't know what real God is. I tell you if it's a God concept or not. Then you get to believe in it or not.
The experts tell me.
All along the history of the experts, so-called, all along their history, these theists have started coming up with and reworking this idea. And it comes to the Big Bang with Georges Lamont, and then someone who took his work 3 years later and expanded on it and said, oh, it isn't a galaxy, there's multiple galaxies.
Yes,
that is
based
only
upon evidence.
Hold on. Because again, the indictment comes from Edwin Hubble when he says that the ancients' hypothesis about the cosmology can't be disproven. However, we're not going with that. So that's not having evidence. That's saying we're not rolling with that.
So listen, can I just say make a statement? The scientific narrative is that there was a Big Bang. It doesn't say why it happened and what caused it. It explains the mechanism for the Big Bang and explains what happened. It doesn't proclaim or include a deity or a deistic component within that. That is what I have confidence in. To suggest that that is a religion and there's a God is you putting it in yourself. No one else is doing that.
Oh dear.
Don't try and be wordfully deceptive. That's not what they say.
You believe in dark matter?
You need God to be a being just so that you can not believe in it. That's your problem.
No, I need God to be
He can say it is though. Hold on. Who determines if it's or not, if it's a God or not? It's up to you, right? So you're saying it's not?
The model they describe of how the universe moves and mechanically moves doesn't need a God. They don't claim a God. I'm not interested in putting a God where there isn't one.
I just fucking did claim a God, and you agreed to everything
that's
in
fine.
the
You've taken their
If that is God, do you agree? And you said yes.
No, I said to you, I agree with what they say. Just because you strap a God onto it doesn't mean there's a God. Because you just made a claim separate from theirs.
Anything I want, and if you agree to
I don't. I said to you, I don't follow your narrative. You didn't listen to what I said. You strapped the God on.
Big Bang, universe, and you existing. You agreed to everything in the concept.
I said there was a Big Bang, and I agree, and I agreed that there's every likelihood I exist. You made the jump without any logic.
I don't have to jump to get to God. I get to design my own God concept.
Let's talk about the logic. Let's talk about the logic of these processes happening, while saying that there was no groundwork laid by something for any of this to be facilitated.
They don't say. They don't make any assertion of that. Scientists say there was a Big Bang.
I know they don't make any. I know they don't. Is that your only look? Because if you're just going to be, combative.
All right. Sorry. My apologies. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. I know that some scientists make a claim to there not being a God. And guess what? Some scientists do. So it doesn't really matter who says it didn't happen with the creator, who did happen with the creator. We have to go back to epistemology and the claims of knowledge. Okay, so we only know that things are created or manipulated when there's something with knowledge to do so. There's another claim that nothing with knowledge, nothing with anything existed, but all of this came about from not an intelligent designer, not a designer at all. This is my question. If you don't feel like this is much of a straw man, me saying what I just said, then how do you justify the latter?
I have no opinion about what happened before the Big Bang or why the Big Bang happened, because no one can present any evidence one way or the other to me.
But didn't I already? Wasn't that a part of my response to you? I literally said I understand that there are some scientists that say that there is no God, and then I said there's some that say that there is, and they both believe in the same cosmogony.
Fine, well, they can do that if they want to. I've got no problem with there being a finite substance before the Big Bang or an eternal substance before the Big Bang. I don't know, and I would probably never know. Yeah, that doesn't mean to say that I don't take any validity in the observations of the mechanical workings of the Big Bang. The Big Bang model doesn't need a God, and no one is inserting one in there specifically to make it work.
Well, you have a volume. Well, you have zero volume, and then this nothingness is expanding, and then everything within is the actual expansion. Like, if that's not a clusterfuck of a sentence, I don't know what to tell you. Like, because here's the thing: you're saying, well, I believe in the Big Bang, I believe in this and that. Well, I say what I just said and say, well, have lunch, have at it. That's all you.
What you have with the Big Bang is a mechanical evaluation of how the expansion of the universe in space and time came from a singularity. I don't know what the singularity was. I can't say one way or the other whether God created it. I don't know whether a God created it, and I don't know if a God created whatever came before that.
What created it? That's
That's agnosticism.
Your mystery, you admitting the mystery of the beginning of everything, is what God is.
And you are, and if you think that something that is a mystery is a proclamation of a God, then that demonstrates exactly where you are. If you think a mystery means God, that's where you are.
Oh, the ultimate mystery that even someone smart like you can't explain. That's God. Not any mystery ever.
I'm not smart enough to explain everything. Nobody is.
Well, that's God. The bit that created everything that you can't explain. The mystery.
Well,
that's God. All I'm telling you is it doesn't have to wait. All I'm saying is it doesn't have to have a special being. It doesn't have to have a special being with powers that said, right, now we'll have a Big Bang. Pop with a magic wand. What happens is there's nothing, then there's everything. That's God.
You call that whatever it is, you call that God. I'll just call it whatever I want. Gareth.
Yeah, and that's you in denial. That's your atheism.
No.
Just because you can't explain it just now doesn't mean that the human race at some point in time won't be able to explain and tell you what happens before the Big Bang.
Even
Remember,
if we did explain it, that would still be God. It's not the fact it's a mystery. It's the fact it's important.
Oh my God. The human race hasn't even reached level 1 of the Kardashev scale yet. Right? So who's to say that we don't get to level 3 and figure out what happened before the Big Bang? Are you then just going to say, well, God happened before that? And then when we find out what happens before that, are you going to say, well, God happened before that? Are you just going to infinitely regress until people admit that there's a God? Is that your plan?
Well, I'm going to say, when we get to that point, come on, Elijah. When we get to that point, I'm going to say, well done, everyone. We've worked out some of what God did.
Great, and it doesn't matter. That doesn't make a difference between one and the other. But the point is, your claim of a God. You're a Christian, I take it.
No, I am in that framework a little bit.
You are in that framework.
No, I don't like the Bible. I don't like God as a being. I like God as the explanation for the unknown part of what's happening.
Fine, and lots of people. So you're more of a deist than you're a theist, then?
Well, I use theism to personify my deism, like an adult.
Well, in what sense do you think you're do you know what the difference between a theist and a deist is?
I personify the mystery of the universe and existence as a horned god and a goddess that gave birth to it.
So you have your own little theology. You're not just saying you're trying to describe it. So you have some sort of notion of a theology.
I wouldn't tell you should believe in a real goddess that birthed the universe. I would tell you already believe in God. It's just explained to you by pseudoscience right now and theories from the Catholic Church.
You've just admitted that you will infinitely regress until we believe in God. Because no matter if we figure out what happens, let me finish. Do you like interrupting people? Right? No, because I just said what happens when we find out what happens before the Big Bang, and then you said, oh, well, you'd say congratulations, you found out what God done. Yeah, which means then that whatever happened before the Big Bang, when we find that out, you will say, well, God did that. And then when we say, well, actually, no, we found out what did that, you will say, oh, no, God did that.
Because
and you will keep
God.
going.
Hang on, dude. You've got to stop finish your line of thinking. We are God, so we're discovering ourselves, and it is infinite regression. We will keep looking deeper. We will keep finding bits more of the mystery, confirming there is a God mystery, and then we will discover a part of it, and we'll find another bigger mystery. It is infinite regression, the search for God through science.
Yeah.
Sorry to be so heated. I just really want to explain to atheists that they also believe in mental miracles as well. They've just had it explained to them, like how Elijah brought up by the Catholic Church, giving them a science religion, which is all totally fine, but God is there at the middle point of all of that as well.
I don't understand how you can take theist worldview, and this is what I meant. This is actually the demonstration of my point, that these theists have birthed atheists that think that all of what we know as human beings will advance to the point where we'll finally validate these stories, when it's all just religious. And we're all religious, so I'm not using that in it.
Why it makes me so angry?
I don't know. I hate it. I hate agreeing with Dawn. I hate agreeing with Dawn. Just putting that out there.
I need to work on that more than my flat Earth, don't I?
Yeah, just make sure you catch that clip that I got there.
It's Gnostic like me, so
he's right.
Angry about telling someone else God might exist.
See, that's the thing. Flat earthers and philosophers have been separated for some reason. But Don seems to be on point half the time when it comes to non-material things. I like it. Well, and then there's that word of material, because anything that's immaterial doesn't exist, but I mean, things that don't exist can't be thought about. That's my philosophy. So what is non-existence really? I can't juxtapose material versus supernatural. I mean, yeah, people would argue with that, but whatever. It's my philosophy.
So we should look to the Indian concept, Brahman, because it explains specifically that it's not personal, it's not a being. It's not even a creative force, it's just God pretending to act out the universe. And play of energies.
If you guys are done with this, I'd like to explore with Gummy Bear. Gummy Bear just said he doesn't believe in the Big Bang Theory.
For it, you won't get no argument from me.
Yeah, I would say that the Big Bang is probably like third or fourth out of the different models that I know of, like in what I believe to be the most probable to be true.
But you do realize if you don't believe in the Big Bang Theory, right? Puts the current cosmology, out the window, right?
Would it?
Would it not?
No, of course not. There are other explanations that lead to the exact same cosmology we have today, as in of today, It just doesn't look the same in the past.
Yeah.
I don't. Can you give us a? Yeah, you got to be a little more specific.
Well,
Give us an example. How?
Okay, so one that I would place very high would be the I'm pretty sure it's called the bouncing cosmological model, where essentially
What time?
you. Yeah.
Please include the time period as well. Sorry.
Well, so essentially, it would be pretty much the same kind of time period from where we are now to where people would say the Big Bang was, but
No,
not
I'm
quite
sorry.
as
I
far.
mean, when this knowledge came to be by humans, when did they start documenting it? Like when you talk about a cosmology, just give the birth of that cosmology by humans, like the time that it was positive.
I'd have to look that up.
Why does any of that matter?
I
The
really don't
ideas
know
what
why that
matter.
matter. Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm asking him. Oh, you mean the time frame? Because if he's saying you'll get to the same result even if you don't believe in the Big Bang, I happen to know that none of these cosmologies or cosmogonies agree with each other specifically because they're different. They're just different. It's not even agree. They're just different, both from a different view.
Yeah,
So
that didn't answer my question. My question was why does it matter when this idea was posited by humans? The only thing that matters is the idea.
No, the time frame does matter specifically so that we can differentiate because he's saying, well, there's a parallel here. So the time frame would matter. So that we know that one thing wasn't plagiarized from the other, right? So I'm just covering all my bases here.
Yeah, but even if it was plagiarized, it doesn't matter. So what
If it was
the point
plagiarized,
is?
then there's one origin and it's not different like he said.
Okay.
Oh,
Gummy, can you explain this bouncing theory? Because
So essentially, So essentially, think of it this way: that with the commonly posited Big Bang theory, essentially what they've done is they've made measurements, and then they've extrapolated from that data back to as far back as possible, and it essentially extrapolates into a singular point. Now, what the balancing cosmological model says is that you can't take the data and extrapolate it that far because that's when you get to this ridiculousness of a singular point. Instead, what happens is within the balancing cosmological models, you have a period of inflation, which happens very early, and then it expands, and then eventually you reach critical mass, I guess, would be the term for it, but not necessarily mass, but rather energy, where the universe then starts to shrink. So instead of inflation, deflates to the point where it then collapses very small, doesn't collapse to a point like in the Big Bang, but then to a point where the density is so high that it starts inflating again. So essentially there's periods of inflation, deflation, inflation, deflation. It never reaches that point of a Big Bang singularity, but it does reach the point of the inflationary period.
Idea?
I don't know who.
Or did Hawkins rebut that? Because the expansion and the crunch of the universe. Yeah, that's all included from the same people, from the same theists. Like the same theists have come up with that. Well, I guess your point is that they're different cosmologies, but it's
that would be. It is definitely a different
that's not
cosmology than the Big Bang. It's different in the sense that it posits that there isn't no like start to this of a Big Bang singularity, but rather it's a continuous inflation deflation. So it does make a different claim, but the way the universe has ended up today does seem to work together with both models because it's using the same data.
And this process of deflation,
they're making the same presuppositions.
Hold on, Elijah. And you got a really bad mic, mate. It's really hard to see. Are you able to fix it or check in and come back out? Because it's absolutely.
No, this might be the best that there is.
Yeah. All right.
No one else is complaining.
A couple of people have.
Yeah, that was before when I had my poncho on. I don't have it on now, and I was told I was heard.
Well, it's still pretty bad. Anyway.
Well, it's gonna be what it's
anyway,
gonna be.
all right, okay, Elijah, drop it. Okay, you've already said that's the best it can get. All right. This process, Gummy, of this inflation, deflation, inflation, is this a process that is still going on today? Because you know,
Yeah. So based on based on the current measurements, we are seeing inflation. We are seeing well, of course, within the globe model and whatever, we would say that we see inflation of the expansion of space. The dark energy essentially is what that's all about. How space is expanding, it is inflating. Not the same kind of inflation as was in the very beginning, like when people talk about the inflationary period, but it is still inflating, as in it is growing bigger. And the one of the reasons why this isn't as popular as, for example, the Big Bang, is because based on our current measurements, because of the fact that it is constantly it appears to be accelerating in inflation. The theory is that it isn't actually going to reverse and start deflating, but rather end up in heat death, where everything is essentially energy just succumbs to entropy over time and becomes just uniformly distributed, essentially.
So everything destroys itself and becomes even.
Well, essentially, energy will spread out, and it's going to continue forever of energy just increasing in entropy and just dissipating.
Okay. And this is called the bouncing theory.
So it's usually called either called the Big Bounce or the Big Crunch. But I'm pretty sure that the main way of saying it is the bouncing cosmological model.
Okay.
I think.
So you're not aware that has been disproved because of dark energy, Gummy?
Did I not just talk about how people why it's not the most popular model because of the measurements of dark energy? It's not the same as saying it's disproved, but that's why it's not as prevalent as the Big Bang model. I did go into that.
Well, I would say disproved outright.
Okay, well, that would be what you believe, but I don't believe that it disproves it outright. So,
fair enough.
Yeah, I would say that until we know the source of dark energy or why it ends up being a thing, or know more about it, we cannot make that conclusion. I would definitely say
we don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I would say there is no such thing as a dark energy. I would say we messed up with the calculations of current theory of gravity, and we just made that stuff up. That's what I would say.
Right. That's another possibility.
SE, do you understand that we could have a slightly different beginning before the expansion that isn't called a Big Bang, and it doesn't debunk everything?
Essentially, everything would be similar up until the inflationary period, but instead of extrapolating all the way to a singularity, it would be some other sort of thing, like this bounce, the Big Crunch.
Yeah, but I want Don to... Let me respond to Don. Do you understand, Don? Because you came up with the silliness of dark energy, which is an expansionary force, that theory cannot exist. It's gone.
No, I don't agree with that. Dark energy could still apply in Gummy Bear's other scenarios.
Right.
You ever looked into the Big Bounce essay?
Yeah, I've heard that before. There's also the brain theory. Brain, not brain as in the brain.
Yeah.
Like walls colliding and rebanging. There's many world theories. There's a whole bunch of different theories.
Another one I would put quite high up there, just as the bouncing one, is the black hole theory, the black hole cosmological theory. where essentially every black hole is its own universe, and so our universe is a black hole within a bigger universe.
Yeah, but these are hypotheses at best.
Of
You know
course,
that, right?
all of this will be hypothesis because we cannot go back billions of years back in time to show what is true. Of course,
Well,
they're hypotheses.
I'm glad we agree on that, but it's taught as proof today. It's taught as, yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
Then you're
Definitely.
misinterpreting
the
the way it's.
SC, they do try and push it as fact in the science community, but it's. I think maybe you're still exaggerating the fact.
Well, maybe, but
it's not a hypothesis. It's not even testable. It's not a testable hypothesis. It's worthless.
That's true too, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's a theory, I think, Jeremy, than a hypothesis.
Yeah, it's definitely a theory, and it is testable, not in the same way that something is physically testable in your hands, but the repercussions of it are testable.
Could it be
the results of
classified? Could it be classified as theism to any extent?
Definitely.
I mean, in a sense, yeah, I guess. If someone truly believes that the Big Bang happened, then that would be a theistic belief.
Fuck yeah,
Theory
Gummy
about
Bear.
creation.
You're on the money, brother. Right on.
I would challenge anyone who claims that they know for sure the Big Bang happened. I would question them because that would be a theistic belief. Yeah, I would agree with that.
So let me ask you a question. If you were doing an exam in college or university level and that question came up, do you think A, B, and C, if you were to say not the Big Bang, do you think that they would fail you or accept that answer?
Within my school system, they would 100% accept that answer, but I cannot say the same for America.
You're telling me in your school system, if it was A, B, C, and D, and none of them were, it's not the Big Bang, it's something else, that would be accepted?
That's not a question.
No, that's
a test question is absurd.
Yeah, I've been within my schooling system. We were not taught that the black hole is guaranteed what happened. We did have more, like it was elaborated more on it than just saying, "Oh, the Big Bang is what happened." They're very good in the Swedish school system, which is where I've grown up, in saying that this is the current held belief, the current most what's the word? Current most believed theory. They never say.
Beautiful. That's all I could ask.
See, when they're theories in university and stuff, they don't say to. So we've taught you some ideas about how the universe could have started. Now I'm going to ask you to tell me the exact true answer. If you get it wrong, you failed. No one does that. That's not what happens in university.
Yeah, but it was a thought piece, because he's just saying, well, just to figure out where he's at, I would have asked the same question. It's like, okay, well, hypothetically speaking, because I'm trying to figure out if this
answer is they wouldn't fail you because they would never ask that.
Bro, I was in the middle of talking, bro. I know you don't like that. That's why I've stopped doing it to you.
Sorry.
It's annoying.
I felt like you were. I already knew the point, but I shouldn't have interrupted. I've already got your answer for you. That's why I'm excited to answer. The answer is they wouldn't fail you because it would never be a question. It would never be a question.
I would also
so
say
they wouldn't fail you.
You can't defend yourself after saying it was an absurd question. I was only telling you why it was actually a decent question, and you wanted to jump ahead to agree with me. You don't see how ridiculous that is?
Okay, hold.
So if it's not a decent question, let me finish my point and be quiet. So it's a decent question because, again, to Americans, they dogmatically believe this to be the truth of reality. Not an interpretation, the truth. So if you were to ask someone like that, hypothetically speaking, in where you go to school at, if there was a test that structured questions in such a way, for instance, there's the Big Bang and there's this other thing and there's this third thing or whatever, and you picked something other than the Big Bang, would they fail you?
I've got
That's a fine question.
Elijah, listen to me. I've got a new answer quickly. If It was a dogmatic school where they really wanted you to know the truth of the Big Bang that they thought was the truth. Yes, you'd fail if you didn't answer it correctly, but no school is like that.
And I would say that based on my previous like interactions within the school, I know that if that were to happen, let's say we got a teacher that made it such, and I answered not the Big Bang, and that teacher failed me, I would raise that to the principal and get it looked over.
Right.
Can I just
And
ask something?
the point is, I'll finish. I swear it'll be quick. That's point well received. The point is, for some reason, even though you know that, John, I guess he knows that. The other guy knows. As far as we all understand, we're in agreement. However, the people that come to argue with us argue as if that it isn't true. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're conflating some people believing the Big Bang is total fact with it having to be taught in school that it's a total fact.
What do you think of?
Oh, go ahead. I did say I'd be quiet. Go ahead. Sorry.
What do you think of when Brian Cox says the Big Bang actually happened because we can see the after effects, we can see the cosmic background microwave radiation, which comes from the Big Bang itself. So we have to believe in the Big Bang because we can see it.
It doesn't say you have to. He
So-
says he does.
You're all right.
I believe he's
But
being
if he
religious,
said-
but he's also a
if-
clever man. That's what I believe.
Let's say if he said that, then I would challenge him and say, while you are correct that we do see cosmic background radiation, a Big Bang is not the only explanation for such a thing. It is a explanation or an explanation, but it is not the final one and only explanation.
Well, I mean, his exact words were, the Big Bang happened because we can fucking see it. Now, that was his exact word.
Said we can see the after effects. He doesn't say we can see the Big Bang.
And who cares what he said? Listen to my words. I say he's full of it. I say he's full of it. That's what I said. My exact words.
So is every Christian when they preach what they believe is true, right? It's the same.
We also were talking about American schools being very dogmatic and very hard on science. Are y'all aware that Tennessee last year attempted to have evolution removed from biology books?
Really?
Why did they do that?
Because
Which
they were
state was
Christian
that in?
fundamentalists. I believe it was Tennessee. It was a bunch of Christian fundamentalists fought it all the way to the Supreme Court.
And how did it work out? How did that work out for them? Not too good, I imagine.
Thank God they lost because evolution's a fact.
That's because.
Thank God they lost. Listen to his words.
It's because
Thank God
Christianity
they
still
lost.
controls the school system, and the Freemasons haven't done enough work yet. That's why they lost.
So I looked up this video called Brian Cox, Why Did the Big Bang Happens? And 20 seconds into the video, he explains that the prevailing cosmological model is the Big Bang Theory, and then goes on to explain it.
Exactly. That's what they teach people in school.
Yeah, but do you get
prevailing theory?
Yeah. Do you get that? That's not the saying. The prevailing theory is the same as saying this might not be the truth, but it is what we seem to think with the limited information we have right now. He is not saying it happened for sure. He's saying this is our best understanding.
Yeah, but you missed my question, I think. The soul, like you missed the substance and soul of my question. In a test, would you be given leeway not to choose that answer? That's my question.
Yeah,
maybe
and
my
answer. Yeah, my answer was here in Sweden. I am 99% sure that yes, we would, and even if the teacher didn't give us leeway, we would be able to escalate it to, for example, the principal, and eventually get leeway. But I also said I cannot say the same for America.
This would not go down well.
I haven't been there. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is what's happened here in Sweden, where, for example, we got a teacher kicked out because they were a bad teacher. And I know how my system works, but I cannot say the same for America because I haven't studied there, and I've heard a lot of bad stuff about it. So,
See, they teach you a subject. Sorry, did I cut somebody off there?
I was just going to point out at Brigham Young University, you would probably get it wrong if you marked Big Bang.
Yeah, well, that's a whole
Christian
different
schools,
story. Yeah.
You'd get it very wrong if you marked Big Bang.
A Christian university, right? So
not very common, but I reckon they exist.
A Christian university that is publicly funded by your tax dollars.
Well, not mine. I'm Canadian, but point taken. Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I would also say that if America's school system does do that, like teach Big Bang as the one and only truth, undisputed, I would agree with you that that is not a good way of teaching science, especially, but most things.
Yeah, no.
Well, that's how they do it, bro. That's how they do it. They don't teach you how to think.
I know.
They teach you. Listen. This is how the school system works here. They teach you how things work. For example, an atom, right? They'll tell. Well, before they used to say nucleus, proton, neutron, and an orbital electron, right? Now, ABC, you would have to say that the electron orbits. That would be the correct answer. If you wouldn't say that, you'd be gone. But now, fast forward 30 years, now you have to say it's a probability. It's in a cloud, a probability cloud. Do you understand? They don't teach you how to think. They teach you the correct thing, and you have to answer in that manner.
Okay.
Don't kick you out of school for not believing everything. That's a misnomer.
Hold on. And I gotta say, so for example, the way our school system works is originally when we were younger, we were taught the Bohr model where they orbit. But we are specifically told that this is what's called the Bohr model. It is a simplification, and then later in university we find out about orbitals and the probabilistic nature of it. That's not the same as saying they are orbits the same way a planet or a moon orbits a planet. As saying this is the simplified model, and they they definitely here at least they specify that it is a simplified model, but. And all I can do right now is take you for your word that they don't say that in your schools. They teach it as fact.
No, you're going after the fact that they discovered whatever they discovered. I'm talking about before they even thought of quantum mechanics, right? Before of the probabilistic cloud theory, the prevailing thought among scientists was the orbital model, correct?
And most of them agreed.
Yep.
Well, just to point out really quick, an example of this is when I used to get the right answer to a mathematical problem, but because I didn't get there the way that they wanted me to get there, the way they showed me how to get there, I got an F. Because I was supposed to do it exactly the way they said.
Right, because the way you did it was like copying off of Jennifer's paper, and they don't like that.
No, but yeah, I agree with that as well. Is that I hear a lot about the what's it called, the common credit? No, what's it called there? You're like standardized teaching.
Common Core.
Common Core. That's it. Yeah. Like I've heard a lot of really shitty things about Common Core, about how you need to do you need to do long division this exact way, otherwise you'll get an F, and that's definitely like a bad thing. That if it's true, which it seems to be, I would once again say that the American system is bad, because in my school, like, we're encouraged to actually understand why something works, and if we want to use a different method, then we're fine to do so, as long as we understand why we use it and if it works.
Exactly, and that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. And this circles back to you, Dawn. Boom. We have a crap education system, but I'm educated because I've educated myself. There you go. So,
Elijah, about the maths thing, what if you did learn their actual method and you did it their way, it would have been easier for you? Maybe that was true.
well, if it was easier that way, I would have done it that way. But I figured it out on my own because,
I'm just saying that there's a reason they teach you a certain way because it's supposed to be.
I know
the
when I
best
asked
way.
my teacher in I think it was 11th grade, I asked him what's wrong with the way I did it. Yeah, and I can't even remember now because I'm terrible at math. But he says, "Show me how you did it." I did it. He's like, interesting, but you got to do it the way that I'm telling you to do it, or I can't pass you. That's what he said.
Because the schools teach repetition and compliance. That's their main goal.
Right.
But
And
so
if you would
so
have done
the
it the way he asked you to do it, you'd probably remember right now how to do it.
Yep.
They're not
but
there
and
to
it,
teach you math. They're there to comply and repeat, like you're told.
But the thing is, for example, in my school, I did use so at one point I was this little shitty kid who thinks he knows better than everyone, and so I was using this different method in math, which would give me the right answer most of the time. I know. And then I would tell my teacher, like, why don't people use this? This seems to be so much simpler, and I understand it better. And he said, well, while your method works a decent amount of times, it doesn't work in these circumstances. While the method he taught us works in all the cases, and essentially told me why the thing I was doing isn't really correct fully because it has flaws. But he didn't tell me like, oh my God, you're wrong, you're retarded, you need to use my method or whatever. He explained your method is wrong because this and this. That's why this method is better. So yeah, I just from what you're saying, the American school system is just complete and utter trash. That's all I'm hearing.
Right, and now some could say, hey, you didn't listen to the part where your teacher told you what he said, which is what you said just now. And yeah, I can't. How would I be able to validate? How would I be able to refute that in any meaningful way? That they're not going to believe me regardless. But if you ask any American about this, right? There's a lot of different answers to specific equations, and they're like, well, that's because I learned how to solve this way, and others go, well, we learned how to solve this way. That's a whole meme online.
Fries are done.
It's a whole meme. So, and I understand that you guys are trying to delegitimize the points that we might be, or not even delegitimize, but just to get to the bottom of, the meat. But the whole point is that what we're saying is actually what the case is. All we're saying is, they just want you to dogmatically approach things the way that they want you to approach things. And you're not really meant to question things that go outside of the paradigm of their worldview or their curriculum. That's just the truth here in America.
Well, that's because they want to raise good little workers and not individual thinkers, which is capitalism for you.
Now you're starting to catch on.
At the same time, Messi, I also believe that because I've had a good education and I haven't been taught as a little worker, that even though they do like little workers, most of the things they teach you are correct. And the things
Well, I
you
must
challenge.
say, you did surprise me today. I did think you were a little drone before, I must be honest. But now, today, you surprised me. You actually do think for yourself. So, kudos to you.
You don't. Have you not been here for the conversations where I talk about how I believe space time is a really bad, like the way they use space time is a really bad paradigm, and that there would the best way would be somewhere in between ether and space time, for example, is something I've talked
No, I
about.
never heard you. No, I've always heard you like Wikipedia answers always.
Okay.
The model. So.
No, but that would be another thing, for example, that I believe in is that the way a lot of scientists say that space time, that's like nothingness, and like you have the fields which are points in this nothingness, and all of the. I believe that is a really bad way of talking about this paradigm, and that the correct way is somewhere in between ether and space time.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you're actually thinking this stuff for yourself. Great. I wish it could catch on to other people.
It's not just that he's wacky and having a pipe dream, Essie. He's read papers about quantum physics and different theories. It's not just him. Other people think this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's refreshing to hear. Good.
I mean, I believe the future like theory that's gonna like be the unifying theory is probably quantum loop theory, is what I believe. But
I believe that unicorns fart rainbows.
Yeah.
Brilliant,
And it's those
brilliant
rainbows that
move.
cause refraction.
I mean, brilliant move to get people on side. I can see what you're doing, Gummy.
What do you mean? I
Yeah,
don't know.
that works with the boys, but it's unnecessary on neutral ground.
Gummy is trying other tactics.
Yeah.
He figures I can't get through to these guys with water and all this stuff, and I gotta try something else now.
Yeah, different tact.
You got to get on the extreme, man.
What's the schooling system in Sweden, Gummy? Is it the Montmorency or something along those lines?
You mean Montessori?
Montessori, yes.
So we do have we have some, or like we have a decent amount of Montessori schools here, but the majority aren't Montessori schools.
Right. Yeah. They're becoming very popular here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, very popular.
Yeah, they're also growing here, definitely. They have been growing over a long time here.
Yeah, they're all about free thinking and developing your own path.
Yeah.
It's
And
very
learning by helping others and all of these things. Yeah.
Yeah.
We definitely have, at least based on how I've compared it to other systems, a way more free and free thinking school system. Like we've always had, like, for example, one like very surface level example is because right now I'm staying in the UK, and one big thing I can see is like how, like here in the UK, you need to dress with their school uniform. You need to address your teachers by like Mrs. this or Mr. that or Professor this, Professor that, and all of this. While in Sweden, we're very much encouraged to dress how you've worn, and there's no bullying or not undressing, and you address teachers by their first name. They address you by your first name. You have a very respectful relationship with your teacher, and you can always come to them and ask them for help. And like it just, there's such a big difference in how it's like here in the UK. It seems like it's about respect and fear your teachers, but in Sweden it's more like respect and trust your teachers.
Yeah. Because if you look at if you, especially if you don't have so much of a structure home, like most people get their structure from the military or in some cases schools, because they learn to dress appropriately, tidily, and it's often a particular uniform that they must keep clean, and that's cool, but it sets you up to look at these people on the same level of authority as your parents, if not more, because they've given you some, bit of structure, and they actually are giving you the knowledge that your parents are sending you to get from them. So psychologically, you're less likely to challenge or question what they say. And then we all know that when you do challenge or question, there's no room for that, because the classes are so enormous, 30 people, in some overcrowded cases, 40 people a classroom. And if you have any questions, come after class. When you come after class, it's, this is what we're teaching, this is how we're teaching it, this is a part of the curriculum.
Well, yeah, it's like I just looked it up to double check. So in America, the average class size is 23, and the average in Sweden is 19. So we also do have like a lower average class size. I know like Finland has one of the lowest average class size and also one of the best schooling systems.
Look up democratic cities. Look at the average school size for them.
Let's see.
Like in big populated cities, because there damn sure isn't only 20-something kids in there.
Where'd you do a majority of your schooling, SC? Canada or back in Greece?
Canada.
Canada.
I didn't get along too good in school. One example, I wanted to bring this up. Compared to what he says about his teachers, and no, it's not the same. Not the same here in North America. For example, I asked my teacher, why is cat spelled with a C and not with a K? You know what she told me? Because that's the way it is.
Yeah, she's right.
And you were smarter that day than any other day. You left that
Imagine
classroom
that,
so
dummy.
smart. Oh yeah, to me that's just like it's so sad that there are teachers like that.
What do you
I
think,
definitely think
Dummy, she should have said you can easily spell cat with a K. It just won't look like everyone else.
no.
Or she could have gave me an explanation.
There is an answer to someone who's a linguist or someone who studies the origin of language. So there would be an answer. The teacher didn't have a sufficient answer, but she also didn't tell him, "Look, I don't have the answer. I'm ignorant on that side. Perhaps I can help you. Maybe Professor Vanagan knows, or like something helpful other than that's the way it is."
Yeah, I agree. I think she should have said, well, we do spell the word cat with a K, but that's the name Catherine sort of thing. Or it can be. And we've just decided on C because K has more meaning. It's like a harder K in some ways. C is softer. And we've just chosen to use C instead of K. So when you write cat with a K, you look silly.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, so I'm not a linguist, but I'm pretty sure that the teacher should say something like, well, language is partially based on tradition, and cat comes from Latin, which I just looked up, which it comes from kata, which is spelled with C, while something like kitten, where you use a K, actually comes from an Anglo-French word kiton, which uses a K. And so it comes from the history of the word, where one comes from Latin and the other from Anglo-French. And so it has a reason behind it. Yeah.
That's the way it is now. If
yeah.
you want to make sense with other writers, that's the way it is now.
So just saying, oh, but that's just how it is a very cop-out way of saying it, while I believe that a good teacher would tell you something like what I say.
Yeah. Then I had another teacher that took a swing at me. How do you like that?
Give us the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
But what he didn't know is that I was taking, with my friend, we were doing some boxing. So I ducked and I gave him an elbow or something. I forgot what I gave him, and he went flying down about 7-8 flights of stairs.
Yeah.
Welcome to the North American education system, Gummy.
Yeah. I mean, we had a teacher that was very like he would give the girls like good grades and like telling them that they don't have to do the test and things like that, being like extremely like that. And then he would also correct test, or what's the word? When you when the teacher takes in a test and says if it's correct or not, I forgot the word, but he would do that wrong and tell like on yes or no, like on false or true answers, he would correct them wrong and give you no credit even though you gave the right answer and things like that. And so we just went, like a group of us, like 4 or 5, to the principal and told them like, oh, we're having problems with this teacher because of this and that. And then a month later we had a new teacher and we never saw that teacher again.
Yeah, in America, it goes the opposite way. The teachers go, So you're not doing anything wrong. Everyone has problems with this particular. No, that's unfair. If some shit is blatant and the right people call it out, it's not gonna fly. No, let me not do that.
There's no way that you can get away with stuff like that here. Don't think for a second, Gummy, that the education system here in North America resembles in any way what you've been saying.
Oh yeah, I definitely know it doesn't, and it's definitely something that I hear said a lot. But yeah, it's all I can say is that that's kind of sad.
It sounds crazy, like when he says, the teacher swung at him. I mean, just look at the videos. Well, I haven't seen many of them now, but if you go back to 2015, 2014, you can see videos all over Facebook about how maybe a student was being a little argumentative or disruptive, not throwing shit around or anything, or maybe not even always yelling. Perhaps they came late and the teacher's like, well, you can't come in. And they're like, I'm already sitting down. I'm here. I have a valid reason. Or, well, no, you got to get out. I've seen them, the teacher, straight up like a big burly dude, body slam a fucking middle school girl. And that's happened, there's many videos of this happening. That shouldn't be happening. I don't know if that's happening where you're at, but it definitely happens here.
It's very rare for something like that to happen here, yeah.
Couldn't happen on a flat Earth, though.
See, there's no respect shown to students here. You come in, you sit down, you listen to the teacher, you pass the test or you fail the test. That's it. There's no discussions. There's no, well, could it be this? No, it's this on this date. This happened, and that's that.
Can I play devil's advocate? Argue that in some places, sometimes during some days in some American schools, kids get taught real things that they wouldn't have known if they didn't go to school, and that's good.
Yeah, I guess I can give you that. Yeah.
Yes.
But the thing is as well, Don, is what I would say is that if, like, for example, I think that one of the main reasons I got into physics and things like that is because I had a really good physics teacher early on that was very good at like making his student engage. And I'm pretty sure that if I was in a different school, like in America, I don't think I would have liked to like physics as much as I do now. And
if you went through my school life, you would have had to work pretty hard to find good physics lessons.
And it's like, and the thing is as well is I feel like you can get a lot of respect in my school from being a good student or like a studious student. Like one example would be that like I was doing very well in our programming class, and I pretty much worked ahead like at home because I found it very interesting. And my teacher essentially went like halfway through the year. He was like, "Well, you pretty much know everything that there's to know from this course, so you don't even have to show up to class anymore unless you want to."
I'm just saying, but not just USA. I believe SE that in USA the school is mostly shit. But I'm just saying, even those schools are shit. Like at the time, they were trying to teach me as fact. This happened in the Tudor Rose War. The pyramids were built by these people. Chemistry works like this. And mostly I trusted them that they were usually right. But slowly I worked out that it's not all true. It's not supposed to be. Education isn't every single fact perfectly true. It's just a series of information that can help you grow as a human. So I left school and I then knew pyramids existed. And it was weird. And old people built them, and even the experts and the teachers are not quite sure why. They can't explain the rituals inside or why people wanted to build this. And I learned that wars happen and there's cults. I learned true things from school, even though it was shit.
I think what they do in schools is that they mix truths with lies. You know, they show you things that are true, and then, you know,
all of life, right? But you have to find your own mind, pick out the bits what seem true. Be honest with yourself.
Yeah, but
You
why
got
do
to make sure you don't do so arbitrarily or simply by following what you want to be true.
Right. Yeah,
That's when you end up in the wrong places.
School can push you in the wrong direction, obviously.
Oh yeah.
They're so sure about themselves.
Yeah, 2 points. One, I think we're all products of good education systems because we learned how to think for ourselves, right? So there's that, there's that going for us. So I think like on that level, and then like, you know, who's to say and why would one expect like the public school system to teach you the end all be all? And a further point, don't they have in every fucking school you'll ever go into, it says on the walls, knowledge is power.
But if that knowledge is not true, then what is it?
Yeah, but and another thing as well though is that even if
That bypasses his point. Sorry, because the fact that they say knowledge is power is like has no bearing on whether they're giving you like true knowledge or not.
Right.
And
Yeah, it's
what I was
power to
gonna
them
say-
because they're giving you the wrong information.
Yeah, but what I was going to say as well, though, is that even if, let's say that, the American system is like it is right now, but let's say for a second that in this imaginary universe, everything they are teaching is actually also factually true, even then I would say that's a bad system because it isn't teaching you to think for yourself. It's literally just feeding you, this is a fact, memorize it, know it, don't challenge it. And that's not a good way of teaching in my mind.
School teaches you
if they're correct.
to pay attention and do it as you're told. It doesn't teach you to think for yourself. That's the problem.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Is I don't believe that is school shouldn't just be about teaching you, oh, here's a fact, memorize it, know it. It would be, here's a fact, here's how to think about it, here's how we arrived at it, this is why it might not be true, this is why we believe it's true, and like actually give you more than just like here's a fact, or rather here's a fact and here's how we arrived at it.
My school tried to do that. My school tried to do that, but they fell into indoctrination by accident because they're weak people. I don't think it was set up like. I do think it was originally set up hundreds of years ago by communist New World Order people to indoctrinate the children, but I don't think any of the current teachers in my school were responsible. Like they thought they were trying to do their best.
Well, I believe that the school, because I believe kind of mainstream history, which says that schools were kind of started around the Industrial Revolution where they wanted educated workers. And so school is made to create workers.
There is some
and I believe that's still pretty much
to
true.
train people to do jobs in fields of industry, yes.
It still
that
is
was
that,
the whole
isn't
point.
it?
And I believe that is an outdated way of thinking of schooling. That's not how it should be anymore. But that history still has a grip on it, and that's something.
And they don't plan on changing it, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
But when there's a headmaster, he's not thinking, killing these kids, inquiry skills.
Right.
I'm getting them ready for the factory slaves. He's not thinking that. He's thinking, I'm doing my best to teach the kids some facts.
Well, no, the teachers don't know that what they're teaching is a deception because they're deceived as well.
Yeah.
Well, no, to add to that, they opt into the system that's already there. They get their credentials and then they look to a school to hire them. And then if they go outside of that curriculum, they're quickly disposed of, right? So, of course, it's not a system in which if a teacher is going to say, well, I'm actually going to do the moral thing, or I have a different philosophy, and so I'm going to go ahead and teach, that this might be the case. However, because when students start saying, well, my teacher said, well, you could think of it that way, but there's another way. If too many kids start saying that, they're going to put that teacher up for review. So no, the system isn't made for a teacher to. I would never blame them.
I do think some of them are part of the problem, and they could have worked out that they are part of the problem by now. But what I'm saying is, they're not blatant indoctrination centers. It was just set up that way in the past, and it's still not changed.
It's a dirty game, and someone's got to play.
I send my kids.
I got a question for you, Don. If I take a basketball, I hold it up in the air, and then I pour water on top of it, does the water stick to the ball? Does it stick to the ball?
Dude, I'm not engaged.
Now, if I spin that basketball and then I put water on it, does it stick to the ball?
I'm not engaging
No.
with the bullshit.
Right.
I'll give you the proper
It's not bullshit.
The answer is
the truth.
it won't mean anything either way because Earth's underneath it. That's
No, it doesn't mean anything because you decided in your mind that you're not going to
Earth's
listen.
underneath it. That's why it
Can
won't
I
mean
let you know that normies, like I spoke to a very intelligent globe earther earlier, who because of my argumentation thanked me and said, wow, I never had other things to consider. Here's what he told me. Most flat earthers he comes to says, oh, NASA, CGI, oh, look at the water on the ball, it spins off, blah, 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 blah. People hate that. You know why? Because we've been preempted. This conversation has been set up for when normal people who don't really care too much about the conversation hear what you're saying, they shut down.
You are
Therefore,
totally 100%
we have to
correct.
change our stance. We have to change it. We don't need to do all that.
So Ryan, take that bit of advice.
Well,
If
let
you
me
talk
put it a
about
different way.
pouring water
Okay,
on
let
a
me put it a
ball,
different way.
It makes us think you're
If
silly.
mass attracting mass is what causes gravity, then how did the Earth ever form? What was there in the beginning to suck all the stuff to it? Where was the gravity at? It had to have been there already, right?
It's a bit of a mystery, which we could talk about.
So you don't know, but yet you're arguing.
I've got ideas.
Very good. There you go. You admitted another one.
I mean,
you
at
just
least
haven't.
you've moved on from basketballs and water to actually Earth.
Well, you're really being honest today. I'll give you that.
You want to talk about how Earth formed in my model?
You don't know how Earth formed.
Yeah, I've got ideas, like I just told you.
Okay, you got an idea. Okay, tell us.
That's called some knowledge.
If they're not willing to accept that there is a presupposition,
No, wait. Let him explain.
you pointed it.
Now you want to hear.
I'm just saying in general, if they're not willing to accept that what they're positing as knowledge stems from presuppositions, then there's no need to you can't go forward. Like this because y'all will just be arguing.
Anyway. Point is,
you'll
when I
just be
say I've
arguing
got
all
some
day.
ideas about how Earth formed, that means I have some knowledge about how Earth might have formed. Yeah, that's what I mean. I've got knowledge on it. So it seems like you don't really want to know, even though you brought it up.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like we have this hard approach, but because of the nature of the discussion here. But we bring that out into the world, and that's why it's expanded pretty quickly, and it's still expanding. But it's not really popular to discuss because a lot of people, what they do know or think that they know, and a lot of that information is wrong. They can't really, the way they've gotten it, they can't carry that to someone else. That's the problem. Like certain shows, I can't share that with other people because they're not listening to the information, bypassing emotion and all that. They're saying, this person is rude. Why the fuck do you listen to this? Like the information never gets a chance. And I don't know if I don't know if people recognize that, and I'm just mentioning it, hoping that people, change their stance a little bit on how they disseminate their information. It's very important because the ultimate goal is for more people to talk about it. Well, when you have people that are like off-putting, less people talk about it, even if they're thinking about it. And we don't want people who are thinking about it but not saying it, because that was all of us in school,
Ryan?
And look where that got us.
Are you talking about Ryan?
No, I haven't mentioned anybody specifically. I'm just speaking in general. There are certain shows that I.
Are you talking about the type of people that mention pouring water on a ball while standing on Earth?
No. I'm talking about people's argumentation and how they come across in general. It's like, okay, I get it when we're talking to anti-flat earthers, but what we perceive to be and what we call anti-flat earthers, we understand. That this is kind of how we've learned to talk. But then we go to talk to regular people, and it's like, ooh, when you're a third party listening to a seasoned flat earther talking to just a normal person, it's like it's like the most incoherent notes you've ever heard.
From what? The normal person or the flat earther?
The normal person, the normal person, even me as a flat earther, listening to a flat earther talk to a normal person bothers me more oftentimes than it doesn't.
I have a different opinion on this. When I listen to a seasoned flat earther talk to a normal person, I do have the hint that the normal person has no idea what they're talking about. But I also, bigger than that, have the hint that the flat earther is making stuff up to the normal person.
Yeah, well, that's a different point. That may be true in many instances. Sure.
If you need to make stuff up, it's very, very telling, a huge red flag that you're not talking about truth.
That's correct. But the bottom line is, you know, when you're saying water doesn't stick to a ball, like, look, if I talk to my friend, no, it's an example because a lot of you know what, because I can just go to Facebook and just copy paste the same conversation 1,000 times.
Elijah, tell him that it's a stupid argument to talk about.
I might just local mute you to just continue my point because it's like getting derailed for that is like
Ryan,
totally
make sure you
unreasonable.
listen to this point.
Point being that if I were to tell my sister or somebody, hey, water doesn't stick to a ball, they might go, yeah, that makes sense. But they might go, no, because you have the earth underneath and you could never actually, that it would be stupid for you to think that you could just hold up a ball and hold a ball of water as if the gravity from the earth isn't going to pull that water right down to the ground. Like, okay, so that can't be your argumentation. At that point, you have to evolve. At that point, you have to progress the conversation. You can't just repeat. It's dumb of you to think that water sticks to a ball. Because obviously they think what they think for a reason, and you have to go in, epistemologically speaking, and undo that bad thinking. If you're not willing to do that, then I would even go on the limb to say you're doing more harm than good.
Would you give me the chance
because
now,
those
Elijah?
people then get turned off and don't listen to people like me.
Elijah, would you give me the chance?
Just like, who's to say I'm... people who actually have the time to have these conversations is what I mean.
You did very well correcting his point. I'd like to add to it and correct this point. Pouring water on a ball isn't a good test because it's nothing like Earth, because Earth is under the ball. So there's a huge gravitational force under the ball, pulling the water off the ball. So that makes it not a comparison with Earth in space with its own gravity field. That's why it's a silly thing to say, and it makes globers or normal, regular people, as Elijah put it, think you're silly and crazy. Like Dell.
Yeah, my response included everything you just said. Even though you said I'd like to make a correction.
You explained it really well. I wanted to confirm and double down on it for Ryan.
Like, that's just the reality. That's not a reality. You know what I'm saying? It's not a reality. That is the reality. It's like people believe the explanation. Okay, so go to the origin for which that explanation was given, and then decide if it's justified or not for yourself. That's up to that person. Because, okay, for example, if I say people can fly, and somebody's like, yeah, show me. And then I go around jumping, and I'm like, look at me, I'm flying. And you're like, no, that's not flying. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's like, Well, what is flying to you then? What is flying? Instead of saying that's not flying, which it obviously wouldn't be for this example, but it's like, why do you think that's flying? Can you explain that to me? And then somewhere in their explanation is going to expose the problem, or they're not going to be forthcoming. They're going to say, I don't need to tell you how. Google it, or some vague shit like that.
If I thought Ryan honestly thought that pouring water on a ball like Dell was good argument, I would try and explain to him why it isn't. But my instant reaction is no. You're being stupid.
I was trying to make a point.
Why would you think that basketball with water on it is a good comparison of Earth? Why would you think that?
Because you claim that the Earth is a giant basketball that holds water to it somehow.
Nope. Never happened.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Oh, you don't? You don't claim that? What do you claim?
Basketball is a toy you play ball games with. Yeah.
Well,
okay, so I'll take a ball
and then with gravity.
Come on, Don. You know what he means. Come on.
Dude, you're deliberately avoiding an obvious truth, bro. Come on.
A basketball is a sphere, so the commonality is a sphere. Obviously, a basketball is not a sphere, but we're basically. So the question becomes, okay, well, obviously you think this is a bigger mass, sphere size, like a basketball, sphere shaped like a basketball, but you believe that in this
Elijah, your mic doesn't sound that great. I can hear you.
Know that.
See, this is what you do whenever you don't like what somebody has to say.
Okay, I'll
so the bottom line is bro. I know you heard me trying to finish what I was saying, right? You did hear that, right? Okay. So when people say the Earth is like a ball that water does stick to, the question should really be, well, why do you think that? Because of gravity. What are you actually saying? Some are saying mass attracts mass. Some are saying that the curvature of space and time, blah, 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 blah. So when they say mass attracts mass, then you ask, okay, what's the evidence for that?
I would say if I was
I got a question. Don, can you demonstrate, can you show me a demonstration, okay, of any kind of magnetic field pulling on physical things besides metal? Can you show me a demonstration?
Well, I wouldn't quite go to a magnetic field because gravity, in his mind, gravity and magnetism aren't synonymous.
They're claiming gravity is a magnetic field that goes through the Earth that pulls on all of us.
Well, he's got a point then, because gravity, the magnetic field, right, Earth's magnetic field does exist. However, gravity, in their minds, exists as well, but there's no evidence of it. There's only evidence of the magnetic field. So
that was my point exactly.
The problem is what you're invoking as evidence of gravity is the fourth dimension, which is the bending of space and time, which is literally an apparition of light, right? That's all you're seeing is light.
It's also called a pipe dream.
You said there's no evidence, but the evidence is Cavendish and things falling, as you well know.
No, things
a man's name is not evidence.
Hold on, things falling is non sequitur. Because that's the thing you're trying to prove. You're trying to prove that things falling to the Earth is things falling towards the center of matter.
Why they fall.
No, I'm not.
That was a theory called gravitation.
Don't argue with me. Try to listen to what I'm saying so we can have a dialogue.
You're saying that things falling isn't evidence, and I'm telling you how it is evidence.
No, I'm telling you how it's begging the question.
No, I'm telling you, it's definitely not begging the question. It's evidence of gravitation.
Well,
no, it's not. It's not. Things falling is not evidence of mass attracting mass, because that would be a cherry picking fallacy. Why do you have to argue through me giving you a rebuttal when I waited to the end of your rebuttal?
Because you're asserting something, and I'm.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you get to talk through me, though. You asserted something first.
You're incorrect.
Well, are you afraid that people will hear what I'm saying and maybe think that something different?
Let me try real quick.
Let
me try real quick.
Hold on.
Not because I was in the middle of a fucking explanation.
Elijah, hold on. All right, I'm trying to clear the floor for you. All right. Now, Dawn,
Yes, sir.
let him finish his point, and if you feel he's incorrect, then correct him. But please correct him at the end of his statement. Go,
I'll
Elijah.
try.
Go.
So like I said, things falling down to the earth isn't proof for mass attracting mass. It's just not. That's why there's the whole, I don't even know if that's why there's the whole Cavendish thing, because they're trying to determine the density, which includes other presuppositions that haven't been validated. Point being that you would have to validate mass attracting mass. Things falling to the floor can't be that, because we already experienced that. You can't attribute that to an idea that can't be validated, lest you beg the question.
Well, can I say
way
something
that,
real quick,
Hang on, I'll
Elijah?
just answer
No,
quickly.
no.
I understand your point, but for me and everyone else that believes in the globe, Earth, and gravity, things falling is evidence for it. So it might
Well,
not be for you,
what
but
if
it is
things
for
didn't
us.
fall? What if things didn't fall? What if I could take an object, whether it be metal, plastic, or wood, and either levitate it or stick it to a wall? What would you feel about gravity after that?
What if Ken Wheeler was correct about any of his theories? What if anything?
Well, I mean, let's not play this pedantic game here. I'm
Let's
just
not play
asking you a
what
simple
if.
question. You made a
What if,
claim
just so
that
we can talk about magnets. Let's not play
you
that
made a
game.
claim that gravity, there's proof of it because things fall, and I'm telling you that we can prevent that from happening. Okay, so how would you feel about gravity after I could flip your switch?
I'm afraid gravity is an established fact. There's no debating it for me.
So again, man, like you made a claim that things falling is your proof, and I'm telling you that I can prevent that from happening. How would you feel about gravity? And you're kind of reluctant to, I don't know, I guess entertain the
you can
idea.
make stuff hover with a weird magnetic contraption.
No, I'm not talking about a magnet, bro.
What are you saying then?
How about electrostatic cling?
You can do some weird science and make something hover. Is that what you're saying?
It's not weird science, bro. My son, my 9-year-old, my 9-year-old. Are you just gonna chant through me? Okay, go ahead, Don.
I'm trying to get to your real claim. Are you saying you can make
You
stuff
got
hover?
to just let them get to their claim, Dawn. I know you're excited on the edge of your seat to try and rebut them and answer them and stuff. But it doesn't matter, Dawn. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they take ages. Just let them take ages. All right.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Thank you.
So should I say something, Don, or is it your turn?
I would like you to tell me what your claim is about beating gravity.
Yeah. So my 9-year-old son, basically, he took a pencil, a number 2 pencil, and he stuck it to a wall. And then he took his pencil eraser and he stuck it to the wall. Then he took his pencil sharpener, which was plastic and a little bit of metal, mostly plastic, stuck it to a wall. Now, how do you think he did that, right, against your force of gravity by using electrostatics? It wasn't some crazy science experiment. It was just a little simple trick my son was able to do using electrostatic cling.
Okay. I believe
Even lick it sometimes
electrostatics
make it
can happen, and I believe things can sometimes stick in places. I believe you can even make things hover like the Nazis did. But I don't believe this debunks gravity for me in any way.
Okay, that's fine. That's your belief, but let's just get down to the facts here and the brass tacks of
No.
what's
When I
taking
say
place.
belief, I mean what I think.
Yeah,
result.
your
Full
thoughts,
stop.
your feelings, and your beliefs. That's fine. That's
What I think.
I'm
Full
not
stop.
challenging that.
Well,
my Bluetooth just died. Let me go get my other Bluetooth. Give me a second, Don.
You are challenging what I think.
All right, I'm grabbing it now. Hold on 1 second. Bear with me.
You saying stuff wrong before.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
All right. So where were we?
I think gravity's real, and you want me to consider it not being real.
Is gravity constant? Is gravity a constant effect?
I think it's mostly constant. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be constant from what they tell us, right? but if
constant?
yeah, but if I'm taking something right that's supposed to be constant, and
it should be constant. Why should it be constant?
He's going to spiral all the way around
your
this.
9.8 meters per second squared isn't a constant thing. Okay, got it.
No, the question is, why do you think it should be constant?
I don't base myself off of thoughts and feelings and beliefs rather than facts, and this is the facts given by mainstream.
You don't know the difference between conversing about what you think and some other set of facts that you've previously determined.
I think he does. I think he's trying not to let you confuse the two between each other. That's what I think he's trying to do.
So is there a point where you can show me that gravity is not a constant? Is there like a switch or something that can be flipped?
No.
So we're left with gravity is a constant.
Mostly constant, I believe. Yeah, I already said that.
Because we say so.
So is there another example you can give me where it's not constant that makes you feel that
as
it's
I just said, no.
I know, but you leave a small percentage of an opening by saying mostly, meaning it's not completely.
Exactly. That's why I said it.
Would you like an example of when gravity is not constant?
Kool-Aid, it's not your turn yet, bud. I'm having a little dialogue between me and Don right now. So I'm asking Don.
Offering you what he doesn't
that's fine.
have.
You can do that after. You can do that after, but just let Don concede to him not having the information that he's
I'm not conceding to anything you brought up ever.
He won't do that because he's a shill. He already admitted.
Yeah, but Don, you said mostly. What did you mean by mostly? Like
Sometimes it might not be constant.
And what example can you give me where it's that?
I said I can't give you an example twice.
Okay, so why would you invoke something that you can never prove or verify?
Not invoking anything.
Because he's trolling.
You said it's mostly, not always, but yet you can't ever.
To allow the possibility that sometimes it isn't.
Well, is that how science works?
I asked you to tell me why it should always be constant, and you've ignored that question.
Because there's no example you can give me where it's not.
You've
we're
ignored it and asked me a question in response, which I've answered 4 times now.
But you're talking through me every time I speak now, Don.
You also don't want the answer to that question. I've been trying to give it to you, and you keep stopping me. Do you want the answer to your question?
I wanted Don's answer. I'm having a conversation with Don.
I'm ready for Kool-Aid to explain how it's not constant.
All right, go ahead.
You don't want the truth. You don't want the answer. You want to make some stupid point, and it's freaking pathetic, dude. Listen to yourself.
We don't need your feelings. If you want to give the answer, but we don't need all that, okay?
Sure. Ready? Here's the answer. The study of bathymetry. The entire scientific discipline.
Here's the answer. You broke up, dude.
Bathymetry. The entire discipline of bathymetry.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
The entire body of science.
Yeah.
You want to elaborate on that?
Sure. The study of bathymetry is the process by which they mapped the sea floor. They did this through gravitational abnormalities that were originally detected by a free-swinging pendulum on board of the sailing ship. Nowadays, our technology is much better. However, the detection of gravitational anomalies on the surface of the water is still the primary way that underground mountain chains are mapped in the study of bathymetry.
So what does this have to do with gravity's effect being constant or not? Like, I'm kind of missing your point here, I guess. You there, Kool-Aid?
Let me try to break it down to smaller words. When you are sailing along the surface of the water, there will be gravitational anomalies and things that move where gravity either pulls more or pulls less, directly related to what is underneath the water at the bottom of the ocean. I.e., if you're going over a big mountain range, the gravitational anomaly will pull towards the mountain range with a greater force than if you're going over something like the Marianas Trench.
I thought they did side scanning, where there's like a beam that goes down, and then it spreads out, at a 90-degree angle, and that's how they know what's in the water.
Side scanning radar is a new technology that was one of the advances in bathymetry but it is extremely limited as it has a very shallow depth that it can go down to, and most of the time, at least in the true bathymetric studies, the depth is preclusive of a side scanning radar. You need a forward or a rear scanning radar so you can get it deep.
Well, it sounds a little
Can you
far-fetched, to
provide
be honest, Kool-Aid.
Can you provide some documentation?
Yeah, GNSS bathymetry.
So you're
talking
Hold on, let me write that in so I can come back later and see what's up with
Yeah,
this thing.
type in the word bathymetry into Google. You'll get all the definitions and all the studies you need.
Thank you.
So you're talking about the indifference of the surface of water having peaks and troughs, and this is equating to gravity's inconsistency. Is that what you're telling me?
I posted the definition of bathymetry. It's just the measurement of the depth of water in the ocean. That's it. That's what it is.
That was not at all what I said. Good job completely not listening, Dyslo. Way to prove that you don't want the information.
Look, bro, I looked it up on the dictionary, okay? I just saying what the definition was. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that the definition says it's the measurement of the depth of the ocean.
No, he's
Right,
not.
it's a measurement of the...
Number one.
So I'm not trying to, like, show you. I'm just telling you.
No, but what you haven't done is look into the methodology. You can't just look at the word and go, okay, measured how? That's the thing in question.
Yeah, I agree.
So does gravity increase or decrease towards the center nexus of your central point of gravity? That was for Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I know, but when you figure out how to listen to a question, I'll start listening, or listening to an answer, I'll listen to your next question.
I'm not going to answer because I know it will make me look.
They say Kool-Aid that they use echo sounders for bathymetry measures. So how is that? So if they use echo sounders, so some sort of sonar system, which obviously is very, very accurate with the mapping of the ocean floors, how is this in any way connected to gravity if they're using echo sounders to do it?
Great question, Bandsaw. This was the first half of my explanation. You are talking about modern bathymetry and the way it is done. When you actually look into the study and you look back into the day, before we had echolocation and LiDAR, we would do it with a swinging pendulum, a plumb bob sitting on the deck of the ship.
Okay, so how
you know what's interesting?
Hold on, Elijah.
Isn't the same method used to? I'm sorry.
Elijah, you just cut me off, buddy. You just cut me off.
Yeah,
how does a swinging pendulum calculate the depth of something? Now, I know that they use a swinging pendulum to calculate precession and these sorts of things. So now how do we use a swinging plumb bob to go, this is 10 feet, this is 50 feet, this is 100 feet? How can I possibly work out how deep water is by using a swinging bob?
Great question. When you have a plumb bob, it won't necessarily point straight down. It will point towards the largest mass, meaning if there's an underwater mountain, it points to the mountain, not straight down.
Okay, then. So then if you have a swinging plumb bob on a ship, right, the question is, how the hell do you get that plumb bob to be stable, right? So it is pointing towards a mountain for starters, because I know the Mount Schehallien project, where apparently they have a plumb bob that points towards that mountain in Scotland, but that is stable. So now we have an unstable plumb bob. How do we work out that is pointing towards a mountain? How do we determine that plumb bob is off plumb, right, to determine at all that it is swinging towards a mountain? I'd like to know the physics of that and how it's done.
Hey, just hopped in, Bandit. Are you asking? What are we asking about? Like the same thing I've been asking for years. How do we actually measure between the two plumb bobs? with every accuracy without this margin of error or anything like that?
No. Drink the Kool-Aid just came in and stated that the way we measure the depths of ocean floors in the old days was by using a swinging plumb bob. And that swinging plumb bob apparently pointed towards a mountain on the ocean floor. So my question was, well, this swinging plumb bob that's on a ship that's not stable, how do we determine that this unstable plumb bob is pointing anywhere in particular? You see my
Right.
dilemma, Grim? You see my dilemma?
Yeah, completely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it sounds highly inconsistent, inaccurate, and just I mean, you might as well take dowsing rods and fucking claim science.
Kind of, Dicelo, kind of, yeah. But maybe he'll come back and explain the technique.
How about extremesis?
That's what I was gonna bring up. The whole
Do you
dowsing
have
rod thing.
extremesis? Do you have a way to test gravity's constant, or it being a constant or not?
How could it be a constant? I mean, we don't
The
even live
whole
on a
body of
perfect
science,
sphere.
Dicelo.
Let's just cut the shit right there.
It was hard to make sense of what you were saying.
The whole body of science proves it, bro.
Yeah. So
Right, Kool-Aid?
what were you saying, Elijah? I didn't even catch.
No, I was saying like I guess what I'm saying has nothing to do with your question about the constant. I'm like, how is this constant derived in the first place? What is it?
Well, it's the
do
bending.
People know?
Yeah, I mean, gravity is the bending. It's the fourth dimension, right? It's the bending of space-time that they equivocate everything having this mass attracting mass notion to it, which is non-demonstratable. The only demonstration they have is the Cavendish, which, it has a lot of holes in it and a lot of variables that haven't been addressed, essentially. So I'm just wondering if there's what extremesis is thinking in regards to this, like if it's a constant or if there's a way to nullify the effect to a degree or anything for that matter. Stremy, you there?
How did I get dragged into this?
It's not dragging you in, bud. We're not trying to get an aha moment. I'm trying to understand your model a little better.
I don't really want to participate right now. I'm just listening.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I was actually going to say something about the Cavendish, because you guys don't hold, you guys don't give it the respect it's due, I believe, because it's not. You just said there's no demonstration of it except for Cavendish, which isn't true. There's plenty of other demonstrations, but Cavendish is a direct demonstration of what you're claiming doesn't happen. Like, it's a direct demonstration of showing the fact that there's a force there, and it's due to these two masses, equal to these two masses multiplied together, and the distance between them. It's like a direct demonstration of that. So I really don't know why it goes beyond that.
I mean, you're invoking a force due to this attraction between these two set objects, but you're not saying why they're coming together. You're not showing an exemplification of it other than just balls pendulating towards one another. But again, like, this can all be shown with a magnet. I mean, it's no different than a magnet. Like, you can never separate the north from the south pole of a magnet. Every time you cut it up, it always begets a new north and south pole. So there's no central nexus to a magnetic field, contrary to mainstream minds that can never, show this in practicality, only through words.
Yeah, so I don't know how that's an argument that magnetism also does something. Yeah, magnetism is a force. You can show magnetism. It's a different force.
No,
however, this isn't magnetism. This is something different, and that can be shown.
well, gravity and magnetism are fairly synonymous. You've just yet to understand how they're relatable. That's not my fault.
Really, because we were talking
Tried.
about this. We were talking about the Coulomb's law last night. We went over it for a long time, specifically how Coulomb's law. You know, when you're talking, when you have something, when you're discussing the charges, you have two scenarios. You have a scenario where you have like charges or opposing charges. You have scenarios where they attract and when they repel. This doesn't happen with gravity at all. There's
I mean,
no
that's.
gravitational.
Well,
force.
shape too,
I mean,
though.
I don't
Shape
even believe what you're saying right now, bud. I mean, there's nothing to validate what you're saying, dude, at all.
Yeah, there is. There's a Cavendish.
What's a
I
negative?
just told
What's
you.
a negative? You said there's positive and negative. So what's a negative force or a negative charge?
A negative charge? It's in the word. A negative charge. That's a negative charge. You have
You
a
can't
positive charge.
explain.
You have a negative charge.
You can't explain a
They're two.
charge to begin with, but yet you want to
Yeah,
invoke a positive and negative charge. This is fun.
that's a charge is a property of matter, and you can have a positive charge or a negative charge, and they're
I don't ask for the
arbitrary.
property.
It's arbitrary. It's arbitrary which is which. All that matters is that
What's a charge?
they're two different charges.
Define a charge.
It's a property of matter.
That's all you're saying. It's a property of matter, but that's not defining something. Saying its attributes isn't identifying or defining something.
It's a property of matter. It can either be positive or negative.
So that's all you got.
It's as simple as it is. It gives rise to the electromagnetic force.
Sorry, bud. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it does work that way.
You can't just invoke things like that without defining them. I'm asking you to define a charge. You're just saying it's a property of matter. That's all you're saying.
Yeah, there could be a positive or negative. There are two opposite,
That's a
opposite
cool
charges.
story, dude.
One or the other.
I mean, it's just a cool story at this point. You have nothing to substantiate it.
That way, I have nothing to substantiate that things have charge.
Define charge.
You need to know how the electromagnetic force works. You need to know how magnetism works. What do you need to know?
I'm asking you to define charge.
I just told you it's a property of matter. It's a property of matter. You can either have a positive or negative one, and they have a relationship with each other, which is defined, which is dictated by the electromagnetic force.
The property of water is that it's wet. Did I define water? No, that's not a definement. I'm asking you to define the word, and all you're doing is showing me that are telling me that it's a property of matter. That's not a definition.
I'm telling you it's a property of matter.
Hey, listen, Kosho, let me help you out, man. It's basically a wave of amplitude within a defined distance, and as far as I understand it. So it's not, like he said, it's not a particular number, you know, or something like that. But the difference between the positive and negative would just be the amplitude over the distance. So if you have a lower amplitude, then your potential difference is lower, and you would be considered the negative. Than the higher amplitude, positive. That's all that means. It's not a big deal.
It doesn't sound like you've done a very good job at defining it either. Sorry, man.
I'm a non-scientist, and I want to have a go at defining it now. I would say a charge is adding workable energy to a field which is based off the particles and matter of the object. So like energizing electrons, adding workable energy to the field. I've increased it. I can now use that field for something.
So you're talking about energy, but I'm asking about charge. What's the difference between charge and energy?
I would use them synonymously.
Well, that's a problem because energy and charge are completely different from the mainstream perspective. Energy, right, would be the ability to do work, which comes from this charge-carrying particle, i.e. an electron. So you have an electron, and then you have a charge within the electron, and I'm asking specifically what that charge is within your electron, and you're conflating potential versus charge, and I'm just trying to gain a better understanding of difference.
A quick Google tells us what a charge is.
What was that?
When you're asking exactly what that charge is, Dicelo, Are you asking the constituents of that charge what makes that charge a charge? Like I've got a table
Matter
in
that
front of
allows
me.
it to react in a
Hold on,
electric field
hold
or
on,
a magnetic
Chucky.
field.
Hold on, Chucky. Terribly sorry to be talking while you're interrupting me. Like I look at this table in front of me, Dyslo, and I can say the table is made up of wood and metal and a few screws. Are you wanting like the breakdown of charge like that, like exactly what it is?
Yeah, I'm looking for a proper definement. I'm looking for an exemplified understanding of the difference between charge versus energy, because I feel like people often merge those two words together as somebody put it as being synonymous, but they're quite different to a degree. So I'm just trying to see if you guys have touched on that, or if it's just being dumped into the same basket, so to speak, of workable quote unquote energy.
Okay.
Well, the idea of it, the idea that they're not synonymous, because in mainstream rhetoric, they're defined differently. The question is, well, how do they define them differently? And if you're saying, well, energy is separate from it only because of that, then make that clear. If energy is something different than charge in the way you define it, then please do that for the rest of the audience.
Well, charge is the property that allows the particle to react in an electromagnetic field.
Charge is the property that what? You kind of muffled up.
Is the property that allows a particle to react to an electromagnetic field.
So you're saying all particles have charge?
Did I say that?
I mean, in more or less words, yeah.
What
I mean,
words
is there a particular?
would I
Is there a
have to have
particular?
said that?
I mean, identify the particular particle, in question here, not just saying a particle interaction is due to a charge. I mean,
no, when you're defining or whatever you say, a word definition, a word, you don't use an example. You specifically don't use an example.
Well, you just did, so that's why I'm just trying to understand your example.
No, I didn't. What example did I use?
You were talking about a particle interacting with
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to identify like what particle in particular, because from how Kosho said it, not all particles are positively charged rather than negatively charged. So that's why I'm trying to understand the difference in what a charge is versus positive or negative. So we haven't even gone there yet.
Would you rather me answer in French? I'm pretty poor at French, but you're pretty poor in English. So what language is better for you?
I don't think the language is the point of contention. I think it's the choice of wording you're using and the definement.
No, the guy that said definement, first of all, isn't a word. But you said you didn't want an example, but you wanted me to use a specific example.
I
do you know what an example is? You said I use an example.
Use an example.
Okay, you don't use an example in a definition. Or in a definement if you want to make up a new word.
Okay, so in your definement...
Do you want the definition or an example?
Yeah, give us your definition.
Definement isn't a word. Stop making up big words to make yourself seem smarter, because
you were intrigued on using the word, and now you want to back out of it. So, okay, define the word charge. Please go ahead.
From what I understand, it's the property that allows a particle to react in a magnetic field to an electromagnetic field.
So now you're going to invoke electromagnetic fields when we're talking about gravity. This is interesting.
I am not invoking an electromagnetic field when we're talking about gravity. We were talking about charge.
Yeah.
Give me 2 minutes. I just got a call to get my groceries. I'll be back.
Yeah, we're talking about gravity, and somehow we got onto charge, and I'm just trying to find the relationship here to better understand your guys's model. And it seems like, the second charge comes up, all of a sudden we want to jump to electromagnetic fields. Okay,
Oh, dude, you were
So are
arguing
we
with me, and I
equivocating
was trying to
gravity?
give you an etheric model, and you just assumed I was talking about a gravitational model, and you're like, you didn't do a very good job either. But I don't know what you want, man. What do you want, man? You
Well,
want an
we're talking
etheric
about
model
gravity.
with charge? You want the
We're talking about gravity being a constant or not. That's the premise of the conversation.
yeah, but
And
you started on to charge, and you were charging everyone with the, the mission of defining charge.
yeah, this was
Remember, like you went
specifically
really
for the
heavy on it.
Glovers. Yeah.
Right, and then I tried to give them something that they could chew on, and you slapped me down and said,
I
"No, that's not
apologize,
really
man.
good."
My bad,
Okay,
dude.
I was just wondering if you were really listening to me or thinking that I was just being a Glober.
I wasn't even looking at who was speaking. I mean, had I known it was you, man, I probably would have settled back a bit. But yeah.
No worries. All right. Thank you. But I left a cool link for an etheric model of standing waves in charge, and it's pretty interesting. I mean, I don't know if I adhere to all of it, but I mean, it's interesting enough to talk about.
Sorry, Dicelo, I'm back. How are you equating charge to gravity?
Well, I mean, that was the premise of the conversation. Like, we were talking about whether gravity was a constant or not, and somehow somebody invoked positive versus negative charge. So I was just trying to get a better understanding how this is accountable for your gravitational field, or it being a constant or not. So that was all.
Oh, I got a question for you. Are you familiar with gravity, electric, so-called electric gravity? But it's really about the distortion of the electron's orbital path, causing a dipole moment, giving us this force. It's the same force in the math for the dipole moment for the electric orbital path as it is for gravity. Same acceleration and all of that.
You know, the water molecule's a dipole.
Yeah, well, they use a hydrogen. It was interesting you said that. They use hydrogen to because it wasn't Wallace Thornhill that did it. Somebody went to invalidate it or validate it, and he's a mathematician, and he used the hydrogen atom, and he came up with and his conclusion that his Wallace Thornhill's theory is probable. It's got good probability to it, and it's feasible as far as in concerning this one atom that he did. So I mean, I thought that was interesting because it describes it as basically from the ashes of an electrical system, like from such distortions that then the orbital path of each electron is distorted, and then that in of itself it becomes the same properties, like mass would attract mass, the acceleration would be the same. It would just be explaining that the reason why mass attracts its mass is because of this basically like a daisy chain effect we're in, where these Earth's larger mass dipoles interact with the smaller mass, and so it's pretty interesting.
I would say it's a little bit more than just saying mass attracts mass. I would say mass attracts mass at the lowest pressure point, the lowest null pressure point between the two set objects. And this is all verifiable under a ferrocell. You can see this effect. So like if you were to take a magnet, just a regular old ferrite bar magnet or something, and you were to cut it in half, you would have essentially created two new magnets rather than separating the north from the south pole, is because they're pressure mediated to their respectable locations due to the incommensurable geometry of the magnetic field, and the fact that it doesn't have the fact that it doesn't have a central nexus point to it, right? So you can see it under the ferrocell when you cut that magnet. Let's say you were to cut it 5 times, you've essentially created 5 new magnets. And when you go to put those magnets back together to create one bigger magnet, you separate planes of inertia that are generated from that.
Yeah, 9 years ago when I first met Theoria, Apophis, Ken Wheeler, right? We talked about that, but that's about magnetism. I mean, the guy sounds really interesting and smart and all of this and arrogant and everything, and it's really appealing for some of us for a while. But then you start realizing that he has a pretty dogmatic view of things too, and not the fullest understanding that he likes to pretend that he does have. And some of his little experiments there, when he's actually manipulating the medium that then manipulates the light, he's trying to say that it's manipulating directly the light. He's a fucking liar. I watched him do it. And then I asked him about a quote that he said that Michael Faraday quoted, and he said, "Oh, it's from in his book." And I was like, "Okay, which one?" Right? Because I'm here quote searching all of his books right now, and he never commented back because it wasn't a quote from Michael Faraday. It was some shit that he just word saladed together and said Michael Faraday said this. So I mean,
I've had a similar experience in the past where I was just like, wait a minute, this is suspect, dude. Like, I'm asking him for the direct citation of this quote. He's not responding. And then literally like a few months down the road, he ends up doing a video and actually cites the quote, and I verified it. And so I kind of learned to just not really assume things, because we're all kind of capable of doing that. But as far as the ferrosurfactant fluid affecting the distribution of light, or it's converging or diverging, or it's interlacing, you can see this with like a magnetic viewing lens, like that doesn't have any ferrosurfactant fluid. It's literally just a thin sheet of plastic that allows you to see the magnetic holography.
How does all this equate to gravity, though? Wasn't that what we were talking about?
Well, because from the ether perspective, gravity is literally the magnetic field, just in a different format, kind of like analogous to like a light bulb versus a laser. Like one's point source and the other's not. One's coherent and the other's incoherent. And that's kind of similar when we talk about the magnetic field and gravity.
But couldn't I've got a question on that. Couldn't you invalidate that by creating a field at the side of a non-magnetic object? So we know there's a downward acceleration. I hope no one argues with that. And we need to change that vector somehow.
Yeah.
By manipulation of, like you say, let's say an EM field. We could generate a huge EM field at the side of that would be detectable and would know the magnitude of it, and it would have little to no effect on that object dropping.
Yeah. I mean, this is demonstratable. There is videos on that. So yeah, it's out there.
No, I mean, I'm saying I don't think it is. I've never seen anything like that.
Well, you gotta look harder because it is there.
Yeah, you're saying that you'd be able to tell the difference between, not you, but is that Terry or Waz? I can't even see when I'm talking.
No, it's Stingray. It was Stingray.
Stingray, my bad, dude. So like being able to tell the difference between incoherent and coherent light, right? What kind of test do you think we would use to validate whether or not he's right about coherent or incoherent magnetism? Because aren't they both on the magnetic spectrum? And wouldn't it be feasible to think that what he's postulating, could be an actual physics, something we just aren't aware of?
But my point, well, it's more of a question than a point, is if there is such a let's call it force field that causes an acceleration, attraction, let's say downwards or in a vector, who gives a shit? And we have the ability to synthetically or artificially, however you want to say it, create a field that sits in the same spectrum that can affect things in a similar way. And then we try and change the apparent natural vector of this downward force by introducing different fields with different materials. If I've got a huge block of, well, let's not say wood, but let's say something that's entirely resistant to any magnetic or electromagnetic forces, it's still going to drop. And no matter what I do to the magnitude of generating these other fields, it's not going to change, is it?
So this fact was proven by Oliver Heaviside, that the phenomena we call gravity is the acceleration eraser of the curvilinear or the toroidal torsion of any and all magnetic effects of inertia, refraction, which is magnetism by definition. And it was proven by him in the role of magnetism in the phenomena called gravity in his obscure article, a gravitational and electromagnetic analogy. So maybe that would be a book to reference in terms of what gravity is or isn't. But there's a lot to unravel here. But this is all revolving around magnetism, whether it be
here's an
advertently or
example.
inadvertently.
Sorry.
Excuse me?
Sorry, I was just going to give you an example because I use, so Bosch is a huge manufacturer of MEMS accelerometers. In fact, I think they're the #1 manufacturer. They are micromechanical components. And the thing is that we use them obviously in phones and things for least of all, display orientation switching and things like that. So you're saying that generating an electromagnetic field at the side of this, or some kind of field that's charged, would actually change the reading of that accelerometer from pointing straight down, correct?
Interesting.
Well, I was anything that changes.
Is that him or me?
That's him.
You're breaking up or something.
Whoever that is robot.
Then is the cause of the movement of that object that you're measuring.
You roboted through all of that.
No, it's gone.
Yeah.
Oh crap! Wait a minute. Just while there's a break, can I just have like 60 seconds for a Bandsaw Bandit thing? Bandy, are you here?
I am, mate. Yeah.
All right. So this is for your common sense, and this is for you to help me out, right? Are you ready?
Oh God. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. So it's quite simple. There's only there's only two statements that I'm going to say. We're throwing out the globe. So the first statement is the Earth is flat and I'm on it. The second statement is the sun is cyclic and comes round every single day. Yeah, but it moves away and then it comes back. So from that foundation, I can say that, well, the sun is traveling on an ellipsis or some circular path, correct? And the key there is it does so thereabouts 24 hours it takes to do it, because I can walk outside and verify this, correct?
Yes.
Right, now here's the issue that I need an explanation for, because I need to alter my flat Earth model. So if I'm I don't know whether you get it in Australia. Oh, no, you might do. So in some parts of the world, based on where the sun is in the seasons, you can have more than 12 hours of sunlight. Now, that means you can directly see the sun for 12 hours or more. So, for instance, in Florida, I think it's 12 hours 40 odd minutes at the moment. Yep. So the interesting thing here is on the first hour, so from 0 hours of only just seeing it to the first hour, in Florida, you see it along a path. It seems to travel along a path. And then you also see it from hour 11 to hour 12 as well, along a path. Now, if the sun is going in a cycle and doing 360 degrees over 24 hours, those 2 hours need to represent complete opposite directions to the sun. So the first time I see it, let's say it's traveling, let's just pick a direction, 0 degrees. The last time that I see it, in that last hour, it needs to be traveling 180, otherwise it ain't going to make it back round to the star. And I need to figure out, well, how, being that the Earth is flat, an observer on that flat Earth, can we actually see that? And it's easy to test. You can do it with like just anything that's kind of circular or oval and a little camera to try and figure it out. But that's something that I just want to set out for you and see if you can help me with.
Well, have we worked out that part of that cycle that we can see in that 12 hours or slightly more than 12 hours, that portion of that, because we're presuming it's a circle, okay, at this stage, right? We're presuming it's a circle, right? Because it seems to go around and then come back. So how can we confirm that this part the circuit that we are seeing is a perfect circle for starters.
Well, first of all, no, I get you. And the brilliant thing about it is we don't need to say that it's a perfect circle. It can be an ellipsis, because we do know that, give or take, let's say 5 degrees leniency, even on an ellipsis, it's going to any point opposing. We know it's 24 hours, so on hour 0 and hour 12, we know that no matter where we choose on an ellipsis, those 2 points, they will be in opposite directions. They oppose to each other anywhere on that path if it takes 24 hours to complete whatever this path is.
Okay.
So it's interesting, and like I say, you could draw just a way to visualize it is you can draw just a circle on a piece of paper or an ellipsis or any damn shape you want that would represent a cyclic path of a sun around a flat Earth, and then just get a camera and trying to look at it and see how you would ever see half of it that represents near enough a straight line or very close to a straight line, like let's say you get in Florida at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I personally wouldn't presume it was a perfect, even a perfect ellipsis, right? Because obviously here in Australia we do get those longer days in the summer, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to, like I say, it doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah. This path, this circular path, seems to go inward to outward and back in again, and it also seems to go higher and lower. Because definitely in the summer, the sun appears to be, or feels, right? It feels to be lower and closer because you can feel the intensity of the sun. So you have this higher and lower component of this elliptical circular motion, as well as the path itself. So
Yeah, just really quickly, Bandit, take the high and low out because I'm not bothered about seasons. It's just for one day.
Just for one day?
Yeah, well, one day. Pick any day, any month, and anything. Best place to do this is like Florida at the moment because it near enough comes. It doesn't come directly above you, but it's only like 5 or 6 degrees off at the moment, I think.
So this scenario that we're in, Dean, are we like on a desert island and know absolutely nothing, and we're just trying to work things out from scratch?
Yeah, I mean, continents at this stage mean, or geographical locations of stuff actually mean nothing. All it is you're on a flat plane. You've got a circular path of the sun or something where it's cyclic. Notice I said cyclic. It comes round again, and it seems to be consistent. From a day to day, not season to season, but certainly day to day. So, and the only stipulation is, well, if that's the case, on hour 12 and hour 0, it needs to be going in opposite directions, and it doesn't matter whether it's a rugby ball. Or a circle shape or anything like that. It's going to be going in opposite directions.
Fair enough. Well, let me think about it. I don't want to derail the conversation, so we'll let
No,
them
that was
get
it.
back to
That was it. Cheers,
their thing, and we can chat about it another day. Too easy, Dean.
No one here is trying to claim what the sun is, so how it works. Why are we talking about it?
You're really low, Fuzzy.
Mic check.
Check, I can hear you.
Mic check. Anybody?
Yep.
Yeah, you come
Yeah, I can hear you.
Why are we talking? No one here is claiming to know what the sun is or how it works. This is kind of deviating from the topic we were just trying to confirm or talk about, which is gravity, I think. So I don't know.
Yeah,
You asked about putting a magnetic field around whatever it is we're talking about. Yes, changing the medium is the thing that changes. The medium is what determines what an object does, and to discover equilibrium, right? That's an object will do what it does to do
Yeah, that's
equilibrium
true.
in that environment. So if you change that environment by filling it with water, changing that water's salt content, or putting a magnetic field next to whatever it is you're measuring, you're changing the medium that object is in.
Right. But can you change the medium of the places that you live right now? Can you change that in order to confirm all these things? No, we can't, right?
Well, that's the point. But the medium is what determines whatever an object is going to do.
Well, no, because you can remove the medium.
Then you're changing
and
the
it still
medium
goes
that
down.
object is in. No, you're changing the medium.
Okay,
that
so let's
object
remove
is
gravity and let's find out. Let's make sure that gravity is what's pulling us down.
in. Exactly.
How about we
How
do
do
that?
you isolate gravity from the medium? That's
No.
the problem.
Removing a medium isn't changing the medium.
Yes, it is. If I have a swimming pool and I put a piece of wood in that swimming pool,
What?
the wood is going to the wood is going to float. And if I remove
Okay.
the medium of water, the wood is now going to move to the bottom of the pool where
I
there is
mean, you're just creating a new
water.
medium after the
Yeah.
dismissal of natural order of the only actual medium of nature.
Right.
And this
Dismissal
is what atomists have done by the curvature of space and time. It's illogical. The
Yeah,
phenomena called gravity is entirely identical to the phenomena incorrectly deemed as magnetic attraction, and likewise identical to the phenomena deemed electrostatic clean.
No.
So these phenomena are only individuated in and by lesser minds, and result into these having the attributional nuances being ether point source, or what we would call a magnet, or non-point source, i.e. Incoherent induction, to the ether inertia homeostasis, as in the case of conventional matter's mutual acceleration. So,
Oh, Dice Law, you're hilarious.
that's just what it is, bud.
He's reading
Attribution, is that a word I heard?
Yes, I'm reading.
Did
No,
I
I
hear
never
the
said
word?
tribulation. Nope.
What was the words
name
that
was
weren't
Dice
English
Law.
words that you used? It's
The
Dice
what?
Law. It's like coleslaw.
Yeah.
What were the words you used that weren't actual English?
Well, let's see. Which ones are you?
What was the one that started with attribute?
Let's see.
Or
Attribute. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Hold on. Okay, here we are. Attributional. I said attributional nuances.
is attributional a real word?
Yeah. You have principles and attributes.
I believe.
There's
Well,
something like
unpossible
it.
isn't a real word.
What's that?
Unpossible that you used earlier wasn't a real word, and there was another word that you used in there that was questionable. What was before attribution?
Here, I'll repeat it. The phenomena called gravity is entirely identical to the phenomena incorrectly deemed magnetic attraction, and likewise identical to the phenomena deemed electrostatic clean. These phenomena are only individuated in and by lesser minds, and resultant to these having the attributional nuances of being either point source, i.e. a magnet, or non-point source, i.e. incoherent induction, to the ether inertia homeostasis, as in the case of conventional matter's mutual acceleration.
Will you post that?
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll post the whole thing here. All right. I'll put it in, let's see. Where are we at? Live stream text 1. There you go. I'm gonna post this one too. They're kind of not in order, but either way.
I retract my statement. Individuated is a real word.
Okay. Read the last one I posted, number 3.
It is not impossible for me to be wrong.
Number 3 is important. Might as well post number 2 as well, since you guys aren't going to be able to source this anywhere else.
What is the source, Dice? Where are you getting this from?
From Ken Wheeler.
Okay. This is from his book. Which one? The
No.
first edition? Oh, okay.
No.
Something else.
Yeah. This is something, just a little treat on the side.
And Ken Wheeler's the only man in the world that actually understands magnetism. No one else knows anything about it.
Well, they've just
That's for Ken
incorrectly,
Wheeler.
they just incorrectly identified it.
Ken Wheeler, what?
He said himself that he's something along the lines of he's the smartest man in the world.
No, he didn't say that.
The only man in the world.
He said, yeah,
He said,
you're breaking up.
I'm not gonna like cite it or anything.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, he basically alluded to the fact that he's the only one who truly understands magnetism entirely, and he aligns himself with, you know, some of these brilliant minds who've touched on the topic briefly, but never in completeness. So he's connected a lot of things from a lot of people, and it all kind of ties in with one another, like they're non-contradicting. So it's not just him. Like he quotes Rawls and Davis. I don't know if you ever heard of those two individuals, but they wrote a total of 5 books, 2 of which are heavily suppressed, hard to find. You could probably find a free PDF on it somewhere, but he quotes a lot of people. So it's not just entirely him. It's what he's it's the collaboration that he's put together, I think. It's not like he's discovered all this, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure he has discovered a few things within it, because definitely he claims to be the first to discuss and showcase, you know, certain things. But
he does make those claims, Dice, doesn't he? That like he truly understands magnetism and exactly what it is. So my question is, does he have anyone at all in mainstream science that is collaborating what he is saying? Does he have anyone else jumping on his bandwagon to say, you know what, you know, there is something to what you are saying, and we are going to investigate, you know, this further?
Yeah. So I wouldn't say in the sense of jumping on his bandwagon, because they're kind of on their own individual agendas, so to speak. But like, you've got Eric Dollard, who's still alive, and they've actually, you know, cooperated on a few things. But but they're pretty much on the same level in terms of what's being said. They might use slightly different terminology, but not that it's not, you know, axiomatic with one another. But yeah, they're on the same page, and Eric Dollard's done quite a bit, you know, within recent times and showcasing some of this stuff through experimentation.
So with our incomplete and incorrect understanding of magnetism, they've made maglev trains, for example. What has Ken Wheeler done, or is he just keeping spinning in circles?
Well, supposedly he's got, I think, currently 4 prototypes of the same device that essentially generates power with no input and no moving parts, using purely the magnetic field. And he says that for whatever reason, depending on the alignment of the moon on its lunar cycle, has shown to double the output. So he hasn't really talked about it too much. I think he's got a total of 3 videos that I've come across, 2 of which show the actual device, and the third talks about how he's changed his position on free energy. He said it was completely ludicrous and impossible, and recently he's changed his position on that due to this effect. So. Did you guys catch that?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's actually a invention, but he has, from a few of the videos I've seen, actually, not just from him, but from other people, adopting his principles of how he understands magnetism, the retrieval of a very fine gold in gold sluices using the field of magnets, and being able to.
Well, it doesn't use it directly rather than indirectly. But yes,
Yeah. Being able to slow down the flow of that really fine powder gold, which tends to float on the top of the water, to be able to flow it down
it's a little bit the opposite. He actually, instead of slowing down the flow of gold and trapping it in the ripples of the sluice, rather than accelerating the flow of the ironite and the heavy metals.
Oh, okay.
Thus in return, leaving more real estate behind for the gold to fall into place. Yeah.
And he, you know, he claims that you know, a lot of that gold retrieval, because you know there is a lot of the gold that is gathered through that real fine powder gold, so to speak, that is just getting washed completely out the end of your sleuth box.
Right.
So it would be interesting to see now having that technique in place, if these companies were to go back to their pits again, where basically all the wastewater goes in, and then re-sleuth all that to see how much that they actually got from that waste. Yeah.
So yeah, the traditional linear sluice, right, is what's used to extract the gold, and then to refine the gold, they use this circular, I forget what it's called, but it's a circular type of a bowl that allows the heavier metals to kind of fall out of solution, so to speak, but using the helical flow of water. But yeah, because I've got a few sluices myself, and I've contemplated buying, you know, a rather large neodymium magnet and trying to set it up at that right 45-degree angle to recreate that effect. But supposedly he sold the patent idea to a company. I don't know if they've put it in production yet. I'm not too sure where it stands currently, or if it's just being, you know, suppressed, you know, because obviously it's a highly competitive industry, you know what I mean? And yeah. But it is fascinating nonetheless, you know.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
And I mentioned dowsing rods earlier as some sort of a, you know, a funny comment, but in all reality, I think there is something there with those things. I've seen people find groundwater flowing
Yeah.
by using those and be able to tap into it with a pump well. I've seen people get onto the gold trail, so to speak, in placer mining. So I mean, there definitely is something there. But then you start getting into these, like, what is it, like ghost hunters and shit, and that's where I just
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of
Get
that's just kind
lost.
of where,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Gotta agree a bit there. But you know, I've definitely had experience with someone using dowsing rods and stuff. We were trying to sink some bores, and yeah. Anyway, he said that he knew a chap that did dowsing and whatnot. Anyway, it was a few days later. This chap happened to come onto the property before any drilling was actually done, and he went around here, there, and everywhere and put a few marks where he thought the water was. And anyway, this boring company went down in a couple of spots where they thought they might find some water. And generally, you do find water. It's just how deep do you go before you find it. So they dug a few holes and didn't come across anything. And anyway, the owner of the property said there's a couple of spots I'd like you to check, where this fellow with the dowsing rods had actually marked himself just a couple of days prior. Anyway, the first one that this company went over to and dug down, they hit the water. It was about 15 meters down for first time. Now, whether that's coincidence, I've got no idea. But yeah, you know, I'd like to see it a few more times to actually prove that it was an actual thing, and does work. And from my initial first-hand experience with it, it's just like, oh, that's kind of interesting. There does seem to be something in it, definitely.
Right. And then who's to say that there's not water completely underneath of us, just depending on what depth, you know what I mean? And
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, I'm a bit skeptical myself, but definitely interested at the same time.
Mm.
But yeah, I think you know, all this stuff needs to be looked over, not just glossed over. You know, we shouldn't be so quick to dismiss everything rather than or accept it, but rather, you know, test upon it and substantiate it, or you know, viably dismiss. The real issue comes into play where when things become so so sensitive, right, or so overcomplicated with technology and lack of funding to validate or substantiate something, you know, and that's where we start getting into LIGO and the large hadron collider, or even the Cavendish experiment point. Like, they say you can replicate it in a classroom, but at the same time, like, to the preciseness of what generated the values of small g and big G, it's very sensitive, and even coming with close proximity of that device could, you know, offset it to skew the results, so to say. And it's got to be viewed through this, you know, long apparatus, at such distances, as to not affect it. So like, with all that being said, like that's where things start, the story, the plot thickens, I guess, Yeah.
Well, look, the discussion definitely does get sensitive, Islo, when people are defending a side. Oh, that's when it gets sensitive, doesn't it? Instead of exploring these possibilities, and having people that are able to also to explore these possibilities that aren't necessarily defending a side or a paycheck either, funding.
Right. I
That's
mean, there's a whole curriculum, a whole slew of money to be made off these belief systems. So to surpass it and discredit it and dismiss it and just outright do away with it would be to devalue an entire group of people who have based their academic research on that particular subject or topic, and that becomes a huge liability in itself. So it's like, it's almost as if the system's set up in such a way to never allow that to happen, due to the fact that they haven't, positioned themselves to account for that in a feasible way. So they just allow the storyline to play out and just build off of it rather than find other ways of understanding.
Yeah, if you're given a paycheck or a grant to demonstrate that sugar isn't bad for you, right? Well, you're going to go out of your way to make sure that you can find out somehow that it ain't bad for you. That's what you're going to
Oh
do.
yeah, that's a great example. That's
exactly
a proven bias right there.
Exactly. Instead of just giving the grant and saying, just investigate sugar per se, find out what you can find out about it. But when you've got these strings attached, which hamstrings you, because if you don't get the results that the funding wants, it's going to be pulled because they're not getting the results that they want at all.
And also, the agency that is supposed to check up on these people are also funded by these people. Yeah. So, no discretion at all.
That's right. The particular department will get some funding, the particular university or science lab will get some funding as well. So, there's many aspects of what the funding actually affects.
And it isn't like every scientist that comes out of universities, like they don't just have like $1 billion grant, right? They have to work for some entity, right, to get their career started. So they don't have the ability to decide what they're going to study or what they're going to put the majority of their knowledge on. They just have to follow whatever guidelines they have for whatever job they're going to apply. So they don't have like discretion to do whatever they want, like the Globers make it appear. They make it seem like every scientist has their sole discretion that they could do whatever they want. That's not the case.
No, not at all. Like in order to be peer reviewed and have your papers accepted, like it's got to be within the same paradigm of understanding. Anything contrary to that is quickly dismissed, which like just breeds this echo chamber effect. You know what I mean? And that's literally what they're doing, is they're propping themselves up based upon their beliefs aligning, which is contrary to what science is supposed to be doing, which is repeatable, testable, experiments to support itself rather than just biased subjective perception.
Exactly. I was listening to Nate the other day, talking about something. One thing that was very interesting that he said was science builds on the knowledge it already has. Well, if the knowledge that you already have is completely flawed, what are you building on? You're just building on a flawed dichotomy.
Exactly.
all the time.
100%. Their premises are completely wrong. Their assumptions, for all we know, could be completely wrong, and they're basing their entire worldview on it.
Yeah,
You're
it's pure.
absolutely right.
It's pure materialism at its most fundamental core, and with that, we could also call it atomist. You know, and people often get confused with what that with what that word is, and I don't think I think very few people have had their high school or college professors ever go over the word of atomism, and I think we should dissect that a bit, because this is what science is at its most fundamental core, and that's why I say they're nothing more than mathematicians seeking to quantize everything into discrete particle interactions rather than accepting the fact that we have fields and everything is premised off of field perturbations.
I think what we do every day, discuss these topics and push them to their limits, right? I think this is more science than the science that is being presented to us. If we had a little bit of funding, bro, I think we'll be dangerous, because we'll probably be able to figure out some shit.
So
Well,
what about
this is already happening behind closed doors, though. So don't get that twisted.
Well, what about, like, for say, chemistry is based on, I guess, what you're calling atomism and our understanding of atoms and molecules, and it has utility. It's functional. We make plastics. We know how to refine fuels from crude oil. We know how to make gases through cryogenic cryogenic distillation. I mean, all these things that work and have utility, and things that we use in everyday life.
I get what you're saying, and this always seems to be the go-to for people that want to accept the current system, is that we're so confounded upon our beliefs due to the fact that we have this great sophistication. Yet they never look at the history, the backbone of what all of this has been premised off of, from the denotative original understanding, which has been suppressed from you. You're only given the current accepted understanding. You're not looking at the history that's built upon all of this, and this is why I always point to, for example, ether field mechanics giving us our entire electrical system that we're using today. That current understanding is only built off of, but it's never really discovered or created anything for themselves, rather than just designed off of the blueprints given. And it's a false dichotomy when you're willing to go that route and saying that we're so smart today because we have everything. Like, that's just not that's not honest.
Dicelo, was that a very hold on. Dicelo, was that a very long version of saying that just because it is useful doesn't mean that it ultimately leads you to truth?
Correct. Yeah. Like, saying something is practical in essence doesn't necessarily tell you about the principles and attributes of that thing you're using. It's just saying that it works for me, it's efficient, but that's not touching on the cause and effect relationship of the fundamental understanding of what's taking place.
Knowing also that the efficacy of whatever is being done, while believing a certain metaphysical doctrine, that's ascribing the credit to the wrong doctrine. So you're accomplishing a task, and the fact that you accomplish that task does not necessarily go to the credit of the doctrine, especially when the doctrine has been debunked as being absurd in principle. And if it's absurd in principle, that it cannot be done in practice.
But if we've got wheels that roll, we want to reinvent wheels when we've already got wheels that roll.
Well, the problem is
exactly. There's nothing absurd about wheels.
Of a wheel doesn't have a logical premise, then what are you really left with other than abstract concepts? And science is supposed to be getting to the explanation of the hows and the whys, not just quantizing everything and trying to subdivide it into units of measure. Like, that's not doing science. Like, we need to understand principles and attributes and the explanation thereof. And that's what you're not doing.
When you mentioned wheels, that's an instance where the concept of a wheel and the concept of a vehicle which moves upon the wheels upon the surface of whatever location. There's nothing absurd about that. There's nothing to debunk about that. And
Yeah,
then you
that's
try to put such a
quintessence of logic,
concept into
man.
practice. Then you try to put such a concept into practice, and lo and behold, you have a
Well, I
practical means of
would
transportation.
I would view gravity in the same context as we have wheels that roll, as we have gravity that holds us to the surface of the earth.
No,
It's
that's a
it's
problem because the wheel is tangible. The wheel is verifiable. Your notion of gravity is nothing more than an abstract concept that can never be validated through tangible means, only through impractical manners of disillusion, and that's the problem.
And so is
If what
every bit
if
of
what
ether that you talk about. So how
Hold
are
on.
Not at
you
all.
If
any
one were
better?
to talk about the characteristics of a wheel, one could say a wheel is round, right? A wheel is also used to transport things from place to place with ease, right? But if you were to ask the characteristics of gravity, what would those characteristics be?
mass attracting mass. Period.
What is the evidence of that?
The
Well,
fact
I
that
mean,
you're
we all
still sitting
know
on the freaking chair.
That's affirming the consequent fallacy.
You're not floating.
That's affirming the consequent fallacy. You have to give an argument in defense
Oh,
of your
that's not a
position.
fallacy. Are you
You're using
sitting
the point of contention as your example to verify your
Wait,
disillusion.
you think
That's not how
it's a
it works.
point of contention that we're stuck to the ground, that we're not floating? Yeah, that's a point of
Look, listen.
contention?
I'm trying to reason with
Gravity,
you.
yeah, the effects
You
of
just made
gravity.
an argument, and it's
Or
an
where
affirming.
would you get the idea that we will float? Where? How is that logical?
He just used a fallacy in saying something was a fallacy that's not a fallacy.
That's not a fallacy. That's not the fallacy. Fallacy is to say something is fallacious, therefore it's false. No, that's not what I said. Now you just affirmed the consequent. You're pointing to a natural phenomenon, which is in question. You
So
interpret
you
the natural
saying
phenomenon to be mass
not
attracting mass.
So did you do a fallacy on his fallacy?
No. So when we look
what I
at
heard.
the natural phenomena of things dropping, and I'm not very educated about the matter, it's just that I've talked about
Oh
it
yes,
enough.
we know that.
And so when you look at us sitting down, okay, you interpret that to be mass attracting mass, the mass of the earth, the center of mass of the earth attracting the center of mass of me and the chair and everything else that is up in the air, falling down to the ground. Now, someone else interprets that to be the object finding rest. Nothing is pulling it, nothing is pushing it, it's simply finding rest within the medium that it's in.
Why is your butt hurting from holding up all that weight?
Yeah.
Because your body is pressing. Your body is pressing upon the surface.
Oh, you mean of pressing with a force, and where's that force coming from? Oh, that's gravity. You're just saying
Your
it without.
body is
You're just
pressing
avoiding.
upon
You're avoiding
No.
saying it because you don't want to say it, but it's still there.
No, you're trying to run my argument into a wall instead of listening to what I'm saying to you because you're so stuck in apologist mode. Now stop and think for a moment. There's a difference between the earth and its center of mass pulling me toward it. There's a difference between an object, a massive object with its center of mass pulling another object toward it, as opposed to an object simply finding rest in the medium that it's in.
Okay.
Neither being pulled nor pushed.
Now,
And
here's a problem then.
Weight of the
because
object is pressing down.
Yeah, so here's a
Two different
problem
things,
then.
and you know they are.
Yeah, I'm about to say. So here's a problem then. Within the standard model, within relativity, general relativity, that is exactly what's happening. When something's falling to the ground, that is it following a geodesic in space-time to following a straight position, following its inertia. So exactly what you just say that you want it to be, that is what it is within our model, and yet you will not accept our model because you have a bias against it.
Well, you have a model that is
it's not quite
contradictory
that
against
simple.
itself. You simultaneously hold to mass attracting mass gravity and Einstein's gravity.
No.
They're not compatible.
The visible effect on our scale is mass attracting mass. But what is actually happening is its inertia is following a straight position, a geodesic within space-time. It is exactly what you wanted to describe it as.
It's
increasing. Contradictory notions. Which one is it?
It is not. The effect.
It's inertia or increasing.
It's inertia.
The effect is different than its cause. Do you understand that?
Yes, of course I understand that. You're confusing two different things. You confused the effect. You said the effect, and then you said what's really happening. Well, that's redundant. That's
No.
redundant. Okay, so what is actually happening? Is mass being attracted to mass?
No.
Or is space and time being curved?
So what it looks like is happening on our scale of existence is mass attracts mass. But what is happening is mass is following a geodesic in space-time.
That's merely
How hard is
less
this
than
to
half.
understand?
That's merely less than half the story, man. The final resultant of gravity is the zero-sum gain and the homeostasis, or what Gregory's trying to tell you, the equilibrium of inertia. Okay, so increasing said potential to net zero anti-vector, i.e., inertia stasis. So a total ether torsion null has meant a total absence of force and motion. So that's what happens when you sit in that chair.
Torsion.
What
now, you
I'm
keep
getting
trying to
at,
hold both these
Gregory,
premises
so
together,
what I'm
but
getting
they
at,
don't comport,
Gregory,
and you won't concede to that.
Gregory, what I'm
Cavendish
getting at is
gravity and
that what
Einstein
you
gravity are not
wanted,
mutually compatible. That's why they forsook Cavendish gravity in exchange for Einstein gravity.
Yeah, no one says
do
gravity
you
is a force
see?
anymore.
Do you
They say
not
it's
know the
acceleration.
difference? Do you not see the difference between a cause and an effect? Do you
Yes,
not
and you
know the
keep
difference?
confusing the two. You
Okay, so
just
when
gave a
I'm
sentence
telling
where the
you,
first half of the sentence is unnecessary.
when
You just
I'm
talk about what it
explaining to
seems
you,
to be to our eyes, and then you go ahead and say this is what it actually is. Instead of just talking about how it merely appears, forget that part of the sentence and just tell me what it actually is. That's what there's a point of contention. So your point
and
is that mass
I've
attracting mass
already
is
told
what it really
you.
seems to be, which just undermines the entire veracity of the notion. You are conceding that it's merely an appearance. It's not really what's happening.
No. I am saying that on our scale of existence, because we live within space-time, within a moment of time, we exist within this. We're not outside it. We're not God. We're not some four-dimensional being. We exist within, and within our plane of existence, that's how it's perceived by us.
What are the
It
properties?
is hard to
What are the
understand.
What you
properties
call
of
mass
space and
attracting
time?
mass gravity is a mere perception, like you just said.
What are the properties of your
What
space
you're
and time
saying,
that you're
so
invoking?
essentially what you're getting at is the same as if I said, well, no, magnets don't attract magnets. It's actually the electromagnetic field that makes magnets move towards each other.
Well, that's
They're
actually
equivalent
the case. There is no such thing as magnetic attraction. There's only magnetic repulsion and acceleration,
And
and
so
you guys
what we're
don't understand that.
getting into a semantic argument where we get
It has
nowhere
nothing to do with
because you don't
semantic.
want to accept reality.
Has nothing to do
No,
with semantics.
you
It
are
has
not
to do with
accepting reality.
understanding.
I'm trying to reason with you about the issue, but you keep describing your position as a mere perception. It's not the reality. It's not the noumena. It's
So
just a
clearly you
phenomenon.
haven't been listening.
That's what you just said. You said in our realm of existence, mass attracting mass seems to be what is happening. But what is really happening is the curvature of space and time, like Einstein says.
The same way that you have a problem with that, you should have a problem with anyone saying that magnets attract magnets. Do you
Magnets
understand this
don't attract.
analogy?
Magnets don't attract.
I
That's a false
get that
dichotomy.
dice low, but I'm asking him because he's criticizing what I said. So, Gregory, do you understand the analogy?
Not quite.
Okay. So what I'm saying is,
because I don't know much about magnets.
But that's the same thing he's telling you about gravity. Like they've literally misappropriated the words, man. It's literally dielectric acceleration towards counter space, being that magnets don't accelerate towards one another rather than towards this lower pressure point, which it would be the vortex central point between both, and that's the same phenomena that they call gravity, and it's the same phenomena of electrostatic cleaning. They're three and one in the same thing. It's just different by their attributional expressions. The difference being an attributional difference of so-called gravity and magnets mutually accelerating, that being that magnets are point source, not additive rather than multiplicative objects, whereas gravity phenomena is non-point source, being mutual mass acceleration towards the same low pressure point vortex center. This is the problem of science today. They don't understand fields, and they only want to attribute particle interaction.
I mean, of course, like with most things that are very precious beliefs, people This is a fact of human nature. This is true about every human. And so, with the more precious the belief, the more staunch we will fight to protect it against any and all attack. So, without that, to stop beating that horse. Now, earlier, the only reason we're here in this conversation, we're at this point of the conversation, because we mentioned once again gravity, either Cavendish gravity or Einstein gravity, and the critiques that you and I and other folks like us have of this. And then the other gentleman here came in trying to defend it. And now we're at the point where my critique of his counter response right now is that he's saying something in defense of his position that is self-contradictory, but he keeps repeating it after I critique it as being self-contradictory, as though repeating the point is going to make it
can't
coherent.
seem to make a reason for it being self-contradictory. You want it to be self-contradictory, but you cannot seem to actually quantify in what manner it is so. You just say that it is to you.
Okay, so if you would listen, and if you really want to listen.
Oh, do you listen to what I'm saying?
I am. You keep critiquing my critique as me not listening, but let's try it again and see who really is listening, who is not.
Okay.
My critique of your counter response is that you begin your explanation by saying Cavendish gravity, mass attracting mass gravity, is a mere perception. That's how it seems to us. And then you say, but what is really happening, ... In your sentence, you are undermining Cavendish gravity as a mere perception. It's not reality. It's not the noumena. It's just the phenomenon in your explanation, which undermines Cavendish gravity. It's not what's really happening in your words.
So do you understand the difference between perception and what is happening?
Yes, that's the distinction I'm making.
So when I say, for example, what you perceive in a mirage, for example, is that the thing doubles in your eyesight. That's your perception. And then I say, but that's not actually what's happening. What's happening is the light is reflecting to make two images. You're saying that because I make one statement about your perception and then one statement about what is actually happening, they cannot coincide, but that is illogical clearly by my mirage example, because both are equally correct.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, can you explain in what manner that is not what you're saying?
So you are simply whistling past the fact, or you really don't get the fact that when you hold that Cavendish gravity is real, you are holding that it is not a mere perception. It is a noumenal occurrence in reality, whether you perceive it or not. Okay, you say that Cavendish's gravity is real.
So,
it's a concretely real event in nature.
Let me get clarification.
But then when you say that it's a mere perception,
hold on, let's get a clarification.
No, don't interrupt me. Let me finish.
Because I have never used the term Cavendish gravity. That's not even a term anyone uses.
You don't need to interrupt me right now. You understand what I mean. You know that I'm talking about mass attracting mass when I say gravity. Cavendish gravity. Okay, so stop interrupting me because you're trying to avoid the point. You're trying to avoid the point. You're trying to avoid my point. So you're trying to commit the fallacy of red herring.
You're trying to use words that are not applicable to the situation.
So is
no
he
one
here,
uses the
Gummy
words
Bear? Is he
Cavendish
talking
gravity.
about? Is he talking about big G or little G? What do you think when he mentions Cavendish gravity? In your most humble opinion, go ahead.
Talking about when he's saying Cavendish gravity, I do not believe he's referring to either.
That wasn't the question. Yeah, is big G or little G?
When he's referring to I don't believe he's referring to either.
So let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
What did Cavendish do in his experiment? Did he substantiate big G or little G?
He was measuring big G.
Okay, so it's fair to assume then that when he invokes Cavendish gravity, that he's referring to big G rather than little G.
Okay.
Is that so hard?
So if he's referring to big G, you do know that Big G exists both within Newton's universal law of gravity and Einstein's
That's irrelevant.
and tensor. No, that
It's
is
irrelevant at this
relevant
point.
because the conversation which everyone has in this circle is Newtonian versus Einsteinian. But if what you're talking about is, let me finish, but if what you're talking about is Big G, will that exist in both Newtonian and Einsteinian, meaning that you're not differentiating in any way whatsoever?
He's
Two
specifying,
incoherent notions together don't
the
make a
bending and
coherent
warping of
doctrine.
space-time. So I don't understand why you're like falsely equivocating things right now. Like it
Even if
almost
that's
seems
the case,
intentional.
Gummy Bear, two incoherent notions together don't make a coherent doctrine. Okay.
You can't seem to actually make a logical argument from start to finish
No,
without bouncing
you have
around.
interrupted me in the midst of me trying to respond to you because you know that what I'm saying is valid.
No. So
Okay.
because you were using
You know that
incorrect
you
terms
have
that
Make
no
his
one ever
point,
uses.
Gummy Bear. Let him make his point.
Let him respond.
Yeah, you keep interrupting, Gummy Bear.
Yeah,
You need to
just
chill
shut
out,
your
man.
mouth and let Gregory make his point for once.
You know.
Then don't use
my
the term
point is that
Cavendish
your
gravity.
point, your words, in your words, given what you say. That's all I'm doing. I'm critiquing what
No,
you
you're not.
said. Okay? You talked about Cavendish gravity, mass
did not.
attracting mass gravity. Okay? You're trying to
seem to
defend
be
it as being
forced
true.
to interrupt
Gummy
you.
Bear, Gummy
You
Bear,
still interrupted
Gummy
me.
Bear,
Yeah,
shut your
I
mouth.
seem to be forced
Shut
to
your-
interrupt you because you
shut
keep
your-
saying
shut
that
your
I'm
fucking
talking
mouth.
about Cavendish
Shut-
gravity. I
shut
have
your
never
fucking
and
mouth.
will never use
Shut
the
your
words
fucking
Cavendish
mouth.
gravity.
Stop ruining
stop
everyone
saying
else's listening.
that I'm saying
Stop
Cavendish gravity.
ruining everyone else's listening and let us hear Gregory. We all want to hear Gregory's piece. Now shut your fucking mouth and let us hear it.
So stop saying that I'm saying Cavendish gravity, and I will not
He
interrupt
can say what he
you.
wants, dude. He can say what he wants, dude. He can call it unicorn fuck if he wants to. I mean, come on.
Is it okay
Silence
to
Gregory.
consistently,
Gregory. He doesn't let Gregory
consistently
speak.
misrepresent
He's silencing him.
someone
Okay,
else?
but you can address
make the
that.
point
You can
once.
address that after the fact. You can let him make whatever
stop censoring
falsifications he wants and address it after the fact.
I have
interrupting
already
him.
Stop censoring
corrected
him.
him.
Stop
I have
censoring
already
him.
corrected
You're not
him on
YouTube,
this
bro.
point.
Stop censoring him. Let him
I've
speak his
already
piece.
corrected him on this
Shut your
point
mouth and let
multiple
him speak his
times,
piece,
and
dude.
yet he goes
Well,
back to doing the same
That's
thing.
fine. Then that's fine. Then you can
That's
hand wave dismiss it
ridiculous.
after he's said and done. But to interrupt continuously doesn't get us anywhere.
Yeah, that's
Then
selfish,
he's
dude.
not.
No,
Then
this
he's
is
not
selfish as
having
fuck,
a
dude. The rest of us
conversation
want to
with
hear
anyone.
Gregory's point. The rest of
If
us want to
he
hear Gregory's point, and
constantly,
you're silencing him.
I want
You're
everybody to
censoring him.
shut up for a second.
You're depriving us of hearing Gregory's point.
Everybody,
That's very selfish. Let us hear his point. Shut your mouth and let us hear it.
Everybody sit back. Everybody sit back.
Go ahead, Gregory, and don't interrupt Gummy Bear.
And don't.
In your words, Gummy Bear, you have explained in your attempt to defend Cavendish gravity, mass attracting mass
Again,
gravity.
I have not said that. I will interrupt you every time
Gummy
you say
Bear.
that I have said
We need
that.
moderation.
I'm not saying that.
Jeremy,
So stop saying that I
this is
said that.
ridiculous. This is ridiculous. We need
Left
Jeremy
lane.
to come
Consistently
on.
straw
Left
manning.
lane. If you're gonna moderate,
He's not let Gregory make his point once.
Because he's
We need some
consistently straw
moderation, dude.
manning.
This guy's not letting him make his point. We need moderation, dude. This guy's silencing people.
Consistent straw man is
Consistent
a conversation.
Consistent censor and silencing of the
If
opposition
he
instead of
stops
letting them
straw
make their
manning,
point.
I will stop
We need
interrupting.
moderation in here, to be honest with you,
Yeah,
because
you
you're not
shouldn't be
letting people make
interrupting
their
every
point.
step of the way, Gummy Bear. That's not how to do this. And the fact that we don't have anyone to stop you is a little perturbing. Left lane. I suggest you stop acting
Excuse
biased.
me,
I would say, all right, I'll say, Gummy, let Gregory say his piece, and then Gregory, you need to pay attention to his response. If you strawmanned him in any way, you need to take heed to that and maybe adjust your side of the argument and
That
not
sounded
strawman him.
really biased, left lane. Really, really biased.
Well, Gummy is consistently stating that Gregory is
Yeah, but you're
strawmanning him,
supposed to be
and he
modding. You don't
continues
take
to
places,
strawman
buddy.
him.
You know that, right? You don't
Yeah,
take
that's not what a
sides.
moderator's supposed to do, bud.
Yeah, you don't take sides. You don't tell what the other guy's supposed to do.
Okay, I asked Gummy to allow Gregory to speak. Now let Gregory speak.
Okay.
Gummy, since you have such an intellectual allergy, since you don't know how to ascertain the meaning of what someone else is saying, yet you critique me for not understanding you, what term should I use instead of Cavendish gravity?
Okay.
To refer
So
to
I
Big
can
G. Just
stop,
call it
so
Big
I can
G.
stop triggering, so
Oh,
I can stop triggering your intellectual allergy to the term.
So
Just
then
call
I
it Big
need to
G,
know
Gregory.
what are you actually referring to? Because
Big
the
G.
main things.
Mass gravity.
Okay, mass attracting mass gravity, as in. So first of all, that would maybe be Newtonian, but even so, it exists as a concept independently of any type of explanation for gravity, because it's a perceived effect, not an explanation of the cause.
I've been here for
So
like
let's
10
call it
minutes.
Newtonian
I still
gravity,
haven't heard Gregory make his point.
even though Newton worked with Cavendish and it was really Cavendish's idea. Anyway, so Newtonian gravity, in your defense of Newtonian gravity as real, not a mere perception. Listen to what I'm saying. I can't make this any more clear. I can't emphasize what I'm emphasizing anymore. In your defense of Newtonian gravity, you are trying to defend that it is not a mere perception. But then when you begin your defense, you describe it as a perception, as a mere perception. But what is really happening, then you continue the sentence saying, but what is really happening? As in to say, in the previous half of the sentence, it's not what's really happening. And in the successive half of the sentence, this is what really happened. And what you say is really happening is Einstein's gravity. So in your words, you've undermined your defense of Newtonian gravity being real, not a mere perception.
I heard it.
Okay. So here's what the problem is. Newtonian gravity never attempts to explain the cause of what happens. It is only measuring the effect. The effect is mass attracting mass. That is what we see happening, whether it's in the Cavendish experiment, whether it's in orbits, whether it's things falling to the ground. All Newton did is measure and quantify the effect of
So what's the
what
cause?
happens. The
So address the cause.
cause is what Einstein is attempting to explain with his theory of general relativity. These are two different levels, a cause versus an effect. They're both talking about the same effect, but
what Einstein
Newton didn't make a cause.
Einstein did was
Einstein
he merged
did talk
space
about
and time. He merged space and time as having physical properties that can be acted upon, which was completely illogical and unsubstantiated still to this day, due to the fact that space and time are only concepts. They don't exist ultimately. Space is just the void between masses, which we can call volume, and time is just a measure of masses or magnitudes, which you guys use conventionally, but ultimately doesn't exist. So how can you reify the essence of nothing to be something and to be acted upon? Can you give me the properties of space and time, please? Go ahead.
In other words, because Dysel kind of jumped the gun with that response. I want to go step by step through the procedure.
Yeah.
So with that being said, okay, number one is you've mastered this explanation, and you're saying it slowly and articulately, but pause and critique it. Quote unquote, mass attracting mass. That is a statement of cause and effect itself. There's a mass causing the effect of another mass being attracted to it. That is cause. That is not merely effect. And then when you refer to Einstein's gravity, that is also a cause and effect assertion, that the curvature of space and time is causing objects to fall or to move to another object. Both Newtonian gravity and Einstein gravity are cause and effect theories themselves. Not Newtonian gravity is an explanation of an effect or the description of an effect, and Einstein gravity is the cause. That's not even how academia interprets it. So why do you interpret it that way? Furthermore, that is why they forsook Newtonian gravity, Cavendish gravity, Newtonian gravity, because Einstein's theory is logically incompatible with Newtonian gravity, with Newton's gravity. Newton's gravity is a cause and effect theory. Einstein's gravity is a cause and effect theory. They're not the same. They're mutually exclusive. They don't comport with one another. One is true, one is false, or both is false. They can't both be true. They're not two parts of what, they're not two peas in one pod. They're one pea pod each. Okay, so you're confusing cause and effect and causality in the grammar of your explanation. It's grammatically erroneous in itself. Furthermore, with Einstein's gravity, like Daiso was explaining earlier, time is not matter. It's not material. Now, I know you academic types are materialistic atomists. I understand that. That is absurd. It is absurd because it reifies all abstracta. It reifies all abstracta. But time is not a concrete entity. It's not a material thing. You can't grab a handful of time out of your pocket. You can't stub your toe on time. It's an abstracta. So there is no curvature of time, nor space. Space is just absence. It's literally the opposite of presence. It's the absence.
Yeah, space
of a
space
thing.
itself is not a thing, rather than the absence of a thing. And you guys have misidentified that, I guess, as having some physical essence, and that's why I ask you, give me the properties of space if it's ever so existent. So the only thing they can attribute is vectors, and that's not a property, rather than an attribute. Perpendicular vectors is not a property. Is anyone there?
I guess Gummy Bear hopefully is chewing on what was said.
So there, you said a lot of things without pause. So first of all, one thing you're doing is completely conflating the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. Now, they will both talk about the same effect, which is, in reality, we will see masses moving towards each other. Masses accelerating towards each other. They are both saying that this is an effect in reality. Newton did not make a claim for the cause for masses accelerating towards each other. He merely measured the fact that they do. Now, Einstein came up with a reason how, and his explanation was that the masses bend space-time, and the space-time being bent tells masses how to move. Now, if you were to actually look into this and ask yourself, does Einsteinian supersede Newtonian? Is Newtonian completely wrong? And the answer you get is no. Newtonian is actually part of Einsteinian. If you take the Einsteinian tensors and you simplify it into lower masses and lower speeds, like we get here on Earth, you actually get, out of that equation, you get Newton's law of gravitation. So Einstein's equations actually simplify into Newton's equations on the surface of Earth. So not only does Einstein not supersede in the sense that Newton is wrong all of a sudden, he merely builds upon our understanding of it. So in no sense was Newton wrong. He merely did not have the whole picture.
Did either one of them? Did either one of them?
Almost done. In the same way that Einstein most likely did not have the full picture, but he definitely got closer to some sort of truth because of the amount of predictive power his model has.
Okay, with that being said.
So can I ask a quick question, Gregory, before you jump on him? Did either Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity account for the magnetic field?
Yes.
Oh, in what way?
In multiple ways, by using non-conductive material, non-magnetic material, by measuring the magnetic field around the material he's using, by putting it in a secluded area, essentially Faraday caging it away, many other things. Those are
So by never accurately explaining a magnet or what a magnetic field is, they hand wave dismissed it. Got you.
So was any part of what I said a hand wave dismissal?
Well,
or was it
yeah,
a
you got to go through
methodical
the
way?
procedure.
Or was that
Okay,
a
just
methodical
point by
way
point.
of excluding magnetism?
Yeah, because you're only talking about attracting and repulsion.
So not a hand wave.
Yeah, the magnetism is more than attracting and repulsion, as you guys have alluded to.
Okay, so with what you said, Gummy Bear, let's give that. Okay, I'll give that to you. The central critique still stands, even if Einstein is giving further insight on Newton's previous insights. Okay, with what Einstein has said, with his special relativity and general relativity, okay, the curvature of space and time causing motion. I'm using very general terms so that people understand. Okay, that is a reification fallacy of time and space. You cannot curve time and space. They are not material.
Oh, you
Neither do
now
they have
make a
causal
claim
power.
that you cannot curve them. Upon what evidence or factual basis are you making this claim that it is impossible for space and or time to be bent or to have
Because
these
they're not
attributes?
Because they're abstract universals.
How do you know that
concrete
they're
particulars.
completely abstract and not existing in reality?
Are you serious? Are you trying to make sense of what I'm saying, or are you just asking absurd questions? When's the last
Because
time
what
you
you're saying,
stubbed your toe on time?
okay, so it is not
When's
tangible.
the last time you crashed your plane into time? When's the
Okay,
last time
so
you
it
felt
is
the
not
breeze of
tangible.
time?
How many times have you stubbed your toes on an idea? Okay, never. And yet we would still say that an idea exists.
That's right.
No,
So what is the
I
difference?
believe that.
Well, this is the problem that you and I had, Gregory, because
He
to
said
say
exist,
that.
I mean real.
Well,
so just substitute the word exist with real. They are real. We're using
this
ideas
is
now.
this is where we got into the unicorn thing, and you saying unicorns are real because it exists in your mind, and I'm telling you that something to be real has to be affecting or affected upon, and your idea, your concept in your mind doesn't make something real. Just as math, we can all agree that math is a practical convention that we can use applicable as a descriptor to quantize things, but in nature, math is non-existent. There are no numbers in nature.
That's why I'm not using the word exist. That's why I'm using the word real.
Okay. All right.
Because existence, from the Latin existare, to stand out of, having an extension in space, that's only the property of concrete entities, concreta. There are abstracta. There are two kinds of entities, real entities, concreta and abstracta. This is a very basic dichotomy in metaphysics. Very basic. I'm not making anything new. It's very basic. There are concrete entities, there are abstract entities. There are concreta, there are abstracta. Time and space are abstracta.
Correct. Yeah, they're abstract conventions that we use, but they ultimately don't exist due to the fact that they have no physical properties. So this is what I've been trying to say.
Conventions, because God made them. So yeah, they're not man-made conventions. They're God-made conventions. So
regardless, they have no physical essence to them. There's no physical properties that we can point to. There's no Cartesianal. There's no Cartesianal locus of existence, right?
Right. Have no
and this is
extension
why.
in space.
Right. So again, Gummy, you have to understand that you've taken phantasms of conventional abstract existence and reified them to be acted upon naturally, and this is a problem.
But at the same time that you make that complaint of me, you're taking these and claiming that they are mere concepts, that they do not exist in reality in any way, shape, or form. And I am asking you, and I have asked you, upon what factual basis are you making this claim? And seemingly, it seems to be that you simply make it, you simply claim it to be purely conceptual. You have no actual basis for the claim that it is not.
So this is a reversal of burdens. This is a reversal of burden proof
is also
fallacy.
true. Yeah, the burden of proof is on you to prove your side first, not on us. Okay. Secondly,
so clearly,
hang on. Secondly, what the justification of my argument is this: number one, okay, throughout all history and for the rest of the future, okay, time is not a particular contingent particular with extension in space. If you believe there is, then find it and show it to me. Go show me a 5 by 5 by 5 object of time or something like that. Go show me a particular concrete entity, which is time itself.
Yeah, you could simplify it, Gregory, by just asking for the physical properties of space or time.
So, but you do realize that not everything is tangible.
I'm not
that's what
done.
you're asking
I'm not
for,
done.
for time
I'm
to
not
be
done.
tangible.
Here we go.
Okay, what I'm saying does not simply reduce to tangibility. Okay, there are things that are concretely real that we can't touch. I understand that. Okay, so stop simplifying what I'm saying to just mere tangibility. Concreteness, okay, I'm talking about concreteness. It is not a concrete entity, whether we can touch it or not. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not just saying that because it's not tangible, therefore it's not concrete. No, not the argument. I'm saying that because it has no properties at all of a concrete entity, tangible or intangible, it is therefore not a concrete entity, is an abstractor, an abstract entity. Therefore, it cannot be bent. It has no extension in space. Therefore, nothing can grab it, nothing can touch it and bend it, let
If
alone
you were
cause
to
the motion of any
analogously,
other concrete entity.
if you were to look at time analogously to like a river of flowing water, and you're standing at the edge of that river bank of flowing time, you can't stand in a moment, right? I mean, this goes back to Zeno's paradox. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's impossible to stand in a moment, right? And it's a one-dimensional vector of something moving past
It's
you.
not even motion in the concrete sense. When we talk about the motion of time, that's a figure of speech referring to the fact that
Right.
we are
Colloquial understanding.
right. We're using motion in a different sense, not motion in a concrete sense, like object A is moving from point A to point B. No, we're using that, and we know what we mean when we say that. The time is moving on. We're running out of time. Everything we talk about time, because we're talking about an abstract entity. Anytime we talk about the motion of time, it's not in the concrete sense, in an abstract sense, a rather different sense, talking about the fact that this moment is now in the past. It is now past us, and now we're in the present moment. Now it's moved to the past immediately, and there are all these moments that have yet to come to pass in the future.
Right. So yeah, time is just a measure of magnitudes, and ultimately doesn't exist at all. However, conventionally it does for beings of mass and magnitude who live in a sea of time, quote unquote. But ultimately, time is like space. It's the attributional byproduct of magnitude and its measure. So time is comprised of past and future alone, which are wholly phantasms of perception and memory. And the present moment or now is not a part of time whatsoever, since, like I've told you, nobody can stand in a moment of the same waters of flowing time, nor can time be still. It's as simple as that. I mean, I
So
don't
that's the
understand.
argument.
Yeah, I mean, the laughable fact that
That's the
relativity
justification.
and the religion of quantum have reified nothing, that being time, is both laughable and a sad commentary upon human understanding of this concept. But yeah, time is in short just the offspring and necessitated phenomena of magnetism, and its byproduct being mass and magnitude. So
So that's the justification for me saying that time and space can't be bent or abstracted.
the aggrandizement of time by empirical beings says little of time, but a lot about the nature of empirical existence.
Now, the burden of proof to prove that it is on the people that say that it is not. mere abstracted, that it is a concrete material thing that can be bent and cause motion. The burden of proof is on that side, your side. There isn't even an argument that has yet to be given to justify the position, let alone any empirical data to substantiate the position. So let's say you don't have any data on you right now. What is your argument to justify that time and space can be bent to cause motion?
I mean, the only question that I can state to you is, how do you expect anyone to talk to someone who all they say is, it isn't real? Time isn't real. It isn't real. It isn't real.
Well, that's not what we
You
said.
cannot
So
present
know
me.
it is not
You
real,
cannot
though.
present me some time. You cannot hold time in front of me. And essentially, this is your argument. And simply
no,
because
that's
I
not what we
cannot
said.
give you
This
time in a
is the kind
bottle.
of straw man that is actually you're guilty of strawmanning us for. I never said that time and space are not real. I said they are not concreta.
Okay. So when you're defining it, when you're saying they're not concreta, what you're saying is they cannot have attributes to them. They cannot have like the attribute of being bent.
Gummy. Imagine
No, they
you
can
say
have attributes. It just cannot have the attributes
hello.
of any
Can you
concreta.
guys hear me? Mic check.
Gregory, Carlos is talking.
Yeah, I hear
Go
you,
ahead.
Silent.
I
Silent.
was gonna say to Gummy, imagine you say that unicorns don't exist, because, right? And then we ask you to provide like a unicorn or demonstrate a unicorn, and then you say, well, I cannot, right?
No,
It's the same as what we're saying with time,
the
though. You say it
similarity.
does exist, and then we ask you to provide anything to demonstrate that assertion that time exists, and you cannot actually bring anything to the table.
Okay.
Furthermore,
but the question isn't
even if I
okay. The
did
question
say,
isn't whether time exists. The question is whether time can have an attribute of being
No,
bent.
because that's already asserting that that exists. No, first you gotta demonstrate that it is there, and then you can make assertions or try to like push it further. You know.
hang on, listen. We're confusing things that should be clear by now. It is very simple. There are concreta, there are abstracta. Concreta, bricks, water, air, trees. Abstracta, the idea of those things, or communism, or hierarchy, or science, or etc., etc. Okay, concreta, abstracta.
So all you're saying is
time and space.
tangible versus intangible.
Not necessarily tangible. Just because you or I cannot touch it doesn't mean it's not concrete. You and I can't touch our brain right now. That doesn't mean our brain is not concretely real.
Or how about radio waves? You can't see radio waves, but we know they exist.
We could
Right,
open
you
up
can't-
someone's head and touch their brain.
Okay.
You can't
so you
see
get the
radio
point.
waves, but we know they exist.
Okay, so
Okay,
you say that radio.
Listen, because you're destroying
No,
the point.
it's a question. Is
No,
electromagnetism,
but just listen.
so radio
just listen.
waves,
I'm
is
not
that
done. Just
concreta or
listen.
abstracta?
Just listen. Just listen. You are destroying the point. Okay. So there are concreta, there are abstracta. Abstracta including time and space. Okay. Space being the absence, the non-presence of things, of concreta, of matter. Okay, and time being moments. That's how I define time. I'll justify that later. Time being moments. Okay.
The problem is you're arbitrarily putting these in the category of abstracta.
I'm not arbitrarily putting them into. It's not arbitrary. I just justified it earlier. Okay. Given the way we talk about such things, and given our everyday human experience, we do not experience time or space as concrete entities that could be bent or could be acted upon in any way like concrete entities.
Oh,
and especially given the
making the
absurdity of the
claim.
contrary.
Now you're making the claim that it cannot be acted upon by any entity, which again you're doing without any basis, merely because you've already put it in the category of abstracta. That is a reification.
It's
You're
not
essentially
arbitrary.
saying it is abstracta because it is abstracta. That is
No,
your
it's
that
not
is the argument
arbitrary.
you're making.
No, it's not arbitrary. Either you really don't understand, or this is sophistry. I already
No,
explained to you the justification of my position. I already explained to you that abstracta have no of the same, that do not have any of the same properties except being real as concreta. The burden of
Yes,
proof is
correct.
on you.
Hold
The burden
on.
of proof and the justification is on you. Show me how you can interact with time and space the same way you interact with any other matter, solid, liquid, gas, or plasma.
Now, but the problem here isn't the category of concreta and abstracta as you're using them. The problem is that you have already put time and space within abstracta. If I were to give you an example of mass will bend space or space-time, because of course they're connected within my paradigm. If I make you that claim that mass bends space-time, you will already say that is impossible because space and time are abstracta. Thereby, you are using a circular argument of saying it is abstracta because it is abstracta.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument.
What's being said.
Okay, so in what way is what I'm saying wrong?
Just stop talking and listen. Because you keep repeating, trying to reiterate my position, and you don't reiterate it. You're attacking strawman again. The argument is that time and space cannot be bent, let alone cause motion. They have no causal power. Given that, they have none of the same properties as concrete entity. Therefore,
hold on.
Therefore,
because you've already made the problem that I'm saying you're making, which is that you're already making the claim.
Can you really not hold your tongue? Can you really not hold your tongue to the syllogism? Can you really not hold your tongue to the syllogism?
Because within the first two sentences, you've already made the claim that I was telling you.
You don't want to listen to me.
Hold on a second, Gregory. Gummy, there's a lot of things you say that we don't agree with, like right from the get-go, right? But we give you the respect to finish what you're saying before we address it. Like, I understand it gets very challenging to bite your tongue, or maybe you feel like you're going to forget what you have to say. But I suggest having like a pen and paper to maybe take notes, so that way you can still let somebody finish and address the things within what they've said that you want to address. You know what I'm saying, man?
Is when,
with all due respect,
I do agree with you, but the problem is that I gave my criticism of his thing, and then within my criticism, I made the whole thing that what you're doing is you're arbitrarily saying from the get-go that it cannot be bent or have these attributes, and therefore it is abstracta. And then when he goes to explain why I'm wrong, he instantly goes and does that. And then why should I sit here for 5 minutes when he already did the thing that I complained that he was doing? That is not a constructive conversation.
It's annoying,
whatsoever.
isn't it? So now you know how I feel. So can you be respectful and bite your tongue and let me finish the syllogism so that you actually understand the argument that I'm saying?
Okay. Then can you also then listen to my criticism and not put space and time into abstracta from the get-go for no reason other than you want it to be?
Okay. First of all, you don't understand how argumentation works. I'm going to express my position. You don't dictate to me how I'm going to express my argument.
Well, I think the point of contention right now, Gregory, is the fact that just by saying that we can't see space doesn't mean that space doesn't exist analogously to radio waves or your brain. But the problem is that both your brain and radio waves can be validated to exist, where space, right, hasn't, because space itself is not anything rather than the absence of a thing. Okay. And for conventional reification, right, by empirical beings who exist and is measured by mass and magnitude, space exists, sure. But ultimately, space has no essence or properties. Like I've already addressed, and I've asked you from the get-go, what are the properties of space? You've yet to answer that, and understandably so, because space is just the measured volume between masses and magnitude, who's measured in time. But space is the incorrectly reified the essence of atomism, which Tesla already said was doomed to oblivion as a false belief of cosmic mechanics and its model. And I quote, I hold that space cannot be curved for the simple reason that it can have no properties, end quote, Tesla. So again, unless you can address that simple thing, then we can leave it to the fact of assuming that it's just an arbitrary thing for your convention.
The way I address that is by asking you, why are you able to arbitrarily make the claim that space can have no attributes without having to back that up in any way? Because that is a claim that space can have no attributes.
Well,
and
here's
yet
the thing.
You seem to think that that is an
But
claim
because
to
what
make
you're doing,
without backing it up.
Because you can't take the attributes of the thing, the very thing that's in question, and attribute its existence based upon some attributional expression. Like this is the same as you guys saying that water, steam, and ice are separate due to the fact that
Dicelo,
it's
can I
the
just
very
fix what he
same
said?
thing.
Can I just fix what he said real quick? Hold on, Silent. Let me just fix what he said. He said space doesn't have any physical attributes. Yeah, that's a claim. It's a negative claim. He's saying that the attributes of space, there is none. They don't exist. So
No,
if somebody,
he said the opposite, but regardless, it's irrelevant. We're talking about the principle. We're not talking about the attribute. We're talking about the very thing in question being space itself, not what space does, but what space is. That's the difference.
I know these guys. All right.
We're going in circles about the very simple ontological point. This is getting annoying. Space. What is space? Okay. What is space? This is a metaphysical question.
It's a volume. It's just a measured volume. That's it.
Yes, it's an area of absence, an area in which there is an absence of things. There's space here. Look, walk through the door and there's space in the living room. Go have a seat. There's an area of absence that you can then occupy so that you can have a seat and watch TV. Very simple. Okay, so space is not a concreta. It's not a concrete entity.
It's the absence of a thing, not a thing itself. And this is what they've done is they've given a physical essence of space being a thing rather than the absence of a thing, so that they can bend and warp it to create their paradigm. And that's a problem. That's not doing science.
So
that's supporting a false dichotomy.
Are you saying that space is a thing, or are you saying that space is not a thing?
I'm saying
space is a real entity, which is the absence of present things.
So, but then you're saying it is something, but the something that it is nothing.
There's only two dimensions.
Do you not see the oxymoronic nature of that statement?
It's not that hard. It's not
that hard.
Hold on,
Gregory. Hold on. I'm going to sum it up really quickly here.
It's not a concreta.
There's only two dimensions in nature when we can say it's spatial or counterspatial, or physical or non-physical. That's it. That's all you get. You don't get to take the non-physical and merge it with the physical and equivocate some sort of a field dynamic system based off that a logical fallacy. And that's what you've done.
No, the problem is that you're saying, and correct me if I'm saying what you're saying wrong, but you're saying that space is something, and the something that it is nothingness. It is the lack of something. So you're saying it is something, but the something that it is the lack of something.
No. Space is not a thing. It's the absence of a thing. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
So technically yes, to not confuse what's happening here, because it's about to be a verbal dispute. I can say it already. Just listen. Space, what space is, right? What is this thing called space? It is the absence of concreta, an area of absence of concreta. Simple.
Okay, but then you're defining space as being absent of concreta, but I would say that things, so concreta, exist within space, because I am here, you are there. That is space, volume.
We are in space. We have extension in space. We exist. All right.
Well, so the problem is you've defined space as being abstract or abstracta. By what you've said is you've already defined space to be an abstracta, and that's where again I have problems with.
He's given you he's already given a two-dimensional expression of what I said in different words. Like there's no way around this. Like I don't understand why in your mind you can recreate things to be that aren't there and just hold on to it so dearly. Like it's it's beginning to be insanity, man. Like, I think majority of the listeners here would agree with what Gregory and I are saying. I think deep down, ultimately, you do as well. But it's the death blow to your false dichotomy system.
No, because you
Now,
see,
I will
problem
grant
is you're
this to Gummy Bear's
defining.
point. I will Gummy Bear. Hang on, listen. I'm about to advocate you because there is a point that I do recognize. There are entities in reality in the universe that seem to blur the lines between abstracta and concreta. For instance, what Gummy Bear is trying to acknowledge is that space is real in both senses. There is really a space in my room, right? The space in my room is not a mere idea, you see. But then again, space itself, quote unquote space, is also an idea. It has no extension in space. It's not material. It's not concreta, you see. So there really is space, right, in the midst of concreta. And then there really is an abstract idea, an abstract entity in my mind, the concept of space. So that's the difference.
Okay. Well, so then, how about this then? I would allow you to define space that way. If I then but if you were to define space that way, I would have to define some sort of background medium, almost equivalent or similar in the way that someone would talk about the ether, and that medium would be a concreta. But at the same time, I would say that concreta, that background medium, either is what makes up the abstracta of space, or at least follows it.
Well, this is where we start getting into dark matter, dark energy, quantum foam, which is again just euphemisms for the ether. And I would agree, but only in certain understandings, and where they have literally just kind of jumped on a different pathway with they literally hijacked the understanding. Is what they
in fact, Duxlow, don't miss the opportunity. So with what Gummy Bear just said, that counts to the credit of quote unquote ether as opposed to materialistic atomism.
Oh, okay.
Well,
maybe I missed that part.
So I would say that it doesn't give credit to either side, because all you've done so far to my side is that you've made a what's the word? You've essentially, all you've made is made me redefine words. I still have exactly the same beliefs in totality. I merely use different words to explain my beliefs. And so to me, you haven't actually changed anything except the way I use the words I use.
Well, not in completeness.
Hang on. So even if that's the case, our arguments are still sound, regardless of you not being persuaded. So to say that we have failed to substantiate and justify our position, given that you're not persuaded, does not follow.
Well, no, hold on. I'm not saying that you have not persuaded me, because what I believe all you've done is you've redefined words. You have not actually done anything of substance other than redefining the words.
Well, I've done more than redefine terms. I've debunked misconceptions that are.
Well, no,
you've redefined.
You've redefined the way we use the word space.
Not at all, man.
No, I haven't redefined space at all. That's not one of the terms of redefine.
We showed your misappropriation of the word, dude. Is what
I didn't
we've done.
redefine anything. I simply explained, right? I simply explained and justified and substantiated what I'm saying. Okay.
Space,
so again,
space attributionally speaking. Space attributionally speaking is just the divergent centrifugal magnetic toroidal field, and you guys are equivocating it as particle existence, where we're saying the particle is not there. Okay, so you guys are substantiating materialism by saying that cosmic background radiation or dark matter, dark energy fundamentally is just particle interaction. Similar to that, how you speak about light or magnetism and saying that it's virtual particles or virtual photons, like the emission thereof. Like there's physically something, right, in essence, taking place. And that's a problem, because what you're doing is you're dismissing field mechanics. You're dismissing the fundamental field itself, i.e. the ether, and it's what it is, and
well,
and it's
hold on, but I would
attributionally manifested rather than the principle thereof.
I actually don't quite agree with your characterization because I at least now you can of course correct me if you believe I'm wrong, but I at least don't believe that that is the way it's explained. Where, for example, the background medium, like the for example the 0 point energy, is particles. Of course, it is explained as particles and antiparticles popping in and out of existence. But the underlying reason for that is given is the fluctuation within the field itself. And so I
But
wouldn't
that's
say
a
that we're actually
description.
denying the field in any way whatsoever. We're merely
But that's a
talking about
description. You guys are using descriptions in lieu of explanation, and that's the problem. Is because you're asserting particle interactions, and there's no termination of particle interaction, and certainly none that mediate in the depths of space in the void, like in the colloquial sense of outer space versus terrestrial. But nonetheless, the problem is everything in your mind is particle interactions. You guys have dismissed the understanding of field dynamics.
Well, no, I would say that it is the field interactions.
Hang on, because this
It
is
is field
digression.
interactions, but the way the field interacts is through quanta, which is particles.
Hang on.
Exactly,
We're
and that's
missing
a
the
problem.
central point. We're missing the central point. So let's not miss the central point. Everything I said was in defense of my position of my critique concerning Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. Okay. Now, instead of constantly asking us questions, we've passed your examination. Okay, you've asked us questions. I've given my justification of my position. Now, it's your turn. Bear your burden of proof. Substantiate the assertion that time and space are material entities that can be bent and cause motion. Please do not affirm the consequent.
I cannot do so to your satisfaction, and so
No,
I don't
don't
think we
worry
should
about
go
my
there.
satisfaction. Just prove your point. You can prove your point without persuading me. You're not going to escape the burden of proof by appealing to the possibility that I may not be persuaded. You can prove your point without persuading me. If you prove your point, then you prove your point regardless of you not persuading me. So go ahead and prove your point.
Well,
no, DJ.
The only way of me doing this is by talking to you about things like the Cavendish experiment, which will get us nowhere. That's what I'm getting at.
If you don't have confidence in your argument, then that's your fault. But if you have confidence in your argument, then go ahead and explain. You can justify your position. I don't disregard justification. In fact, all claims of knowledge come down to justification and demonstrating the absurdity of the contrary. So go ahead.
I'm gonna read a quote by Walter Russell real quick. Nothing is more fantastical and a travesty of how nature works than is quantum theory. Its very basis has no relationship to reality. I'm gonna read another one by Leonard Susskind. Where common sense and intuition failed, we, the insane relativist, had to create a new form of intuition based on abstract, unreal mathematics. When common sense fails, we must create uncommon sense. And that's the professor of theoretical physics and the priest of quantum right there. So, yeah, relativity is just a meager theory. And after all these decades, it's mostly disproven. It attempted to supplement the ether by ignorant reification of space and time as actual entities, which are malleable and influence matter and fields. Not that relativity ever defined a field, but space has no properties, just like Tesla said, and time is merely a measure, and neither of these can be warped or acted upon things, nor is space a terminal for any field modality whatsoever. Just using simple Occam's razor and common sense can dismiss all of this. And quantum, in short, is just a hokum and an intellectual obfuscation used by academia to perpetuate employment to those who are intellectual berefs of insight and intellect. So fundamentally, quantum is just a radical, insane belief system, and infinitely closer to science fiction absurdities than natural and logical explanations as defined by Platonists or even that of Aristotle. The very term quantum denotes and connotes nothing whatsoever in natural world at all. further still in no way attempts to explain nature, and is a radical affront to Occam's razor. So,
okay, well, but so here's the problem with pretty much, or here's my problem with pretty much everything you're saying, is that you're saying that things like relativity, for example, relativity is wrong. And then I would ask you, well, how do you explain things such as time dilation, for example? And then you say something like quantum mechanics is wrong, or things like that. And then I'd ask you, well, how do you explain something like the double slit experiment or the quantum eraser experiment, or things of such sort? How do you explain these with your own?
your double slit experiment is just constructive and destructive phase interference.
Okay.
So
And
I
so
mean,
how?
this can be recreated with a simple laser and pinhead in a classroom on a blackboard. So you don't need any kind of fancy fucking photon emitter or whatever you think is happening. Like you guys have taken an experiment to prove the premise of what light is by setting it up in such a way to perceive these phantasms. And furthermore, quantum overstepped its bounds early in creation to pervert fields and energy into particles against natural order. So there's no logic.
Hold on, because you're actually brushing past what it's showing.
That's what you're doing, Gummy Bear. He challenged the attribution of physicality, and then you said your response was, explain the reification I'm about to propose. Your response was
let me actually finish off what I was saying. The double slit experiment isn't exclusively the whole destructive constructive interference. It is the fact that if you put measurements within the slits and then measure through which slits the photon appears to pass through, you get a different pattern at the end, one that correlates to a particle nature. How do you explain this? Because it is no longer acting like the constructive destructive interference. It is all of a sudden acting as if it is particles shot at these slits. How do you explain this dual nature of light, whether it has been measured or not, going through the slits?
This is your response to you claiming physicality.
I have asked the question to him, not to you. Can you let
Yeah, I
him
mean,
answer?
you did kind of just shift over to light rather than space-time bending like we've been talking about for the last 2 hours. So it's just kind of odd.
Well, so if you cannot address this point, that is fine. But you're the one who brought up things like saying that that quantum mechanics is wrong and that they're doing a bunch of reifications and this and that. And so I merely asked you to explain one phenomena within quantum mechanics. If you don't want to do that and go back to space-time bending, we can do so.
You said time
which is a red
dilation,
herring. You're now
Gummy Bear.
talking about light instead of space. Talk about space.
Yeah, and you said time dilation. So he told you that you attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions, which is a reification fallacy, a little bit more elegantly even. And then your response was, okay, you can say all that, but then I can ask you questions like, how do you explain time dilation? That's the very thing he's saying is impossible. You just saying it and then asking us to explain your reification fallacy is laughably in that.
He's done this a few times. This reversal of burden of proof fallacy on me and shit. Like it's
so nobody's going to answer him then, right?
If I have to be more clear, I'm not asking how do you explain time dilation within your paradigm where time dilation doesn't exist. I'm asking you, how do you explain the phenomena that are observed that we explain through time dilation within your paradigm?
You are asking how do you explain it in his paradigm.
Yes, how do you explain
it?
Because I'm not asking how do you explain the phenomena itself of time dilation?
It doesn't exist.
I'm asking, how do you explain the experimental results that we do get that we currently attribute to time dilation?
Okay, oscillation
what I'm
rates
trying to point out to you,
segregation of cesium atoms and oscillation rates are completely irrelevant when it comes to the physicality that you have imposed on conceptual abstractions such as time. So there you go. It's an oscillation rate.
Saying it is irrelevant is not an answer to the question.
It's just an oscillation rate of the degradation of cesium atoms relative to the environment, and it's not consistent. You're making an additional claim. Can you prove it, please?
So again, you just making it, reducing it into it's just an oscillation doesn't actually answer any part of the observations.
Yes,
Okay, that's
they're
a
not
mere contradiction. It's a mere negation of what Witted just said. Can you give an argument to justify your position and debunk his? You don't understand how arguments work.
No. So what I'm saying is, within the current model that I'm using, namely general relativity, I can explain time dilation. For example, within a GPS satellite, which is a known phenomena that is used in order to make GPS accurate. The result, so the measured effect, which is that a cesium clocks appear to deviate from a cesium clock. A cesium clock on a GPS appears to deviate from a cesium clock on the ground. That is an undeniable effect. Now, it is explainable logically through the model of general relativity, and I'm asking you, if general relativity is such a fake thing, how do you explain the known observable effect?
I got a video
before anyone answers that. I must say
I posted a video for you in live text 1. I suggest you watch it. Pretty informative.
I must say this because this keeps happening in arguments where you will ask a question after we give our critique of your position, and then if we can't satisfy your curiosity, if you truly have curiosity, if we can't satisfy your curiosity with our explanation and justification of that explanation and an adequate empirical database to substantiate it, then therefore your paradigm is true and ours is false. Or we have no justification to disbelieve your paradigm, which you assert is true. No, that's a fallacy. Okay,
Correct.
it's just simply a non sequitur. If we can't explain it and justify it and substantiate our explanation, that does not therefore indicate that, or let alone necessarily, that your position is true.
So the way that what those arguments are reductio ad absurdum arguments is, I am saying, if what you are saying is correct, then how would you explain yourself how this works? I am essentially showing that if you make the claim like the space isn't real, or sorry, space doesn't have any attributes, then how do you explain anything within your paradigm relating to space? And the fact that it is shown to be absurd, that the paradigm is absurd based on your own argument, I have disproven what you said. It's a reductio ad absurdum.
Wait. Let's say that you successfully falsify, you've debunked my position. My point is that if you debunk my position, that does not necessarily indicate, that doesn't indicate at all that your position is true.
Correct.
You cannot say your position is false, therefore my position is true. No.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Let me give a quick example.
This is sophistry. It's boring, Gummy Bear.
Let me give you an example.
What you're doing right now is trying to avoid the burden of proof by your positive claim, which is you're attributing physical properties to time. You're claiming that time dilates. You want to say, oh, well, if it doesn't dilate, then what else could it be? And if you can't come up with something, then therefore time does dilate. You're completely jumping over your.
I will give you an example then.
I've already given you.
I've already given you an example that
I've already given you a video to source for your question.
Correct,
you know, explaining your little metric tensor.
Me to watch a 20-minute video just randomly in the middle of a conversation.
No, but I suggest you go back to it. And there's also a video explaining your red versus blue shift, which would all tie into all of this. But don't dance around.
Now let me actually respond.
Game over. Oscillation rate is relative to altitude within the ether based on the vortex movement within. Game over. Try again. Now, can you please substantiate time has physical properties now that you ran away from it?
Okay. Now that I'm allowed to speak. So for example, one thing that I would say is we have experimental data, things that are true in reality, and an effect that is true in reality. For example, like the one you. Can I ever finish my statement, Dice?
Let it finish, but let's not be hypocrites.
Like, for example, the one that you just got at was the oscillation time of a cesium clock, for example, in a GPS. Now, what I'm saying is, we know that the effect is real because we can see the fact that a cesium clock is deviating from one on the ground. Now, one explanation for this that follows logically, that it explains this phenomena logically, is general relativity.
You're just on repeat, Gummy Bear.
Now,
This is
what you're
incredibly boring.
saying is that general relativity cannot be correct. That is the
Yeah.
claim you're making. And so I'm asking, okay, if general relativity is so incorrect, how else do you explain these phenomena?
Okay,
What,
we've
what
explained to you
phenomena,
that this is
Gummy Bear?
equivalent
What
to a
phenomena?
5-year-old drawing on the wall with crayons because it's not sufficient debate tactic. It's called a fallacy. Then I actually gave you a replacement. The oscillation rate is relative to the altitude and the vortex movement within the ether itself. Now you can get
That
back
is
to the
merely.
fact. Hey, Gummy Bear,
Hold
shut
on.
the fuck. Now you're interrupting me, buddy. This is like the 4th time. We're not going to listen to you repeat sophistry over and over as if you're teaching us something with some intellectual superiority when you don't understand that you're being fallacious. You are attributing physical properties to time. You have the burden of proof with that positive claim. Substantiate it, please.
You haven't made a actual logical link of the mechanics in which this happens. You merely made the statement that it depends on the actual distance within the ether. You have not made the actual logical step-by-step of how this happens. You've made a qualitative claim. Yeah, sorry,
The
you made a
reason you're asking
quantitative
this question
claim,
Well,
not a qualitative claim.
the problem,
the
Gummy
reason you're
Bear, is you
asking
would
this
have to
question is
first
to justify
understand
your
conjugate
confusion.
fields and ether field matrix understandings, and you have no concept of that. Like, we would have to sit down and go over like probably a few hours of conversation to first be able to get to these double vortex of dynamic polarity systems with you to explain everything properly. But I've done this for years.
You can't
Puppy.
explain something easily, then you don't understand it well
So
enough
I'll explain
yourself.
it to you. I'll explain it to you like this. It's the hyperboloid and the toroidal field are mutually antagonistic and synonymous with one another. And these two field expressions, and if you don't know what those are, it's the hourglass and the toroid. They're the negative inverses of one another. Wherever you see one image, the negative necessary antecedent of that is likewise the other. And it's the yin and yang of all the entire universe and of field pressure mediations, terminating into these two spatial and non-counterspatial realms of existence, thus having ether and ultimately 0-point energy.
Now, let me say this, because I know it's obvious what he's trying to do. So I'm going to go through the procedure. Listen to what I do. Gummy Bear, so with your question, let's say, I don't know. How do you explain, right? You ask me, how do you explain the difference between the cesium clock up in the sky and the GPS versus one on the ground?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Then my answer to you is, so if you don't know, then how are you feeling comfortable in making the criticisms you are making of what my explanations are?
Because I can recognize the impossibility therein. I can recognize the fallacy therein.
A believed fallacy, but you have clearly said that you have a lack of information, that you do not know for sure.
Right, but I'm not
because
appealing to either of the explanation of the phenomenon to substantiate my critique.
But that is exactly the problem. Is you're saying the problem with it.
No, I'm not. No, I am not. I'm not appealing to, given that I don't know how to explain this phenomenon, therefore your explanation is false. That is not what I've done.
You are making claims such, for example, one claim you make is the space is abstracta and it cannot have attributes. And then you go on to say, and therefore space-time is fake because it claims it has attributes. Now that is that
right. So I'm appealing to knowledge.
No.
So I'm appealing to knowledge about the ontological properties of space and time. Space and time don't have concrete physical properties. Therefore, they cannot be bent.
Is you making a claim that they don't?
No, Gummy Bear,
you are
you're
making the claim that they don't.
Gummy Bear, shut up.
You're making the claim that they do, and you can't substantiate it.
Exactly. You're making the positive claim that they do, Gummy Bear. This is the 10th consecutive time you've tried to skate past it with
Let me clarify then, Witsit. I am making the claim that they do, and then I'm giving you an experiment of how they do, or how we observe that they do. You then come and say, that cannot be true because space is an abstracta, which is a fallacious
it's looking
argument.
at a cesium atom and looking at its oscillation rate. It has nothing to do with manipulating physical properties of time. Try again, Gummy Bear.
So then the problem then is that you shouldn't be saying that I'm wrong. You should be saying that I might not be correct. I will agree with that, but you are making a actual statement of I am wrong when you
it's
are
axioms.
also
Hang on,
claiming that you do not know. That is oxymoronic.
Well, I've already told you it's a misappropriation.
Hang on, pause and let me respond. Gummy Bear. So, what I'm saying to you is that your explanation is absurd and without justification and without substantiation because it is absurd. The absurdity is in the explanation. It is absurd in principle. So, if what you're saying is incoherent, if what you're saying, if the theory, if the doctrine, if the explanation is absurd, it can't be substantiated. You can't substantiate absurdity. You can't justify absurdity. Let's just keep whistling past. So yes, when I hear you try to appeal to the supposed results of some experiment, double slit, quantum eraser, delayed choice, when you appeal to the supposed results of that and your interpretation of those results involves an absurdity, includes an absurdity in the interpretation, then yes, I'm going to critique that and debunk the interpretation, which is how critique is done.
Well,
I agree.
Here's
If
let
the
me simplify this
absurdity,
really quick.
hold on, let me
I'm gonna go.
respond quick.
I'm gonna
I'll
go
also
after this, Gummy Bear.
my response is
real
pretty
quick.
If the critique is objective in nature, I would agree with you. But when you make a statement like space is abstracta, that is not an objective statement. That is a claim that you have not backed up.
Why do you do that? Why do you repeat a sentence?
I just want to address his experiments really quickly, and I want to sum it up. Yeah, I want to sum it up with this, and I'll be on my way. When you biasly when you set up an experiment biasly to presume the nature of something or to predict the outcome, you haven't done an experiment, dude. Okay, you're never going to come to an ultimate conclusion as to what it is you're trying to explain when you do this. And this is all of those experiments you've laid out has done that. You preconceive the nature of light to set it up in such a way to have the outcome fall into your paradigm of disillusion rather than trying to get to the ultimate understanding of what it is you're trying to understand or explain. And with that, I appreciate the back and forth, and I'll catch you guys later.
God bless you, Dyson.
Yep.
Dude, you're making the claim, okay? You're making the claim that this concept space is an abstract because it's the idea of emptiness, nothingness, the area void of material. Mathematical descriptions within that are irrelevant. That's what your red herring fallacy will be. So I just decapitated it preemptively. So the mathematical description of space is irrelevant. We're talking about space itself, what it is. It's the idea of the absence of matter, the area between. You're now claiming that possesses physical properties. You're going to have to substantiate that claim because it is an axiom that is impossible. It's called a reification fallacy. Conceptual abstractions do not have physical properties. You're making a claim antithetical to that. You have the burden of proof. All you're doing is shifting the burden of proof, drowning in sophistry, and it's annoying.
So once again, I am not making the claim that this is an absolute. It is absolutely space-time bending. I am saying that an explanation of the experimental data and a logical explanation of this would be space-time bending. And so, when you are criticizing me, you're not criticizing me for making the claim that it is such, because I'm not making the claim that it is such. I'm making the claim that it is possible to be as such. And then, when you're criticizing my claim that it is a possibility of such, you need to make the claim. You need to show that it is an impossibility.
That's
and then
not
you
how
say
that
when you're
first time
saying
you've ever been in debate,
I'm
bro,
almost
that's not
done.
how but you're just being
almost
ridiculous.
done. When you say that my thing is an impossibility, you are making a claim where you have the burden of proof. I have merely shown that my thing is a logical possibility. You need to show that it is an impossibility.
No, you need to demonstrate the viability of what you're proposing. Okay, if we contend your claim that is absurd on its face and has no empirical physical evidence ever in the history of mankind to back it up, or its viability even in principle, you are making the positive claim. We are contending it. You're shifting the burden of proof, telling us that we now have to prove it isn't true. It isn't even a real thing. How is it that we're supposed to prove it's not true? You're shifting the burden of proof. You have to substantiate viability with physical empirical means or stop talking about it.
So I have
it's
shown
getting
you a
a bit annoying.
logical.
Let me answer you.
Gummy,
Give me
it's
let me
getting a bit
answer you.
annoying. What's happening is, right, we're telling you your story is a story, and you're telling us, well, you've got to prove my story's just a story.
No, what I'm
So
saying
Yeah,
is,
that is what you're doing, bro, and it's quite boring.
what I'm
Give me back. Can you hear
saying
me?
is,
Can you
yeah,
hear
I
me?
can.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
answer you. So, number one, what does justify and substantiate my position that the curvature of space and time is impossible? Okay, it's not possible. It's not a logical explanation. It's not possible. What substantiates that is our everyday human experience. Number one. Number two, what justifies my position is the absurdity of the contrary. Okay, you cannot find any instance, any particular instance of time having a particular location and having physical properties, having any physical properties, including a particular location, a particular extension in space. You can't find it. Go try and go
Because
look at
that's
others
not
who
a
have
claim
tried.
we make.
You gotta listen. You gotta listen. It is a claim you make. You may not
No.
understand what I'm saying, or you may not like the way I'm phrasing it, but it is. Okay. Time and space being curved, that is only possible for physical things. Physical things are particular. They're particular. They have extension in space. Okay. And a bunch of other properties, right? Solid liquid mass, solid liquid gas, plasma, etc., redness, blueness, etc. You know the drill. Okay, you have no empirical data, whether it be tangible, intangible, visible or invisible to the naked eye. There is no empirical data to show that time and space have physical properties. Ergo, they're not concreta, they're abstracta. The only concreteness they have, the only concreteness that time and space have is that they are real. There is a point in time that you and I are existing in. There are points in time that are in the past. There are points in time that are in the future that have yet to come to pass. Okay? And there is really space. We are really in space. But they are not physical. They have no physical properties. The burden of
Again, you
proof is
keep
on
making that
you.
claim.
Again, I know you're talking about it being possible. Okay, so the counter argument to you saying that it's possible is that given the nature, the ontological nature of concreta, abstracta, including time and space, okay, given that time and space have no physical properties, it is therefore absurd to assert that time and space are bending and causing motion.
Can I input right here real quick? I just find it kind of weird because one side is it's weird because I don't understand how you can kind of claim that something might be this. That's not really even a claim. Like if I saw, I guess, let's say a car going down the street and driving in it, and then I just said, well, it might be demons in the engine causing the car to move. And then I asked you, oh, now the burden of proof is on you to disprove that there's demons running the car going across the street. I find that as kind of a dishonest motherfucker. I find that kind of as a like almost dishonest because you can't just then go and claim like, oh, this might be what's happening. So now you have to disprove it because I just said it might be what's happening. And here's the thing, you're not really standing on your side. You're not even really defending your point. You're not really defending your claim. You're basically making a claim. He's basically making his claim, but then saying that he's not making his claim. It's just probably what his claim is, and then we have to disprove him. So it's directly analogous to me saying that there might be demons in the car, and that's how the car moves down the street, and now you have to disprove those demons in the car.
No. So
Right, rather
here's
than
how it
asserting your
differs.
justification for your assertion that what it might be of the possibility. When you assert claims to knowledge, whether it be certain knowledge or a claim that it might be the case, a possibility, it still must be justified. That's your burden of proof. If you can't appeal to any empirical data, then give a justification. But if you can't give substantiation or justification to the claim to knowledge, then it's a false claim to knowledge. It's untenable.
So here's the thing. is what you guys are getting caught up on. Is what I am saying is now what I am saying. So listen to closely so you know what I am saying. I am saying that we have an actual experimental result that is undeniable. This result is undeniable. I am saying that one logical explanation is, for example, general relativity.
It's not
Now,
logical.
I can tell you by what mechanism this effect is gained from the cause. I can give you
Okay,
the
so we've
logical
already gone
step
through
by
all
step.
that. We've already
Let
gone
me
through all that.
finish. And so the
I have to
difference.
cut you off because we're not getting anywhere. You keep repeating
No,
yourself. We've gone
no,
through this.
because yeah,
Okay,
but
you asserted that it might be
clearly it wasn't gone
I
through.
understood you, Gummy Bear. I
You
understood you,
clearly didn't,
and I
because you
answered
still
your
have
question.
trouble with it.
You said the same thing
No,
10 times.
no. Your assertion is that it is possible, that it is a possible,
Okay, so
valid
then let me
explanation. I understand
finish
that.
my
No,
statement,
Gummy
and
Bear, you
then
just keep saying the same
you
thing
can
over and over. You just keep saying the
let me
same thing over and
finish
over.
my statement,
Only if you say something
and
different.
then when
Wait,
I finish my
like,
statement, you can.
It's only fair that he
Are you
gets.
feeling a kind of deja vu here?
Yeah, because you're just
Although
saying the same stupid thing
repeat,
over
you
and over.
just switched. Sorry, left lane. What were you saying?
No,
Maybe
I was
something
saying
different.
that you should at least be allowed to respond. There was 3 different people kind of countered you,
Oh,
and
what
you
a
should have.
shocker! The bias moderator jumped in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
So
tired of that.
so
I'm
I am
tired of that thing.
giving you a possibility on top of the fact of a logical explanation of the mechanism by which how this explanation gives the cause, how this
We've
cause
already
gives
addressed
the
it.
effect that's measured.
20th
Okay,
time you've
so
said
it's
that.
not the same as saying, "Oh, that car might be fueled by demons." No, because I am actually giving you the logical step by step by how this mechanism gives the measured effect.
Okay, demons do dances and jumping jacks.
Hold
With
up.
each jumping jack equals a revolution.
Hold up. Let me respond because he used my example. So what you're saying is if I came up with a logical explanation as to how the demons made the fucking wheels rotate, I would have more credibility because I made up an explanation for how those demons got into the car, how they turn the wheels. I just need a logical step-by-step explanation, and now my point has more validity, I guess, right?
Yes.
I guess
So
my
if you
demons have more
have,
validity. So I can make up an excuse. Oh, well, you see, logically, the demons exist in this sort of non-corporeal form, and when they interact this way, then logically I can say they can rotate the wheels. You would then be like, oh shit, Noah's right.
So
He's
now
right.
that
He has a logical explanation for how the demons are in. So I could just make up any explanation, and long as the logic works, even if based on false assumptions or axioms, it doesn't matter.
In other words, a coherent
now
explanation
let
can be
me
absurd and impossible.
respond. Come on, Gregory. So
You're not going to respond. You're going to say the
it
exact
is
same thing again.
true. It is true that if you have a logically consistent thing, you have more validity to it. However, that doesn't make it real. But now that we have the logical step by step, we can attack your logic, either you start talking about whether the logic's wrong or whether some other thing is wrong, like experimentally, whether that results in the correct effect.
Okay, cool. So can you prove that his theory is any less valuable than yours?
Yes.
How so?
Because first of all, I would believe that you would use a lot of fallacies in order to conclude that demons are turning your wheels.
Self-projection, because you're using a reification fallacy when you attribute physical properties to concepts, attributing concreteness to an abstraction. Try again.
Even if you are able to make a internally logically.
Where you at now, bro? Left lane, where you at now? When he keeps intentionally skating right past every point we make and reiterating himself with sophistry for 20 minutes. Where you at now, left lane?
You mean when you're interrupting me currently, trying to answer what you just said?
You're not going to respond.
Well, Gummy Bear,
I am
what you got to stop
responding.
doing is just repeating yourself over and over again after we respond to what you say. That is annoying and it's unfruitful. But go ahead.
Exactly.
Oh,
it's called sophistry.
Right. So what's the difference? What's the difference between my demons in the car and bendy space-time? Exactly.
Because bendy space-time, it has location. When we move, for example, a satellite up into the sky, we predict through bendy space-time, the bendy space-time theory, that will make a clock move slower. We can then verify that experimentally. So, but whilst in other words, your demon thing of whatever, where do demons exist? Have you actually made it? Can you make any such claim? Can you make any claim for
Right.
what effect they actually will have?
Can we use
Other than
Wait, hold up,
gremlins?
Godric,
where's the
hold up.
physicality of
Let me
space
respond to
and time?
that. Hold up, let me respond to that. So basically, what you're saying is you use bendy spacetime to predict something, therefore bendy spacetime has more credibility to it. Now, what if I predict that, oh, the demon, I gotta feed the demons in my car some gasoline. Oh, yep, they're drinking this gasoline, these good demons. All right, now when I press on the wheel, that kind of, that's the same as kind of putting a boot up the demon's ass. So now he's got to run a little bit faster and get those wheels working. Look, now I have an explanation for how the demon's doing all this, and it even predicts how the car is going to go forward. Now my explanation now is more fruitful because I predict how the demons are eating the gas and using my foot on the thing. It's just preposterous. I honestly find it preposterous.
Are you saying that you're able to give a logical way for the mechanism of demons to drink gasoline and turn your wheel, and then on top of that, will this stand up to any kind of scrutiny?
Yeah, he doesn't have to because you can't do the same thing, and you're being a sophist. Stop! Now you're interrupting me. Now you're interrupting me. So the reason that you can't do the same thing is he's invoking a demon, a concept, an abstract, nothing that can be physically manipulated or verified. He's now claiming it's doing something physically, drinking the gasoline and turning into physical work. Now, just like you don't have any proof for this concept that you're attributing physical properties to. Do you understand?
Right, like he said, the space-time, the bendy space-time is basically made more legit or legitimized by the fact that it can predict things. But if I in my model of the car demon, I can predict, oh, the demon can only run this many miles before he needs to drink gas again. Oh, when the demon feels my foot up his ass on the gas pedal, he runs a little faster. See, I'm now predicting what my car is going to do. I'm now predicting what my car is going to do based off of my model of the demon. Just like you are using bendy spacetime to predict, I guess, how slow or how fast the watch goes. Thank you.
Okay, are you predicting anything new, or is that information you already knew and are merely fitting to this? Because the thing that makes general relativity actually valuable isn't just that it can predict things we've already witnessed, but it has predicted things that will happen and then measured to happen. It is not merely it predicts what we already have seen, it is making future predictions. And if your demon model somehow makes future predictions that no one was expecting other than through the logic of demons, then yes, I would take your demons example into consideration. But until you actually make a future prediction using this demon thing, using logic, it can be thrown out.
Okay, so this is why I tried to hurry us up to the central point with what Gummy Bear is talking about. I tried to hurry us up to the central point. Gummy Bear, even if your explanation is coherent, it can still be absurd and impossible because it contains absurdities. It contains fallacies.
Okay, so I've already said that I agree with that, but so far, the absurdities that you have presented have merely been definitional-wise. They've merely been the fact that you define space as being abstracta, but you haven't actually made any reason for why it is abstracta.
That is a very simplistic reiteration of the argument we have been telling you. It is not a mere assertion. We're not saying our position is true by... No, it's not. It's not true just by definition. We've told you the difference. This is an ancient wisdom, metaphysical understanding of the difference between real entities, concrete and abstracta. Okay. So, with that being said, also, given our everyday human experience involving both these kinds of real entities, that's the empirical data. Okay. The empirical, we're not just saying stuff. The empirical data of our everyday human experience, the entirety of human experience, is the data that substantiates our position. Furthermore, we demonstrate the absurdity of the contrary. Okay? The absurdity of the contrary is that the contrary which you hold to is that time and space don't have physical properties. Now you disagree with that. Substantiate your position and justify it.
He will skate past it with sophistry.
Well, surely the only thing, if we're going to go into sort of concrete versus abstract, the only thing that doesn't have attributes is nothing. Would we all agree on that?
That's what space is.
The concept
I'm
of
not
nothing or
asking.
nothingness.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm saying, the only thing that we can't apply attributes to is the absence of something. Maybe I frame it that way.
Conceptual abstractions
nothingness has no physical properties. That's true.
Physical properties. Conceptual abstractions can have physical properties. Concepts aren't necessarily nothing.
Right. Abstracta have properties. The fact that they're
We're
abstract.
talking about concreteness. I thought that was implicit in where we were going.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you guys love to be really
I'm talking about a concrete item or a concrete thing in reality, not an abstraction. Abstractions are not concrete; they're abstract.
That's our entire point.
Right. Yeah. So nothingness does not have physical properties. Yes, true.
Yeah. So we can't apply physical attributes to a nothing.
Yes.
Or concepts.
And we are not making the claim that space-time is nothingness.
Yeah, space is the absence of matter. Space is the absence of matter. The area void of matter.
So that's the problem: is you
this is
are
where you're
making
gonna cut me
the
off, and
claim.
Nope, I'm still talking. So you're going to now try to talk about the mathematical description of area. That's a non sequitur we're talking about. Yeah, you are. Guaranteed 100%, or you don't know your own religion.
Can you let him make his own argument rather than trying to infer his intent? That is one of the most stupid. It's one of the most stupid things you can do in debate. Okay,
I've listened to this guy skate past the point for 30 minutes, Mr. Stuff Guy.
Just don't do it.
It doesn't matter. Hey, define space then. Tell him to define space.
Yeah,
define space.
Hang on. Let's not whistle past the central point. So we ended on the fact that this is our substantiation and our justification of our position. Okay, everyday human experience. That's the substantiation, and the justification being the nature of concrete and abstracta, and the difference between the two. And I've explained already the difference between time and space, and the fact that they are abstracta in the sense that they are information, right, in the mind, and concreta in the sense that we are really in a point in time, and that we are really existing in space. But it is not concreta in the sense that they have physical properties. They don't even have extension in space. Okay, so they don't have any physical properties. Okay, you disagree with that, Bear.
Those are the claims you're making.
Yeah, but what doesn't have physical properties? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Time and space.
He's making the claim that time and space do not have physical properties.
Okay.
That's the claim
you're
he's
making
making.
the claim that they do. Prove it.
So you think they do? Your burden of proof is on you. Substantiate.
I'm
like talking to children.
Hold on, truly. So I'm saying that they could have these properties, and if they had these properties, this is the effect we would get. Then we measure and see that the effect we would get from them having these properties are the effects we are getting. We have made a prediction using this model. You are then saying that I am incorrect.
Possibility. Okay, so an assertion of possibility that is yet to be verified. So the veracity of your assertion to claim that this is possible depends on verifying the first premise.
Exactly.
So I'd really like to have a go at that, if I may, Gregory. So I think I can help you. Fuck off, Witzik. Do not impugn my character. I don't use fucking sophistry.
Well, then respond to his point specifically, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do before you poison the well.
Okay, go ahead.
Grow up.
We
I
all
know
know
you're a bit emotional at the moment.
I'm not emotional. I'm just tired of listening to 5-year-olds pretend they're teaching us something.
More poison in the well. Well done, Witzik. So the point I was going to make is you discussed the sum total of human experience as part of your category set, yeah, Gregory?
Mm-hmm.
So part of that human experience is that we have sent objects to somewhere. We can't send objects to nothing. Would you agree to that?
Yes.
Cool. So I'm going to put this in a reasonable logical premise because I don't want to be accused of sophistry by the young gentleman at the bottom of the queue. And that's the fact that if we have sent objects into space, space cannot be nothing. Would that be a fair logical inference?
Of course, I never contended that it was nothing.
According to actually some of the globers, the the space that's coming from nowhere. That's causing the the dark energy.
I make my own arguments, Jeremy.
That they're saying that space is nothing.
I
Do you
don't
think
care.
that space? Okay, but do you think that space is something? Because if that space
No,
is
no, no.
something, then you have
I
something
don't
coming
care.
from
I'm
nothing.
making my own argument.
I know.
Okay, so let's just take what he's saying. That's all.
Yeah, obviously you can't send something to nothing. We understand what you're saying, but the idea of space itself, we need a definition of space. If you say we sent something to space, therefore space has to be something, that's a reification fallacy. It's circular logic. Define space, please.
No, no, no. It's a logical inference. You don't understand.
Hang on. Let's go through your explanation. Let's go step by step. Go ahead, Precision.
I don't think that the area we define outside our hard atmosphere is merely nothing. I think there is something there. There is an area that something is occupying. That's energy, that's gases, that's other bits of matter.
Now, with that being said, those energies and gases and all other material, they are occupying space, right? They're not space itself.
So again, we can look at the gases here. So are gases less dense than a solid object?
Wait, hang on. Answer the question.
Answer his question.
Occupying space.
I agree with your point. I don't have a problem with that. And I'm now going to move on from that point. Well,
that's the whole point.
Could you repeat it?
So
we're losing the point. Hang on, pause, slow down. So the reason I said that is because you said that you mentioned gases and energies immediately after trying to give an example of space not being no thing.
Yeah.
Okay, but those examples aren't examples of space, right? Those are examples of things in space.
Well, space is just a colloquial term we use to describe an area. There is space in my house, is there not?
Not in
so
relativity.
So what I'm trying to say here
Goalposts are going to move now.
Of course.
We'll post
Let him finish.
Thank you. I really appreciate your approach, Gregory. I appreciate it. So all I'm trying to say is gases are less dense than solids, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't help it, can you? So what about the space in between gas molecules? How do we define that? I'm trying to
That's what we're asking you to do.
I'm trying to create a comparative analogy. It's logical. If we're going to think through this.
So, right, there are two basic worldviews that are in contention, right? Either all things are in the midst of nothingness, absolute absence, a void, there is no thing there. Or we are in a very basic, very simple substratum that is omnipresent, in which all other things are made of and exist in. Now, of course, so that creates a verbal dispute in the way the two different worldviews use the word space.
I'd agree.
In the latter, they call it ether, right? I call it ether. When I say ether, I simply mean the basic, simple substratum that is omnipresent, in which all things are made of, right? And existing, as opposed to nothingness.
Sorry. I think
right,
if you look at the concept of unified field theory and ether, actually, there's not a huge amount of difference, apart from the fact we don't try and make the unified field theory something that's physically concrete. It's more energy concrete.
Well, Dross, do you realize that? Do you think
this is crazy?
Dross, do you think there can be nothing, space with nothing in it?
No, because nothing is something that lacks attributes. We've already covered that.
You're in a weird predicament now. You're in a weird predicament now, though. You're in a weird predicament now because, in order for these galaxies to be moving away from us at these crazy, insane speeds, double the speed of light, and still hold Einstein true, you need space being created out of nowhere. So if that space has something in it, you got something from nothing.
And basically, I kind of almost agree with you on that. I mean, for me, it's one of those things that I don't think is very intuitive. I certainly haven't studied it to any great detail, and I would put that in my category of I don't know. What I can say is the stuff that we've actually physically sent things to, and that to me is concrete. That is where we're getting concrete.
Yeah, it really is space. Yes.
And the problem is you're classifying it as there being nothingness that then is somethingness, but that's not true. It is actually space that is becoming more space.
No.
So it's not
That's
nothingness.
your
It's not coming out of
misinterpretation of what we're saying.
nothingness. It's something that's becoming more of somethingness. So you're already
No, sorry.
misclassifying it when you're doing that.
Sorry, that's incorrect. You have a volume, and then you need to have a bigger volume. Space came from nowhere. In between the galaxies, that's what's happening. That is absolutely
hang on. Let's not lose the point.
There's an increasing volume in between the galaxies.
Good luck.
There's an increasing volume in between the galaxies. That means there was an X amount of space, and now there's more space. That means space
so it went from something to more of that something.
No, it went from having X amount of something to plus X amount of something, which means something was more space came from somewhere.
No, it didn't come from
Now,
somewhere.
if you don't understand your dark,
it was the same
that's
something.
fine. Maybe just don't get involved with it.
Well, hang on.
Let's say
Let's not digress to the
one
cosmogenic
space.
issue. Let's just stay with the ontological issue for a
We
moment.
had one space, and now we have two space. That's not space.
Can we please not distract from the point? We can only talk about one point at a time. So, with what Decisions was saying, right, which is what I kept saying earlier, but we're not listening well enough. Not you, foolish Decisions, but some folks in here. We're not listening well enough. I've already addressed the point that space occupies is a unique kind of thing in reality. It's a real kind of, it's a unique kind of, it's a special kind of real entity where it is concrete in one sense and abstract in another sense. It's concrete in the sense that there really is space that you and I, as concrete entities, are occupying. At the same time, it is also abstract because space is a concept which we are aware of. It's a fact of reality that we are aware of in our mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Nevertheless, the point is that it does not have physical properties. It does not have extension in space, let alone any other physical properties.
Well, what I can say is it does have one physical property. It's the area that allows us to exist.
Well, that's not a physical property. Space is not extending in space. Space is space. That's why I keep saying it the way I am.
But what I'm saying is it's a necessary precondition, isn't it? For us to exist, there must be space for us to exist in. Fair?
Right. So, but let's not lose my point. It does not have extension. It does not have extension in space. It does not exist in the same sense that you and I exist, that the Earth exists, that the trees
No, I
exist,
think
that
it's
your phone exists.
I think it's a label we define to describe areas of stuff.
Right. It's an area of absence that can be occupied.
Well, I wouldn't even mark it as an area of absence because I think there's always going, regardless of wherever we look, there'll always be something there, even if it's
notwithstanding the basic, the basic substratum that occupies all space.
Yeah.
And again, the substratum that we're referring to is occupying space. It isn't space itself.
But so there's always something in the area that we look in, and which is why I like the term cosmos, because it just says this, which is obviously just a posh way of saying the sum of all things.
Yeah, the concreta, right? So, notwithstanding the basic substratum that pervades all space, that is omnipresent, and that all things are made of, right, and exist in. Notwithstanding that, you and I are in a space. Right, we are occupying a space, an area of absence, which we can exist in, which we can be present in. Okay, that cannot be bent. That cannot cause motion.
I don't know would be my simple answer to that, Gregory. I would say that saying that cannot would be a stronger statement that I think I could logically support.
Now, the reason I say that it cannot, right, is because it has no substance. Space, and not the basic substratum, not the ether, or whatever other people call it, right? Not the basic substratum that is pervading all space, but space itself has no substance and has no extension in space. And it damn sure is not personal, because persons exist, right? They're real, they're concretely real, they extension in space. And so it cannot cause motion. It doesn't even have any substance to it. It doesn't have any extension in space, let alone any other properties, any other attributes, characteristics of concreta. It's not even.
May I throw something into that? Because I kind of like some of where you're going there. So I think, for me, and again, I'm not going to pretend to understand Einstein because that is so far beyond my pay grade as I'm sure. I just like thinking through problems. But for me, one of the things that was very, very interesting is the fact that energy and mass are interchangeable in those formulas. And
now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Go on. I'm happy for you to interject. You're doing it logically.
With that being said, mass, right, substance, I think that's usually what is meant when people say mass, right? The substance
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
and the quantity thereof, and energy. Now, so I just explained mass according to my understanding. Now, energy is a property of a substance, the property of a concreta, right? The ability to express power. So, in order for there to be energy, there must be a substantial concreta that is concretely real in order to express power.
Again, if you want me to put that in an ontological sense, and I appreciate the fact you're following that I'm using logical chain, I would have to say that still would be in the column of I don't know, but we can hypothesize around it.
But it's proposed as definitive reality.
That's my argument.
The problem is that you guys propose it. They propose it as definitive reality. So when pressed with it, they say,
they put it down as a theory, and all theories are tentative. They're held to be valid if they have predictive powers and they're not proven to be false. There's not sufficient evidence to show that they're false. That's the whole thing of a theory.
But don't you have to substantiate the viability of it prior to it being adopted?
Yeah, and I think there are certainly evidences that have been put forward that seem to help with that fact. Now, whether it's demons drinking the petrol in your car, or whether it's the fact that we're having distortions in space-time because of the concentration of stuff, be that stuff energy or matter, that to me is the interesting bit. It's the fact that we know that we can have an effect on stuff by using mass and energy. We see that's our everyday experience. So we're now postulating to huge amounts of that shit because the planet Earth itself, whether you think it's a disk or a globe, there's a lot of stuff there. And then
did you know that? Well, I'm just saying, like the mechanism itself is actually hijacked from electromagnetic theory and the foundations within. So, like, you guys are what you're effectively doing is touting like the mechanism's viability, but that is not what's in contention. It's actually the source or causal agent of the mechanism. Well, technically, the mechanism is being challenged, but it's like the qualitative nature of the mechanism was hijacked from electromagnetic theory. Like the movement itself. So when you tout predictability, which is actually typically not even an actual thing, but even if we go with the fact that it is, the mechanism itself wasn't even, independently created. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I'm saying it's just objective, like the Lorentz contraction.
I don't think you're putting it as plainly as Gregory is. Gregory is laying it out using non-technical terms, and he's trying to get to a lot. We're talking about an ontological argument.
Yeah, you're trying to talk about predictability.
But the fact that that it has predictability shows viability. That in itself shows viability.
What's it?
It shows efficacy. That's for certain.
No, but I'm telling you that it predated the theory. The same predictability predated the theory. So no, I'm not just making it too complicated. I'm cutting the head off of your supposed evidence. The predictability predated the theory. So what is your rebuttal?
What evidence do you think predates the theory?
The mechanism of movement itself has long been explained. Electromagnetic theory explains it perfectly. In fact, the father of field theory would tell you it's impossible to explain it without a field of energy. Now you guys are reluctantly starting to acknowledge that there is energy in the sky. You guys are reluctantly acknowledging a substantive quality.
No one's ever reluctantly. Again, don't put my intent on me. If you want to ask me, were you reluctant?
No, not you, man. Not you, man. Not you. Not you. I'm talking about the paradigm. Yeah. The paradigm itself.
Then be specific and don't use the collective.
Yeah, those who do hold the paradigm dogmatically. So to finally move on, because with it is acknowledging a valid point, is that there was already a theory before the current theory, which had predicted what supposedly the theory that is now held predicted. So predictability is not a unique aspect of this theory. Now, even if it was, let's say it was a unique aspect of this theory, again, the central critique is that the theory, as coherent as it may be, as frequently used as it may be, and as many predictions and as good predictions as it may predict, it still contains an ontological absurdity concerning time and space. And I've already explained that. Please do not make me repeat it. Just rewind the tape. The tape that's over in the 80s. But that's
I'm old enough.
that's what's been said. Okay, so with what Decisions was last saying to me, right? We were talking about space and matter and energy. Space being the area of absence that can be occupied. Mass being substance, the substance and or quantity of the substance of a thing, of a concreta, of material, of matter, and energy being a property of a substance, material, matter, the ability to express power.
That's in my I don't know column. The fact that you must have matter to express energy. I'm not sure if I would like to sort of like hang my hat on that hook.
Well, let me ask you, see if I can provoke you to thought. How does something that has absolutely no substance, no extension in space, how does it have the ability to cause power? How can that which has no substance and no extension in space, right, which is really synonymous, how can that which has no extension in space, no substance, cause change, the expression of power?
Yeah, I mean, again, so we've obviously had some experiments that have come out with them looking at vacuum energy, and that's why I have to put the I don't know bit on there, because I'm not certain where that's being expressed from, whether there is a physical substance that sits behind it.
The what energy?
0 point energy.
Yeah, 0 point.
Oh, well, you already know the answer to that question. Remember, we were talking about this omnipresent substance in which all things are made of and occupy in, right? AKA ether, whatever other term, right? So there's 0 point energy. There's energy in this vacuum, right? So that indicates that the fact that there is energy, that indicates that there is a substance that is there to express energy, as little as the energy may be.
I think that's a reasonable assumption, but I don't think that we've actually got anything tangible that we can sort of use to actually say that that's kind of like something that's an empirical piece of data. It's something you can infer to. Yeah, and which is why I'm acknowledging my inferences. I think that's something you can infer to, but I don't think it. Again, I can't give that the same concreteness as the mouse I've just picked up off my table.
Now, I think that reservation to commit that this is known for certain, that depends on the broader worldview that one has. If you have a worldview that says everything is random, everything is just matter in motion, and it's law-like features that are inviolable and immutable, then yes, you're going to tend toward refraining from accepting anything as certainly known. But in a worldview such as that is taught in the Mikra, aka the Bible, you understand that there is a personal supreme being who unifies all things, who brings uniformity to nature, that the future would generally be like the past, thus justifying the problem, answering the problem of induction, and a number of other things. You see, so it depends on your worldview.
I'm a theist, Gregory. So let's sweep that one under the carpet.
Okay.
So I'm not a Christian, just to be honest with you. And I respect the fact that you have faith in that particular point of view.
But is the foundation of your theism antecedent relationship of design?
Yeah, I think that order is expressed out of chaos. I'll just unpack that very quickly. So for me, chaos is the sum total of all possibilities. One of those possibilities is the construct of order. That seems to be expressed in how we observe our universe. And from that order, we then get, from my point, the divine.
Now, the reason I said what I said is this, is concerning your reluctancy to say, I know this for certain, but rather you say, I still not certain. I see what you're saying, Gergie, but I'm still not certain. Now, doubt can fall into two basic categories, right? Justified or unjustified, right? And so, with what has been said by me and or Witsit and those who are trying to defend the position that I hold that we share, what is your reason, and aka what is your justification for refraining from saying that, okay, yeah, given what you said, now I know for certain that what you said is true?
For me, I would say that I go down the standard levels of epistemology, which is faith, belief, knowledge, and truth. Truth has a problem, which is the fact that truth is basically the category above knowledge. Knowledge is something that I can justify, and I will tentatively hold as true until proved otherwise. So I have a very simple theory. Sorry to repeat this for the guys who have heard it before, but I have what's called the 2 buckets of shit theory. So there's the tiny bucket of shit that I know, and there's the much bigger bucket of shit that I don't know. And anything in the bigger bucket of shit that I don't know can actually impact and change the bucket of shit that I know.
Yeah, you just sit there and wallow in your smaller bucket of shit, then, what are you doing?
Yeah, if
Now,
you're
with
refusing to
that
see
being
what you
said,
don't already know, then there's an issue there because you're not leaving room to identify the things that you don't know based on the things that you already do know. It's called academic. It's called academic hubrism. Never looking for answers to the answers you think you already have.
That's exactly the opposite. In fact, it's the fact that I'm open to the fact that my knowledge can change. So it's the opposite of what you said.
Now, with that being said, let me give my breakdown, like you gave your breakdown: faith, belief, knowledge, truth. So quickly, the breakdown that I give is right. There's data, there's information, and then there's beliefs. We believe or disbelieve things, which is the acceptance or rejection of a supposition as truth, as
an interpretation of data. Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
And then you have truth, which is either rejected or accepted, which is, of course, there's falsehood.
Truth is immutable. Would you not agree with that?
Correct. Unless the reality is changed, of course, and then there's knowledge, right, which is justified true belief. It's a belief that is held with justification of the truth. So you believe the truth and you have a justification for it.
Well, no, I would say that just because you know something, does that mean it's true?
Now, you see, here's the verbal dispute. You're saying no, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying no, quote unquote, no, in the sense of being aware of, right? Right. You're aware of the information. You're aware that I'm talking to you right now.
Yep.
All right. As opposed to what I'm saying is more than mere awareness, because we can be aware of both truth and falsehood. We are aware that something is true. We are aware that something is false. Right. Then the question is, especially when we don't know, listen how I'm using the word. When we don't know what is true or what is false, how do we know what is true and what is false? Right?
Yeah, it's a problem. I agree.
Like, how do we have that? And that question is actually twofold. The one fold is that how do we have the ability to know, and the other fold is that how do we justify, how do we demonstrate that we know? You see,
Logical explanation and experimentation to support.
Right. Substantiation, correspondence to reality, and justification, and of course, they also must be coherent.
That for me, I would class as knowledge, because you've gone through a logical justification to hold it to be true until demonstrated otherwise.
Right. So
just to respond very quickly to your point, the issue I have that for me, it's much easier to say that that's false than to say that something is true. For something to be false, I've got pretty much every chance of that being correct. To say something is true, I've got one thing. Do you see my difference?
Do you agree that
to be true for your whole worldview of the globe, Earth to exist? So, now you definitively claim it, and that is the problem.
Yeah. Do you agree, Foolish, that an explanation supersedes a description?
I think an explanation and a description, it requires for you to have a description to give an explanation.
Well, again, I'm just asking, does an explanation supersede a description? I'm not asking about the differences as much as I'm asking which one has more precedence in claiming to have knowledge upon something.
I would say an explanation without a description is useless. Description is a necessary precondition.
But you're avoiding.
No, I'm not. I'm going to unpack it so you understand. I'm not avoiding anything.
No. I don't want all that. I'm just asking simply yes or no. Does an explanation?
Yeah. Well, I'm not.
An explanation supersedes a description. Yes or no?
I'm going to answer questions the way I want. I'm not going to go down a Socratic method. That's why I've been really respectful of Gregory in the way he's approached it. He's allowed an open dialogue rather than trying to force a Socratic approach.
Well, the Socratic method is pretty much a prerequisite to logical exchange, though. I mean, you're just talking past each other otherwise.
I don't think Gregory and I have been talking past each other. I think we've both listened to each other's point of view. We've expressed where there's been gaps in that point of view. And those are highly tricky areas of philosophy to deal with. And I think
if you're not willing,
there's an elegant version of the Socratic method.
If you're not willing to hold yourself to a logical premise, then how can we substantiate that?
Did I say that I wasn't?
Well, you did.
We're losing the point. Hang on. Let's get back to the point. So the point that we're talking about now, what I was at least trying to address, is that he refrains from accepting knowledge of a substance having energy, that there needs to be a substance in order for energy to be real, right? In reality. Now, I asked him, why does he withhold accepting that this is known for certain, that the contrary is impossible? Because there's only two options.
Yeah.
So why do you refrain?
I agree. So I gave the point which actually Witzik filled in the correct term for me, so thanks for that, which is 0 point energy. It's something I don't know how well we understand. So that puts a little bit of wiggle room into my point. Would I say that I know that you require, so I would say I know that we need something physical to produce light. All my experience tells me that. Everything does. I would say that is a reasonable knowledge claim to make. It's something I can justify through practical, demonstrable data.
Can you be specific when you invoke light, like whether visible or the full spectrum?
I'm talking about visible light just to make it nice and easy. So it doesn't really matter whether you want to take anything off the electromagnetic spectrum. But let's just keep to visible light because that's nice and straightforward.
Yeah, that requires a medium.
Yeah, because for me, I've never detected X-rays. I've detected magnetic fields using an instrument. I have to rely on that instrument to do that function. I've used a voltmeter to detect electricity. I've had electrical shocks, so there's definitely something going on there. But again, I'm still relying on my instrumentation to get those readings. Now I can calculate what I should get out based on an input and exit point on a circuit if I understand the circuit diagram correctly, and actually put the values in for the capacitance, the resistance, and the loss that we're going to go through that circuit, and I can be pretty bloody accurate to that. Now, would I say that I'm... Sorry, go on.
Do you agree energy cannot be created or destroyed? Do you agree with that?
I think that's reasonable to my experience so far.
So then you can only transfer it. So where is the energy transferred from if there's nothing there?
Again, I agree with you. I would say that, which is why I'm trying to get to the point of, for me, that's a reasonable knowledge claim. But there are other things that seem to be out there that are beyond my experience that people talk about, beyond my personal experience that people talk about, like 0 point energy, that makes me go, oh, well, if that's true, which is why I can only say, I have knowledge of some of these things. And I think one of the problems we have is we want to discuss really quite some complicated issues. And this is a really complicated issue, which is why I like the ontology approach. I thought that was a much better way of handling it. I feel much more comfortable in that.
It was an ontological question.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's an antecedent relationship. It's a fundamental axiom of ontology itself. It's an antecedent.
Yeah. And what's an axiom, Witzik?
just inevitability.
No,
Inevitability.
an axiom is an assumption.
Okay. It's built upon a logical premise that a contrary alternative cannot be justified.
Yeah, but I mean, we can go back to Descartes. You can look at the problem. There are many philosophical problems about how we interpret our reality when you get into the weeds of that shit.
Now you see. Hang on. Let me.
And I'm not trying to go down the hard socks. Just where you go there.
Gregory, make up your mind. Which point would you want to make? I'll make up the first point about the earlier one that we were talking about. So when you talk about 0-point energy in the vacuum, right?
Mm.
You are refraining from accepting as certain the claim to knowledge that there must be a substance, right, in this vacuum chamber in order for there to be energy in it. Okay.
Because I can't. Because if there's an absence of something and I'm getting energy there. And even though, vacuum isn't really a true absence of nothing, there's still things whizzing about in there. So it kind of means that I can't say I know it's true, but I would still class that it's knowledge that we require matter to have energy. That to me still seems a reasonable thing to hold to be true, but I can't treat it as truth.
Okay, so let me finish. So this is what we're talking about, and this is your state of mind that you hold. You refrain from being certain about the claim to knowledge that there must be a substance in order for there to be energy. Okay.
Yeah, and to go back to your Bible.
Let me finish.
Sorry, go on.
So with that being said, we have a dichotomy. Either there must be substance in order for there to be energy, or there need not be substance for there to be energy. It's absolute dichotomy.
Actually, no, it's not. Or both. So it's a trichotomy.
Well, no. Well, no, because the question is, does there need to be energy? Yes or no? Does there need to be substance for there to be energy? Yes or no? Can't be both.
Well, what if there are certain conditions that allow for energy not to require matter?
Well, hang on.
Again, I'm just postulating this. So this goes back to the fact that I'm, whilst I'm British and I sound like an arrogant fuck, I'm actually very, very humble in what I claim to know and what I claim to be truth. So I'm always going to take, the position of humility, because one of the things I respect about myself is I'm a flawed, fallible human being. I don't know everything. And the more that I know, the more that I realize there is to know.
Okay, so if I could finish, which is good, I commend you. So in my effort to finish, the question is, does there need to be substance in order for there to be energy or not? Is that a necessary precondition for the reality of energy? Right? Is that a necessary antecedent for the reality of energy? That's the question.
I think I've answered that question to the best of my ability with an I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to finish, but you keep interjecting.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I thought you had. You paused.
It's all right. So, so there's the question. Now, for someone like myself, and for someone like Witsit, and other persons like us, including Dicelo, we hold the position that we are certain that the reality of a substance is an antecedent of the reality of energy. There must be a substance in order for there to be energy. That's the claim. So we already have the evidence, right? We already have the empirical data, this vacuum chamber. So now, how do we interpret this empirical data? Here's the justification: is the absurdity of the contrary, right? The non-demonstrability, the incoherence, the impossibility, the absurdity of the contrary. When someone asserts the contrary,
very simple binary, and if you claim it's a false binary, you have to offer a third alternative. It's either there's something there, there's nothing there. This entire conversation, as elegant as it's been, is literally boiled down and to that right there, that binary, something or nothing. You're making the claim of nothing. That's absurdity, as he is saying, right? So I mean,
and to quote you and Jeremy, falsification doesn't doesn't require replacement, which was an old watchword of you guys. Remember, I've got a long memory. And secondly, I've answered the question to the best of my ability which if you want something more than I'm reasonably confident that that's not a bad idea, then I've got to go with I don't know.
Well, it's not merely that. It's not merely a justified, coherent explanation. It's the debunking of the contrary in this dichotomy. There's only two options in this dichotomy. If it's a false dichotomy, then suppose the true dichotomy. But in this true dichotomy, and given the absurdity of the contrary, that necessarily indicates that the one that is not absurd is the truth.
Yeah, we're only left with the one side that
by what metric are you saying that the other is an absurdity? Because you haven't actually substantiated in what manner it is an absurdity, other than make the claim that it is an absurdity.
Now you keep saying that every time we talk.
Because it's true. That's why I keep saying it.
You keep critiquing what we're saying as a mere assertion that is not justified and not substantiated, regardless of all the justification and substantiation that we give with what we're saying. So your critique is not, you demonstrate that your critique is not very credible.
Because you're ignoring it. You're ignoring the critique.
Could you lay out the argument for me, Witsit or Gregory, quickly, just so I can hear the argument?
Yeah, the antecedent to any type of energy is there to be something. Basically, in a vacuum, 0-point energy is what we're using. It's like the question comes down to the binary of is there something or nothing there? And you cannot make the claim nothing.
So you're basically
claiming nothing
saying
exists is contradictory.
to create the universe, there had to be something first. Is that what you're saying?
No. We're talking about.
Can I just quickly unpack it for Dawn, because I can do it really quickly. So basically what they're saying is the necessary antecedent for energy is matter. That's really boiling it down to really simplistic.
What is the justification for us being certain about it?
Yeah.
That we certainly know that
and
to
you
be the
have
case.
none.
So are you claiming nothing exists, Gummy Bear?
No, that is a strong.
Hang on.
Wait a minute. Are you saying light itself has mass? Is that what you're
Hang on. Let's just state the argument so that Gummy Bear can stop saying this. There's no justification. So what Witsit and I and Dicelo and others like us are saying is that in this dichotomy between there need be substance for there to be energy, there need not to be substance for there to be energy, given the absurdity, the impossibility of the latter, therefore via logical deduction, it is the former that is necessarily the case, and that's how we know for certain that it is the case, given the absurdity of the contrary in this dichotomy.
But you haven't really unpacked the absurdity piece, Gregory, and I think I kind of agree with Gummy there.
Nothing cannot exist.
Well, it's not nothing.
No one's making the claim that nothing. But the claim you're making is that the only way to have energy is through substance. Well, we're not making the claim that you have energy with nothingness. We're merely saying that energy can exist on its own without substance. So it's not nothingness.
Oh my God, you really don't catch yourself when you do that, do you?
So it's not nothingness. It is energy.
Did you hear that with it?
Did
you hear him?
It. Yeah.
Did you hear him redundantly say the thing?
Yeah, but the way you deal with people like this is you have to set them up with closed-ended questions. It's the only way, and then your concession will be silence. That's the only way you can deal with it. I've been around the block too many times. Gummy Bear, so if there's a vacuum and then we say that the few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter weren't there, right? What's in that vacuum?
Energy.
Okay, so the energy is in what?
It is what spans space. The fact that we have volume means that we have energy.
So if you take the energy away, what's left?
Then you can't, because then there wouldn't be space.
No, so you're saying energy is synonymous with space?
You cannot have space without energy.
Is energy synonymous with space? Yes or no?
They're not synonymous, but you cannot have one without the other.
Okay, so if you emptied the energy, then what would be left?
That would be impossible, because then there would be no space, and we know space is a requirement.
Not the implication of your premise. You really don't see it.
He doesn't understand it. See, it's
it
insane.
is.
I agree with the same thing. I agree with what Gummy said there. It's like your necessary antecedent. So this is all he's really doing. He's postulating the fact that for space to have the properties that we seem to observe, there has to be energy
Space
within it.
has a non-Cartesianal point source.
Hang on, pause. Witsit tried to give you close-ended questions to get some information out of you, Gummy Bear. In the first breath, you said, there must be space in order for there to be energy. And the next question asks you another close-ended question, and then you say that if we take the energy out, there would be no space. So you really don't see the tension between these two premises. How in breath number one, you say that space is necessary for energy. In breath number two, you say that energy is essentially necessary for space.
He
Hence
didn't
why
say that.
he's critiquing. That's what he's
He
saying in
did say
essence.
that.
He didn't say that
He
verbatim.
didn't say that. He
I
said
know he didn't.
he said it.
I know. He didn't say it verbatim. That's what he's saying in essence. Okay, I'm trying to simplify and clarify.
I think I would postulate that as a question rather than a statement.
Okay, so
No, I was asking the questions.
Yeah, you
let me
asked if
finish.
space was synonymous with energy, and it's not.
Yes, that's
Okay.
why Witsit asked the question, because if you need space, excuse me, if you need energy to have space, then that is implying, whether you know it or not, that they are synonymous, which is why he asked the question.
Okay. Can I clarify why they're not synonymous? And the reason why they're not
Well, we
synonymous
already know
is
they're not
because
synonymous.
space is not the only kind of energy that exists.
So space is energy?
You see?
It's a
It's
type
a
of energy?
type of energy, is how you
Okay,
could
okay.
classify it as a type of energy.
Okay,
But it
so if
is
they're
not
not
energy
synonymous,
itself, because we know for certain that space is not the only kind of energy that exists. That is demonstrable.
so the definition of space is it is a type of energy.
Here's something I'd like to sort
That
of
would
put
not be
forward.
the
So,
exclusive end-all be-all definition of space. No.
Well, if energy and
hold
space
on,
are not synonymous,
one second. I just want to ask a very quick
make sure you
question.
save it. Make sure you save it.
Yeah, I just want to ask a very quick question. What if ether is energy?
Energy is a byproduct of. Energy is nothing more than a characteristic within. See, I have an actual logical, viable worldview. Now we're going to get back to his absurdity. So if energy,
well, then, but
What world?
no, I'm asking a what if. What if ether is energy?
Well,
I don't
then that
know
would be
what
the
if,
case. When
what
you
if.
ask what if is this, that is the case, then the simple answer is then that would be the case. So that doesn't help anything.
Yeah. So, but my point is, mine's logical and viable.
Space.
But hey, if Gummy Bear, if energy, if this type of energy is not, so first you said energy and space are not synonymous, and then you tried to say it's nuanced. It's a type of energy. So this type of energy is synonymous with space, correct?
Space is the energy that stretches out volume.
Oh my God.
Whoa. So, okay, now if space and energy are not synonymous, please define the differentiation between the two.
I already have. Were you not listening?
Say it again.
I cannot be bothered. Because if you
Yeah,
didn't listen the first time, I do not see why you would listen the second.
I didn't hear it. I mean, I'd really appreciate it if you could.
So I
Before you do, I understand why Gummy Bear is saying what he's saying. As irritating as it may be to me and to Witsit or whoever else like us, the reason he's saying what he's saying is he's actually being consistent. His incoherent explanations of any particular thing that we're asking about is consistent with his metaphysical premise of materialistic atomism.
No.
Correct.
He just said no, which demonstrates that he is not self-conscious that he's doing that. But he is doing that. He's given physical properties to space and to time in consistency with materialistic atomism.
Correct.
He doesn't even know that, as he just said.
What I would claim, Gregory, is that the opposite is actually happening. Is that what's happening isn't that I'm making space. So what's happening is you guys are making space into an abstraction that doesn't exist, while the ether is some sort of matter that exists within it. Let me finish my statement, Gregory.
Oh my God, bro.
I am saying that you cannot separate. While I am saying you cannot separate the energy within with the space itself, because space is the energy that spans volume. You are trying to separate these as two different things.
No, space
when
is the
in my
volume.
paradigm, they are one and the same. Space is the energy that spans volume.
I know.
Space is the volume.
No, yeah,
In your
exactly.
paradigm,
You're
space is the
defining
volume,
space.
but-
No, you're defining space as purely the volume, as the abstract volume, and then the ether is the substance within that contains
We're
the
talking
energy.
about
That is what
your
you're
paradigm.
doing. What
We're talking about your
I'm
paradigm.
doing, my paradigm is that space itself is space itself is the energy that spans the volume. You are separating the two concepts while I am not. You are making one into matter and the other into abstraction, while I am saying they are one and the same. They are an energy that is spanning volume.
So if space is the energy,
But
what's the meaning?
materialistic atomism, everything is concreta. There are no abstracta in your worldview. Hence why you reify abstracta into concreta.
Yet you, in your worldview, there is ether, which is a substance that covers everything. So you're being more not atomistic because they're not atoms, but you're being more substantive than mine. You're saying that substance exists everywhere, matter exists everywhere. So you're
You
being
say
a
your
materialist.
worldview says energy and mass are interchangeable, and you just said energy is everywhere. Thanks
No.
for playing.
They're not exclusively interchangeable in the way that you seem to think.
You first of all, you said space and energy were not synonymous. Now you're saying that it is.
Correct. They are not synonymous. Because,
How
like I've said before,
differentiate
there are
them.
more types of energy than space.
Differentiate
For
space and the
example,
type of energy.
matter is a type of energy, and matter is not space. Quite obviously so.
Differentiate space from the type of energy that you are equating it to, please. Differentiate them.
In
If
other
they're not
words,
synonymous.
define your terms.
Do you
'Cause
really need me to
whether you know it or not,
differentiate
you confuse
between
them.
matter and space? You need me to differentiate between matter and space for you?
We need you to differentiate between space, time, matter, energy, the whole nine.
No, we have a
The
vacuum.
fact that
so we
you
made it
don't
really
know the
simple for
difference between space and matter shows that
No,
you're
I
either being
know the
intellectually
difference. I'm
dishonest.
asking you to explain the coherency of your position. Just because I'm asking you to define terms doesn't mean I don't know what they mean. Okay, I'm asking you to explain your position to see if
because
it's
of
coherent or
misapplication.
not.
Exactly. It's your misapplication that's required him to invoke the Socratic method.
Because if I
So stop
detect an incoherency in your position, I'm going to expose it.
And you believe that you will find an incoherency between space and matter being two different objects.
In your account of them.
Okay.
Differentiate space and
what is so
energy.
difficult? I'm trying to critique you. What's so hard?
The problem is that you're asking a nonsensical question that is a waste of everyone's time.
So the question defines space, time, matter, energy, these things. That's incoherent. That's unintelligible.
You're asking me to differentiate between matter and space, and the fact that you want to have this conversation is just boring.
You just said I just asked a nonsense question, so you can't make intelligible the question. Define these terms. That's unintelligible.
We
that
can
his
talk
worldview is
about
absurd.
defining terms, but your question was differentiate between matter and space.
I'm asking you. It's very simple. You are avoiding the burden of proof. Define the terms.
This isn't
I don't know what you mean. When you explain yourself, I cannot make intelligible what you are saying. It does not make sense. So I'm asking you to define your terms. Explain it.
Okay. This isn't a matter of burden of proof, as this is merely an explanation of a worldview. And what I am saying is that I cannot be bothered with explaining to you the difference between matter and space.
Then get off the server.
I will have other conversation, but the question of differentiating between matter and space, I find to be a boring one.
Differentiate between space and energy. Look, let's recap for the room here. So I asked you if space and energy were synonymous. You said no. And then you doubled back and said, yes, a certain type of energy is what space is. And then you said, well, it's actually the dispersal of energy within a volume. So I'm now asking you, differentiate space and energy, please.
If there is a difference, is there a difference to differentiate?
I already have differentiated.
Okay.
Like I've said, space is only a type of energy. There are other types like matter, like electromagnetism, etc., etc.
Now,
but there's numerous types of energy in the background.
This kind of it's relevant, but it's not quite on track. Do you get these ideas from yourself, from you just contemplating them, and this is how you express your thoughts, or are you getting this from academia? Did you get this from some doctor at some university?
I would say my ideas are, of course, inspired by academia, because that's where I get information. But the actual way that I put it together into a worldview is my own.
Okay. The second question is: I think so, but does any doctor in academia, does any professional expert university graduate in academia agree with you in what you're expressing to us here?
None
Do you know
that I specifically know of, no.
Okay. That wasn't a critique. I was just curious.
No, yeah.
Well, he's just wrong within his own worldview. So your worldview claims there's energy in space. If energy is in space, energy is not synonymous with space.
I'm not saying energy is in space. I'm saying space is a type of energy that spans volume.
He just said
Can you cite it for me?
about it. So he
Can
can't
you
be
cite
wrong
it
if
for me?
he's thought about it. Can
Here's
he?
Northwestern University saying you're wrong. Can you cite it for me? I'll cite mine.
He just explained that he doesn't exactly
I
agree with everyone.
already said mine isn't based on some sort of citation. Mine is based on an understanding that I have myself and the collection of ideas that I
So
have
then throw
myself.
relativity out. Thanks for playing. You have to throw relativity out. Thanks for playing.
What? You have
There's
to do
no
what?
reason for me to have to throw relativity out, as it is part of my worldview.
It can't be, though. You've now contradicted.
How can it not be part of my worldview?
Well,
let
listen
me-
carefully. So your worldview is that there's energy
No.
in space. Okay,
No.
relativity invokes space. Yes.
I've already
I'm-
corrected you on
That's
that
your straw
twice.
man.
I've
I just
already
heard you say
corrected
that
you on
before.
that statement twice. Why are you making it again?
Because if
Okay,
we
the
roll the
globe
tape
Earth
back, you
heliocentric
did say
paradigm.
that energy
Yeah,
is
and
in
then you-
space.
There
Yeah,
is
and-
energy. There are other
Heliocentric
types of energy within space, as in that exists in space. But I'm also saying that there is a kind of energy that is what makes up space, that spans volume. It is
So
a
then
kind of
energy
energy.
is everywhere.
Correct. Energy is everywhere.
So then there's no justification for you to critique ether, because that's the same thing.
Game over.
So I have already said previously, many a times to many a people, that so I am not, I'm not on space-time side. I'm not on ether side. I'm somewhere in between.
There goes
are
your heliocentric
criticisms
model.
I have of ether. I also have criticism of space-time.
Now
You
your
have
heliocentric
told
model
us-
has been thrown in the trash, though. Thanks for playing.
You have told us that space is a kind of energy, and that matter is a kind of energy, and that there are other kinds of energies.
Correct.
So everything is energy, including matter. Okay.
Correct.
That is not the same, but very synonymous with ether, that there is this omnipresent substance that has energy.
Yes.
Okay. So one big
So
difference.
then there's no justification for you to critique ether as false when it's
Did he say
the
synonymous?
same as yours, except a very small niche difference. Except
so
a very
the
small
big
niche difference.
difference-
In your worldview, matter is energy instead of matter having energy.
So one big difference is that you are separating between space and a substrate within space, the energy substrate, or the substrate that which has energy within space. I am saying that they are one and the same. The energy is what spans volume. It is what makes
Okay.
up space.
Okay. So with that being said, define energy. What is that?
That would be quite a hard one.
I imagine.
Got it. Potential for change, and the changing.
No.
The actual changing as it changes from the potential of changing.
Well, let Gimmick explain his world.
Well, I'm trying to join in the conversation because maybe you want to hear what I think too.
Yeah, after him. I'm not trying to exclude you.
Oh, you've
of
been
course.
speaking
I just want to hear, one at a time. Go ahead, Gummy Bear. What is energy?
This is one that I definitely should think over more to get a good solid one that I have, but it would be something to the effect of energy is the ability to make change. But I definitely would say that that's not a very good definition, and I would have to think about it more. So
what's the critique of that definition you just gave? Why is it not very good?
Because it is a bit too abstract.
The resultant vibrational.
Why do you say it's too abstract?
Yeah.
Because I'm saying that it has, for example, it has the ability of spanning volume, and simply if all I name energy is being able to make change, it's almost a cop out, I would feel. I'm defining it to be able to do what I want it to do without actually defining it truly.
Well, definitions are definitions. They're not all inclusive of every possible sense, right? They define what a given thing is or means to the exclusion of all other senses. So if your definition implicates an exclusion of space or matter or time, then that's that. Especially when the explanation you give of space or matter or time or other things in the physics, right, the things, are used differently. We understand them to be different, and then when you try to use your worldview, when we try to use your worldview to account for the things in reality, they end up being absurd. Then that demonstrates that your worldview is not true.
But my question then is absurd by what metric? Because a lot of the metrics of which you have shown absurdity are subjective to you and not objective in reality.
Now, here's the issue. Because when we get down to the brass taxes of critiquing this or that paradigm, this or that worldview, this or that doctrine, now we come to a very fundamental epistemological question: is what is the standard of knowing? How do we know what counts as absurdity or validity? Okay.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I don't know if that's allowed in this voice chat.
No, we're not going to get off to secularize metaphysics or any religion. But I will say that
it's deeper.
In order to claim that your worldview, has validity, it has to be based and rooted in logical premises and foundation that can be asserted with practical application, following natural order. The second you start dismembering natural order, which quantum relativity's done, then you're no sooner coming to the essence of what phenomena is rather than what you presuppose it to be. And that's precisely what you guys have done. And however can you get to a grand unified theory in separating all field phenomena separate from one another? You're never going to get it anywhere. Never explained anything. And that's why I asked Foolish early on in conversation, which supersedes which, a description or an explanation. And he failed to account for on that, because all of science is based on loosely interpreted descriptions rather than the explanation.
Now, to wrap before you say what you have to say after I finish this, just to let me wrap this up with a bow.
Yeah.
So, in answer to your question, according to you, that's how I know it's absurd. Given what you say about the world, that's how I know it's absurd. The way you define space, time, matter, energy, the way you use them in your explanations and your argumentation to justify your position, according to what you say about the world, I know it's false, including how you define energy. Because you conflate space, time, matter, energy with one another, that space, time, and matter are a kind of energy, and then there's energy itself, right? Because you conflate all these things together, that's why you can't use them coherently. Hence, it reduces to absurdity.
But the thing is, but my claim is that it's only your perception of it that is reducing to absurdity. It is not it.
Okay, so where's my error?
Thing itself. Well, for example, when you're saying that the definition of energy reduces to absurdity, for example.
No, your worldview reduces to absurdity. Okay. And so when you use energy the way you define it, it itself also reduces to absurdity. Nothing makes sense.
But
the way you define time, space, matter, and energy itself.
Sorry, say that again. The last bit you said.
The way you define time, space, matter, and energy, then space, time, and matter being the kind of energy and energy itself, the way you define it, including what you just said earlier, and you yourself critiqued it as being inadequate because it does not comport, it is not consistent, it's not coherent with the other definitions of of space and time and matter.
No, that's
So
not.
you critique your own worldview as
I don't
you critique
agree.
your own definition of energy as inadequate because it excludes the space, time, and matter.
No.
Oh no. Okay, hey,
No,
Gummy,
that's
can
not
you
the
critiqued
criticism.
you critiqued your own definition of energy because it was a bit too abstract.
Correct.
Is what you said, right?
Yeah,
Now,
a bit too abstract, and you said it's too abstract.
Can you at least say that your definition or conception of the concept of space time is also a bit too abstract?
When you said it was too abstract, Gummy, you said it was too abstract because given the way I use the way I use time, or the way I use or matter, given the way I define it, you critique your own definition of energy as being too abstract because it does not comport with the way you define time or matter or
That's
space.
not, if that's what I said, I misspoke, but that's not what I intended to say. What I intended to say about my criticism of my definition of energy is that it's too. I would clarify it to say that it's too encompassing. It is because I'm saying it is the ability for change, and I would say that
Too
that
general.
is too it's too general. It's too encompassing to many things.
Too wide, too vague.
Now, when
Is
it
that what
comes
you
to
mean?
things like time, I do have a definition within my paradigm for that that differentiates between these things. And we could get into that if you want to, but that wasn't part of my own criticism.
So,
and then also one thing I gotta say
point back to the start,
is,
if you don't mind wrapping that point up.
yeah, but I want to wrap up another thing quickly. Is that I'm not necessarily saying that ether is, or I'm not necessarily saying bad things about ether, because I am actually saying a lot of the same things that ether is saying, only I am combining ether and space into one thing.
Okay, but then back to the original thing about you saying that you can't prove space-time not to be a thing, and back and forth about that. Well, if you're considering the ether as a possible combination explanation or alternative explanation, then how you can't prove either one untrue. So you get what the original point was, that you can't just say demons in the engine and then have all these other reification things to follow that, and then say,
one
well,
thing-
you can't prove it wrong.
Well, one thing
That was the original point.
One thing that is falsifiable, for example, or theoretically falsifiable, I don't know how it would be, for example, that if you make the claim that ether and space are separate, you should at some point be able to separate them and show me one without the other. Well, my claim is that they are one and the same, and therefore there should be no instance of them being separate.
That's not
Then
an
you have
implication
to
of those who
define
hold
each
to
one
ether.
and show how they're the same as well, which is impossible.
Well, hang on. That's a false criterion of truth. You're saying that if what we're saying is the case, if what the etherist, let's say, is saying is the case, and you can separate ether from space, well, whatever you mean by that, if you mean like get ether and space in your hands and pull them apart, or whatever instrument you could use and pull them apart, no, that's not the implication of that position.
Well, no,
That's
it
not,
would
that's
be
not
that
even the
either
implication
you
of
can
that
get.
position, let alone what's stipulated.
It would be either that you can get space without ether within, or that you can manipulate ether without manipulating space. That would be two options.
Yeah.
Both theoretical.
But the question would be then,
What
if
space
let's
are
say
you
you
talking
cannot
about?
do that,
Are you talking about
just
outer space, or are you talking about the space between masses?
space that makes volume.
Okay,
No
so
outer
what's the
space, space that
difference
makes volume.
between volume and space?
To me, space is the encompassing term for the energy that makes up volume.
I was trying to critique his critique because he's critiquing an implication that the etherist does not hold.
Yeah, but so I want to ask then, if ether and space are inseparable, then why are they not considered the same thing the way I'm saying they are?
Because they're different in principle. Okay. So
But
given
only
what the
because you
etherist,
say they are.
that's what we're that's
Does
where
the
we're at.
volume you speak of,
Our
the volume
worldviews
you
are
speak of,
interpreting the data.
Gummy Bear, exists
Our
within the
worldviews are
field?
interpreting the empirical
Ether does
data.
not exist outside that field. So that's why I asked you, which space are you invoking? Are you invoking the space between things, or are you invoking outer space, i.e. the space vacuum that you falsely assert all the time?
No, I gotta clarify. Whenever I say space, I never mean like outer space or such things,
Yeah,
or
he's
like
not talking
vacuum.
about the great void in the academic cosmic paradigm. He's
I
not
am
talking
talking
about
about volume itself. And when I said, when I say space, I don't just mean volume. I mean the energy that stretches out volume.
Now that's
So what you're
his
talking
definition
about
of
is the ether
space.
That's
field.
my definition, yeah. And I am. This isn't
That's
something
the
I
ether
got from
field, yeah.
anyone else. That is what I've gotten myself.
So here's what I'm trying to say, because that's so you kind of go into a peripheral point. I'm trying to stay with the central point. My central point in what Gumby Bear was saying is that his critique of the etherist is a straw man. Why do I say it's a straw man? Because he's critiquing an implication that this position does not imply. The etherist position does not imply that ether and space can be separated and put in two different locations.
Also, or manipulated differently, so you can so you would be able to manipulate ether without changing any space, or
Yeah.
change space without manipulating any ether.
Now, if in the etherist worldview, as it concerns ether, if the etherist, and this includes me, is saying that space has no physical properties, it is the absence, it is an area of absence that can be occupied by things, by substantial concreta, right? Then there's no need to hold me to task to manipulate space. It can't be manipulated. It is not a thing. It's not a substantial concreta to be manipulated.
And I agree with that, but then I would say that I agree to the extent, as long as you agree that that is a mere definitional thing. It doesn't actually make any difference within the real world, only in the way we speak about it.
So let me help you, because this keeps happening over and over again.
Yeah.
When we are having a discussion about differing interpretations, different theories of the world, different worldviews, it does not help to simply demean what the other person is saying. If you contradict it, you must justify the critique, which is what I've been trying to demonstrate in this conversation. I don't just contradict, I don't just demean it as saying it's false, it's absurd, it's unjustified, etc., etc. I give a justification for my critique. I explain and demonstrate how I know that it is false, absurd, impossible, etc. So when you say that it is a mere, when you say that what I'm saying is a mere supposition, you are implying that it is unjustified and unsubstantiated. But I've already given my justification for it and shown you the substance. All right, the substance being our everyday experience. I'm talking about ether. So if it's an omnipresent substance, then we experience it all the time. Okay.
Yeah, but, okay.
And then I give a justification for my explanation, the absurdity of the contrary, in this dichotomy.
So here's the let me just here's the big difference is that within my paradigm, what you call space in your paradigm, I call volume in mine, and what you call ether in yours, I call the energy of space. Now, the big so that those two things, that is what I am calling definitional. Those are only semantical arguments.
Well,
However,
unless you've changed
I'm almost
your
done.
position, unless you've changed your position within the context of this conversation recently, your previous conclusion of space was something different. You equivocated it as space and time being this fabric which can be manipulated, having this tangible property.
No. So what I'm saying
that was your
is
original
that
position, i.e., gravitational field.
What I am saying is the space is the energy which spans volume. What you're saying, when you say space, that is what I call volume. When you say ether, I say that is the space, which is the energy that spans
Yeah,
volume.
you're repeating
Now,
yourself.
the
I've
big
heard all of this
difference,
already.
the
And
big
that wasn't your original
difference
position.
is that you call ether a substance that is separate from space, while I'm saying that the space energy is volume. It is what makes up volume. That's why I'm saying that a lot of this is purely definitional, but there is
Yeah.
another part of it which is an additional claim of you're calling it to be a substance, while I'm calling it to be the space itself.
And no,
Okay,
and
so
neither
yeah,
can be
there's a verbal
substantiated.
dispute at work right now. There's a verbal dispute. What I mean when I say space or time or matter or ether, you mean something else. There's a verbal dispute. Okay, so we have to untangle the verbal dispute. Now, let's begin here with the way you define space, that it is a type of energy which, correct me if I'm wrong, which stretches out what?
Which spans volume.
Spans volume. So space
Yeah.
is in the volume. The
What he's
critique of
doing is
that. Let me say this.
he's only talking about the
So let me say
dissipation
this.
of energy.
Dyson, let me say this. So, because your point is piggybacking on mine. The critique of this is that you're conflating these things together. Space, time, energy, matter, ether, a kind of material, a kind of substance. You conflate these things together. Again, I mentioned space particularly. So let me talk about space again. Given the way you define space, okay, you're reifying space. Now, when you use these terms the way you define them in your worldview, they become unintelligible, which is why we keep asking you about differentiate this and that. And you say that you differentiate this and that. And then when you explain the differentiation, we don't see a difference.
Yeah, it does become hard to understand.
Space is energy as manifest, whereas
to understand.
ether is a potential unmanifested energy. And that's why I said there's only two dimensions in nature: spatial and counterspatial, manifested and unmanifested. Science only talks about the manifested, which is the dissipation or diminution of energy, but not energy in the absolute sense as following natural order. And this is the problem.
I ask you a question.
Now let me ask Gummy Bear a question to open him up within his assumptions, and then Don, if that was Don, Gummy Bear, why do you say that space is a kind of energy that stretches through volume? Why do you say that?
Because the energy appears to be inseparable from the volume. They appear to be one and the same.
Oh, well, that's nearly the answer to my question. My question, Gummy, was: are you just saying that the gap between things, whether there's a bit of oxygen there or whether there's no oxygen there, has energy in it inherently in the gap?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And
that's what I believe.
So
That's
that
the same thing I
volume.
believe.
Yeah, I would say that volume has energy, and that is what we call space.
Yeah.
So
that's how I would word that.
It is similar to ether. There's some energy potential.
Yeah, and that's what I'm
floating
saying
around
is
as a field.
Yeah, and I'm saying that there are similarities to ether, but I have also what I believe are the differentiating factors between what I'm saying
What
and
do
what
you
ether
think
is
is space? Why is Gummy's
The
and
problem
my version
is you only think things that can be quantified to exist. Something that doesn't have a value of quantifiable measure doesn't exist, and this is the problem why you don't understand how potential energy unmanifested could exist. And this is why we always tell you what Witz had said early on in the conversation: do you believe energy can be created nor destroyed? Because this is the premise of the conversation.
But so what you just said there, first of all, is a straw man, and then I do believe that energy can be created and destroyed.
Okay, but originally in the
Possibly not.
conversation you didn't. You agreed with him that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, and now you're changing your position just as you've done on the definition of space.
So the thing is, energy cannot be.
That's fine. I don't
Energy
have a problem with
cannot
you
be
changing your
created nor
understanding.
destroyed within a time symmetric system.
Again, you're invoking time as having physical essence and being ultimate
And
existence.
it does
we're
within
telling
my
you it's not.
paradigm. which is where we could get to, where I would say that time is changes within space.
So
Yeah,
you
it's
agree
just
that
taking you
all of the mainstream
for a
paradigm
long
of
ride.
heliocentrism is wrong. You've created a new alternative theory, and the mainstream one is wrong. So, in all actuality, you're on our side. And every time someone attacks us for challenging the current paradigm, saying that it's wrong, they're attacking you as well, because that's
I
our
would
point.
actually say that the mainstream paradigm, the difference between the mainstream paradigm and my paradigm are almost entirely definitional, whilst you guys make a lot of
No, they have physical
claims that are not substantiated in reality.
Let's pause for a moment. Let me say this. Okay. So the last thing you said in my line of questioning to you, okay. The reason I critique this is because your definition of space, particularly space, we'll get to time and matter and energy later. Your definition of space reduces space and energy to absurdity because you conflate the two with one another. Now, when you use this term, both space and energy, in your argumentation and in everyday speech, that's not what you imply ever. Never in our everyday communication, not even in our technical discussion of these matters, do we think that space and energy are one and the same.
What
We
you're saying
understand
just
that
isn't
things are
true.
in space
No, it's
and
not
that
right,
space is
Gregory.
not a thing.
John only
But
talks
you
whenever
say
he's
that it
talking.
is a thing, that space is a thing.
I'm trying to join the conversation with Seth to see if I
Well,
can
wait till
help.
someone finishes talking.
I do.
So let me repeat what I just said because someone was interrupting. Your definition of space, Gummy Bear, reduces space and energy to absurdity because given our everyday use of these terms in common language and even in our technical conversation and in what we observe in the empirical data, okay, and these definitions that we stipulate to try and clarify what we mean both in common language and in technical talk, that is not what we mean. Space is an area of absence that can be occupied by a substance, by matter, by things.
Yeah,
Energy is a property of a thing to express change in the midst of space.
Let's let
Now, you
Don
see
say
how
something.
that makes sense?
I get what you're saying. So, Don, I think you're
Bear
having
respond,
connection
and then Don
problems,
go.
Don.
Sorry.
So the thing that I'm saying is that when you say space, I say volume. That is a definitional thing. When you say that energy is a property of substance, I say that a property of energy or this energy is volume, and the energy that has the property of volume is what I call space. It is not all energy. It is this type of energy. The energy that has the property of volume is what I call space. That's why I'm saying this is definitional.
Right, but your definitions, which you stipulate of these terms, don't comport with one another. When you try to use your terms the way you define them, you critique them.
No.
That's an unsubstantiated, unjustified contradiction of what I just said about what you just said earlier. Earlier, you conceded to the unintelligibility, the absurdity of your worldview, given the way you define these terms stipulatively.
No, I did not. You're extracting the criticism that I had of my definition of energy. You're
You said they were too
extrapolating that to
abstract.
be
You said your definition of energy was too abstract. What does that
the one
mean?
that I stated there. What I said is I don't know the perfect way to word the definition for energy, but currently something I would think is the ability for change. And then I said, but that would probably not be correct because that's a little bit too abstract. So that's not saying that my entire worldview is abstract and wrong and this blah blah. It is merely that definition that I gave you is not quite what I would be fully satisfied with.
Okay, so rather than just kicking the can down the road, why is it too abstract? Why is it inadequate?
Hold up. Then why don't you, Gummy Bear, take a breath, maybe even Just not respond for a bit and come to your own definition and get back to us with a good definition instead of trying to carry your argument forward with an incomplete definition. Because I'll just say this before everyone interrupts me. I left for about an hour and a half to get Costco. I came back, and you motherfuckers are still talking about the exact same subject and have gone nowhere. So maybe take a breath, get a proper definition, because you already admitted you don't have one, and then come back once you have a proper definition.
Both gave a definition.
Do you have a definition for energy, Gregory?
No, we're asking you for it. Now you're trying to reverse the
I'm making a question. I'm asking a question.
You see that, dude? That has nothing to do with the fucking conversation at hand.
I
It's a
am
red
asking
herring.
a question.
That's a red herring, dude. This is why the conversation went nowhere while I was at Costco.
Hang on.
Because when I'm trying to drill down to the bottom of it, telling you to get a good definition so we can actually argue that definition, instead of then saying, you know what, this guy might be right, you automatically try to ask me a red herring out of nowhere.
Enough shit stirring. Come on, let me talk to Gregory.
It's not shit stirring. You're the one who asked me for. You're the one who red herringed immediately after I gave you.
I asked Gregory.
Hey, real quick, Noah. Noah, you just came in because it's a little bit out of context. Because it wasn't that his definition. He didn't have a definition. He was unhappy with his definition being too general. But that's not really the point of the argument right now. It's not really.
I got that part. I got that part.
His definition of energy isn't the most important thing. Is all I'm saying. Yeah, it's gone different ways since you left. Is all I'm trying to let you know.
And what you're calling a red herring was me trying to demonstrate that I'm 100% sure that you wouldn't have a good definition of energy either.
Right, but
I'm not asking you to go and disappear for a few hours to figure out a good definition of energy, because I do not dictate your life in the same way that you do not dictate mine. So could you either stay quiet until you understand what the conversation currently is about?
This is unfruitful. This bickering is unfruitful. I'm trying to get back to the point.
Hold up, Gregory. Let me just say this. Here's the thing, dude. If you're gonna come in here with positive claims, and then we're here asking you questions about your positive claims, and you don't even have
not made a positive claim, Numpty. You don't know what the conversation is about. So can you please stop?
And you don't even have proper definitions for it. Maybe you should come with these proper definitions.
You want to hear the definition again?
Numpty, you clearly don't know what the conversation is about. I'm not making a positive claim.
I've been listening. Yes,
so please shut up and listen in before you make this
moderation sometimes.
Dude,
you guys have got to stop, man.
I've been hearing your same arguments for hours, Gummy. I was here
with that, but everyone just got to chill.
Listening to your same shit.
So it's the etheric vibrational resonance that results. It's the etheric vibrational resonance that results in equilibrium being sought. Suck it.
Witsit, say that again.
Witsit has an actual definition, and he's not even the one making the claims about it.
Yeah, go on, say that one again. I might agree with it.
The etheric vibrational resonance that results in equilibrium being sought.
Being what?
Being sought or potentially attained.
No, I don't agree with that.
Exactly.
Okay, well. Okay, I don't care if you agree with
it. It's a really bad definition of energy.
Your definition is what figure one out. Come up with
you should go and figure one out and then come back to us when you have one.
Says the guy who literally said
Gummy Bear being disingenuous.
Hold on, Witsit, do you not see that I made the same statement Numpty did?
No, you're being disingenuous because Witsit just gave you a clear definition, whereas you said yourself, out of your own words, Gummy, my definition isn't good enough. Witsit never said his definition of energy isn't good enough. You're being purposely
so because
dishonest.
I'm being introspective, you're having a hissy fit.
No, you just said that.
That's a second disingenuous.
You two need to disengage. It's
not disengage. I'm making.
Numpty came in to shit. Here's
the thing, Gregory. I'm making actual points. He's just being disingenuous.
You came in to shit. Going on right now. You two need to disengage and let a conversation unfold. You two need to disengage. You're just bickering right now. Let a conversation unfold. Gummy Bear, what I was trying to talk with you about is you and your critique and your stipulated definitions of your terms. Now, when you critiqued your definition as being too abstract, too wide, that is to say too vague, too open, that is to say too vague, why do you say that?
Well, simply from the fact that it can apply to so many different things. I mean, it's kind of by the definition of the word vague to open. I don't really know how you want me to define that.
Okay. Now, as it concerns energy in space, okay, the ability to express change, the ability to express power, right, to cause effect, right? How does that apply? How does that comport with space? In our everyday human experience, and even in our technical talk, okay, how to explain that? Because I understand space to be an area of absence that can be occupied.
It's a good question.
Right? Yeah. Well, so the change that happens within that energy is what I call time.
The change that happens within that energy, the energy you call space,
yes,
is time. The change is time. What is time?
Changes within the energy.
Changes as in me walking from my living room to the kitchen. That's an instance of time.
No. So, for example, if within this energy of space that I have, when, for example, energy is being mediated from one side to the other side, that is time. In order for it to happen, it takes time. It is that interaction within itself that is time.
So, when I speak to you, is me speaking an instance of time?
Time is just a measure of
speaking
space.
is not
Dude.
an instance
That's all
of time,
is.
but it happens over time.
Yes.
Time is ultimately just the expression of magnitude.
So when I cause the air to perturbate with the clapping of my vocal folds, that is happening over time. That is not an instance of time.
Right. But while the matter, in order for matter to travel, in order for the sound wave to propagate, you need matter to bump into matter to bump into matter. And in order for matter to move, it needs to move through space. And that interaction of moving through space is an interaction in the energy. And that interaction is what is time.
But the interaction is happening in time. It's not an instance of
that
time.
is what time is. The interaction is what makes up time.
That's absurd. Hence why my critique. Given the everyday use, our everyday use of time, we're not talking about concreta causing effects. When we talk about time, we're talking about the car drove from location A to location B over an amount of time. Okay, we're not trying to describe a concrete event of material interacting with one another. We're saying the material interacting with one another happened over time.
And this is the problem of your paradigm, which is you're separating space and time as completely independent things, which they are not. That is why we can have instances of time moving at different rates in different locations, space-time bending.
Okay, so I didn't separate space and time. I separated matter and time. But again,
no,
space
you're
being
separating movement and time
to matter. So you say that me saying that is wrong. Why is me saying that wrong? Why is me saying that motion of matter over time is not the same as time? That is not an instance of time? Why is that wrong?
How are you saying that motion is not an instance of time? Because motion happens over time, and time is merely change within space.
No, it's not change within space.
Within my paradigm, it is.
And that's the problem. That reduces time to absurdity because we don't talk about time that way.
So it is something absurd because we don't talk about it that way, or is it absurd because you don't want it to be that way?
In other words,
people
your
don't really
definition of
talk
time
about,
reduces human experience to absurdity.
but
It
people don't
makes it
really talk about
unintelligible.
physics the way you do either. And yet I'm not sitting here saying that what you're saying is absurd, because what you're saying is internally consistent. I'm not calling it absurd the same way that what I'm saying is internally consistent and therefore not absurd.
It's not internally consistent in your worldview. Because you can't make intelligible space, time, matter, and energy in your worldview, because you conflate the two with one another. You conflate these things with one another. Space, time, matter, and energy are one another.
You
There's
can't
no distinction. They're blurred
seem to
together.
understand the distinction between them. That doesn't mean that there is no distinction between them.
The distinctions you supposed reduce human experience to absurdity.
Only because you're separating time and space.
No, they reduce it to absurdity in your paradigm.
No, they do not. You have
Okay.
not substantiated.
When you stipulate your definitions of your terms, this is where you start confounding and start conflating, okay, and obfuscating. Given the way you define the terms, and given the way you try to explain how they are intelligible, the way you try to demonstrate their coherency, you fail to demonstrate their coherency. Because, for instance, with time and space and matter and energy, you have matter, which is a kind of energy, you say, and then you have space, which is a kind of energy, you say, and then you have time, which is a kind of energy, you say, and then you have energy itself.
No. Time is not a kind of energy.
Oh, it's not?
No, time is not energy.
What is time?
Time is time.
Like I said, it's a change.
That's
yeah, I already decided. Time is a rate of change.
If I've ever heard one.
Yeah, do you need to know what time
Well,
is?
in your paradigm,
time is a rate of change. It's not energy.
Yeah, why don't you ask like a 2-year-old?
Well, it has the ability to do work in your paradigm. So what's up with that?
Actually, it
the
doesn't.
ability to make change.
Wait, time
yeah, it does
has
actually.
the ability to do work.
Wait, so you're saying that time dilation doesn't have the ability to make change?
To make
Uh-oh.
change.
Well, that was your
time
definition. Yeah,
time dilation just varies the rate of time. So what?
So does time dilation have the ability to make change? Yes.
No. So
no, actually,
has
just
it
changes the rate of time.
NASA, just be quiet for a moment. Let Gummy talk.
I've been pushed off ban. I don't know what I was on about.
What's wrong with my definition? Why did you poo-poo all over my definition? But yours is incredibly rudimentary and vague. Ability to make change. I explained that. Well, work is nothing more than equilibrium being size, the process of that. So tomato. I said it's based on a vibrational resonance, not an etheric vibrational resonance or displacement. That's objective. So write it down.
Sorry. What was that again? Spherical vibration of the blah blah the
etheric vibrational displacement.
And that's what I'm saying. It's yours.
Has a couple syllables in
it. That's
I'm out of here. I'm out of here. You guys are admitting. He just admitted he doesn't have a definition, and then he immediately he can even come up with one, and then he immediately just poo-poos all over mine. Okay, what's wrong with mine specifically? Give me some substance specificity to refute.
It is nonsensical. It is using words in a matter which is nonsensical. It is not making sense. It is illogical.
It doesn't make sense. So, okay, which word doesn't make sense?
All of it.
So, vibrational displacement is nonsense. That doesn't make sense.
What is etherical vibrational displacement?
Etheric vibrational displacement.
You're just using words for this one.
I must be the dumb one. I must be the dumb one.
You gotta understand these words. They haven't learned these words in school, bro.
So rather than critiquing what Witsit is saying as nonsense, maybe you should ask what he means to gain more insight to try and attempt what he means.
Yeah, so Gregory, while I agree with you, if he was just a new person I've only recently met with, I do agree that would be true. But I've spoken to him too much to have any respect for him at this point.
Oh yeah, nice add-on. That really makes
sense. Gummy Bear has taken you guys on a long
trying to have a convo
ride.
with someone, and you're trying to have a convo with someone, and they openly admit they don't respect what you're saying. How are you supposed to?
No, I'm not trying to have a conversation with Witsit. I'm trying to have a conversation with Gregory.
Gummy, if you don't respect him, why do you even engage with him to begin with, bro?
He's talking to me. I'm trying to have a conversation with Gregory.
Whoa! It takes two, buddy. It takes two. He's talking to me. What kind of shit is that?
Correct.
It takes two to have a conversation, bro.
Correct. If he addresses me, I will address him back. But I am not trying to address him. I'm actually trying to have a fruitful conversation with Gregory, which is working until he came in and made his comment.
So let's get back
You've been
to
on here for 3 hours being a circular sophist. What are you talking
No,
about?
I believe we've gotten pretty far. I've
All
gained understanding
Just
from.
forget it. I don't want to talk to
I've
you.
gained.
Shut up. Okay, cool. We're on the same page. We don't
I've
want to talk
gained
each other.
understanding from this conversation.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you have not, then that I'm sorry for you, but I have gained understanding from this conversation, and
Okay,
I
but
have
I don't. No one
appreciated
just
the
hand wave
time
dismisses
with
your
Gregory.
comments, though. That's different. How about you show some intellectual respect, right? So you have a fifth grader's definition of ability to make change, and then I give you a much more profound, hyper-specific, substantive
Just because
explanation.
you
And
use big
stop
words does not
interrupting
make
me,
it
dummy.
better.
You're only talking.
Well, he
You're
already
on the
said he
internet,
doesn't
okay?
respect you, Witsit, so there's no point in talking to him. You should just let him and Gregory dish it out, and I mean, we'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
I'm gonna
But
go.
also
I'm
the
gonna go
same
chill
thing
with the
is,
wifey, bro. Talk to you later.
yeah, but
Thank
also
you,
the
Whitney.
same
God
thing
bless
is
you.
like the same thing is like you two, Gregory and Gummy Bear, have been having this conversation for a good 3 hours now. So I kind of understand that you don't respect Witsit or whatever. Yeah, that's one thing, but at the same time, there's like 30 people in the room, and you two have been monopolizing it with your around the circle 3 hours.
Yeah,
talking.
so you want to move on,
It's
sit
time to
back
move
and
on.
let someone else talk, yeah? Sit
It's been
back and
it's
let
been
someone
3
else
hours, and
talk
these
now,
two
I
have been
think.
discussing the same thing, Jin, for
There's
3
been a
hours.
lot of
And
people that
Gummy
have
Bear,
joined
Dennis
in
is still there.
and
for a
spoken.
long ride.
There's a lot of people that have joined in and spoken, and I believe I've gained some information. And I don't know
Okay,
if Gregory
good.
has,
Move on
maybe he
now.
hasn't, but even then, it's been a conversation, and people have been respectful to each other. At least some of us have been.
Okay, well done. You've gained
So
some knowledge.
let's not paint the conversation as a merely
Is it
being dominated.
knowledge
Because
that's
if
going to
anyone
bring
wants
us
to
to the
speak, then
globe?
they can just speak,
Yeah.
Right,
which
but
they
Gummy
have.
Bear just got finished. But Gregory, Gummy Bear just got finished saying that he doesn't respect Witsit, and he's not really going to
Yes.
take Witsit's things seriously. So it's
Which
not.
is
Witsit, yes.
unjustified.
Gregory,
It's not Gregory.
Gregory, I do respect.
Yeah,
Gregory,
but
I
here
do respect, but not
I'm trying
Witsit.
to tell
Correct.
Gregory. I'm trying to tell Gregory something. You're interrupting me, Gummy Bear, and now I
But
can't
you're
even
trying to
remember what I'm
poison
saying
the
to
well
you.
right now.
No, I'm
That's
not
the
trying to
problem.
poison the well. I'm trying to I'm trying to say something, and you're interrupting me. That's what really happened. You're poisoning
You're
the
trying
well.
to say something against an individual that's present, and you expect them not to respond.
He can respond after I'm done saying it, but what I'm saying right now is there is one thing where people can add in, but then when Gummy Bear decides he doesn't respect them, he can't. Like what
Yes.
Well,
happens when he
because he
decides
asked
to
me a
That's
question. He
unjustified.
asked me a question, and then I am allowed to respond in whatever manner I want. And my manner is saying I don't respect him. He can ask him if he wants to ask you a question, Numpty. He can do so, and I will not interfere. That's how conversations work.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. It's just that the way that came out with the no respect just kind of seemed a little off the edge. But if you guys have beef, I'm just gonna not stick my head into it.
Well, it sounded disrespectful. That's why you said something, didn't you? You know, what I mean?
No, yeah,
It sounded
it sounded
disrespectful.
disrespectful. I kind of wanted to
Yeah.
stand up for someone
Yeah.
in the chat. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah. That makes sense, especially when
Now,
it's
Gummy
coming from
Bear, perhaps we
Gummy
can
Bear.
talk about the last one I was trying to talk about with time. Okay. Again, time. It's a kind of energy, you say.
No,
Now,
I don't. I don't
oh, no.
believe it's a kind of,
Yeah.
it's a rate of change. Yeah.
Okay, it's a rate of change. So there is matter in motion over time.
Yeah.
Behind you guys, behind you.
So
Sorry.
it's a rate of change. Now, how do you measure the rate of change?
Where's the stopwatch?
By using the
Right.
rate of change of something else. It's only a
measuring
reference.
device.
You can only
Clock.
reference time using another reference. There is
Water,
no
sand.
objective metric within itself. It's only reference metrics.
So time and matter and motion are distinct entities. They're not one and the same. Time is not a kind of energy, it's not a kind of matter, and it's not a kind of motion. Because matter in motion is happening over time. That clause over time distinguishes time from matter and motion.
Yeah. So
Energy.
motion would be a change in position over time.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what he just said. That's what he just said.
Yeah. So the rate of the motion is movement within the energy, and time is the rate
Within
at
what
which
energy?
this motion happens.
Within what energy are you talking about, sir?
So,
Within
given
space.
what you just hang on,
Yeah, go ahead.
because let's jump on this. Given what you just said, remember what you just said.
Yeah.
And given what you just said, you have distinguished time as being a different kind of thing from matter and motion and energy and space.
Well, no, it's a part of space. It's an attribute of space, but it's not.
Is it?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how you can get that. Where's the time in space?
where is
Where
time?
is it?
Change
In space.
Change in space
Where?
is time. The rate
Where
of change
in
in
space?
time.
Can you specify its location if it's in space?
It is the rate of interaction within the energy.
What energy are you talking
It's
about?
not a
I asked you
location
before.
within
I don't
space.
understand you.
I just asked
No, it
you where
happens.
is the
It's
specific
not. It's
location of
on.
time in space.
Okay, if you want the location, it's everywhere because and everywhere that
Okay.
space is, time happens because everywhere space is,
Yeah?
there is interaction.
Yeah? What happens?
All right. So
However,
with that
one
being
thing.
said,
Okay,
with
go ahead.
that being said, not just location, not just extension in space, what are the other physical properties of time?
Well, the rate of change can change depending on the properties of space in that region. For example, if you have
Whoa. Say that again.
Rubbish, man.
the rate of change, so the time in a region can change dependent on the properties of that region. And one example of this would be if you have a high energy area, time will actually move faster. The rate of change is faster.
Okay, that's not what I asked you.
Okay.
You answer the question, what is the rate of change and what causes the differentiation in one given location versus another given location? I didn't ask you that at all. I asked you, what are the physical properties of time itself?
What are the
There is no
physical
physical
properties of
properties.
time itself?
Yes.
I'm not sure I would define it in terms of physical properties.
It's
Well,
not
that's what he
physical.
asked you.
Is that right? It's not physical?
No, is it?
I mean, it has
Yeah.
physical effects, but it doesn't have physical properties.
Oh.
No.
How can that which is not concreta, not substantial, not material, not physical, have a cause and effect?
So time isn't the cause of it, but it has an effect.
But you just said it causes an effect.
Okay, so time itself doesn't happen and become.
Time doesn't do
do
anything.
something. Time itself
Time
doesn't just
doesn't do
happen and
anything.
become something,
Does-
but rather
does
when
does time allow you to synchronize events?
yeah. So time is merely the rate of change within this energy, and so it's not as if it's the cause itself.
Hold on.
It is merely the mechanism by which change happens, or a
Who asked if
mechanism
time
even.
allows you to synchronize events?
Hang on. I asked you, what are the physical properties of time? You said it doesn't have physical properties.
Yes.
And then you proceeded to say that it can cause an effect, even though it has no physical properties. Okay,
And
so
then
this
I
is an
corrected that that's
ontological.
not really what I meant either. That it has a cause. I said that it is merely the mechanism by which change happens.
Which is redundantly saying that it causes an effect. A mechanism that causes
I disagree
effect
with
is
that.
You see, you got it wrong. Time is nothing. We made it up. Time is what we've made. We observe things
make time
changing.
either.
Correct.
We
Time, when we use time colloquially, that is merely us trying to quantify the rate of change or the total change that has happened.
measuring the rate of change. Yeah.
Correct.
That's it.
And that is why. Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
don't understand what the problem is with time.
Because people they're not
Never getting up
getting
of it.
they're not getting the central point that I'm trying to get to. The central point I'm trying to get to is that you, in your description of time, make the power, the ability to cause change, to cause effect, impossible when you say that time has no physical properties. If it doesn't have physical properties, it can't cause an effect.
What is the physical properties of time?
Exactly. There are none, he said, and I agree.
Time, because like I said, time isn't the cause or the effect. It is merely it is merely the rate of which the change happens. So the change would have a cause and effect. So if you kick something, your foot is causing the thing to move. But all of this happens over time, which is merely the change that has happened. And the speed at which time happens is the rate of change.
No. Rate and time are not the same thing.
Correct.
Rate is a specific change, right? A specific change of matter in motion over time.
No. So that's what I'm saying is, so rate is the speed at which time changes, while time is the total magnitude of change.
Time is not a magnitude of change either.
It seems like, and I don't know if anyone else has come to this conclusion, but by these definitions, I can't really tell you the difference between rate and time.
I've already told you, time is the magnitude of total change, while rate is at which the change happens.
No, magnitude is also a kind of rate.
No.
Okay.
Magnitude is
a kind of magnitude is what?
A kind of rate, the magnitude of such and such, the magnitude of the waves, the sound waves going through the air. Okay,
no,
you can have rate with time. Time and rate are not one and the same thing.
Magnitude is a scalar. It is how much of something.
Right. When you're trying to measure time, the act of measuring time, or the means by which you measure time, is not the same as time. Time is the thing that you are measuring. It's not the same thing as the act of measuring, and it's not the same thing as the quantity.
That's why I said earlier, is the only way to measure the rate of change is by a reference of something else, and what we call time is merely the total change, the magnitude of change.
It's the change over time. So when you answer the question, what is time, and you say it's a rate of change, it begs the question, because rate necessitates time. The reality of time is a precondition to measure the rate of anything. If there is no time, you can't measure the rate of anything.
I'm saying the speed of time is the rate, while the magnitude of time is the total amount of change.
That's nonsense. That does not make sense. When you talk about rate, when you talk about time, including speed or magnitude, all these synonyms of rate.
What's the difference between speed and magnitude?
60 miles per hour is a rate.
We can't have a conversation talking through one another.
60 miles per hour is a rate. 60 miles is a total.
Yeah.
Right.
1 hour is
a change in distance, a change of a object in motion, right, from point A to point B over time. So when you answer the question, what is time itself, by appealing to some rate, to some magnitude, it begs the question. It doesn't answer the question, what is time? It presupposes that time is real, but doesn't answer the question, what is time?
So that's what I'm saying is, if you have, motion is a displacement over time. So displacement is merely a change in position. So it is from one position to another position. Now the time it took for this to happen is the total amount of change that was required for this to happen.
Right, so when you measure the speed of something, when you measure the speed of the car, that is an amount of distance traveled over a certain quantity of time.
It is the distance traveled over the quantity of change required for that to happen.
That doesn't make sense. What I just said makes sense.
Correct. You can say it doesn't make sense, but it does make sense to me.
No, that's redundant. No, that's redundant. That's redundant. When you are measuring the speed of the car, you're measuring the quantity of distance traveled over time. So to appeal to a rate of change over time, to answer the question, what is time per se itself, begs the question.
No, because I'm telling you that the distance covered is the displacement in position Well, the time it took is the total amount of change, the magnitude of change within this system.
Which doesn't answer the question, what is time itself? You're explaining to me
it is change. That's what I'm telling you.
It's not change. The change is happening over time.
No, time is the change.
No, it's not. And that's your problem.
That's your problem.
When you talk about measuring speed, you are not talking about measuring time itself. You're talking about measuring the motion of matter through space over time.
Yeah, we're
It's not the same
measuring.
thing as time.
What we're measuring is the total displacement over a total change.
What you're measuring is how far it moved over time.
Okay. How do you measure time?
Okay. There's various ways to measure time, as you know.
Yeah.
Right. You measure time by a clock.
Okay. So how does a clock measure time?
How does a clock measure time? Well, let's get
If
to
you
the
want,
central point.
if you want to skip the Socratic method, I can just tell you what I'm getting at.
Yeah, let me just get to the central point. So, my point is that given your definitions of time, they reduce to absurdity. Because when we talk about time, in any instance, we're talking about something happening over time. The thing happening is not time itself. The event is not time itself.
Okay. So here's what I'm getting at. Is any way you want to measure time is actually just measuring change. A clock is merely the change in the position of the arms. For example, a cesium clock is merely the change in the excited atoms arriving. So anytime you're measuring time, what you're actually measuring is change. And that's why I'm saying that time is change. And the only way of measuring time is by referencing something else that changes, like a clock of any kind.
Time is not change.
You can keep asserting this, but I'm telling you why it is. Because anytime you want to refer to time, you actually refer to something that is changing.
I was going to continue the argument, but you cut me off with lying here.
Okay,
Excuse
go
me.
ahead. Sorry.
Change. No. You said, how do you measure time? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, that necessitates the question, what is time?
No, it
What is the thing that we are measuring? Because if we don't know what the thing is that we're measuring, we can't measure it.
That's what I told you. Change is what we're measuring.
Okay.
Let me try.
No, you're measuring change with time.
Hold on a
You're
second.
using time in your
Hold on, let me
metric.
try. Greg, let me try, Greg. So we measure distance, with a tape measure. The distance isn't the tape measure, right? You're saying the thing we're measuring is the time.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, I didn't quite get what you were getting
It's
at there.
it's just a convention. The measurement of change, that's the convention. That's
No, I'm
not the
saying
actual time itself. Talking about the
Yeah, the
convention
unit
of
which
time
we
or
use
time
to
itself.
quantify the thing we're trying to measure is a convention. But the thing itself, which we are trying to quantify using these units, is not a mere artificial convention. There was time before any of us existed.
So can I ask then?
There was a time when we did not exist.
Is there any metric in which you can measure time that isn't just measuring change?
You're missing the point.
No, you're avoiding the
I have yet to make
conversation.
the point that I'm trying to finally make. I've yet to make the point I'm trying to finally make. So the point is that time is not change. It's not one and the same with change, because the quantity of time is in the change that we're trying to measure. Matter in motion.
You're
How long,
conflating.
how much time? Listen, my
You're
God.
conflating things.
I'm not conflating anything. Can I
You're
finish?
conflating the change in
Can I
position,
finish?
which the magnitude of change itself.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
My God. Time and change are not one of the same thing. Time is in the metric that we use. Okay. So to appeal to a rate of change,
like a
for
7
instance,
days
like
previous
speed,
one.
that involves time. It doesn't answer the question, what is time itself? It begs the question of what is time. Time is not change. It's not matter in motion. It's not motion of material. It's not matter. It's not energy. This is why I define time as the following. Given the way we use time, and given the way we've tried to go through the dialogue to try and understand what time is, I define time as the following. I think some philosopher out there agrees with me. I haven't done a whole bunch of reading about it, but I define time as the following. If you disagree, then that's fine. If you critique it as false, then give a justification for the critique. But I define time as the following. It is the moments. Time itself is moments between the beginning and the end, including the beginning and the end. This moment, as opposed to that moment, as opposed to that moment, the past moment, as opposed to the present moment, as opposed to the future moment. And then we use a unit. Then we use a unit to quantify these moments.
You literally
Seconds,
just described
minutes, hours.
change. You literally
No, I
just
didn't describe
described
change. I didn't describe change. I didn't
This
describe
moment,
matter in
this
motion
moment
over
to that
time.
moment to that moment to that moment. That
No,
is
this
change.
moment. No.
I have a critique of
I
that
said
if you don't
this
mind.
moment, as opposed to the present moment, as opposed to the future moment. Okay.
Hey,
I'm distinguishing between
throw my
moments,
two
not
cents there?
between the chain of events. I'm not talking about events. I'm talking about the fundamental, irreducibly complex, right, unit of time. Moments. Time itself are moments in between the beginning and the
How
end,
much?
including the beginning and the end. And
How
then
much?
we stipulate a convention to quantify these moments.
How much time is in a moment?
Don't know.
How
The
much
the
time is in
smallest.
between two moments?
Listen. So the smallest unit of time, the smallest unit of time that I'm aware of, is what they call a picosecond. Now, with that being said, either that really is the case, or it's not. Either there's a smaller unit of time smaller than a picosecond, the smallest unit of time being smaller than a picosecond, or bigger than a picosecond. I don't know.
Essentially, all you're avoiding right now is that everything you're describing is just change. And so
No,
I think
it's
we've
not
gone full
change. That's
circle,
so
and I'm
hard.
pretty sure we're done.
Well, a moment isn't change, right?
Oh yeah, a moment is not change, correct? But to go from
Yeah.
one moment to another moment, that is change.
Right, but I'm
Well-
not talking about the act of moving from one moment to another. I'm not talking about the act of moving from the present to the future or the past to the present. I'm not talking about the motion of time. I'm not talking about the elapsing of time. I'm talking about what time is itself. You're talking about what time is doing.
Oh,
The
but that's
change
not,
that is
no,
occurring to time.
no one cares. No, it's the passage of time that's important. That's what time is. When you see it plotted onto physics, when you talk about time in physics, you're generally talking about the passage of time.
Yes. But time itself is the thing moving. It's not motion itself. It's the thing moving. Listen to the sentence that you're saying.
But
Time is changing. Okay,
Yeah,
but what is time that
time
is changing?
Time is elapsing.
You're whistling past the point. You're
Time
talking
is
through the
elapsing.
point, and the point is essential.
What is
You're not
what's so
listening.
essential
You're not
about-
listening.
What's essential about the passage of
You're
time?
not listening.
I am. I'm
Okay.
just not.
Okay.
I'm just don't
Okay.
either.
Just stop
Either
talking
you're just
through what I
talking
just
around it.
said. Just stop talking through
The
what I just said and
passage
listen.
of time is the important part.
Just stop talking through what I said and listen. When you say the sentence, the passage of time, to explain what time is itself, begs the question,
No,
what is
no, it
this
really
time
doesn't.
that you speak of that is changing? Hence why I define time the way I did. What is time that is changing, that is elapsing? It's the moments. This moment, and then this moment coming to pass, and then this moment coming to pass, and then
Yeah,
this
you're
moment
talking
coming to
about the
pass.
passage of time. Thank you very much. So
Yes, which is not the same thing as time.
it is actually.
No.
I want to throw my 2 cents in
When we
here.
define time, what's the units of time?
Please.
What are the
So,
units of time?
one of my problems with moments being time is it's sort of like saying what is length
and then saying like an inch or the smallest unit of length is length itself. But of course, that's just a way to standardize some sort of arbitrary section of length, which would be some sort of infinitely long and infinitely short concept. And it wouldn't be any sort of unit that is the spectrum itself, just a way we've divided it. So a unit cannot be the thing itself. It can only be some sort of slice.
I agree.
Of the
I didn't say that.
I thought you said a
recognize
moment. The moment, the first moment, the last moment, and all the moments in between is time, is what you said earlier.
Yes.
And I think what you're getting at is important, because you're right about the moment being the smallest unit of time, but time would be the essence within the moment. And what is that? And outside the moments. I mean, it's inside and outside a moment. What is that thing? I'd say time is very similar to the word. I'd say time is very similar to the word like big, where you can't just have the word big have meaning alone. You have to have an object or some sort of thing, and then you need something to compare it to. Without
You're
some,
talking-
without it.
You're talking about specificity in which we assign measures like meters, and feet, and inches, so that we can be specific about these things.
So, Fundy, your critique of me isn't quite correct, because I'm not saying that time is a unit of time. That simply begs the question. I'm saying
I feel
that
like that's how
time
the words
itself,
came out, but I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
right? The unit of time is a convention we use to quantify the moments over time, in time, right? This quantity of moments at this span of time.
Do you really doubt what time is?
Or we ask the
moment-
question, what time is it?
One
Right? When
moment
we ask
is
the
a
question,
unit of
what
time,
time
though.
is it? When we ask the question, what time is it? We appeal to a tool to measure time, so that we can know what moment in time we are at, we exist in.
So do you really have a problem with time, or you're just being pedantic about this definition?
It seems like the problem is that the original problem is they're using on your side, on the baller side, you're using time as a physical attribute that can be manipulated or see, in coordinates with space, can be seen as something that can be bent and conceptually, yes, but not physically and not really in any kind of realistic way. And that's the real problem between the two sides, I think.
Space-time is difficult to understand. I'll give you that.
It's not only difficult to understand,
Man,
it's
that's not what
difficult
I
to
said.
be
You're
intelligible.
just gonna come in and if that's what you're here for, bro. Honestly, we had enough of it yesterday. Just come in and say, "Oh, you don't understand." I mean, that's really not a position.
Space-time is difficult to understand. It's a four-dimensional thing with three dimensions.
It's not about being difficult to understand.
Also-
It's completely conceptual, and you're treating it as though it's not.
Actually, it's not completely conceptual. It's been fairly well proven.
And also, Nasashil, I'm actually also
You can claim that
coming
again,
from
but
it
it's just
from a quantum loop gravity perspective as well.
Yeah.
See, I think that time is actually a transcendental concept, and the only way we can ever talk about it is by dividing it into two different parts. First, there has to be a thing, and then there has to be change. So time is some sort of consubstantiality beyond the change and the thing, because without a thing, without a thing, there can be no change. And does time pass in an empty universe?
If there is no thing and you don't necessarily need motion for time to elapse, but you do need motion to do the act of measuring, of course, of measuring time. Now, holy God, I'm not lost the point.
Well, you need a thing, and then you need change, and
Yes,
then you have
there
time.
we go. If there is no thing, right, there's absolutely no thing, then there also is no past, present, or future. No time. There are no moments of the past and moments of the present and moments of the future, no matter how small they may be, no matter how small the unit of time may be. regardless of how small the unit of time really is, if there is no thing, then there is also no past moments or present moment or future moments.
Yeah, but isn't that because that's what time is the change of that system, of whatever that thing is? It's why it's if that thing doesn't change, if nothing at all changes in any kind of way whatsoever, then no time passes. But any sort of change that happens at all, this is time. And it actually is true.
There's
Not in
change,
principle, it's not
okay?
true.
There's things and there's change in this reality. However, neither of those alone is time. That's why change isn't time and time isn't change. We have things and we have change, and that's how we come to understand time, by combining those two concepts.
Yeah, that's how. So we're conflating how we are aware of time, aware of this past moment or the present moment or the future moment, with what time itself is. Change is not time. Why? Because change occurs over time. Time is a necessity for change to be quantified. It's a precondition for change to be quantified.
This is nothing more than this is nothing more than the mass discussion that QE likes to have. You guys, there's like 4 or 5 fundamental quantities, scalar quantities, and several of them are difficult to understand.
What you just said was unintelligible.
Well, no, what I mean is that time is difficult to understand. Length is fairly well understood by most people. Charge is fairly well understood by most people. Mass, not so much, and time, definitely not.
Well, I'd say if I'm going to be
This
there,
obscurantist response doesn't debunk anything.
What
Well,
that means.
these are fundamental quantities. Fundamental, there's no further description of them. They just exist. They are.
This obscurantist response, it does not refute anything.
What it says is that you are just. I understand you're having an incredulity problem with time. So.
I don't have an incredulity problem with time.
Yes, you do.
Hey,
I don't.
that's the show.
I
As
know
I
what time
said,
is.
if you're just going to come in and say people are incredulous and that they just don't understand, it doesn't help the conversation. You're not adding anything to it. You're just critiquing people rather than talking about the concept or trying to add to the conversation. Please don't do that.
I've been listening to this discussion now for at least a half an hour, maybe more on and off, and you guys have not gotten past the point of we don't know what time is.
No,
Well,
you don't want to concede that we define what time is successfully.
We don't
if you
know
want
what
to put
time
your
is.
own 2 cents in, well, if you don't know, then that's fine. Then stay out of the conversation
Nobody
and let them
knows
try
what
to
time
figure
is.
it out.
No.
Okay,
You
then
see,
that's fine. You can add nobody knows what time is, but don't tell them that they're incredulous not to accept the definition that you don't even know about.
We can only talk about time.
Obscurantism and sophistry is not refuting anything.
Only talk about time in the passage of time. That's the only way we can talk about time in physics.
Okay, so you refuse to consider or accept the definition that was supposed by me or whomever else, and then discuss that. You just want to stay devout in your obscurantist position.
No, I'm not obscuring anything.
You're not actually trying to reason about anything.
Your definition is the same as mine. We can only have
It's
time
not
in the
the same.
passage. Yes, it
It's
is.
not
You talked
the
about the
same. I already
moments.
explained the difference. I'm not going to repeat it.
The moments. You talked about the moments, and the moments is the passage of time.
Right. No, the moments are what are passing.
That's correct.
The moments and the passing of the moments are not one and the same.
Actually,
it's
they are.
very obvious on its face in the sentence.
That's how we measure time.
I want to explain something to you, Paid National Shield. The position you're coming from is like saying, what is space? And then saying space is size. And calling them synonymous
What is
with
length?
each other.
Length is length. What is mass? Mass is mass. These are fundamental quantities.
Okay, but space is not size. Things have size in space.
Space is 3 dimensions of length.
Do you see how you whistle past Fundy's point?
No,
how he's
space is
talking
3
to you and
dimensions
trying
of
to
length.
explain something to you, and you just talk through him, and you're not conceding verbally anything that he's saying.
Space
is another weird
measured
definition for
in
space.
3 dimensions. We
Interesting.
call it
It's
3D
almost
space.
like there's no mod here
3 dimensions of length.
whatsoever.
That's what the
That's
space
true.
is.
Also, there needs to be
How
a mod
much
in
longer
here.
can Paid Master Shield do the same thing that's being pointed out by 3 or 4 or 5 different people before a mod takes over?
These are
Please.
I'm a mod. Paid
What's
as
up?
a show.
What's the
Really,
problem?
real quick. Paid as a show. You're actually just confirming it's a measurement, right? That's what anyone else is saying. It's not a real thing. It's a measurement of
Well,
the
it's a
passage
real
of time or whatever measurement you want to make of space.
It's a real
Are you
thing,
going to
but
add to the conversation?
it's a real thing, but it's a fundamental quantity. Do you understand what a fundamental quantity is?
Do you understand
Yeah.
you just talked over Ahmad 3 times while he was trying to make a point? Do you understand that? I heard
Yeah, one
nothing
at
of
a
what he
time,
was
guys.
saying. Maybe
One at a time,
that
guys.
guy
Come
who
on.
said he was Ahmad that I didn't even know was Ahmad could repeat what he was saying, because no one out here in the audience heard, because Payne Shill was allowed to clip him more than 3 times during his short, brief explanation of what was going on.
Are you done, Rakia?
Well, he just came into the conversation and he has been doing the same thing. And I warned him about just coming in and saying people are incredulous and that it's something that, we don't understand. But if you don't accept the definition, just try to add to the conversation. I'll mute you if you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, please.
A fundamental.
Nihilistic obscurantism should not be tolerated in any voice chat that's trying to have a dialogue onto the truth. This is what he is doing. This is nihilistic obscurantism on the part of Payne Shill. You should
Nihilistic
not be
obscurantism.
talking.
Cutting in again. He just cut over that guy again. I didn't hear
I
the
did
end of that
not.
guy's
Shut up. You're cutting over me.
I did
was
not
trying to
hear
talk.
the end of that guy's sentence. Can he repeat it, please? Because
Oh,
Payne Shill flipped him again.
Nihilistic obscurantism should not be tolerated in the voice chat that is trying to have a dialogue onto the truth. He is only constantly negating and espousing ignorance
That's a great sentence.
against everything that is said. That does not help anything. It's not even justified.
Gregory has been very patient today. I've seen for hours on hours, and he's also been making very good points. I could not be that patient, dude.
Very well spoken, very polite, patient, but also fishing for something that hasn't come yet.
Yeah, that's an opinion. But it doesn't matter what he's doing. He shouldn't be clipped every time he talks, or no one should.
Thank you for the compliments. All glory to God.
Well, I think I addressed time
It will never
best
come either. The
in
fish you
saying that
for.
it is a transcendental concept that we can only relate to and talk about when involving the two parts it split itself into, that being a thing and that thing's change.
Yeah, I mean, time itself is an abstractor, right? It's an abstractor. So the only way to understand it is in the mind, and the only way to demonstrate our supposed knowledge of what it is an argument. Like, not all things are proven in the same way. Not all evidences for all things are the same. The way you prove or demonstrate the reality or the knowledge of reality of various things are not the same. So in the instance of time, you don't prove. Yeah, I was just going to say, and then you go ahead right after me. The way you demonstrate how I know, the way I demonstrate how I know what time is, or the way anyone does it, is by using an argument and then defending that argument against critique. That's how you demonstrate that's how I demonstrate, that's how anyone demonstrates how they know what time is. Especially when time is an abstractor that can just be aware
what
of.
I think about time. I think
So
time is a concept humans apply to a series of changes that they experience. So 26,000 year equinox, or 1 day alive, or a minute because we've invented a clock that goes round. Yeah,
The SI unit is the
time.
second.
This is time, the forward progression of change of nature that humans observe. We've made a name for it. It's called time.
The SI unit
It is connected to space and movement and matter, but mostly it's a distinct concept, different to those things.
Well, once again, 26,000 years, 70 miles per hour, right? These are conventions to quantify time, units of time, right? The phrase, listen to the phrase, units of time. So when we appeal to units of time,
the experience of change over and over again forward as you live is what most people mean by time and how we came up with the concept of time.
well, that's how that may be what most people mean, but what you just said, the experience of change is not the same as time itself, because that experience of change is happening over time.
We're trying to explain the series of changes, and the idea that it keeps happening in one direction is called time. That's all I'm
So
saying.
But again,
The
the
passage of
experience
time.
of
Thank
change
you.
over time, the experience of change over time is happening over time.
You can
So
get super
when you
semantic
say
about it,
that,
but I've just explained
And
it
you
really
say I'm
simply for you.
pedantic.
this is a nuanced, very profound philosophical concept. So semantics is
We
very
could
much
get into
necessary.
why stuff changes in one direction and why humans are obsessed with it and why we watch the cycles and the patterns and stuff like that. But there's
But we're
no
still
point
not getting
debating
it.
what
This
it
is why I
means.
keep
If
repeating
we all
myself.
agree it's just a series of changes in a direction.
But we're not
Right.
getting it. We're still not getting my critique. When you answer the question, what is time? And you say it is change of matter in motion over time, that begs the question.
Not just matter, but yeah, matter and motion.
You're trying
I
to
want
define
to go ahead.
you're
I'll
trying to
go after
define a
you.
base unit and using other words. These are base units. There are 7 of them that are basically undefinable using the other units. They're just a base unit.
Time is not a unit.
Time
There are
is.
units
Time is
of
one of the
time.
base. Time is one of the base.
I said I'd go after him.
It's not a
Time.
unit. We have units to
Mass.
to describe.
Let Fundy speak. He said he was going to talk after me.
So a second is not time itself. It is a unit of time. That's fine. But the point I was going to make previously is a hint towards a hint that we can all understand towards understanding time's transcendental nature, in the sense that we can describe time in one sense of the word time as a series of moment after moment after moments and so on. But we can also discuss time from a different perspective of there only being the one single continuous moment, the everlasting one moment that is the one thing that's active at any time. So is time a series of moments, or is time only one moment? It's both, and that's why it's transcendental and not able to be summed up in one word like change.
Because change is happening over time. Change presupposes that the matter in motion is happening over time. So they're not one and the same.
But Fundy beautifully described the paradox of describing it, because time is essentially some sort of fundamental construct of reality. The actual perception of time and the manifest effect or the manifest passing of it is a different thing. So saying what is time may be unanswerable, but what is the manifestation of time? We all know that time is an absolute requisite in an entropic universe. Without time, you have no quantifiable way of assessing change. But the actual essence of time is everything indicates the fact it being something about the fabric of our reality that is so fundamental we haven't got the means to describe it properly.
Yeah, it is.
Because every time science, religion, philosophy, psychology, all this, every different exercise in thought process has a way of utilizing it and describing its utilization or its quantification. But if you try and come up with a universal construct that deals with it all, you either end up with a mismatch of terminology or some sort of circular assessment of them. It's very different. It's one of those things that's literally so foundational. And we are and our existence and our experience is transient in it. We're not necessarily able to detach ourselves completely from our universal reality to try and look back and reflect on it meaningfully.
But refusing to accept that what time is, can be known, is rather unjustified.
You can have a very full and dare I say it? Wow, you can have a full, comprehensive, and dare I say it, satisfactory view of your reality and your experience and everything you go through as you pass through your reality, just merely by assessing what time does and how much time manifests itself in terms of how the measurability to you. That you can pretty much get a broad picture of everything with that on board. The question of what it is.
Yeah, our human experience indicates what time is. It's not unknowable, which is why I defined time the way I did, given our human experience.
Allow
your
me.
definition of Gregory again in a minute.
So the best we can approach, even though it's not completely satisfactory or completely accurate, but the best way we can speak about it is in a paradoxical sentence. It's the closest we can actually speak English to describe what time is saying it's the one moment that is all other moments.
It's a continuous. Time is continuous. If you're looking
That's
at
one of
the
its properties.
moments, they are continuous. And
As
then
far
we
as
use a tool to measure moments in time, snapping a photograph, recording a
yes,
sound. That's what we're doing. But time waits for no man, it continues. And the cycle of change of the seasons will continue way beyond we have passed. Our children will come, our children's children will come. Time will still be moving on.
That's a good point.
What we call time.
Things keep
Funny, let me
changing without
ask you
humans.
about.
If you believe that, that's a good point.
Funny, let me ask
Yeah.
you about the supposed paradox you are trying to highlight. What is the paradox?
So the paradox is something being singular and plural at the same time, and time in relationship to physical objects or moments within them or against themselves or comparing to themselves is that time is both singular and plural. It's the one moment that is all moments.
Yeah.
Well, my critique of that is that there is a present moment, and there are past moments, and there are future moments. So time can't be one moment since it's comprised of multiple moments.
Yeah,
Past,
the
present, and future.
The past and future don't exist though. All that
That's
exists
it.
is right.
This is the
All that
problem,
exists
and
is the current
Fundy's
moment.
highlighting the fact that in the philosophical context of time, the past and a lot of philosophy rejects the notion of past and present and only says there is past and future. There is only one ever transient notion, ever transient motion, which is the motion through reality called now. So that's not all philosophy, but some philosophy looks at it that way, and this is what I think Fundy's picking up on, the fact that there are different ways of looking at time which are paradoxical in their nature, but they're not necessarily all invalid except for one. It's just how you quantify its nature and its effect within the reality you're trying to measure at any given time, or measure it up against, so we say.
That's like saying space. That's just like saying space is all one point. Like there's just one point, and it's a lot of points. But no, the point has zero dimensions because a point is the moment is an instant. It's not a series of moments. It is
one out of in a series of moments.
Yeah, I think we confuse the matter when we bring in space and universe. Do we need to do that? Can we go to the universe?
No.
We can't.
But wait.
Don't bring it in then. It's a non-entity that we should not bring in. It doesn't have any change. We don't notice any change in space. We don't notice that. Time does not affect the things we look in that sky. What changes in the sky? Except for the sun and the moon that's moving.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is this, is time cannot be a single moment because that reduces all speech about the past and the future to absurdity and the present. There cannot be a present.
You single one out.
No, it's continuous.
Yeah, they're co-necessary. It's a necessary continuum of plurality of moments.
You can also
and
say,
so when we
remember
talk
that
about
time.
time.
Remember that time when Jesus resurrected.
Yes,
and you're talking about
that's
a singular
correct, yeah.
point of the continuum, right? Still the same word. Remember that time.
Right. So time itself is not one moment. It's not just the only present moment
as well.
Say again?
Yeah, I understand
there are
that,
also one
that's why
moment.
it's
When we
paradox.
refer to the one moment. You remember that time when we did this. Remember that time when
Right.
that thing
That's
happened.
right. Yeah, you go back in time. Yes.
There's a plurality of moments in time.
Yeah, it's a continuum of things that you can point out as separate events if you want.
Yeah, recorded in your brain.
That you
They have to be
memorize
recorded
in your mind.
Yeah, that you memorize.
That you remember.
The only thing we can be
Can you also talk about the future? What about the time when the sun will explode?
That's a plan. That's the plan.
Can you
You're
imagine
planning
the
for
time when
future,
Earth is no more?
Well, can you
Now
imagine
you see that's
going to be next year?
so. With that being said, that demonstrates a crisis in regards to a worldview that thinks that time is only dependent on the reality, the existence of the celestial bodies.
But this is the point, though.
Of a future moment.
The only thing we can be sure of, it is a fundamental construct of the fabric of reality. All we are ever doing is we are quantifying it along as some sort of scalar That's it. I mean, there's not. I'm not.
Yeah,
trying
let
to
us. Can
one
we
up
be more
anybody. That's pretty much
precise?
where we are.
Time is continuous. Let's be more precise, folks. Time is continuous. What we see as
Yes.
change and those moments, they are continuous. We cannot stop it.
Yes, a
We stop
progressive
our time.
continuum of
My personal
moments
time,
coming
I
to
can stop by
pass.
killing myself. Right. Right.
Right, a progressive continuum of moments coming to pass.
Is there a smallest possible
Yes.
division of time?
Yo,
I
there's
think so. I think so.
No.
Who's a mod
It,
here?
it might be.
That's as
The
far
only
as I
one
go.
who would know for
Yeah,
certain.
actually, there is. This is what we call the chronoparticle.
Yo, can I get a mod
That was
here?
the joke, actually.
Can I get a
There's a
mod?
mod in here. Yeah, there is.
I got a lot of noise here. What do you need?
There's a guy who wants to get, I guess, verified, named Dragon, voice verified.
I don't have ability to do that. No.
Okay, yeah. Okay, never mind that.
Is there anybody else? Bandsaw, anyone in here who can do that for the guy? Get Dragon in, a new member. Oh, missed
Jeremy or left
opportunity.
line.
Oh,
So
go
to
on, left
answer-
lane, do the business.
To answer Fundy's question, I think so. I just don't know exactly what it is. It may be smaller than the convention.
How
that
would you notice
the
this?
smallest unit of time that we've stipulated, or maybe bigger. I don't know. The only
Did
way
you
I
hear
would
my
know
answer,
for
Greg?
certain.
Depends what you want to study, how close you want to go, how zoomed in
Did
you
you
Well,
hear
we
what
got
my
to
answer was,
through each
anyone?
other.
Or no one hears me?
Second.
Now, with Dicelo
mic check?
said, say what you said again, Dicelo.
Extremesis asked for the smallest quintessence of time, and I alluded to the chronoparticle.
Well, we have a great word for it, moment.
It was a joke.
Well, okay, I see now. But yeah, moment is a perfectly fine word for the smallest
I mean,
unit of
because
time.
we talk about this moment as opposed to that moment, or these moments, or those moments. Now, however small we quantify the smallest unit, when we try to measure the passage of these moments, this progressive continuum coming to pass of moments from the future to the present to the past, how we quantify it, I don't know, except what Daiso told us, saying that
Well,
the smallest
Lawrence
unit that is
Krauss.
being used is a would you call it?
Yeah. Okay, Lawrence Krauss reckoned
Are
it
you
was
trying
a
to get
billionth of
attention?
a billionth of a second. Do you remember that? Billionth of a second. He knew what was going on. He knew what happened. A billionth of a second. That's a very small part of time there.
What do you
What was he
think?
talking
Okay,
about?
that brings up a question. So
It
I asked earlier, what's the smallest divisible part? Time moment, and also what's the smallest measurable time moment?
Well, they
Yes,
both require
thousandths
an
of a second.
epistemology in order
Billionth of
to
a
answer
second.
that question with knowledge.
Well, so
Allegedly, they've recently measured the time it takes for a proton to cross a hydrogen molecule, and in the SI unit framework, it's 247 zeptoseconds.
So, okay, there's that. That's the smallest measurement of time in an experiment, for instance, that we can do.
As far as I'm aware,
Can someone
It's
unmute
also-
Dragon? Can one of the mods unmute Dragon now that he just got verified? He's on.
He came in and started going, so I muted him.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
my
he was
bad. I didn't know that was him. Sorry, I thought that was something
disruptive.
else.
So back to the thing. So that the whatever zeta seconds is, I think 10 to the whatever number it is, negative 20 something, or maybe 18, whatever the number is. The theoretical limit on the smallest fundamental unit of time is the Planck time, according to the globe model, and that is like 10 to the negative 40-ish seconds, something like that.
All right.
We can't measure that. We can't. Can we measure that?
No, you're right. We cannot measure that. That's literally a
No.
theoretical. It's mostly based on theory.
Well,
It is, yeah.
It's just nonsense, isn't it? It's nonsense, isn't it? I mean,
Well,
come on.
Why is it nonsense?
I wouldn't call
Because you
everything
can't do
behind it
anything in
nonsense.
that time.
I
No, you
wouldn't
can't,
call
no.
it. I wouldn't call it nonsense down to its very roots. Maybe the claims that are made based upon it and what it like gives us insight onto may bullshit. But it was definitely like discovered due to like it's
We
backed
can't
by at
use
least
it.
So
No,
Well,
It's
it's a
nothing to
theory.
do
Remember,
with.
it's a theory. It's a
Well,
theory.
just because
Remember,
something
it was
is
created.
unusable doesn't mean that it's false.
Well,
yes,
it's
so
based
it
on
exists.
our
It's not
understanding of
real.
light, right? All the Planck
Yes.
stuff is based on our understanding of light, which I would say is not actually as understood as people like to imagine. But that doesn't mean it's a worthless, thing in and of itself. It just isn't the holy grail that some people chalk it up to be. But it is
The
useful.
Assertion may be unjustified.
It's
The
derived
assertion
from the
to
speed
know
of
that
light.
that's the smallest unit of time may be unjustified.
Yeah, it's derived from the speed of light. Basically, it's the speed that light travels. So the Planck time, I think, is the speed. Well, it's the speed that light travels in the Planck meter is the speed of light travels in a Planck time. So they're all kind of related.
The speed of light travels at 670 million, 616,629 miles per hour. That would be
Okay,
the speed
and
of light.
that's a
mean,
big
that's
number.
fast.
Yes.
Here's the thing, relativity and Einstein, all that stuff, it threw out all the sort of constants that people would assume that they live in, like fixed space, fixed coordinates in a universal sense, right? It threw out all that, took away all, it made everything relative, except for it couldn't make everything relative, so it replaced all the constants that we once thought were real, like a universal coordinate system, and now bases everything on light being a constant. And so anything that we, talk about these Plancks, it all comes down to this paradigm where we've placed any sort of certainty about the reality. Oh, that's all up in the air. As long as light is the one thing we can anchor our ships to, and that's the case for like the modern scientific paradigm. Everything is anchored on light being a constant, and that can be argued, of course. But that's where all the reasoning gets back to,
Furthermore, it's more fundamental than that, because what they say about light is based on materialistic atomism, right?
Yeah.
So,
exactly,
with that being said,
transcendental particle
if their
that has no
justification,
mass and a perfect speed.
right? So, if their justification is a materialistic atomistic explanation of light, then the supposed knowledge of the smallest unit of time is unjustified.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense.
Light being a constant isn't dictated by Einstein's relativity. It's dictated by Maxwell's equations. The equations that are around electromagnetism. Einstein simply used that necessity and constructed the relativity based on that, special relativity based on that idea that light was constant. But that's dictated by Maxwell's equations.
Whoever the figurehead is, the speed being a constant is the thing that all ships are anchoring to. Right?
At the moment, yes, they are. Yeah, but someone could do to Einstein what Einstein did to Newton, if you know what I mean, in given a period of time, and science would just shift gear in a different direction.
Well, it technically already has been done, but
they
didn't make the change.
Who's disproving Einstein?
No, they're tweaking in the quantum mechanics is being tweaked and prodded, for example, all the time. I'm not an expert on these things, so I couldn't tell you exactly, but I do know people who have a much broader understanding that said that there is a element of transition going on in the understanding of all of the quantum mechanics at the moment. There are things that are still a bit grey, and there are still massive efforts on some people's parts to try and get a better understanding or a better model of those things. But
You understand that quantum mechanics and relativity are different things, right?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that they are the edges of scientific knowledge in some respects. Some of these fields, and they are all transient because they all will move as and when our understanding changes. That's the nature of science.
So the way the Planck stuff is all anchored to light is the idea that information can't travel from point A to point B faster than light could travel from point A to point B, as a sort of a speed limit that anything information can travel. Now I think we've all heard of pointing say if it was strong enough, like a laser pointer at one side of the moon, and shining it and making a red dot on one side, right, and then moving your hand, you're turning your wrist and then making the laser travel to the other side of the moon. The
the speed at which that laser point appearing on the moon's surface would travel from the left side to the right side would be faster than the speed of light, but it'd only be an illusion because the actual it'd actually be like almost like a dotted line as it would appear on the moon would be the claim, as the photons would have gaps between them. However, that's all this Planck stuff and light stuff. It's kind of untestable. So it's a paradigm you can subscribe to, and it could be true, but it's just not enough for us to really like settle things as we are, as knowledgeable we are right now on this Discord with each other. But that's the situation we find ourselves in.
If the supposed substantiation and justification for claiming to know, or even claiming to know that it is most probable that the smallest unit of time is 10 to the negative 40th power, is based on false, absurd metaphysical premises, then it fails to justify that assertion.
Quite, and we may then but the point is that Planck's constant and the manifest units derived from it just are quantifications. So if the underlying framework that supposes their existence changes, the unit itself or the quantification is still there. It's an artifact. Yeah, it's not a, you can't, it's like saying you can prove or disprove a meter because you pull it under the rug from underneath what people originally thought a meter was. It's just a unit of measurement, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yes. Right. You have units which are stipulated conventions, which does not necessarily mean that they're invalid or false. I mean, perhaps one may have an argument against, saying that this is the length of the smallest unit of distance.
Absolutely.
Or whatever, but then that debate ensues. But just because that it's a stipulated convention, does not then render it guilty of being invalid or unjustified.
Yes, I mean, but in our within our human existence and in our normal consciousness, we actually utilize a very small scale of measurement of things like time and space, anyway, don't we? And by space, I don't mean outer space. I mean space generally is around us. We don't. We've got a limited. We've also actually got a realistically quite flimsy range of ability to estimate, these things. I mean, the idea of a million miles or a million years. We conceptually you can muse upon those things. You can ruminate them by proportionality and
that's intelligible.
Yes, but in reality, they are. If fundamentally they are beyond. They don't have any meaning within our own day-to-day framework because they just
you can't experientially understand such a concept, but you can make it intelligible. The information.
Yes, of course. Of course. If someone says to you, "Oh, if a million years was 24 hours, then something would last a second, and that something would obviously be quite long," you take a breath, you'd reflect on it and go, "Wow, that gives me some idea of the scale." But even the scale between a second and a 24-hour cycle, it's still quite difficult for us to get our heads around in some senses anyway. Human beings aren't particularly good at estimating very little, very small.
Yeah,
but you can. But it's a discipline. It's a discipline to do those kind of things more realistically.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say that.
The octosecond and the attobyte. I mean, the entire I'm waffling here, but I read somewhere that there is a SI unit that says that describes all the traffic on the internet in the entire planet, the entire world at any given time is like 3.7. I think it's like exabytes or yocto or some enormous great big SI unit. Yeah, I mean it's daft to think that you actually can quantify such a huge thing with like 3.7 somethings. It's crazy, isn't it? And it doesn't mean.
Do we need to? It doesn't mean anything exactly.
But
we can't measure it. We can't use it.
Exactly. Your broadband speed is 80 meg, and that means something to you on a day-to-day basis. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's something we experience, and in principle, it's in a quantity that is intelligible.
Yes,
but it is human nature to try to explore the range of his reach. Right. That's why exploring Antarctica is such an interesting concept, especially on a flat Earth. Because if you imagine you found yourself on like a very large, like grassy plain, it'd definitely be like a job if we all like woke up with a mind wipe, found ourselves in a grassy plain. We'd probably all spread out in directions and meet up eventually a couple years later and say, hey, did any of you guys go far enough to find like a wall or a fence or like some sort of border around us? And we'd always be curious about it. It's just in our nature to be like, how far does this go? And that's why we, try to think about things and talk about things and figure out things like Planck seconds and Planck time or whatever like that. And I think we're wrong in the Planck stuff, but it is, based in something. But yeah, it's just human nature to push the limits and see how far we can reach.
Well, that's the thing about you. Everyone, you're exactly right. We're all engaging, and we're all getting a kick out of stretching our grey matter. We're bouncing off each other sometimes and arguing, and we have fundamentally different views, but we're all getting a buzz off of pushing each other to in different directions. And if we may necessarily not agree on what we consider foundational things, because human beings don't often change their foundational viewpoint about things once they establish them. But these exercises where we all go and talk about what time is and we have a back and forth, it's always interesting, and it's always worthwhile.
Amen.
Now,
and that go ahead.
My critique in general, the way most people carry on such dialogues, as I've seen in Discord, in various servers, is that when we have a dialogue about any given matter, especially these philosophical topics like time, okay, what happens is that very often most persons don't they don't do the act, right? And because they don't want to go as deep as possible, as far as possible in the dialogue unto the truth, which will touch the most fundamental, the most precious beliefs, the things that we accept as being the case. We won't touch them and we won't scrutinize them, which is another fact about human nature. So that's the critique, that we don't go through the entire procedure of dialogue. So we ought to do so. Now, if that's not allowed in this voice chat, that so be it. I'm not the boss here. But what should be happening for people who call themselves trying to understand the whole truth and nothing but the truth, we should move elsewhere and continue the dialogue onto the truth.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Gregory. And you did touch on another aspect of human nature. And this used to upset me a lot because I used to hold everyone else to the similar standard that I come and hold myself to for the most part. But here's the way I kind of set myself straight. I kind of put it into words in this way, that there's all sorts of people coming onto Discord and these servers for also a whole variety of reasons. Some people are pissed off and they want to come here and vent. Some people want to just have fun and fuck around. Some people want to, like you said, seek for the truth and push the envelope. And I used to get really upset, by people who weren't on here for the same purpose as I was, because I thought I had an understanding what this place was about, but it wasn't. I had to learn that the hard way. And honestly, that's my issue to get over, and I have. But you're right about finding the others and building a place where you can meet up with like-minded people. And a place like this is more of like a town square rather than some sort of strictly, organized group of like-minded people, right? And you just got to accept anything can happen at the town square, and it isn't really your place to necessarily bully anyone to behaving the way you want them to behave. But at the same time, some people are here just to be annoying, and that's how they get their rocks off.
Some people are here to troll. He's right about that.
Yeah.
But there are moments when you have like-minded people and you do, try and hash out some kind of truth. It does happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, and this place attracts those sorts of people, I think.
Yeah.
Well, half and a half. It includes truth seekers, and then it kind of like entices people who want to stop people from getting to the truth also.
Yeah.
There are people who are buffoons, there are people who are malevolent trolls, and there are people who are genuine truth seekers.
Well, I've been actively trying to, be very selective in inviting people back to my Discord. And Gregor, I'll go ahead and send you an invite because, it seems like we're on the same page of what we desire. In a lot of ways, anyway.
Please do. Oh, you put it in the live stream?
No, I didn't. I'll DM it to you.
Oh, okay. And again, not to lose insight, not to lose insight. Well, yeah, not to lose insight, but not to lose the central point. The reason we got to this point about talking about time is because all these metaphysical issues are related to the cosmological controversy that we're talking about in here. So, in the procedure of trying to dialogue with the globers, the globalists, and the globalists with the flat earthers, we have two different worldviews, two different epistemologies, two different metaphysics, two different epistemologies, two different logics, two different axiologies, two different ethics, an entirely different worldview. So when you get down to try and the dialogue under the truth, go through the procedure, you're going to touch upon these philosophical issues, upon these most fundamental things that are accepted as being the case, aka beliefs, supposed claims to knowledge. Talking about settling the controversy necessitates a philosophical conversation, especially given when you study philosophy, you look at the Wikipedia article and you look at metaphysics. Cosmology and cosmogony is a subcategory of metaphysics. This is unavoidably philosophical. It's not mere physics. There is no physics without the metaphysics. Physics is a subcategory of metaphysics. So, when you talk about this cosmological controversy, it necessitates talking about a variety of these different issues, depending on what different points you're talking about that are in contention between the two cosmic paradigms. That's another critique. When we're talking about what is, in essence, a philosophical issue, we try to avoid all the other issues in philosophy, including all the particular issues in metaphysics, when they're unavoidable. If you wish to dialogue about the controversy, the cosmological controversy, as I call it, unto the truth.
I think one of the biggest obstacles that get in people's way when discussing some of the real serious philosophical concepts that we end up discussing in these places is that when you're fixating on anything specific, it's okay for your understanding of it to be specific. But whenever the conversation ends up going on a topic that involves like universal principles or the nature of reality, I've come to think that the nature of reality is always not a duality, but an actual a mixture of absolutes, which only results in sort of a paradox. And somehow we're living in the continuous image of like an ongoing, like fluctuating paradox to different degrees. And it's this magical experience that you couldn't get anywhere else if things were black and white or clear cut. We live in this very continuous, almost sort of I don't know, joke of sorts. It's well, the way to put it is like a serious joke, you know, like an honest prank, a sincere joke, you know, a meaningless, meaningful place. It's weird.
There's a difference between what he just said, what Fundy just said in his worldview, as opposed to my teleological, because that's what you're talking about, teleological view of the world, and knowledge thereof, and the nature of reality.
What's
metaphysics.
teleological?
Teleological or teleology is the study of purpose.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's definitely different, but related. Sure. I would just give an example.
If it's a joke, then there's someone who is deliberately telling this humorous statement or demonstrating this humor.
I don't
as
say
cruel
it's
as
just
it may
a joke,
be.
though. I'd say it's a serious joke. You know, in the same way, I'd say, are you, you know, you're a being. Are you a soul, like a solely alone being? Like, yes, I'm alone, but I'm also like all of us are alone together or together alone. That I feel like speaking paradoxically is really the only way to address like the universal situations things find themselves in, or the universal principles that sort of encompass all. If we're talking about something specifically, yeah, that's fine. We don't have to speak paradoxically. But when we're talking about the largest concepts that we can never discuss, then I think the only way to discuss it is paradoxically if we're trying to be as accurate as possible.
Well, what
That's
is an
paradoxical
instance?
in of itself. I mean, you want to be accurate by being paradoxical? Like that makes no sense to me, honestly. No,
Yeah, that's
that doesn't.
yeah, but that fits along with what I'm
That's
saying.
paradoxical in of itself. Which, yeah, but why do you want to live in a paradox? I mean,
I don't want to. That's just what I've recognized I'm involved in.
but I mean, give me an example. I mean, alone together is not really a paradox because, I mean, you're just.
Because that's a conflation of senses. That's a conflation.
It's just a contradiction that you're trying to like baggage with the whole idea in a sense. But I'd like to hear like an honest,
which is why I was going to ask Fundy for a particular instance of this, metaphysical paradox that he's trying to refer to.
So
I don't. Yeah, go ahead, Fundy. Sorry.
So, do you live in a good place, or do you live in a bad place?
Depending on what you mean by good.
I mean, if you were to sum up, if you were to sum up all of reality that's ever happened and will happen, is this a good place or a bad place?
In one sense, it is good because the God Yahweh made it. In another sense, it's bad because evil occurs in it.
So that's what I'm talking. It's a good bad place. It's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
one or the other.
if you're not specific and you don't define what you mean, like if you're being general about things, you're always going to end up in that situation. But I mean, if you want to get
general,
but that's just in a general sense.
General to the largest extent is synonymous with the word universal. Universal and absolute general is the same thing, being as generally as possible, and that's what I'm talking about. When we talk about universal properties, universal principles, concepts that address like the overarching, at large, backed up 100 miles away picture, when you're looking down on it all together and not fixating on any particular thing, the answer is always both. Now you can fixate on one part of it and say, oh,
awesome.
it's this or that.
Yeah, awesome. Now I get what you mean, but in that sense, it's not paradoxical.
Yeah, it's not a paradox. Two facts.
It's not a paradox. Yeah,
two facts.
It's just the
two
mixture of all these
the
things.
World overall. It's not a paradox.
Yeah, sorry, Greg. I was just trying to get my sentence in. I mean, a collection of all these things does not make it a paradox.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's just a collection of all these things. It's not a paradox in that sense. It's only a paradox if you get into a specific thing and then show a paradox. Like
if there's
something cannot be black and white at the same time. It can't be.
The universe
there's a paradox when the supposition is self-contradictory on its face, but with further examination, you can expose that it actually is coherent.
Yeah, Fundy, the universe is neither black or white. It's not both at the same time. It's neither, right?
It has black and it has white.
Yeah, these are properties within the universe. It doesn't make the universe black and white at the same time. It's neither.
There is black and there is white in the universe. The universitas, the sum of all things.
Right. I think black and white is a property ascribed to things that exist in the universe, but that universe itself is not a thing that you ascribe with the property of black or white.
Right. The universe itself, the sum total of all things, the universitas, is not simultaneously only black and only white.
Is the universe conscious or unconscious? And give yourself some credit here, by the way. Just saying.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but you're trying to like pigeonhole this idea of a paradox into this this totality or like universal, what you call universal principles, right? I mean, we acknowledge. I mean, I agreed with you that the universe does have black,
is the
and
universe
does have
dead
white,
or alive?
it does have. I would say the universe is not a conscious being. No, the universe itself is the collection of all.
I didn't call it a being, But you definitely got to give yourself some credit
consciousness,
here.
Consciousness cannot exist without a being, can it?
Well, if you refer to the universe, all things, then that presupposes that they have being.
Yeah,
That all these things have being.
beings live within the universe, but I mean the universe in of itself. I mean, it depends what you're defining again as universe, right? Is it just the collection of all things? Is that what we're?
I think. I mean, that's the way I'm saying. That's what the term means. All things.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you might get someone who thinks of the universe
who
as
defines
being
it differently. Yeah,
like you know what I mean, space, time, whatever. I'm just throwing it out, but yeah, I mean, it depends how you're going to define it. But in essence, if you're talking about the collective of all things, it's all things put together. But in of itself, as a collection of all these things, to try to create this dichotomy: is it conscious or is it unconscious? Well, it's got both properties within it, as someone said, I think it was Numpty, but
Right.
it doesn't.
It's kind of like a cat with a litter of kittens, and some of the kittens are black and some of the kittens are white. But then to say that the litter is a paradox because it's both black and white, I don't think necessarily follows.
Yeah,
The litter
I like that
itself,
analogy.
the
Good
litter
analogy.
itself does not actually have a color. It's the individual cats that make up the litter that have the property of color.
Now, here's the central point to the question. But when the question is supposed, is the universe conscious or unconscious, alive or not alive? The question presupposes a false dichotomy. That the universe is either
Yeah, exactly. That's what
conscious
Numpty
or
was saying.
unconscious, alive or not alive. Which is why when I answer the question, I will say there are some things in the universe that are alive, and then the rest are not.
Right, it's both. Let me ask you this question. First, I gotta paint a picture, though. So, imagine a being. There isn't a being out there like this, so it's a imaginary being, and we can make it the shape of a human. Doesn't matter what shape it is, but the being I'm describing has 5 brains, and say there's no head, right? It's a human body that is missing a head. So the arm has its own mind, and it controls the arm, and that's all it has like authority over, right? It controls this arm.
Let's say it's the left arm.
But wait, can I stop you right there because you conflated 2 terms, brain and mind.
Well, no, he's going through the description. This entity has 5 brains, and then the left arm has a mind of its own.
Well, yeah, brain is the biological. I mean, it's not like your mind, right?
No, he's explaining an imaginary being. He's explaining a hypothetical being.
Yeah. Still, I mean, just.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry to stop you, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I really don't mind at all. And the answer to your question is both. So the right arm has a brain, and it has a mind along with it that has authority over just that muscular tissue and that bone structure, right? And the other arm, right? They all have their own brain inside of them and their own arm, but there's one sort of system, biological system connecting them all interdependently, although they all have their own sort of sectors of rulership, right? So you can call that thing one being, right? But then you could call each of its different minds, as far as the standards we apply, right? Like a physical thing with its own mind, its own being. So you could say there's 5 beings that are really all one being, correct?
Well, there
are components of a composite, yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is your imaginary being has nothing to do with reality. In reality, what you would call the mind or consciousness, which is not tied down by some biological brain or whatever, it is the being, the essence of the being. You can never have 2 beings in one body. In reality, I mean, so.
Well, in defense of what Fundy's trying to say, he's trying to express the coherency of his hypothetical entity. He's not trying to express the correspondence to reality. So with what Fundy is trying to express with this hypothetical entity, yes, you can have composites you can have components of a composite.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I was just maybe I spoke too soon, but if he was gonna relate it to something reality, it wasn't.
So there being components of a composite isn't a paradox. There's nothing self-contradictory about such a concept on its face.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, I do relate this to the universe, and it's hard for some people to grasp because there's air between us. But if you consider air part of that body, and especially since air does have a biological function, without it, there would be no, you. You can think of the air between you and me as being like a divider, but you can also at the same time think of it as a connector. Right? The air that's the paradox. Are we all separate or are we all connected? Well, we're all separated by air and space, but we're also all connected by air and space. That's what's linking us together in a whole different sense at the same
So that's
time.
what you're talking about. This is an ancient controversy. Okay. So the singularity or plurality problem.
No, exactly. It's both because the universe is the reconciliation of a paradox.
Well, you keep calling it a paradox, but I contend that it's not a paradox because the plurality of all things in all its vast array are unified, and I believe, and I claim to know, and I do know. Well, hang on.
Calling it. I'm sorry, you just used a key word, but yeah, I'll remember it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. They're unified by the Almighty, by the personal supreme being Yahweh the God. People disagree, we'll debate that.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me at all. So you said unified, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. I feel like this goes to support my point very well, this key word you brought up. So you have
unified in a composite. Yeah.
Yeah, well, check it out. You can say both ways paradoxically with only one word. Every different thing in the universe is unified because it is one unit. Yet it's unified in the sense that it's collective at the same time. Like you said, the plurality and the singularity of things. The universe is many, and the universe is one at the same time.
There's one composite, which is the universe, which is comprised of a plurality of things.
Right, but you don't want to put either one on a pedestal, which is my point. You don't want to say the universe is just a whole bunch of different things, because at the same time you can say the universe is one thing at large. And so if you were to put either one on a pedestal, you'd be giving undue disrespect to one side. Because
it's impossible to do that in propositionally. Like when we try to express these truths that we're talking about the world, it's impossible to not presuppose that there is plurality when we mention singularity, and presuppose that there is singularity with mention of plurality. So these two realities, these two facts about the world, are co-necessary, given the nature of reality.
I absolutely agree. Agree.
I mean, it depends if we're talking about this linguistically or logically. Like, it seems like I liked Numpty's earlier analogy about the litter. I mean, linguistically, you call a collection of cats or maybe kittens, right? A litter, right? That's linguistically, that's what you would call it. You're trying to describe a collection of things in a using a word, right?
Well, assuming that we're trying to use language to tell the truth, right? Language and logic aren't contrary to one another. They're not even.
They're not. But the way Fundy's phrasing it is that there is, right. There's this paradox from using linguistics to describe things in a collection, like the idea of a universe, right? They're all broken up pieces of things that collectively are called the universe. But that's what we just call it. It's a linguistic thing. But in essence, all these things, I mean, how do you connect all these things? Well, you say they're connected, right?
To his defense, after he said that, he did say that we should not emphasize the plurality over the singularity, or the singularity over the plurality.
Well, ether
Thank you,
field
Gregory.
theory has already reconciled light
Is it not funny how much
uh,
smoother
time and
disagreements
space.
goes? Like you see
So we've already
Gregory and Fundy
unified
are
all of
disagreeing
this,
with
man.
each other fundamentally,
You
and
not
yet the
hear me,
convo is
Noah?
going very smoothly somehow. But when other
I don't
people are
know.
disagreeing, not going to say particular names,
Somebody
the
asked
convo
if
goes
Noah has
on
me muted.
fucking like chopped heads of fucking chickens.
Mic check. Hello.
Yeah,
You brother
Dicelo,
got
I
muted.
hear you. I
You
hear
are.
you.
We hear you.
Nunti, do you have Dicelo muted or something? Maybe you do.
Oh, I was making a statement and he came in
Oh,
the
okay.
middle of a statement.
Well,
Sorry.
actually, no, he
I thought I
just
was
started
speaking
speaking
first.
before you in
Yeah,
his
you
defense.
actually
But
got muted.
no problem,
Did he?
no problem.
I didn't hear that. My bad,
Yeah, it's
guys.
all
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, no offense, Noah.
Thank you for the
Dyslo's
comment.
supposed
Go
to
ahead,
first.
Dyslo.
Go ahead, Dyslo.
I was just trying to say, ether field theory's already reconciled the unification of light and matter and the understanding of time and space and all the things that make up this dynamic reality that we're within. So the only problem is the mainstream hasn't caught up yet. They've subdivided everything and want to act as if they're trying to get to a unification by doing the contrary, which is an oxymoron.
Well, my critique of that would be the ultimate cause of the unification and the unification of things of all of the universe as a composite of components, including the motion therein and all the properties of everything, concrete and abstract, is not ultimately because of ether, because ether is contingent upon the Almighty, the Supreme Being, the personal Supreme Being, who caused the universe to be what it is and
Well, I
maintains
want
and
to.
sustains it, in
Well, I
whom
want
we
to tell
move
you,
and live and have our
Gregory,
being.
that isn't actually a critique of anything Dyslo said. That's just an
Yeah,
addition, and
yeah.
I think it is a. I
And
think it's a welcome addition, but it isn't a critique. That it really is just more onto it. What he said.
Well, the reason I say it's a critique is because the ultimate cause of it is not the ether. The ultimate cause is the God who caused everything, including the ether.
well,
And maybe
I
that
mean,
was the next thing
that
Dyslo was
was
going
my
to say.
point, right? It's the context, it's the linguistic. I mean, how are you using this word of unification? What do you mean by it when you use it, right? Dyslo just
Yeah,
used it in one context, which I appreciate. Gregory
in
used
one
it in
sense, yeah.
another. Fundy used it in another. I mean, it's about context. What are we talking about
Yeah.
when we use the word? And the word can be used in so many different ways. So, to use the word to put it in, like using that word.
I agree with everyone. I don't have
Yeah,
any disagreements with anything I was just said.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
that's where they're being acknowledged exactly, almost exactly. Yeah, the words are used in various senses, and so it must be clarified in what sense one is using a given word when it's the point of contention.
I just
yeah,
posted
and
the definition
go ahead.
of a holographic paradigm if anybody's interested in looking at that quick, brief sentence. But essentially, it just says the whole is found complete in the parts, and the parts contain the image of the whole, which is in totality the expression of what I addressed.
Yep.
And that's, with that being mentioned, with what almost exactly mentioned, that very often in conversation, a particular term in which there's a verbal dispute over is being used in multiple senses, in various senses, which is the cause of the verbal dispute. Party one is using word A in one sense A, and party B is using word A in sense B. So they're using the same word in two different senses, and then
Yeah,
start talking
I think
past
it's
each other
funny.
instead of
I think it's funny how a lot of
reconciling the verbal
people.
dispute, getting to the genuine disagreement. Go ahead, Dustin.
I was sorry, Gregory, to interrupt you. I was just saying, I think it's funny how a lot of people subsurfacely agree with a lot of the things that are addressed within the ether field theory. But from the base level, just the surface looking at it, they get hung up on the terms and how things are used. But I feel that, like, for example, with Gummy Bear today, like, his original position was contrary to his findings after the aftermath of us conversing with him. And
Yep.
I feel like we made some headway, at least with one individual, but I think that could happen on a multitude of levels with other individuals, given enough time.
Yeah, with what you just said, Isa, that is a good mention, where the listener will disagree with the mere mention of ether, for instance. But then when we delve in deeper to gain more understanding about what is meant by ether field theory, they end up agreeing. So they agree with the substance, the content, which is being referred to by the term ether, but then disagree with what is being mentioned by the term ether.
Yeah, man, I think the biggest mistakes Gummy made earlier was, first he was trying, well, I'll go backwards in time, actually. He ended up saying time is change, and that was, after he said time is a rate of change. And Gregory did a great job explaining to him, especially when he involved the word rate in it, and how that's something that's already relying on time existing. And then how I explained to him change and time aren't synonymous. He had nowhere to go. I think we set him straight there earlier, whether he wants to admit or not. He'll probably come back tomorrow making the same points. Those people don't really grow or adopt any new ideas.
That's a great point, Fundy, because I wanted to ask him if his cognitive dissonance was going to set in, or if he anticipated that being the case in the future, or if he was going to hold to this premise of understanding that we just conceded to agree upon. Like, that's the important part, right? And that's where I feel somebody should be making some sort of a formal note that both sides can agree upon, like when we have these conversations, so we don't just go into these weird paradoxical glitches of just repeating rather than furthering the understanding.
But it's a very simple misconception and a misguidance on the part of people who have a scientific background to just think of science and its time in the quantitative sense, and then not engage in any argument or any discussion about what it could be in terms of materialism or its material construct with the universe. Because when you have that kind of education, and I have that exactly that kind of education, and and to some degree utilization of it in my everyday work, I understand that it has a meaningful framework in so much of what you do when you exercise it in that sense, and it loses all its nuance. It loses all its any descriptive mechanism for
intelligibility,
any poetry in it as well, because it is something that goes beyond just being units, which is why sometimes you say, what is time? And people say time is the change in time. They're not actually they're not aware of the paradox in what they're saying, or the loop in what they're saying, because there is
the question fallacy in that answer.
Exactly. Yeah. But that doesn't matter, because for most people it is literally time's only consideration for time is as a delta metric. It's not as a metric itself. So I understand why that happens.
Not being measured, but the unit of measurement.
Exactly. So you've got to sympathize with, if you've gone on to yourself personally, like some of the guys on here have, to consider these things beyond that, then you've just got to be patient, because it's not because they're not capable of thinking in that context. They just got to basically take a breather. And sometimes, like I say, if they come to discussions and and someone says, what is time, and they give an answer, and that they're not there, just by going, no, it isn't, you cunt, is going to get nowhere. And that which is what someone said earlier on. So often in here, people say, what is X? And they've got a preconceived idea of what it is, or at least they've got or a fully conceived idea of what it is. Yeah. But until you actually speak to someone for long enough and be respectful enough to work out where they are, you have to evaluate where it is in their life, because everybody's got a construct for some things, and quite often they've right. If you're respectful to them, you realize it has a robustness in which the framework that they're utilizing it. You then you create a little bit of breathing space for them to listen to what you've got to say and be reflective. And when things are confrontational, you just don't allow that to happen.
Right. Not going through the entire procedure of dialogue.
And people that I speak to on here who give people that bit of breathing space and then open up these common conversations like the ones I'm having here with people, they do that. They do they do a service to the person they're talking to, but they also do a service to themselves because they present themselves much better than just a conversation. Whereas, what do you think about this? You know where they are. You may have more. You spent a great amount of time reflecting on it or ruminating some in the bigger realm. Yeah. If their answer doesn't match some criterion that you've reflected on and you've postulated yourself in terms of how it sits in a bigger picture, so what? That's where they are. It's a bit like watching a toddler taking its first steps, and because it's not doing very well, kicking it in the backside, it's not going to help. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's not in any
Well, the conclusion after critiquing the opponent in the procedure of dialogue is that it's a claim to knowledge which is falsely so called. Right? It's pseudoscientific. It's a false claim to knowledge. And so, especially when they defend this false claim to knowledge so staunchly, and so smugly and rudely and belligerently, etc., as they do, that necessitates and makes them even more worthy of refutation. But the point isn't that they don't understand yet. The point in the dialogue is that you have this premise, you have this notion, you have this belief, you have this presupposition in your worldview that you claim to know, and then after critiquing it, you demonstrate that you don't have a justification to claim to know it, and when you critique it itself, it's incoherent. So it's incoherent and it's unjustified, and it especially is not substantiated by any empirical data. It doesn't correspond to reality, ergo, it is false.
Yep, I agree with that. I don't know if you guys were talking about time, but it seems you were. So
earlier
let me
before you
ask
came
you
in,
this. Yeah. Do you guys think time is concept, merely a concept, or is it more than that?
It's a transcendental reality. It's a transcendental reality. I'm quoting Fundy here. I like the way he phrased it. It's a transcendental necessary reality. It's not a concreta with physical properties, but it is also not dependent on any finite created mind. It is dependent on the mind of God, and the passage of time, the elapse of time, is dependent on the expression of the power of God, the Almighty.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that answer. So it has no place in science, for example. Do you think it does have its place in science? Time?
It's necessary to be referenced when measuring motion over time, but in the method of inquiry to ascertain knowledge of cause and effect, unless you're trying to measure how much time elapsed when the event occurred, not necessarily, no.
Yeah, for conventional application, it's useful, but ultimately time has no properties, just as space has no properties. Therefore, it doesn't exist upon itself.
Yep. Exactly. Space also is the same.
I.e. consubstantial and transcendental.
So besides trying to quantify time or quantify how much time elapsed over a given event, there's no other place for the mention of time.
How about space-time?
And that a concept, right? Well,
people usually get hung up on the time part of space-time, right? Not realizing that space is just as much as a concept as time is.
Yeah, it's concreta and abstracta, but not concreta in the sense that it has physical properties, including the basic physical property of extension in space. The only way it's concreta, right? The only way it is a concreta is the fact that there really is space in which we are occupying. It's not a mere idea. Like there really is space in which we are occupying, but the space in which we are occupying has no physical properties. The space, the area of absence that can be occupied.
Go back to what someone said on here earlier on about the conversation going quite smoothly and there being quite a amenable back and forth, and no one shouting at each other and calling each other names. I'd just like to say that you were a bunch of wankers just to get some balance. That's all.
You fucking can't.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's it.
Damn Clover.
So, are you from England?
Yeah, I'm in the south of England.
I have
your accent.
I have three different ideas to express that relates to what we've been talking about tonight. Not the way it's going smoothly or anything, but about time and the universe and just talking about it and knowing it and the differences between all that. And I think all of these things, especially I want to say it, but I was busy when someone else was talking. So someone's gonna have to help me here, probably Gregory or Egypt or something. But isn't there a passage in the Bible that says, you will know me through my works, or you understand God through his works, not directly?
Well, it doesn't exclude the possibility of having direct knowledge of God. But yes, he is known by his works.
Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. That's all that's important. I think that's an important idea, and I have two other ways to express that. I'm forgetting one, but I remember the other. Hopefully it comes back to me. So one of the ways is the idea of personifying or anthropomorphizing an abstract concept. So let's anthropomorphize the idea of truth. Truth, okay? So let's turn truth into a human to represent it. However, this person is invisible, right? And so how can you ever, and let's say he's intangible as well. So an intangible to your specific touch. Other things may touch him. That's not important. But, you can't touch this guy. You can't smell this guy. You can't see this guy. How are you ever going to know where he's at, what he's shaped like, anything about him? Well, just like the story, The Invisible Man, how does he go pretend to be a human amongst other people? He puts on sunglasses, he puts on clothing, and he wraps all the other parts that aren't covered by the clothing in bandages, right? And I think that's the way we come to understand a lot of transcendental concepts and spiritual concepts, is that we don't see them directly, but they can be wrapped in, not themselves, wrapped in something else, wrapped in some sort of cloak. And we'd usually say a cloak is something to cover up. And what's the opposite of reveal? Like veil, right?
Conceal.
Yeah, conceal, veil, something like that, right? A cloak is usually considered something that would inhibit your understanding, obfuscate, right? And however, if we're talking about a transcendental concept like truth personified, you put a cloak on him in order to see and understand him. And it's not directly, right? You'll never see and perceive the truth personified directly. However, you can understand him through his works or by the coverings placed over him that you can actually perceive, but not him directly, but through his works, in a sense.
Well, yes, and my point of dispute is rather nuanced but significant. There is things that are, there is that which is, that which was, that which is possible, that which is impossible, and that will be. Right. Now, this is why I'm so calculated with my words, because they are different. Those different things that I just listed are different, and they mean different things. They're significant, as small as they may seem on its face. And so, with knowledge of the God, the question, how can you know such a being like what is taught in the Mikra, in the Bible? According to the worldview that is espoused by the authors of the Mikra, the holy prophets and apostles, the way we know him is by his revelation. And revelation includes not just propositions spoken by a language, a verbal language like what I'm saying to you now, but the very existence of the universe, all created things, including the fact that we have an intellect, the ability to make intelligible that which is intelligible, the universe, the ability to learn, to have knowledge, and that gives us the ability to interpret, to understand the propositions which the God is saying to us.
Yep.
So that's how you know.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense, Gary, and it ties to what you said earlier about contingency, right? I mean, with that intellect, you can come to a contingency argument and realize that there is one supreme being who is not contingent to anything, and everything is contingent to him, right? But correct me if I'm wrong, Gregory. In reference to what Fundy was saying earlier, he was referencing God in the Bible and knowing Him by His works. I don't think God is known by His works in the Bible. I think it's man. Even prophets are known by their fruits, their deeds, and man generally. But I don't think God was ever referenced as being known by His works.
That's what I was trying to say.
Wait, hold up. I would actually like to
You will
say
know by the fruits.
what I'd like to say that isn't
go
there
ahead,
like a whole thing where he looks at the stars and stuff and then he says like, look, you'll know God by his fucking handiwork right here in the firmament. That's God's work right there being referenced.
Sure, it's His handiwork, the firmament. Yep.
What they mean by you'll know ye by the fruits of thy labor is analogous to the what's being said about the heart, the true intention, one's true intention, and his actions that are represented thereof, and it's analogous to like an oak tree versus an oak seed, both being the same exact thing on atomical molecular level. However, the only difference is in their manifestation or their attributional manifestations. So you can't get any wood from the oak seed, but until it's manifested, and that's what the true intent of that being or whatever we're referring to lies within. So it's
Now, with what Fundy was trying to make mention to, what we're very loosely making mention to, there are passages such as the very beginning of the Torah in Genesis, Bereshit, right? In the beginning, the God created the heavens and the earth. So the very existence of the heavens and the earth is a work that demonstrates that He is real. And then you have another passage, like for instance in Psalm 19:1, the heavens declare the glory of the God, and the firmament declares His handiwork, and so on and so forth. Passages like that. So yes, His works, including when you read the Gospels, for instance, the wonderful works of the God, right? When the public saw the miracles of the apostles being worked in their midst. So the works of the God do inform us about the God, the fundamental fact that He is real, including.
Right. I want to. This wasn't the third thing I wanted to say before. That's lost in my mind somewhere. But I thought of a new one. So you know when it rains in the forest, and say you're like tracking an animal to hunt, right? And all you want, right? All you want is the truth. All you want to know is where it is. Of course, there is no human way of somehow just tuning in and just knowing the exact location of an animal through like intuition or anything. However, if it just rained, right, and you know that it's a very hot climate where mud turns into dirt within say 5 hours, right? You can see the footprints leading in a particular direction of the animal you're trying to find, the truth that you're trying to find. And even though you don't know where that animal is, you do know you do know how to pick the direction and where to aim yourself because of the works or the fruit it's bared, right? The know it by its works, as in its impression, right? God like impresses His understanding upon you partially. He doesn't give you an exact coordinate GPS location where He's at, but at least can show you like which direction He's located in. You know, He gives you track to follow.
Your example, right? In your example, you inductively reasoned to ascertain knowledge of the location of the beast that you're trying to hunt.
Exactly.
And then, which is the case with all empirical data. So, with any given set of empirical data, including the entirety of the universe, that that's the best inductive argument one can use. All things, all real things, all empirical data, um, to inductively conclude,
Yep,
whatever
yep.
given premise.
In so many
Now,
ways.
yeah, but after you do that, there are different interpretations of the data. Now, people keep having intellectual allergies to certain words, and it's really annoying. And then when you try to dispel these allergies, people resist the attempt. So when I say interpretation, it should not be interpreted as only that which is believed without justification and without substantiation. Because an interpretation, a belief, an assertion, a supposition can be true or it can be false. It can
Yeah,
be
I mean,
known or not known.
yeah, it should be at least logically coherent to me. I mean, for
Yes,
someone to make an argument for anything, existence of God, for example, the non-existence, any argument must be logical. To me, logic dictates. I
certainly.
mean, it is part of reality. I don't believe in the mystery of the world or the paradoxical idea of the world. I think
Irrationality,
everything
unintelligibility of the
irrational.
world,
Yeah,
right?
I think it's rational. It's logical. I mean, we are
Now,
rational beings.
Yo,
now
almost
there are
Ether.
people who disagree with you because they have a fundamentally different worldview concerning reality, the theory of reality, metaphysics, and concerning epistemology, the theory of knowledge. In our worldview, in my worldview at least, in the theist position and specifically the Bible believing position, the way I can make sense of the intelligibility of the universe, the fact that it is rational, that it can be known, is the fact that the personal supreme being, whom is with all his divine attributes, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, immutable, omnibenevolent, made the world, including giving it intelligibility, including giving us the intellect to understand it.
Exactly. Yep. I agree with
Yo,
that.
I just like to say to almost exactly that the whole, I guess, internal consistency, no contradictions. I feel like that's kind of what a lot of people lead a lot of people to these. I don't want to say alternative, but just non-mainstream views. Because for me, it's not that I found, I guess, these types of discussions. It's that I actually saw a bunch of internal contradictions, and then I said, this can't be right because it's contradicting itself. I need to
Yes.
go search somewhere else to find what's actually going on because this doesn't make any sense. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, I mean, what you
You're
said makes total sense.
detecting
As a truth,
incoherencies
a truth
in the
seeker would do
paradigm.
that, right?
Right.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
detecting incoherencies in the doctrine, the belief system, the paradigm, the worldview, which renders it unintelligible, which renders it impossible to be substantiated with empirical data, to be correspondent to reality, which then renders it to be unjustifiable. You can't justify that
So,
which is unintelligible.
so I wanna bring up the point, along with the animal tracks, metaphor, that my view on things is that um, the animal is as fast as you are, and that you can get closer, you can follow its path, you can approach it and continuously approach it and be on the right path towards it. However, it's not an animal in this life that you can physically reach or perceive. However, maybe mentally you might be correct, but you can't ever claim to be able to pass that information on and for someone to believe you. Absolutely. Like, no one can present you with proof of God, is my point. However, the longer you follow those tracks, the more you can come to understand the nature of whatever beast you're tracking. And you can understand the shape of its footprint, the width of its steps, the speed at which it travels, its behavior day and night. Is it nocturnal? And you can get, it isn't unintelligible, or if that was the word you're saying, unintelligible. It's that it's not entirely perceivable, yet it can be better and better understood. And that would be my opinion on like what a person can do in their life path towards understanding God. It's not something that can be physically perceived. You'll never see the animal. It's always traveling at the same rate as you over the horizon. However, you can throughout your journey come to get a closer and better and more complete, but never completely complete understanding of it.
I can
Well,
agree
what I
with
would
that in a
say,
sense, but yeah, go
what I
ahead,
would
Greg.
say in contention with what you just said, Fundy, I contend that the God can be certainly known and proven to be real, given his word, the recording of his word, the demonstration of his works, and the absurdity of the contrary. With your mention of transcendental, that is how someone like myself um, demonstrates how I know, proves how I know the God is real for certain, is the transcendental argument, right? The
Okay, well,
absurdity of the contrary.
let me address that by saying that after tracking this animal for, say, 10 years or something, even though that comparison doesn't translate to track an animal. Of course, you wouldn't track an animal for 10 years, but just but entertain that idea, right? After 10 years of tracking, I'm and you gotta put on your entertainment of what is it called when they watch a movie that's obviously fake but you believe it anyways? What's that term? Suspension of disbelief, right? So forgetting the whole suspension of disbelief thing or whatever, like, in the realisticness of tracking an animal for 10 years, which no one would ever do. Forget that. I'm just saying that after 10 years of there being the same size footprints with the same step, with the same patterns, I would never doubt that there is an animal out there that I am tracking. I wouldn't think, some person conspired to fake these animal prints. So to address what you just said, obviously the animal is real. Truth is real. God exists, right? The animal is there. It does exist. Even though I'll never see it myself, I never witness it in this physical body tracking it, it is real, and I know it's real, and I would never doubt it's real because, what's the other alternative, right? There is no rational alternative. These tracks were made by an animal. I see them all the time. I track them. And it would just be nonsense at this point to think that all these animal tracks was, So obviously God's real. I just don't think you'll find him. So I don't blame people for picking any sort of theistic perspective, because what we can all agree upon rationally is that there is an animal making these tracks. And now,
what you're saying, Fundy, is that you can't find him physically, obviously.
Exactly, but the tracks are there.
Well, yeah, and Gregory, I don't think would ever disagree with that. No one's
here's
ever
my
going to
point of
find.
contention with what was just said by Fundy. What you're describing is, I'm going to use some terms because it really makes the sentence shorter. So if you don't understand the terms, I'll just explain it if you don't understand them. But in your hypothetical scenario, which is supposed to be analogous to real life inquiry of knowledge of the God, theology, what you're describing is analogous to a combination of rationalistic inquiry, human finite rationalistic inquiry of the empirical data. Now, those are not the only options, you see. There's an option, I guess, you have not considered for whatever reason. Another option is the beast, the animal that you're chasing, hunting, revealing itself, which is analogous to the God revealing itself. Furthermore, after the God has revealed him, her, itself, when someone supposes the contrary, you expose, especially given the nature of the God, he's the precondition for truth. He's a necessary, one and only necessary precondition for truth, which then by necessity makes what he says true, given his omnibenevolence and his immutability. When someone supposes the contrary, you expose the absurdity of the contrary of what the God has said about himself, herself, itself. That is the transcendental proof. That's the transcendental argument. So when you talk about tracking the footprints,
Are you talking about holy texts in scripture in that sense?
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. He's saying,
including that,
to really find God, you need scripture. Is that what you're saying, Gregory? Without scripture, you
well,
cannot
the God
find God.
speaking in the same sense you and I are speaking, and the God recording revelation, what he once recorded, and the absurdity of the contrary.
I agree with you 100%. You can try to find God, and everyone has their own path, right? And they can find God in their own way. But what ties it, and who better to tell you about God than God himself, right?
Yes.
Like referring to God in the scripture, right. That's God speaking to you, telling you who he is. So if God is describing himself and you have an idea of who God is, which one is the better option to, like, for me to follow or believe, right? If you're telling me one idea, what you believe what God is, and God himself is telling me who he is, which is the better option? Obviously, God describing himself is the complete and the one description I would follow. I agree with you in that sense, 100%. Yeah.
So to finish the point and complete your analogy, you track the footprints and you rationally interpret the footprints to indicate to you where the beast is. But another option to ascertain knowledge of where the beast is the beast revealing itself to you. Perhaps it's never even moved. Perhaps it's been where it's always been and never moved and never will move and has revealed itself to you, yet you're still searching, not certain of where the beast is. The analogy being, the God has revealed himself. The God has revealed himself. He's never been anywhere else. In him we move and live or have our being, right? And he has demonstrated even more no, I'm not going to mention that part. He has demonstrated his reality, him being real, by a vast quantity of works. So there's empirical data galore, the universe altogether, and all his wondrous works and miracles, and better than that, his spoken word, his revelation about himself and the record thereof, and the absurdity of the contrary.
I hear you. But the way I would translate what you just said, which I totally feel the vibe, and like I said, I don't disagree with you. When I see the tracks, and I track them, for a very long time, I think it is absurd to doubt that there is an animal actually leaving behind these tracks. I'm not doubting that there is that God there, whatever it may be. However, when you talk about the scriptures or the ways that it's even further revealed in addition to the tracks, the way I would translate that into my metaphor, the way I would put that, is that you're tracking the tracks and then the scriptures come along in your life. To me, that would be like if the tracks went through like a thorny bush, and some of the beast's fur got left behind in, caught on the brush or the thorns of the bush, right? And I would say, wow, this is even more evidence that this thing does exist. It doesn't necessarily show me what kind of beast this is, what exactly all of its features are. I don't entirely understand it. But thanks to this fur that is on the brush that the footprints lead through, right? It's even more evidence and gives me an even closer idea of how to understand it completely. I don't think the complete understanding is possible, but I think that there are more than just tracks. There's like feces dropped along the way. There's fur caught in the brush that it passes by, and there's more and more. But I would never, and you could call this evidence. You could call this evidence or whatever. But I wouldn't say that the scripture is the complete reveal. I'd just say it's another evidence, such as the tracks.
Well, there's a difference between an exhaustive account of all the properties of the God, everything that he knows, everything that he's done, versus a sufficient knowledge to know the God well enough for our well-being and to his satisfaction.
Yeah, that's good.
He has told us enough about himself.
I vibe with that.
In his opinion, and his opinion is above scrutiny and above approach.
Yeah,
Now,
if the fur is brown, I mean the fur is brown, right? I mean, and if you track it for 10 years and all the fur is brown, you say, oh, this beast that I'm tracking is mostly brown furred. Now you can't say that it doesn't have a little bit of white fur on its nose or in between its eyes, right? Maybe it's not entirely brown, but if the only fur you see left behind in the thorns is brown fur, you can probably say, oh, this beast that I'm tracking is mostly covered in brown fur. But that's not to say that it's completely brown fur, which I say the scriptures are brown fur, brown fur, brown fur, but there might always be a part of it, little part between the nose that never gets left behind, a little bit of white fur there that wouldn't go along with some sort of assumption.
Okay, yeah.
I think what you're saying is, the longer you look, the better you understand its nature.
Yeah, but never
in essence, for the beast,
I deliberately. Sorry, I was just. It sounds a bit funny. I deliberately steered clear, even though I was going to use it, but I then realized I couldn't of saying the nature of the beast because obviously that doesn't fit in where we are. Well,
that's nice, bro.
You get a more intimate relationship with as you look. You get more into relationship, and you can't presume that anybody else looking is going to be in the same position and have the same relationship that you have. You can if you met someone else tracking it as well, you could arguably say to them, and they go, yeah, I know that too, and you could say something else, and they go, oh really? Or I even caught it silhouette in the moonlight howling. Really? Wow. And that's what the pursuit is. In that sense, isn't it? There's that.
Yeah, but my only contention is, I mean, that's fine when it comes to the beast, but when we're talking about God, the all supreme being, right? This is a being, just because of his essence, you can never grasp such a being completely, because he's all knowing.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
You're a limited being. Yeah, you're never going to grasp it all. Even with scripture. I mean, scripture is your best. I would say I would agree with Gregory in the sense that it's your best option to follow.
Scripture is your best
that,
friend. It is your daddy. Heed your daddy's words. It's like your daddy and your dog all in one.
Not to insult you guys, but I feel like I've tracked the beast from a different perspective, and I never saw any fur, but I've come to understand it almost as closely as you have, just by paying attention to one of the ways.
Devil's in the detail.
But let me say this: the fur and the bear, that presupposes that I know what the beast is. The beast droppings, the feces that I see along the trail at the stump of the tree, those things are just more empirical data that is not analogous to propositional self-revelation and the absurdity of the contrary.
Yep.
This is 10th Dan.
Good point, Gregory.
This is 10th Dan metaphoricalism going on tonight. If the metaphor was a martial art, you lot would be kicking ass right now.
Can I ask an important
analogy? But thank you for the compliment.
May I please ask the important question to the head moderator or conversation leader, if it's Dice or Fundy? I don't know. Gregory has been leading.
Leaders. Just go ahead, man.
Whoever wants to be leading first, I'm saying. The important question is exactly who wins? Who is winning?
Winning what?
Concerning what?
Has there been like 0 challenges? Like I've heard like at least one challenge about the materialism and the concretedness of space or something like that.
I mean, to summarize, like we started with gravity and the what's said about it and the effects thereof, from space-time bending to the fact that it doesn't. And where else did we go? We went to energy. We went to counter space. We went all over the place, man. But at the end of the day, man, it's there's a lot at question with the mainstream. What's the rhetoric given from the mainstream?
Marble countertops. Space. Balls. And the count. Isn't it interesting how like pretty the natural things are to like furnish and eat off of, but then we have to really like make them fake for to be the best healthy reason? Like the fake version is like healthier a lot of times.
Like epoxy tabletops.
You gotta finish this shit off or what? Like the natural, it's like it's gonna just retain whatever. They're messy,
I think it's funny that if you live in a modern kitchen and you live in a modern kitchen, you cook food and you got all these pristine, artificial manufactured smooth surfaces, and you cook something, you drop it on the surface, you think, oh, and there's a bit of it that goes, oh, okay, there's a problem with that now. When you go camping and you're cooking on a fire and you got the animal and you're cooking whatever you're cooking, and you're half-heartedly because you could be drinking, or you just worry about the fire, it falls on the floor and you think, oh, that's kind of fallen.
5-second rule.
I just brush it off and carry on. It's kind of you frame your acceptance of what is the norm depending on where you are. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of weird, isn't it, when you do that from time to time?
You gonna eat that dusty hot dog?
Yeah, of course. Crunchy.
No, he didn't say crunchy.
Get a bit of soy in your food.
Hot
That's when
dogs do
you
need some texture.
you get some soil on your food, and you chomping down a bit of soil, and your teeth feel alive with that grittiness. I saw someone's life completely change today.
In what sense?
Not in a good way. My youngest son was taking part in a street dance competition in this big arena, and all these kids were like, they're really good. They're all like doing hip hop and stuff for their age, And one kid fell badly on his ankle, and well, let's put it this way: I couldn't see it completely, but his trainers and the family were down by the side, and you could, there was obviously he injured himself, in such a way that people, were physically moved, and
That'll be okay in like 3 or 4 years. It'll be okay. It'll have
maybe some,
sure, though.
but I know he will find another path, whatever. But he was on the cusp of representing his country, in a competition, and kind of, he'd been working towards that for like, I think 6 or 7 years, I think, and so. Yeah, and I was thinking on the way home in the car, because everyone else was asleep as usual. I was thinking that how it's exactly what you just said. That tonight he's thinking everything is done for and everything is ruined and everything is gone. But like in reality, that's just a doorway to something else, isn't it? He will have to
one door
closed.
Adapt. Hopefully, another one opens.
Yeah, but he can't be told that tonight, can he? You know what I mean? He won't. He's too young and he's too. But it was horrible. It was horrible to witness, because obviously he was getting so close to where he wanted to be, and it was just literally just pulled away from him. But you then the older you get, the more you realise that sometimes that's the pivotal moments. That's the points. Sometimes you don't find your true path by just a continuous smooth, train of convenience.
Yeah, bro.
You need darkness to find the light.
Yeah, bro. I got a similar story. I was ready to get recruited for some like full scholarships by some recruiters, and then in my senior year of sports, I got a sickness that lasted 9 months. Which, it's called mononucleosis. You ever heard of it?
No, I haven't. No.
Mononucleosis is just this contagious sickness that makes you like incapable of any activity, like climbing stairs. Like you're pretty much bedridden for maybe a month or two on regular, but then it has a long-lasting effect where you have a swollen and large spleen, which is where a lot of harmful chemicals in your body are stored, and it makes your spleen very susceptible to being like punctured or like exploding within your body, which is very dangerous. So whenever you get mononucleosis, especially a bad case, you actually have to quit sports for about 1.5 years in order for things to get back to normal. And in my case, I had a swollen spleen for about 3 years, where every time I like twisted my torso, like how you would like crack your back in school for like tying your feet among the leg chairs and then grabbing onto the back of it and like cracking your back, right? I couldn't do that for a couple years, because whenever I twisted my torso even a little bit, I would feel such a painful pressure in my left side, and that's very. I mean, I've twisted my ankle and all, but that's my sort of similar story to just.
What sport did you have the scholarship for?
Soccer.
Yeah, that is definitely more life changing than Paz's story. I mean, I thought Paz's kid was the one who twisted his ankle. That would be more dramatic or life changing in that sense.
I mean, I can understand how that must be horrendous.
Hey man, I'm happy where I'm at right now, and I don't think I'd be the person I am today, which is someone I love, and I wouldn't change a thing, without that experience.
I thought you were going to tell us you wrote a book and got $1 million.
No, not that. But yeah, I relate to your story, man. I mean, at your pinnacle, right? When things are most how do you put it, right? when there's the most potential for a big transition in life,
everything.
To take the step, then something goes wrong, and you just gotta live with that, you know.
Yeah, everything seems to be on track for that lad, and just all of a sudden, boom. But,
I mean,
yeah,
I know another guy who's going to have someone close to me who's going to get a full scholarship for soccer as well. Someone on my team on my travel league, and you know what he did? He turned 17, got wild, and started driving his car out on the country roads. 100 miles per hour, right? Just killed a man. You know, just being reckless driving, and that was another turning point for him. Just ruined his entire future in that line of progression, but. It's not, I mean, it's a horrible thing. It's hard to look at the bright side, but in the bright side, maybe he wouldn't have met his soulmate if he didn't murder that man, which is a horrible thing to say. I understand.
Did he go to jail?
Yeah.
I actually don't think, since he was 17 that he went to jail. No.
If you're driving 100 mile an hour in the UK at any age and you kill someone, and it's proven you were doing 100 mile an hour and you hit them, you're going to prison. First
second degree murder, manslaughter.
Yeah, exactly.
It's horrible, but yeah, to be honest, I don't think he went to jail, but of course it did make an impact on his life. Maybe not, he didn't suffer maybe as much as he should have, because, I mean, it's just idiocracy, you know? I mean, I can't defend him at all for his decisions, but no, I don't think he was punished, but it did ruin his life in other ways, of course, you know?
Yeah, I mean, those sort of stories, they're a bit like mind blowing. I mean, I don't personally know the person, but one of my friends told me a story when he was younger. He was like, his mum and dad are quite wealthy, and in all of his social circle were quite wealthy. They weren't like cliquey. They were quite reasonably down to earth people. They were rich, you know, and he was in a group of lads at 17, 18, because obviously in this country, in the UK, it's 17 for driving cars and 18 for drinking, and they all passed their test quite as soon as they could. They had money, no objects, and then their mums and dads all bought them, cars that frankly no one at that age should own. You know, there should be a limit on what you can own in terms of power and potential at that age, because you just aren't able to. Particularly blokes, particularly boys, you're not able to. There's so much testosterone hurtling around. You can do any kind of damage. But I digress. So they all had these cars, and they all went out somewhere, and they were coming home somewhere, and he was just driving too fast and just showing off. And he wasn't drunk, but he just literally and he crashed, and he turned it over, and he killed his passenger, which was his girlfriend at the time. And it just literally, within the space of like a year, everything completely unraveled. Section by section in his life, he had to deal with all the family that he knew, and and his family and everything. And he killed himself about a year and a half later, because it tore him to pieces. It tore it. And then you think about it, and really all he did was he
committed suicide.
Yeah, he killed himself. Yeah, he and really all you are dealing with is a bit of demonstrative over exuberance, but because of the where he was, the situation with cars and fast bends and people trying to, he wasn't really, he didn't deserve anything that happened to him, and obviously neither should she, and neither his families. It's just it is just a tragedy without any real, it's just sometimes life's like that, isn't it? Sometimes you just look at it, you think, oh wow, where can you make any sense of that, any of that at all? Just mind-blowingly, horrendous. But that's just the way. And then I say, I talk about the story today about that kid, and today it was like it was impactful to me as I was going home. But then, as like I say, it's driving home, thinking, well, he's got lots of routes out of this, and it could be a gateway on something else that's happening in his life he doesn't realise yet. His fate isn't sealed, and it very rarely is for people, is it? It's your fate's.
Yeah, some people find God after such an experience. Yeah, some people
exactly.
kill themselves.
That's a beautiful thing. Like, I mean, I met my soulmate, right? I'm in the best relationship I could ever wish to be in, and I wouldn't have met her if it weren't for the countless situations just like you're describing, where my life in a sense gets derailed over and over and over again. Every path that I pursued, got derailed by some sort of very unfortunate circumstance, but it led me to the Holy Land, and in the end of it,
What position did you play?
I played midfielder, left side.
Defensive?
Midfielders are both.
Yeah, no,
defensive
sorry, I was just
and
thinking.
offensive.
Yeah, I mean, in England we kind of tend to. Our local team I support, they got kind of midfielders that are quite defensive. They also got they got wingers as well, So they kind of.
Yeah, it depends on the style of your team. You can be more of a defensive or offensive midfielder, but it is sort of the jack of all trades position, supporting,
It is,
but
isn't
also
it, really? I think it's the most. I think the best the best midfielders in the world are the ones who have the overreaching, just knowledge, because it kind of it does bind the ranks, and can kind of you have to have a bit of nous, and you do find yourselves, in the forward ranks and in the defensive ranks sometimes, depending on how the game swings.
Yeah, it's the syncretic position. It's well, the thing is, when it comes to living life and pursuing anything and collectives as a team and all, there's always a time for specialists, and there's also there always has to be specialists, and there always has to be jack of all trades.
Jack of all trades.
And neither one is more important than the other, because when you want something done right, you definitely want it to go to a specialist, right? But when you want a friend who can maybe lead you into the right direction and direct you towards the specialists, you might want a jack of all trades. So, it takes both.
There's a football manager, a soccer manager in the UK who once said that if there's one adjective for each of the different types of footballer you use, then it's that personifies that position and the sort of person that gains captaincy in that position. It's defender gregarious, forward opportunistic, and midfielder thoughtful. I think that probably says a lot, really.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's perfect.
You should be ashamed of yourself as an Englishman not being able to speak English.
I know, yeah, but no,
actually,
I would.
You should be ashamed for calling it soccer. Correcting yourself.
Only out of a mutual respect.
Quick question, and I don't say this as a critique of the conversation that was just had. I'm just curious. What topics are permitted to be talked about in this voice chat? Just so I know.
Anything. Yeah, anything as long as it's not like obviously, you know what I mean? You can't talk about like fucking murdering people, like, and all that, but like anything you want.
Would it be permitted to talk about theology at whatever given point? Not necessarily right now, but just in general,
Yes.
Would it be permitted to talk about theology?
Yes, yeah, dude, we talk about it all the time over here. But it's also like the context of the convo. Like if we're talking to like an atheist glober, I don't think, I guess, pulling the Bible out on him is really a necessary or even a good tactic, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you judge it
I wouldn't recommend just. I wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't recommend just having like a dogmatic sermon on a regular basis, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
dude, we talk about all kinds of shit. We talk about the Bible a lot in here, but also it's like we usually get into the more niche topics, Gregory, when it's like a little bit less people in the room. You know what I mean? But a lot of the times, like if it's a more bigger room, you can't really get into that. You know what I mean?
The reason I mention it is because in many instances, I would argue almost all instances, when talking about these metaphysical issues, which are then eventually mentioned because we're talking about physical topics, theology is worthy of being mentioned, if not should be mentioned. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, no, if that's what you can add to the convo. Basically, it's if you're adding to the convo, you might as well just say it. You know what I mean?
For instance, yeah. No, I was
Have
just
you
going to
ever
say, for instance, if I'm trying to justify some metaphysical premise that I hold, it would necessitate more often than not necessitate my theology to justify it.
Have you ever heard Ken Wheeler's quote that religion or scripture is secularized metaphysics?
I wouldn't say that would be true about the Bible, but that's an interesting way of phrasing it.
Yeah, actually,
Never heard that one.
I said it to you earlier when you asked the very same question you just asked if it was okay to bring up theology.
You said
or
that
religion.
to me?
Yeah, I said you know, there's no need to get into secularized metaphysics at the moment.
That went right over my head. I did not. Hell, okay.
It's all good.
Hey, speaking of Ken Wheeler, there's been some interesting things that have happened somewhat recently, even though he says that he's always pushed a dielectric plane type concept. It seems like he's really made big steps towards answering directly about his flat Earth allowance into his philosophy. And you know, it's interesting that that's kind of happened, and it's not. He's obviously protecting himself. He did like a black hole sermon the day after the first one that he was talking with those Globebusters guys, and then there was another one. Fundy was actually on the line with him for a little bit in that talk, and he got talked to direct. He got asked directly about what his opinion of the flat Earth is, and he said it's a dielectric plane and space is fake, basically directly.
I didn't ask him that, but that was in
you
that
didn't,
podcast.
no.
Yeah,
But yeah, that somebody else did. But I wonder, because the black hole, I think. Then what do you think that he means by the black hole if he's not talking about out in space? Do you think he's talking about like at the center of the plane of
Yeah,
some
he
sort?
talks about here, let me pull it up here. In terms
I'd like
of
to address this after Dyslow.
what's that?
Oh, just that after you're done, I have something to add on to it after you're done.
Yeah, so pulling it up here. Essentially, he says, where is it?
Dyso's going through his Ken Wheeler notebook.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. When I asked the man himself directly, he said directly to me that it's not flat and that it's a ball. So maybe he's changed his opinion recently, but when I asked him directly, he gave me a direct answer saying no. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he changed his opinion, but when I asked him directly, he answered directly saying, "No, it's not flat. It's definitely a ball."
Yeah, I'll go after Dyslow, but I hear you, Noah, and I have a response.
How long ago was that, Noah?
Couple
I
months.
want to say that was maybe 1 or 2 years ago. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly, but it was fuckers who know when I guess found out about this whole FE argument know that I'm pretty new. So it's not like it was fucking like 12 years ago. You know what I mean?
I remember your first day, Noah. I remember when you first came on Discord, or at least the Flat Earth Discords. I remember I was in the room for the first people you ever talked to. It was pretty. I remember where I was and what you said. It was pretty fun.
Oh, really? What was it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember what you said and all, and like the first sort of like point of contention and some of the opinions you espoused. But I also remember like where I was at that moment. I was hammocking in the woods, and I could like go back to that same place. It's not important. I'm just saying that
really bad on you.
it's just a memory I have of the first time you came on to like FE science versus pseudoscience. I just remember the first time you hopped in.
Yeah, that was the first one I hopped into.
I'm surprised surprised that Ken Wheeler responded to you. Was it just in chat you asked him, and he said directly back that it was a ball?
Yeah, it was like a comment on YouTube or something under one of his videos.
Interesting, because he usually doesn't reply to those questions. At least we've all tried. I think before we figured out he wasn't responding to that question very easily. So it's interesting he would actually say that.
He's
Maybe
responded.
I asked him. Maybe I asked him before the flood of questions of other people asking him, because because the thing is, I asked the question kind of trolling. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I just go on to CNN and then I just put like, I literally troll. I literally comment like, what kind of retards are still watching this? Like, you don't understand. My YouTube comments are such fun. Like, I just troll fuckers with my YouTube comments. So I literally was kind of trolling. I put like, underneath one of his videos, I didn't expect him to answer. I put like, so are we on a flat earth or something? And he commented back, like directly commented on my comment, and it said Ken Wheeler like responded, and it said like, definitely not, we live on a ball or a sphere or something like that.
All right.
I've had him answer and say that only the plane can sustain life. So only the inertial plane can sustain life.
Oh yeah, he's definitely said that plenty of times.
And then I asked him if he agrees that the center of the Earth's magnetic field is not materially accessible, and he said no, of course not. And then I said, "Do you agree with Tesla?" He answers all my comments. It's really crazy. This is like in live streams, in the live chat when he does streams. And I said, "Do you agree with Tesla that any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without acknowledging a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion?" And he started to read that one out loud and then didn't answer that one. So, I mean, he tries to stay away from blatantly talking about flat Earth on his live stream.
So Witsit, one of the ways he's directly addressed the whole like life flourishes or like life is like most at home on the inertial plane is how he puts it is he says the equator of the globe is why like the most variety of species exists in the tropics and along the equator, and that's his like globe version.
Hey, new perspective.
Of life existing,
can you put yourself on mute because your hot mic is
I'm
all over
sorry.
the conversation.
I'm sorry about that. I will.
All right, go ahead.
So if anyone was to corner Ken Wheeler based on the quote where like life flourishes or is at home and
Gregory,
Gregory.
oh. So all I'm saying is that of course the plane of inertia being the flat Earth, it makes perfect sense, but the way he's made sense of it in his globe model, the way he's described it before, is his explanation of why there's the most like dense population of variety of like species and life on the equator and the tropics of the globe, instead of like a flat Earth perspective on it. That's how he translates it to the globe, you know.
Yeah,
He's
but I
talked
mean
about
that
this
doesn't.
before in his videos.
Yeah, that's a cool story, you know. But when I tell him that the Earth,
yeah.
every time I comment that the Earth is a dielectric plane, like he can't rebut that. Like, and I can tell, you can see he reads my comments, but then he stops to read them out loud. Like Kai sat with me one time, like he literally read every single time I would type in the chat. He would read my comment.
Fact.
So I mean, it's just he won't answer that part. I'm like, the Earth has to be the dielectric plane, and he can't read that out loud because you can't rebut that.
Right.
Well, he's directly said that in a couple of different interviews now, right?
Yeah, he said he's never denied it. At least he's, you know, it's something that he's addressed plenty of times.
I watch all of his videos, and I think the furthest he's gone on like posted videos, not live streams, because I don't watch all his live streams, and you know that he deletes his live streams after they're done, right? So there's no evidence of them. But as far as the videos he's posted, there's only one thing he's ever said about flat Earth in opposition, and that's that to all the people who think the Earth is flat, go ahead and go to the edge and take a picture for me, and I'll believe you when you go to the edge and take a picture of the edge of the Earth. And that's obviously sarcastic. It's obviously not like based. He's not. It's rhetorical, of course. However, I did watch one of his live streams after he did Santos Bonacci's interview, the second one or the third that I was a part of, and I did tune into one of his live streams after that, and he did say something that really like hurt me. Like he made such like a nasty joke towards flat Earth that I kind of understood. Like he's not about it. As far as like, I don't think there would be so much like visceral like almost like disdain for it in the joke he made if it weren't something he was like spiritually opposed against, which
So
does
you
upset me.
You have heard him with the. You have heard the interview with Jaren, Dave, and Bob, right?
Yeah, and he made an amazing what do you call affirmation there, where he admitted himself there is no mic drop direct evidence he's ever been experienced. Right? He said nothing I've ever experienced makes me think the Earth is a ball. It's just something I think.
Yeah, I mean, he said he knows the moon landing was nonsense. So, like, think about it from his perspective, right? Like, he has 250,000 subs, and he did this. He built that sub by challenging the mainstream consensus already, so he gets tons of kickback. He's like challenging mainstream gravity and all this stuff. So, I mean, you kind of have to empathize with him to some extent. Like, it's possible he's being tactical, you know, like. I just think he hasn't really. It might be a bit of Cogdis, and it's not his primary focus, and he certainly doesn't want to talk about it out loud. I mean, he knows my name because because I ended up asking about stone luminescence after that, and he immediately said something about flurfers. So you can tell because it's like he was reading out like really like profound questions I was asking that are far from stupid, and so he kind of had to like downplay it, you know. So I think he's being tactical. I don't have respect for anyone doing that, like not speaking the truth. That's kind of like my saying, like seek and speak truth unequivocally. But you can kind of understand it. It's how he makes a living.
He's going to get pressed a lot more now that he's kind of like stepped over the line, you know. So
yeah, but new perspective. Do you think he's actually changing his mind?
Dude, I think that he's probably got some Cogdis too, because I think that he's the type of person that likes to be able to proselytize his understanding of the whole. And we all have to admit that there's no set way of understanding the flat Earth quite yet. And we're all trying to figure that out. So he can't really, you know, get on his high horse and say exactly what it is himself yet, maybe.
I think it is like, I don't know when Witsit asked him his questions, but when I asked him my question about the Earth being flat, this was definitely. Can you please stop hot miking, Gregory? Gregory, you're hot miking to shit. All right, thank you. Like I said, when I asked him was way before he did the fucking interview with the other fucking Jeranism and Shill Weiss and whatever the other guy's name was. So, like, I think now that he's already talked to flat earthers and shit, I think now he's kind of realizing that it's not a small movement of retards. There's more people, I guess, out there that kind of espouse this belief. And he's kind of like, before he would outright reject it, now I think he's realizing that.
Why are you hating on my boy Dave?
I don't think he's paid much attention because he's so busy with all this shit, but go ahead.
Why are you hating on my boy Dave, though? You gotta chill, man. I know that dude in real life, man. I stayed at his house. So
David Weiss, did someone say something about him? What was that?
Oh yeah, it's no big deal. I'm not trying to start something. He maybe just kind of made a joke, Shill Weiss, but I'm just saying he's actually super cool, and he actually had to spend lots of money out of pocket to even get that app up off the ground, just so everyone knows.
Well, what's it, man? Do you understand that I have some serious like concerns about like the motivations of David Weiss? You know, like I got a lot of respect, but it's not so clear cut that I'm not kind of concerned about who he is at the same time. I mean, maybe you can respect that. I don't know.
Well,
you know him better than I do.
Of course. Some type of substance. Like I don't know. Like I don't expect there to be like some monolith of thought. But this is my thing. Like when there's someone that's done that much to get the idea out, I don't see how whether or not we can fully think we agree on his internal motivation would somehow outweigh that. That's kind of my point. Like I don't. Like, dude, he's reached way more people than majority of people do.
No doubt. Now, here's my problem, though. The person I hate on YouTube the most, just within my subscriptions, you know, I know there's like awful people on YouTube, but the people that I'm actually subscribed to, like I am subscribed to DITRH, is sensationalist. And I've noticed certain moments with
Gregory, you're hot micing, dude.
Where
you're off of mute, so we're listening into all your background noise. We're listening to your microphone banging around.
I'm just saying. Here? Wow.
Well, anyways, what I was saying is that people make mistakes, but I feel like I've caught David in positions where he's going against his better knowing, where he's gone ahead and sensationalized something and pretending like it's a bigger deal than it really is, or like it's more valid than it really is, and almost in the sense of lying when he knows it's not the truth, but it serves his cause, and he's willing to espouse it anyways, knowing that he's not really backed by the truth. It's just a good, sexy thing to espouse out loud that makes like a strong impression. And it's not often, but it's every once in a while where I say, hey man, I mean, you're to a person like me, I feel like I'm catching you in these moments where you've done a lot more good than bad, sure, but I feel like you're crossing the line every once in a while, which makes me question your motivations at the end of the day.
Right, I hear you. They all need some specificity, but this is kind of this is my point, right? Like, I know it's hard for people to understand, but until you get on camera for like hundreds of hours and you get spammed with questions live that you have to answer, and you have to stand behind everything you ever say because someone goes to your video 4 years ago, somebody goes to see what you said in an interview 2 years ago. It's like it's just like when RV Truth talks about how someone throws up a hand sign. It's like, well, I want to see you be on a live stream for 3 hours consecutively and never accidentally say "a-okay" with your hand. My point is, like, it's really easy to say it from the outside. I mean, like, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I don't get intentional, malevolent, like deception or vibes or anything. Like, I chill with them in person. It's like, he hits me up and asks me all kinds of questions, like, what do you think about this before I post this video? Like, is there something I'm missing? It's like, he seems like a pure intended person. And so I don't really expect anyone to bat 1,000, especially when they're on the camera on like that many hours live.
Right. I would say all I have to say to that is that I feel you, man. I absolutely feel you, and we can leave it there.
I second that. Yeah, I mean, I get that, and you've walked in the shoes,
right?
Yeah, I have empathy for it. Maybe I haven't walked in the shoes. But yeah, I get what you 100%. Get on camera for 3 hours.
And that's not why I'm
5 years.
That's not why I'm coming out here saying fuck that dude. I caught him in his lie. That fucking shit. I'm not coming out here saying that. I'm just saying So I feel you, man. And everyone's heard both of our opinions, and my opinion is a work in progress about him, because I'd love to meet him and really, talk to him personally. Maybe that'll happen someday. I don't know. I think it's a possibility, but until then, I'm not going to make any sort of firm claims, and I respect your opinion.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, go to Flattoberfest, but yeah, like I hung out with him, and went to his like hometown. We actually got him on the front page of his hometown. I got Flat Earth on the front page with him. It's really funny. It's like kind of like the Beverly Hills of the East Coast, Greenwich. But anyway, it's like he's just a genuine person, man. Like I when I meet people in person, and I can read people pretty well, and I happen to know, like, people have beef with all kinds of people. Like, they talk about Mark Sargent, and like, I agree, Mark Sargent, from the outside, I used to think he was a shill. I've met him in person. He's just like kind of a nerdy, nervous guy. Like, I just meet a bunch of these people, and it's just really deflating when you see like people that don't really know them talk about them. So I mean, I'm not like, no disrespect to anyone. I'm just explaining, like, when you go look behind the curtain, it's a little different.
Yeah, I mean, meeting in person is definitely like one of these things that you can tell really look someone in the eye, right? I mean, I'd appreciate someone's opinion about Dave, like you said, like yours.
Yeah, hold up. But here's the thing, dude. I myself have looked people in the eyes and lied to their fucking face, and they were completely convinced by what I was lying about.
Yeah, of course.
Going and meeting someone in person doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to
That's not what I'm saying, though. But like, I'm giving credence to that. I mean, it does hold some relevance and
value.
Building character or your understanding of one's character. Meeting them in person can totally change your like idea about them. Whether you've seen them on YouTube.
Well, when you're hanging out with someone for like 8 hours a day, 3 days in a row,
right,
you're gonna have a pretty good opportunity to catch them in lying or disingenuous actions and stuff like that. It's different than like a one-time combo. But again,
the interesting thing, I'm sorry. I was just gonna real quick add. I think the interesting thing is that even if they are technically, quote unquote, a shill, that just means that they're for a certain or pushing a certain concept for whatever reasons, and those reasons might be personal truth that they're seeking, and there's these guys are part of a network, which makes them a shill automatically in some people's book. But that's just the way that the system operates. You don't get any views if you don't do that, and blah blah blah. And then there's this whole other contention that goes along with them, like pushing a certain model for a certain reason, which is what a lot of people, I guess, recently, partly due to Flat Earth Asshole and some of his things, not the pedo stuff that he's claiming, but the map stuff about the AE map being another way of trapping us into this circle paradigm where there's no other land or whatever else. David Weiss is a more lander though.
Yeah.
And some of these other things, but yeah, there's an interesting thing from Flat Earth Asshole about the Barnyard Earth Mercator map possibly having credence. By the way, I'm not a big fan of his, but recently he's gotten back into Flat Earth with that idea, and it's kind of interesting if you check it out. But more than anything, he calls people shills offhandedly, thinking there's some kind of big plot, and maybe the big plot is to bring us the truth, and that's okay.
I just don't think, bro. I just don't see it, bro. I see behind the curtain. It's like people are acting like Alex Stein faked his death, bro. Like, really, because I talked to him. I know him. I actually know him. Like, I know Dave. I know Jaron. That's the part. It's like, okay, imagine what happens when Jake the asshole says that I'm a shill and I work for the CIA. I know for a fact I don't, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, think about it from our perspective, how incredibly ridiculous and lame it is to those of us that are actually just trying to help. And actually, our lives kind of drastically get altered to it.
Here's the thing, dude. You're up in here talking to us personally. Yeah, we're talking to a real dude, right? You're here talking to us personally. This Fed Weiss guy, he only talks to other, I guess, quote unquote, internet, I guess, not really celebrities. I guess celebrities. I don't see him fucking ever amongst the Discord talking to us normal people. I see you going around.
He used to be more social.
Hold the fuck up, whatever. With gets it, I see you going around the country talking to real people on the side of the street and shit. I see you in here talking to us real people. I don't see Fed Weiss doing the same thing. All I see is him on Alex Jones. How the fuck do you even get on the fucking shill Alex Jones show? Like, have you been on Alex Jones with it?
No, but I've had their producers reach out to me, bro.
Really?
So, yeah, but they also told me that he got a meeting together and that the producer was like a fan of mine, but he told everyone that they weren't allowed to talk about Flat Earth anymore, and if they did, they'd be fired. So, but I mean, no, I was never asked on there.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He like Alex Jones, the shill, won't even allow us to talk about FE, and therefore you can't even go on his show, but Fed Weiss can.
Yeah, but I'll say this too: like he goes to like all these different meetups, right? So you can't he talks to everybody. You can email him, you can talk to him. I mean, most people don't come on Discord. Dave Weiss is a crazy busy person, bro. So it's like Discord's a very time consuming thing. I don't know. I mean, if you go to Flattoberfest, he'll talk to you. I think I don't know, man. It's just when you just see someone from behind a screen, it's way different, bro. And that's all I'm saying. Like Dave Weiss is hella funny. He's like down to earth. He has my back, bro. Like when like he actually has my back, like on like a friend level thing. Now, could he be some CIA plant? And they're like, oh, Austin's genuine. Go befriend him. I mean, I guess I've actually thought of these things, but like I don't think so. And I just think it's people just kind of reading too much into it, and it's really easy to say how someone should do it when you're not doing it. That's all I'm saying, and because it's overwhelming.
A lot of people can't get past that. He did say something about seeing a plane hit the towers on 9/11. That's been stuck in. That's been something he's trying to overcome.
So, I got a question.
He said his friend did, but yeah.
Yeah, his friend did or whatever. Yeah.
I go after you. Go ahead.
So my question was: did anybody ever meet Ranty?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So, anyways, I got to say this, but then it leads into a second point. There's a guy on here. I haven't seen him in a little while, but his name is Harp, and he brings this up all the time. Jeranism once said, and I'm not throwing shade at anyone. I'm just making a point. Jeranism once said, "Oh, there's no money in Flat Earth. If I wanted to make money on YouTube, I'd be a globe or whatever." But even though Jeranism said there's no money in Flat Earth, obviously he's made a living to a very comfortable position financially through Flat Earth content. and that's fine. No, I don't make money off the truth. I mean, that's a great thing, in fact. But the quote is in that sense wrong. However, none of us are a part of this community, if you want to call it community, because we're obsessed with who any famous person within this community is. We're a part of this community not because we worship celebrities, but because we're after the truth, and this is the truth that we're seeking and trying to get to the bottom of right now. So we can all have our opinions about these different figureheads or whatever, and you can consider them celebrities or not. It's perspective. But I mean, it's sort of a side note when we're fixating on any particular person, specifically, instead of getting down to the truth. And it is something worth talking about. But of course, someone's shill status or truth status has no effect on the larger picture at play, right?
Yeah, wait, Kai's gonna say something, I think.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, there was one time I was searching Austin's videos, and there was a couple that came up that said he was a shill, and in August, him and Chris took a break to go back to the CIA or whatever, and it's like I was hanging out with him. That's when we first met. We were getting Mexican food like every day, so it's just really funny when you see it happen to you. Even I guess people say that I'm a shill, which is like super funny. Or they'll say like Chris is a shill, but if you meet him, he's like a gentle giant. So I don't know. It's just I see how
Were you getting were you getting
it.
Mexican food from the same restaurant?
What do you like the same? What do you mean?
Not the same spot. He was probably meeting the CIA.
Let me add real quick. Let me add real quick that this truth that we're trying to get to, or this a lot of people are really protective of whatever is model is pushed, or whatever paradigm is we're going to possibly shift into here. So everyone's probably overly protective and looking out for especially because this is so huge. I mean, it's literally a worldwide shifting paradigm that we're talking about here. And if the truth is that they've tried to jump on it and make curtail some of these other options that might be true, and push an AE map and these kind of things is what people are kind of pouncing on, and with the sun and moon clock, maybe that's not quite accurate, and people jump on that about him, and regardless, like I said, if these people are connected to for whatever reason, and that doesn't necessarily make them liars, and then they're probably under a non-disclosure agreement that they literally can't talk about if that's the case. So it's not like they're bad people, even if that is the case, is what I'm saying.
But
it's just
not.
that
It's not.
well,
Man.
even
It's
if
like
it was
conspiratorial, paranoid type view. Like I hear what you're saying, but it's like I'm just saying. I'm letting you guys know that what it is like to us is it's like what the hell, like this. It seems so weird because it's just not real, and then it becomes where you don't want to do it anymore. It's like Dave was on the front page of his newspaper, dude, and it's like it's like a Beverly Hills version of the East Coast. It's like all about who knows who and what they do. And he was I threw his ass on the front page, and like it gets to where people are like, damn, why did I sacrifice all this? Why did I because you think Jaren makes money? Jaren barely makes money, bro. Like barely makes money to pay for his bills, and thought about having to quit. I'm still considering not doing content, and it's like you at least want the people that you do it for to appreciate it, because it just gets overwhelming. It's like, dude, it's like someone has to do it. There has to be channels on YouTube that do it, that get popular, or no one would know about it. You wouldn't know about it. I wouldn't know about it without people like that.
Well,
yeah, it's just that he's got connections that are a little bit deeper than YouTube is. People get suspicious for that reason. But I'm saying even if he has those connections, it doesn't necessarily make him a shill, quote unquote. Maybe he's just trying his best, and that's just the way you get connected. I don't know exactly how that works, but
how
people are suspicious for that reason. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
You know how I found FE actually?
He's Jewish.
You know how I actually found FE? I did not find it through YouTube. Let me just say this. I found basically those fake moon where they basically show the moon landing content, and then all those like fake space videos where they show like bubbles in space and shit. That's what I found originally. And I kind of already as a little kid already subconsciously knew that space was fake. I don't know how, but I just kind of had the feeling that it was fake as fuck. But but I found that, and then when I went to YouTube, I went flat earth, typed it in, and instead of finding anything about the flat earth, I just found Professor Dave's top 10 debunks of the flat earth. So I watched that, and I listened to all 9 of it, and 9 out of the 10 things that he mentioned, I, without any knowledge of the flat Earth, knew that that was not a debunk of the flat Earth, and knew that the
Total
fucking
shit.
algorithm was hiding something.
He
And
was
so
on
what
that
I did is
bullshit.
I looked
You're a
further
real
into
one,
it.
Noah. You're a real one.
I looked further into it, and then I started changing my search, whatever, and then I looked up like flat Earth debate, right? Because maybe if there's a debate, you'll find someone who's actually an FE, and then I found Nathan Oakley them, and then I got onto Discord, and that's how I kind of found this place. But I did not actually find the flat Earth by finding your YouTube channel, Witsit. I found it by like the sheer lack of debunk by Professor Dave and the sheer algorithm censorship that was very odd. Once you realize how censored the internet is, you can kind of tell what they're trying to hide just based off of how they, I guess, respond to what you type in, you know?
Yeah,
Plus, Witsit, you and I have agreed before that I'm sorry, real quick. You and I have agreed before that they might end up absorbing flat Earth, right? For whatever reason, like whether it was rollout or not, whether it was natural, and now they're going to do something. It seems like they're going to have to because there's too many people that basically found out for whatever reasons. But if they absorb it, then what is that absorption going to entail? And that's the other thing, we could all speculate about how could they use it against us? And that's the other thing that's interesting about this whole topic.
Hold on, one second. I don't mean to interrupt, but Gregory's asking to be unmuted.
You know how you knew it was fake? You know how you knew it was fake when you was a kid, bro? Space, because they don't never fucking show it to you. They keep talking about it and showing fake versions of it.
Yep.
And damn motherfucking videos of fucking middle of space. Damn.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I would say though to Noah, it's like, yeah, I found that out about in 2015, right? So I heard B.O.B. say it, and then I looked into it, and I found like Eric Dubay 200 proof. My point is, it's different for everyone, but you need something to fall back. I don't think my channel even does that. My channel is like, super raw. I like almost take pride in how like incredibly raw and not aesthetically pleasing it is. Like I didn't try to build it at all. I scattergun topics. I scattergun rants. I don't think that's what my channel is, but it's like to have the Eric Dubay or like the well-edited short videos with good music that Dave puts out, or to have the ODD TVs. These are important. These are important to have that, like some like net to fall back on in here. I mean, yeah, well, how do you find Nathan Oakley? He's on YouTube. Like there are people that claim Nathan Oakley is a show. I don't really see how, but they're going to say that about everyone. So my point is like, we should prop these people up. And the last thing we should do is be mad they make money. It's like such a trick. It's like someone gets paid money to make kitten reaction videos or open a gift videos or, oh, let's listen to someone else's rap song or, oh, what a different Pringles taste like. And they make all the money in the world. But someone comes here and like sacrifices all their like livelihood basically to try to just put out truth. And if they make money, they're a shill and we should tear them down and we shouldn't support them. And it's like, dude, that is the trick.
Well, and
if they're shills, we need more shills like them.
Well, and I feel like a shield too, like, I don't know, when you look at Grabbler behavior, usually they try to divide, the movement. So anyone who's trying to bring unity, which I feel like that's what the app does, like it lets you find other flat earthers in your community. So anyone who's bringing unity doesn't really give me shill vibes. Now, someone who's constantly saying that everyone's a shill and that you can't trust other flat earthers, that to me almost seems like the most shill behavior you could have.
Like Eric Dubay does it all the time, for example. Like Eric Dubay calls everyone out for being a shill. Like I have no beef with him. Like I think he's awesome in lots of ways. He did great things. Like it's cool. But until he says my name, I don't have beef with him. But he calls everyone a shill. RV Truth calls everyone a shill. Jake the Asshole calls everyone a shill. That's just dividing people, making us weaker. Like that's
You can't
just
even
like
trust anyone.
yeah. So it's like that seems more shilly. If the CIA wanted to do anything, it'd have us like going at each other's throat about personalities. Dude, it's the flat Earth. It's not like football. So if you don't like football, then you don't argue about your favorite team. Everyone lives on the Earth. This covers all walks of life. This is like everyone is in this conversation. You're going to have different types of people all over the place. Like we should understand that.
Witsit, I got a question for you. This might digress a little bit, but it kind of relates with this whole FedWeiss app, and it has like a little map of the Earth and the time zones and all. It's a clock, basically, right? Do you actually ascribe to that AE map, or like what's your opinion on it? You know what I mean? I'm kind of curious.
No, I don't ascribe to it. I know for a fact we don't have an accurate map because we don't have an accurate central point. Like it's literally impossible to have one. I think that the sun may have multiple apparent locations. I don't know, man. I don't know what the Earth is, but I just know, like, when someone first hears about it, visualization isn't bad. And like, go into that app and be able to click the question mark and then read satellites and ISS and every question you can think of. It's a good thing. It's a good first step, like some type of visualization. But no, I do not ascribe to it. I would almost guarantee you that's not what it is. But that's not really the point, you know.
And just as an idea, instead of a perfectly circular circuit of the sun, you know, who's to say it might be more accurate that it takes like an egg-shaped, you know, circuit? I mean,
That's
who
my
knows, right?
theory, that it's an ellipse that the sun takes. That's my fucking theory.
I think it has multiple locations, bro. There are videos that you can see like sunsets at different times. I know it sounds crazy, but or like the light being over on one side of the sky and you seeing the sun setting on the other side of the sky. Like crazy stuff happens, bro. And you know, like, yeah, you can use polarization of a lens and you can actually seemingly isolate another apparent location. But my point is, I don't think we have any idea. I think that it's potentially like a naturally occurring holographic projection from the center, and that's everything that the sky is. Like, I don't know. Like, but you talk to someone that's never heard it, they need to see something that makes sense, like east to west circumnavigation. You have to show them something. You have to show them that somehow. You have to show them, you know, like somehow there has to be something. You can just draw a circle with no land on it, I guess, but they need to understand how east to west works on
Yeah.
flat Earth. So there's value
if
to
it fills a role, all right, at the end of
I
the
have
day.
to say, hey, where are you at with Star Trails? What's it, by the way? The Southern Star Trails. What's your current guess at what we're talking about? Two different star. Like I think I've mentioned to you before, the concept that my friend was all about that has done. He knows the stars better than anybody I've ever met. But yeah, basically he thinks there's two sets of stars that are adjacent to us, above us.
There's nothing.
What do you think?
There's nothing wrong with any proposal about two sets of stars. There's nothing wrong with them and with creating any geometric model you want. The only thing you can't do, and I'm talking from someone who's talked to people who talk about the spherical projection of the celestial, the celestial realm, is you can't start with the flat Earth conceptually, and you can't start by saying all the lines of light are in straight lines. It just does it won't fit. And even I know, people I know who study the sky in the southern regions and northern regions all kind of clue that, and the ones who are genuinely honest about it realize there is an issue and they have to try and address it. Just suggesting that the trouble is that some people who look at the night sky are very northern sky centric in their encapsulation of it, and it's disingenuous to the whole movement. And that's one thing that richly puts you in a vulnerable position. If you have a position and it doesn't matter whatever it is, and you kind of focus on one area and you include the other because you're not comfortable with it, you make yourself vulnerable.
Wait, what's disingenuous? What in particular is disingenuous?
Let me put it this way, if you don't mind.
Wait, let him respond real quick.
Being north centric.
I will say that lots of people who look at the night sky, the northern regions, find that there's no contention with any projections in the flat Earth realm. However, I know that lots of people who study the night sky in the southern regions do find quadrilateral contention, even though they're trying to find a solution, but they can't. Now, that's not to say that they got it wrong, and they just can't see how the geometry fits with straight lines. That's not that is not a problem in itself. This is not fixable. It doesn't reveal any truth because we don't know what's there. Yeah, if you look at it that way, you can't, from your own personal perspective, really assert a genuine conclusive evaluation of what's going on. Everything is a projection, everything is a model, and I know a lot of people are scared of the word model for several various reasons because it has an illusionary aspect to it wherever you're talking about. But there are lots of people that I know who have an issue with that, and I think that that needs to be addressed. Some people I know brush it under the carpet. They say, "Oh well, that's not how that it works."
Well, that's kind of what I was trying to address. Is that the flat Earth in general? I had actually the friend I was talking about left the scene a while back because he thought there must be some kind of controlled opposition going on, because he was very adamant about the idea that there is two sets of stars and they don't have to be in the top of the bottom of the sphere, that they're actually adjacent to each other. In fact, they seem to converge and diverge at the celestial equator, and even Stellarium shows this happening. So there could be an actual two sets of stars, and he's adamant that if you can get past Easter Island out far enough, you can see these actually diverge and go their separate ways, breaking the Milky Way apart and then aligning itself on the other side as they circle around. Now, if that could be shown to be decisively true, then that would be the end of the ball completely. We may actually be confined to an area that you can't observe that complete separation for a reason, but there's a lot of contention, but not to just. I was just kind of trying to get what's its basic stance at this point as far as the Southern Star Trails go. Besides trying to debate you, Pazzer, real quick.
Right on.
Yeah,
I mean, go ahead. What's it?
Yeah, that's actually a very intriguing idea. I don't know. I think maybe I've talked to you about that briefly, but I would be interested in hearing more about that. I would have to think about that. That's pretty interesting. I see.
I'll send you his video.
Yeah, like oftentimes it gets, the basics do have to be addressed. I do agree that the problem is that people act like this is all the conversation right here, but this does have to be addressed. Like there's a difference in east to west and, clockwise and counterclockwise, like relative, to perception and actual, direction, and all the stars move east to west. And so that's one thing. And then secondly, it's like, are you talking about the fact that they seem to move counterclockwise, or the fact that, people.
Well, there'd be one going clockwise and one going counterclockwise, just like we observe. On the ball, you have to think they're all going one direction, and it's not what we really observe. But you have to think that it's because you're upside down on a ball that you're seeing it that way. But he's saying that that just like thermodynamics or the filaments that you put on a piece of paper with a dipole, and you see that pattern that gets made, and the way that it's circling in and constantly funneling in with the toroidal field type. Motor of sorts, for the whole thing. That just seems to be, not only the ancient depictions, but a lot of I'll put some screenshots of what his map looks like, as well as, he's gone through the details of the sun movements, and I'll put the link of the one thing you can see by him that's still available, because he took his channel down and went off grid when the whole CV thing hit. But yeah, it's just an interesting concept that answers a lot of things, and the globe doesn't really have an answer for it, because you'd have to show that those stars stay parallel 360 degrees, which they can't do.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like if you look at this little video I showed you right here, it could just be like an optical effect of the magnetic field itself, in my opinion, and the polarization, and the whole idea of the celestial pole. That's why I was asking for sure if you're talking about that. I think that's pretty bunk. I don't even see much evidence for this idea of the celestial pole, but I think I'm interested in the idea of there being like two sets of stars adjacent to one another. That seems to be it would like explain the phenomena. I don't know, but for me, I just know for a fact that this doesn't prove the Earth's a ball. Only people that are liars say that, because you can see Polaris from like way below the equator, and like I actually do it. See, like Left Lane posted this. I know for a fact he didn't do anything though, right? Like I actually go out and take time lapse, and I haven't got to travel far enough south to do it, but I actually take them all the time, and you can look it up, and we see Polaris from far too far past where we're supposed to be able to see it on the ball, right? So it's like the sky doesn't prove it.
Can I ask you a question? I'm not trying to evoke it. Like I'm not trying to debunk anything. How far south do you think they propose you can see Polaris?
Yeah, it's been documented. Apparently, like as far as 30 degrees below the equator.
Yeah, but I don't, unless I'm mistaken, and I might be mistaken. I had a telescope when I was younger, and I used to talk to people, and I have relatives in Australia, who also, and the reason I'm raising this conversation is because, as far as I'm concerned, everything that I've ever heard from people north and south of in the northern regions, southern regions. I'm not going to use the term hemisphere because it's loaded. Yeah, they both see the world in exactly the same kind of spatial hemispherical geometry. Now that doesn't mean to say it is, yeah, but this is the issue. This is the contention. If the community is by and large saying, "Oh no, that's not the case," then they're not getting anywhere because there are genuine people with an erstwhile a passion to look at the sky who see it that way. So I think what needs to be, this comes back to what I was saying, is that
to me this sounds like inverse magnetic vortex polarities. So basically excuse me.
This is the point. Yeah, is that there needs to be a coherent response to this, and there isn't at the moment. That's
what I was trying to give you.
Yeah, sure. I know you can give me a response, but it's not the same response for the whole movement. Do you know what I mean? They're kind of.
Not everybody's going to be aligned with what hasn't been said yet. So. But anyhow,
the glow can explain. Yeah, but that's
I think that not to digress, but that map that New Perspective posted, as you can see, it's kind of like a combination of the Mercators and the AE projection map, and that's exactly what I was thinking. That like, if you look at it, you can circle the world, right? And you think that you're circling, you think you're going left to right to left or east to west, but I mean, I don't know, dude. If you look at this shit New Perspective is posted, I think, I mean, what includes this versus the AE map? You know what I mean?
Looking at that map. Hold on, you guys. Dyslo got completely interrupted and then was not able to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I
was
didn't
about
hear
to
him
say that.
talking. My bad.
Take it away,
Do you have
Dyslo.
him muted? Because you talked over him before. You might want to check to see if you accidentally muted Dyslo.
I'm gonna turn him up. I think. I don't know. Maybe I just don't. I don't know.
My apologies. Go ahead, Dyslo. I interrupted. As my apologies.
Why wouldn't magnetism explain it?
Oh wait, go Dyslo. Let Dyslo go, please, because he was in the middle of something.
Dyslo. Magnetism, go.
Well, I was just going to say the three-dimensional force vector of magnetism as manifest is projective polarity, and any and all magnets, including the magnetic field of Earth, has this inverse spin vortex respective to one another, but face on. It's moving in the same direction. This extrapolation, of course, is a three-dimensional force vector of magnetism itself, and there's been a lot of things to showcase this. But Ken Wheeler talked about this on a few forum boards years ago, and after much denial, many people with open minds set up experiments in order to test upon this, in which, of course, it was proven 100% accurate. But if we were to take this same understanding and apply it to celestial bodies and how they are perceivably following this procession, then it could potentially.
Please send me a video or something to help me understand what you just said.
Did he cut out for just me or everybody?
Yeah, he cut out.
Yeah, he cut out at the end of what he was saying.
Dude, Dyslo, if you're here still, did he drop? I think he dropped on accident. Oh no, he's here.
I'm here. I'll post it in chat. Everything I just read to you.
Cool.
By the way,
I will say this
if
is a
anyone,
big part. If we could map this out.
if anyone doesn't understand what he's saying about three-dimensional force vectors, I can explain that. But carry on, whatever you want.
I want to ask you, New Perspective, where did you find all this information? Because I've been on Don's server. Me and him have been discussing like a new map between the Mercators and the AE projection, and like I've been trying to explain to him my idea, and that map you just posted kind of perfectly sums up what I've been trying to say. And so
the very first one that I posted.
Yeah, the one with
the Capricorn one. Yeah.
Yeah, with I guess the North Pole on the top and then Antarctica on the bottom and then the equator between the two.
So that's the other thing. That's the other thing that my friend E1 was for the last 5 years or so, I've been talking with one of my best flat Earth friends, E1, who the video I just posted. Also, you can see what he does, what he's put together as far as that goes. But he also thinks that Antarctica is its own continent, possibly, and that's part of the other thing he thought might be controlled opposition. Like maybe something's, who knows? But at some point, maybe they're going to say, "Oh, we can prove that Antarctica is its own continent, therefore flat Earth is dead." So we got to watch out for any claims that we can't necessarily back for sure. Like even the idea that Antarctica would be surrounding us as this like 360 degrees is absurd on its face, because think of how much land that is if that's the case. So there could be like still an ice wall or a circle of some sort maybe, but we don't have any proof of that necessarily. And you know, Antarctica could still be along those areas, you know, along the bottom area there still, and then there could still be land that circles us. But there's also, you know, an idea that the Mercator map itself is, this is kind of like a Mercator map, yeah. And the traveling from Alaska to Russia, that seems pretty speculative as far as like the actual proof of it. And like I said, Flat Earth asshole goes into that, showing shipping routes that go a long way around rather than going from like Alaska down straight to Sydney, Australia. It takes the long way around, which doesn't make any sense. So there's a lot of things that might even support this whole idea.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying for the whole time, is that there's something wrong with the South Pacific. And I've been trying, what I was telling Don, like my specific words were that, what if the South Pacific isn't how it's said to be, but it actually stretches out and around the rest of the fucking map? And this, dude, I need to know where you found this, because this is exactly what I was talking to Don about. Like,
I've had it in my collection of things for a long time.
What else did?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where I got that first one, but yeah, it's just this concept has been something that I've kind of thought might be the case for a long time, and especially the way he has the continents. He even has, like, I'll even post some more of his screenshots, but he thinks there are tectonic plates, and even though he's a flat earther, and he has one of them where he outlines where the tectonic plates are, and he's gone through like the history of like the movements that we have seen with the continents as far as their changings and stuff like that. He's one of the smartest dudes. He doesn't talk online anymore because he's just basically done with that at this point, for now at least. But yeah, it's interesting that there's a lot of globe things. That looks just like the globe too. That first map, it looks like exactly like the globe, except that it's a flat Earth.
Do you have a link I can follow up on?
Yeah, I did put one on. I'll send it to you directly.
All right, thanks, man.
I'll have to give you some links to. There's a guy I was talking to about 4 or 5 months ago, who thought that the equator was the equatorial domain was some sort of dimensional gateway. He thought, and it's only because of what he'd seen in the southern hemisphere. He thought that the flat Earth was effectively the manifestation of two universally connected disks. In so much as he didn't think there was, he said that he didn't think the notion of an up and a down meant any sense anyway in terms of a universe, and he thought that the entire Earth was effectively two disks opposing each other, connected in an infinite context around the equator. And he asserted that God created the construct, and the revelation of that was somehow some sort of path to an understanding of God's relationship with that. I can't do justice what he was saying, but he was kind of trying to create a model that fit the observations he made. But I mean, I don't know if any value in that, but it was compelling to listen to his passion about it, because he clearly saw there was an issue with the way the constellations moved in the southern hemisphere, and he couldn't console that with just a straightforward notion of a easily conceivable geometric projection of the firmament and the Earth. So he was kind of alluding to the notion there might be something more complicated than that, but we're just not unaware of the complexity of that dimension. I don't know.
One of the questions I wanted to ask was, what is the critique? What is wrong with the AE map? I've heard this a number of times. I don't understand.
There's a there's a couple of there's a couple of things that don't make sense in so much as, and I mean that, and I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying that in the northern regions, if you are looking at the night sky and the constellation arrangement in the night sky, and then you wait a period of time, it rotates, and the amount it rotates is proportional to the amount of time you wait. There's a linear proportionality between the passing of time and their rotation. In other words, it's a constant rotation. If you are at a given longitudinal position and a colleague is somewhere else and they look through the night sky, then the angular difference between your longitudinal positions, both of you look at this, see the same thing, but you always see it the same angular differentiation based upon your longitudinal position, which kind of makes sense, because if it is rotating continuously in their full 24-hour cycle, then it must, by definition, at any given time, be a slightly different angular orientation to most people. Now, granted, a bulk of people in the daylight, they can't see it, but everybody experiencing nighttime at a different time because of their time zone sees all the same constellations, just tipped a different way. Okay, now that makes sense, but this exactly the same phenomena is experienced by people on the western and the eastern side of Australia. So they look south and they see the same rigid topology of stars, the constellations, but they see them tipped by exactly the amount. They see a differentiation simultaneously based upon the same arrangement. So every indication for those people is that they are seeing the topology of the night sky looking south the same way as you can see the topology of the night sky looking north. That in itself doesn't mean they are the same geometric mechanism, but you can't remove yourself from the fact that people do make these observations. So you have to try and either counter them by some thought process that leads you to some other way of representing that, or you just basically just dismiss it as not being the case. I mean, you've got no other option really.
Well, there's a lot to debate that with, a lot to counter that with. But real quick, I want to ask Witsit before I forget. This got brought up yesterday, and I was directly referring to something that you said about gravity straightening up space-time instead of bending it. If it actually followed the laws of a force, which would be equal and opposite reaction, but I didn't have the quote or where that came from, and it was something I wanted to make sure I got from you.
Sorry, Kai literally came and started talking to me right when you said
No worries.
name, bro. Wait,
the whole thing, I referred to your whole idea that you were bringing up about that space would actually straighten out if it followed the laws of forces, with equal and opposite reaction. Where'd that come from? Is there some kind of link I could get for that or at all?
Yeah, Tesla. I could try to drop you a link, but yeah, Tesla said that with equal and opposite reaction, that the curvature of space-time would straighten out. And then what they try to say is that there's no movement and doesn't adhere to the laws of motion. But of course, like bending and warping is movement. And that requires like a movement. So that I'll find the Tesla quote.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. I gotta go get for this call.
Yeah, I dropped you the link from E1. If you want, you could respond to that if you want, or just drop another live stream, whatever. Yeah, Nate was saying that you were wrong about that for reference frame. He's here right now. Did you want to reiterate what you were saying about that, Nate, or do you want to get back to what Pazza was saying? Anybody?
Yeah, what's wrong about that? Equal and opposite reaction.
He's here, but I don't know if he's listening. He was talking about the reference frames acting as equal and opposite reactions in a pseudo way of some sort. At least that's my interpretation.
Okay.
But he's not. He's away from keyboard, maybe, or something. I don't know. Maybe not. Not trying to debate it all right now, but.
Well, they just try to act like it doesn't apply, but they can still use Newtonian physics at the same time. So.
Yeah, they try to act like it's the same thing, even though there's no mass attracting mass any longer. We can just say that it's the bending of space-time caused by mass, so it's the same thing. They have to get away from the attraction thing. I mean, the idea that there is no pulling force is something that we should all just stop saying. in general, right? Because we all understand technically there is no pull, there's only push. And then to begin with, and then if you're talking about space-time bending and pushing things towards us, then everything's being pushed towards the ground, not pulled towards the ground. And the whole concept of it has to be completely reworded and monitored, even though both are complete concepts that have been hijacked from electromagnetism, it seems.
Yeah, there's a electric push down towards the Earth. I do have to go though, so I'll try to get you that link and catch up to you guys there.
Cool. Hey, Kai, if you're still there, good to hear your voice. I was watching, actually fell asleep to watching you guys do your conspiracy board game thing. That was pretty cool. That live stream you guys did.
Thanks. Talk to you later.
All right. Take care. So I think it's a way of putting it, but I don't think it's really the most precise way of putting it. That, say, if you pull, if you remove a drain plug from the bathtub, you could order someone, hey, push all that water down that drain hole, right? And what would be the difference between like ordering someone like, hey, push all that water down that drain hole, as opposed to pull all that water down that drain hole? And I think one is more accurate in a sense, but it depends on what forces you're fixating on. Like I was saying with Gregory earlier, are we going to fixate on the singular or the plural when it comes to describing the universe? Is the universe a bunch of things, or is the universe one thing, singular? And I think both are at play, and that's why, like, Ken Willis talked about magnetism versus dielectricity, and how electricity is like consubstantial of the interaction of extreme, like, polarizing events happening between the two and their interactions. And you can never dismiss the whole expression, it takes two to tango, and both of them complete each other. And when we're talking about, again, like magnetism, universal principles, it's a disservice to fixate on one or the other when two things are always at play going on. And I don't know how to sum it up in one way. I definitely wish to learn more and understand better the concept of power, electricity, magnetism, dielectricity, all that stuff. But all I insist on is approaching it paradoxically or consubstantially in our attempt to describe and understand what's really going on here. The yin and the yang, not one or the other, yin or yang. Well, the push and pull, just real quick, I'll just add to that. The push and pull is not necessarily, like, you can't use the word pull because, that's the way we describe it. But as far as the technicality of what's happening is, there's only a push. I think you already understand that, though. I actually disagree. So whenever movement happens, I actually view that as an opening being available. Like, whenever I see anything like occurring with movement, I always view it as there being some sort of void that is trying to be filled. And so, like, in the idea of like a magnet attracting a piece of steel, I don't think of it as like the magnet sending out some sort of grappling hook or lasso that it then like sends out, latches onto something, and then pulls it inward. I think of it more as just opening up a pocket that will then allow things to fall into in order to pressure mediate. Yeah, you're right. It is pressure mediation, but I'm not even trying to debate you on that or say that you're wrong, but I don't know if you're saying I'm wrong. But yeah, it's just more about the technicality of what's actually happening in the physics as far as the push goes. Even with magnetism, it's kind of creating a field that pushes the one magnet towards each other. Even though we could describe it or think of it as an attraction or a pull, the technicality of it, we should understand is only a push or high to low pressure type thing. Well, I think when two things are at play, both have to like fulfill their roles. And so I got a question for you. It's a little bit rhetorical, but if you nail the answer, I'm happy to hear you say it. I am kind of looking for one particular answer, but say there's like a bubble or like a submarine or some sort of ship that's like waterproof, right? Some sort of water sailing vessel.
And even though it's so buoyant, it would never sink. Even if it was like put underwater by 10 feet, it would have no desire to sink further. Like it won't get waterlogged. It will just rise to the surface like a bubble would or something, right? And how do you get a completely like watertight buoyant vessel to the bottom of the ocean floor? Because there is one way you actually can take a completely buoyant object and drag it down or push it down to the bottom of the ocean floor in a natural sense. Like this can happen, possibly.
I don't understand. So, new perspective. Are you telling me?
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. If anyone else has an answer, I'm not paying attention enough at the moment to guess at it. But if you want to just give the answer, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm fine. Gregory, go ahead though if you wanted to add something before I give the answer.
I mean, he can answer this question whenever he has the time to, but I'm just confused. So, am I being told that entity A never pulls entity B towards itself?
So what I'm talking about is like a exercise ball, one of those inflatable yoga balls, right?
Okay.
Like you can submerge that, but I mean, even if you do submerge it, it's just gonna float to the surface, right? No matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So, how can you get a exercise ball to the bottom of the ocean floor without necessarily like just like pushing down on it and something like adding like a rocket thruster or something or a turbine to like literally shove it down there, like without attaching anything to an exercise ball? How do you get it to the bottom of the ocean floor?
I don't know.
So, if you spin, right? If you spin the water and create a whirlpool, the whirlpool will open up a cavity for the exercise ball to, even though it's completely buoyant, you can open up a chasm for the exercise ball, even though it's buoyant as fuck, it will go to the bottom of the ocean if the whirlpool reaches that depth, right?
But the question was, how do you push it down in the medium, not how do you remove the medium so that it can open a void where
That's where you're wrong. I never said how do you push something down. I said how do you get something completely buoyant to the bottom of the ocean. And the way you do that, right, is by creating a whirlpool, a toroidal, or half of a toroidal vortex, or half a toroid, which we call a vortex, that is powerful enough to extend its chasm to the ocean floor.
You said get it down to the water, right? Get it down to the bottom.
Yeah, to get it down to the ocean floor, yeah.
But so again, that would be an instance of removing the medium so that it can get down to the ground where the water used to be, and then I guess letting go of the water and letting it find rest again, and then the balloon, the ball is gonna be pushed back up to the surface by the water.
Yeah, you're completely right. So, so when it comes to a magnet, the way I like to view it is that the magnet affects the physical, and a magnet actually is just a whirlpool in the ocean of the ether, and that any sort of ferromagnetic material is trying to fall down into the vortex of the whirlpool, the magnetic whirlpool that the magnet has. However, the physical nature of the magnet, like the lump of ceramic, whatever, neodymium, whatever material, is in the way of the other material. It's just a barrier that keeps it falling all the way into the sort of chasm that exists within it. It's trying to fall into it, but there's physicality preventing it from actually reaching the bottom, and that's that sort of tug.
But so magnetic attraction
is a chasm that something else is falling into. Not actually something reaching out and pulling, but just empty space to fall into. That it's trying to, but of course the physicality of the body of the magnet is in the way of it actually reaching the center of the other magnet.
I don't understand. When I hold two magnets in my hand, and I can feel them tugging toward one another. You describe that as something trying to find rest in the midst of, an empty space, in the midst of this vortex.
Yeah.
What is trying to find rest in this magnetic vortex, this whirlpool?
So dielectricity would be the substance, right? Dielectricity would be the substance, while magnetism would be actually the cavity nature of things. And the dielectricity is trying to fill, because in my sense of understanding, magnetism is the force it's like the inertia of the whirlpool. It's the movement. Magnetism would be the movement that keeps the vortex swirling, while dielectricity and the dielectric field and like substance itself would be the thing that's not trying to have empty space and trying to fill that empty space, because nature abhors a vacuum.